I have a special hobby, which is to touch other people's bodies. As long as I successfully make contact with others, not only can I gain an increase in cultivation, but I can also gain the martial arts techniques that the other person practices. In order to make contact with more powerful cultivators, I joined the primordial sect. By chance, I touched the hand of the senior brother, which not only caused my cultivation to increase dramatically, but also gained a martial arts technique called what to pay attention to when disguising as a man. Looking at the handsome and mysterious senior brother, I suddenly understood something. Senior brother, you smell so good, and your hands are so small. Holding you feels so soft. Looking at the senior brother's room, I made a decision against my ancestors, and at this time, I was in the town taking pulses. Young master, what illness does this lady have after all? You've been feeling for almost an hour. Have you diagnosed it? Hearing this, I sighed. Madam, your illness is not easy to treat. Then how do you think this lady should be treated? The woman in the purple dress blinked her eyes, her jade-like fingers holding my hand, even gently stroking it a few times in the palm. Seeing this, I frowned and firmly held her hand back. Madam, your illness requires a long period of treatment. How about this? I'll come to your house tonight and give you a thorough diagnosis. Okay, young master, this lady will await your arrival tonight. The woman in the purple dress threw a flirtatious glance before getting up, reluctantly leaving the place. I nodded as if smiling, but was actually looking at my own panel. Current cultivation level, 3rd level of chi refinement, 76% progress. Cultivation techniques, wind wall technique, water escape technique, etc. Seeing this, I shook my head and couldn't help but sigh. Increasing cultivation by only 0.5% after feeling for 2 hours. When will I break through at this rate? I've been in this world for 2.5 years, awakening the touch to become stronger system. For cultivation, I disguised myself as a physician to feel pulses for people, and even worked as a midwife, lactation consultant, and even sold meat buns. If I continue like this, I feel like I'm about to cross the line and start feeling pulses of the same sex, but I don't want to become a lecher. Later, I secretly analyzed that perhaps because most of the people I touched were ordinary mortals, it caused the speed of cultivation to become slower and slower. For this inference, I actually had a verification method long ago, which is to join a sect of cultivation. However, the sect of cultivation is elusive, difficult to trace in the mundane world, and also comes with 2 burdens, making it difficult to cope. Thinking of this, I looked at the empty teacup, tapped the table, and a girl behind me immediately filled the teacup with tea. The young man on the other side took out a jar of honey and poured it into the teacup. These are my 2 burdens. Then I shook my head and said, next. As soon as the words fell, those beautiful women couldn't wait to rush forward, chattering incessantly. Young master, my heart hurts. Come and touch it to see what's wrong. Young master, I have grapes here. Have some grapes. Young master, tea is not nutritious. Have a sip of milk. Young master, have some abalone. The women rushed forward, and the scene became chaotic for a while. Everyone, don't be chaotic. Come one by one. I cleared my throat, stood up to maintain order, but at that moment, the ground suddenly shook. Looking up, I saw a group of men coming from a distance, holding various farming tools. Seeing this, my eyes twitched, and I immediately collected my things at lightning speed, even the 0 yuan purchased items, which made the onlookers marvel at my expertise. Qiong, ergo, the wind is tight. Let's go, I shouted, and then ran towards the other end of the street. Qiong and ergo ran skillfully, as if they had experienced countless times before. Everyone, come quickly. This quack doctor is here to deceive people again. Let's beat him together. Death to the quack doctor. My wife had diarrhea and wanted him to take a look, but he pressed on my wife's abdomen for 2 hours and claimed to be adjusting her stomach. Your problem is nothing. Mine is the most serious. Since my wife was treated by this quack doctor, she won't let me touch her anymore. The crowd approached aggressively, chasing and accusing with tears in their eyes. I was running away, but upon hearing this, I abruptly stopped. You are just slandering. You can insult me as a person, but you absolutely cannot insult my medical ethics. What does your wife not letting you touch her have to do with this divine doctor? I kindly sacrificed my innocence and good intentions to warm his wife, but in the end, he turned against me. Young master, don't argue with him. Let's run. More and more people are chasing us. Qiong grabbed me and ran towards the outskirts of the city, running even faster than me. Young master, if we continue like this, we won't be able to survive in this town. Qiong pouted, feeling a bit disheartened. It's okay, change the sign and move to another town. I smiled calmly, then turned the sign that read Gynecology Master to reveal Healing Immortal on the other side. Young master, can we really see the great way by acting so ostentatiously and deceiving people every day? Ergo raised his head, his clear and foolish eyes showing doubt. At his words, My brows furrowed. How can you call this ostentatious and deceitful? This is clearly refining the heart in the mortal world. Your realm is too low now. You will understand in the future. Is that so? The young man blinked as if he understood something. I glanced at Ergo. Memories flooding back. Ergo, whose real name is Li Shangyuan, was met in a town ravaged by bandits last year. At that time, the young man was on the brink of starvation, and I gave him a steamed bun, saving him from starving to death. Since then, he had been following me. I thought his name was too grand. Fearing his fate couldn't bear it, so I gave him the derogatory name Ergo to make it easier to support him. As for the origin of the girl, it was simple. When I first crossed over, not yet understanding what kind of world it was, I turned my head and saw her lying on a pile of rocks. At that time, her eyes were tightly closed, covered in wounds, and her face was pale. It took a lot of effort to save her. However, the girl lost her memory, only remembering her name as Huang Qinger. I was worried that she would be taken away by bad people, so I let her follow me for a full 2.5 years. But I always firmly believed that Qinger was a woman of destiny, and may even have some kind of extraordinary physique. Because the injuries on her body recovered as before within 2 days, her skin was as smooth and tender as lamb's fat jade, and not the slightest scar could be seen. This was something that Su Mu had already verified when he put medicine on her body. And not only was his recovery power amazing, but he was also strong and fit, and although there was no cultivation in his body, he was running faster than him. A third level chi refining. It's a proper destined daughter. And when you look at the young girl's face, it's not even close. Pure and lovely, delicate and pretty face, like a porcelain doll. The beauty is not like a mortal. A head of long, fiery red hair was draped down, setting off crystal clear skin that looked like it was carved from the finest sheep's white jade, especially those soulful and clear peach blossom eyes, fluttering like a spiritual gem, as if they could seduce the soul. Most importantly, big enough. This face paired with this amazing talent. If this is all not a proud daughter of heaven, Sumu will drink the water of Yulon Lake dry and then eat Yulong Mountain. Sumu turned his head to look at Huang Qinger and couldn't help but reach out and pinch her soft and bouncy face. The young girl immediately returned a bright and lovely smile. The dull hairs on the top of her head stood up. That well-behaved, cute and understanding look, just like a beautiful maiden that came out from the second dimension. Sumu reported a smile in response, but his heart was flooded with mutterings. Over the past 2.5 years, he had been in deep contact with Qinger for an unknown number of times, but his cultivation had not significantly increased, which meant that there was indeed no cultivation within Qinger's body, and he couldn't even teach Qinger to cultivate if he wanted to, because he simply won't. Even Sumu does not know how he stepped into cultivation. After all, his cultivation is all by touching. It seems like we have to seek out an immortal cultivation sect as soon as possible so that this piece of gold, Qinger, can shine brightly. Sumu secretly pondered. If he could help Qinger open the path of cultivation, then his future cultivation would be much simpler. With Qinger's obedience to his words, he was still doing whatever he wanted, just lying on Qinger's round and jade-like thighs and being able to cultivate. Just thinking about it was soothing. As for how talented the second dog is, Sumu directly ignored him, not thinking about this matter at all. This guy was so dark, ugly and short that from a distance he thought he was a monkey. So how could he possibly possess a cultivation talent? Nothing but bright eyes. If you divide men's face value into several grades, then it can be ranked from low to high like this. Unworthy, ugly, two-dog, ordinary, slightly handsome, the face of a heavenly man. Sumo readers who read this book and rated it 5 stars. With the face value of this fellow, second dog, it was also conceivable that his cultivation talent would never be strong enough. While Sumu was thinking about all of this, his afterglow suddenly glimpsed a bloodlight shaking in the air as it swept by at high speed. Sumu's spirit was shaken. With his eyesight at the third level of chi refining, he could vaguely see the figure of a person floating in that bloodlight. Sumu fixed his eyes on it. There's no mistaking that it's definitely a person. At this point, only to see the bloody light rise and fall even more violently in the air, its trajectory fluctuating, like a bird without its wing feathers, no longer able to maintain its flying posture. Then a sharp fall, landing heavily in the distant mountains and forests, provoking several birds to curse and rustle away. This one seems to be injured? Sumu's eyes lit up. So what are you waiting for? It's like an airdrop from the sky, a gift from nature. Qinger, air dog, cop out and get ready to lick the bag. Chapter 3, Whose Good Man Harnesses the Bloodlight? With a flip of Sumu's wrist, a verdant turquoise longsword was already in his hand. He had received a newbie pack when he first bound the system. The contents of the gift bag are simple and unpretentious. A single immortal binding rope could bind cultivators below the yuaning stage, turning them into mortals and no longer a threat. Moreover, it didn't require any spiritual energy, and could be activated with just a thought from Sumu. A bottle of extreme healing pill could quickly recover most of the injuries. An extremely high-grade magic weapon green bamboo sword with its own air-breaking attribute. Killing without blood. 10 high-grade extreme heavenly thunder talismans were equivalent to a Yuaning cultivator's full-strength strike. 10 teleportation talismans that can teleport to any location within 100,000 kilometers. 10 scapegoat puppets were able to block the full force of a Yuaning stage cultivator. This newbie package can be said to be very sweet, and it can help Sumu get through the newbie period perfectly. With these things, as long as he didn't encounter any old monsters above the Yuaning stage, Sumu would be able to retreat in one piece. Qiong and Erdog also froze for just a moment before quickly pulling out 2 pocket-sized daggers from their own bags. During the time they followed Sumu, they didn't do a lot of fighting. The number of bandit nests that they've ended up in is unknown. In particular, Ergu, who had his home destroyed by bandits, had a deep hatred of bandits. Gongzi, are we going to rob again? Qiong's eyes brightened slightly. Her dull hair shook. Her small white hands gripped the pocket dagger in her hand tightly, and her petite body leaned forward with an impatient look. Sumu glanced at Qiong, whose pretty face was full of excitement, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. I don't know if it was because of his day and night inculcation, or if the young girl's violent tendencies were already hidden within her. Every time I mention robbery I get excited, as if I've been beaten, but I've never even killed a 2-legged chicken on a weekday. Pay attention to safety. The situation is different this time. The other party is a cultivator with a powerful cultivation. Sumu reminded. Exploring forward. Based on the flight path of the bloodlight just now, Sumu deduced that it should land within 10 kilometers. It took half an hour of searching in the sparse moonlight. Finally, in a bamboo forest, Sumu saw several bamboos that had been snapped at the waist, forming a pitch-black cavernous hole in the middle of a lushly growing bamboo bush. This should be it. Sumu stared at the pitch-black hole and suddenly sniffed his nose. My lord, do you ever feel so cold? Li Erdog rubbed his arm and asked in a small voice with some trembling, with a hint of instinctive fear still flashing in his eyes. Sumu made a shushing gesture. Li Erdog instantly understood and immediately shut up, his heart growing more and more alert. Qiong didn't have any abnormalities, her 2 big bright eyes blinking in the darkness. At the same time, she silently pasted her body behind Sumu's back, her pink lips revealing a trace of a satisfied and secretly triumphant smile. Sumu's attention was all focused on the bamboo forest in front of him, and even if he sensed something strange behind him, he didn't have the time to care. What a thick Inchi! This one doesn't seem to be a good person. It can't be some kind of demonic cultivator. Sumu's gaze was slightly cold. The reason Airdog felt cold in his body wasn't the depth of the night, but the fact that this bamboo forest gave off an eerie aura. When he saw that bloodlight just now, Sumu felt that there was something wrong. Who's the good guy driving the bloodlight? Now it seems that something is not right. Sumu held his breath, minimizing his presence, and did not directly approach. The devil cultivator's methods were strange and unpredictable. In case there were any evil methods or poisons and parasites or something like that, with his current cultivation at the 3rd level of chi refining, he might not necessarily be able to defend himself. It's safer to keep a distance. Sumu's mind moved slightly. A faintly glowing golden rope poked silently into the ground and went nowhere. At that moment, the person in the bamboo forest seemed to awaken and groaned in pain. There, someone? Sumu's gaze was as calm as a pool, without the slightest ripple. Qiong and Erdog were also obedient. Their bodies did not move. Even their breathing was deliberately slowed down a lot. Don't be afraid. I'm not a bad guy. I am the 3rd elder of the outer door of the Taichu Sect. I went down the mountain on a mission and encountered a devil's ambush. And now I'm seriously injured. And I'm in urgent need of healing elixirs. Ahem, if you can provide me with it, Tang will definitely thank you later. Cough. The voice was weak and accompanied by violent coughs from time to time, sounding as if it was very weak, but the words were full of sincerity. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid I would have already been convinced. But unfortunately, the one he met was Sumu. Taichu Sect. Sumu secretly memorized the name of this holy land, but remained unmoved by what the voice said. You're not a bad guy? And I said I don't eat beef. Just the fact that his name is Tang doesn't make him a good person. However, when Sumu heard his words, he inwardly felt a little more at ease. This showed that the other party's injuries had really reached a very serious point, and that they didn't have any healing elixirs on them. Otherwise they wouldn't be in this posture. Cough. A fierce cough once again came from the bamboo forest, accompanied by a strong scent of blood. Alas, it seems that your hands also do not have healing pills. It's my destiny to be here. In that case, I have one last wish before I die. I wonder if you guys can whether you can fulfill me. Think I haul Jiadan cultivator, a body through the sky and earth skills but no one to inherit. I now just want to find heir, pass down the mantle. It is not in vain that I have worked hard to cultivate hundreds of years. I don't know which of you is willing to take on this chance. The voice in the bamboo forest continued to chant, getting fainter and fainter, as if a dying person's ramblings and obsessions on his deathbed. However, the bamboo forest was silent outside, except for the rustling of mosquitoes. Don sang. He was very confused. He had been so miserable and given so much temptation, and those 3 milquetoast brats out there were still not moved by it. Are people so cautious these days? Unfortunately, he was now too injured to move even a single finger. Otherwise, he would have refined these 3 little brats on the spot. Restore the already body. Damn Taichu Sect. Isn't it just robbing them of an inheritance, as to keep chasing after the seat? And that damned Little Qiong. If I hadn't taken that hammer from him, this seat wouldn't have been able to receive such heavy injuries. The power of that hammer was just too terrifying, and it directly wasted his dantian, broke his meridians, and shattered his jindan. If he hadn't used the blood escape technique on the spur of the moment, it would have been absolutely impossible for him to escape from that terrifying fellow. Thinking of the Taichu Holy Land and that Little Qiong, Tang Sang cursed fiercely in her heart and clenched her back teeth in anger. No, he mustn't just resign himself to his fate. In the beginning, he had worked so hard as an ox and a horse in order to cultivate the devil's power that he had even sacrificed his closest wife mercilessly. How can you die here so easily after paying so much? Moreover, he had only just become an elder of the blood god sex branch and hadn't yet had the time to act as an authority and enjoy his blessings. The bottom line is this. It was with great difficulty that he had snatched that precious and incomparable chance from the hands of the Taichu sacred land, and as long as he could survive, his future path would be bright. After he cultivated to the Mahayana stage, he might even be able to resurrect his beloved wife. At that thought, Tang Sang's eyes instantly surged with an unparalleled look of determination. Just as he was about to continue thinking of ways to snub those 3 little brats outside the bamboo forest, there was a sudden vibration from the dirt under his feet. What the hell? A trace of consternation surfaced on Tang Sang's face. Before he could see it clearly, a thick and long shining golden light suddenly drilled out of the ground and came straight for his life. Chapter 4 I, Su Mu, am a decent person. Ah, what do I need pinning powder for? What the hell? Get the hell off me! Tang Sang cried out in pain, using all her strength to try to break free from the golden rope on her body. But this rope is made of unknown material. Even as he struggled more and more tightly tied, what was most alarming was that last trace of power within him was nowhere to be found. By the end of the day, Tang Sang felt as if she was going to be strangled to death the next moment. He gasped greedily, never daring to move a muscle again. Before he could slow down, a green-colored longsword suddenly swept through the air, slashing out viciously from top to bottom. Tang Sang's pupils instantly widened, and his throat and even his mouth was quickly flooded with blood until it flowed out of his mouth and sprayed out. Kid, you wait for this seat, I curse you. Tang Sang's eyes were bloodshot and full of grimace, and resentful voices mixed with blood foam spilled out of his mouth. However, before he could finish a sentence, the green-colored longsword that had penetrated deep between his neck fiercely fired once again. Pust! A dull sound rang out, and a big good head rustled and rolled down there. Silver-white moonlight spilled down through the gaps between the bamboo leaves, haloed in dark red by the blood, the head's mouth still open and closed, its eyes full of unwillingness and resentment. Immediately after that, this blood-dripping green-colored longsword swung down once again, breaking down Tang Sang's limbs and the individual torsos of the limbs into piece after piece along the rope bindings. Even the hard bones were crushed into mud by the sharp blade. A cluster of flames then ignited out of nowhere, burning this mass of bone mud mixed with blood and flesh into ashes, turning into nothing in the air and dissipating into thin air. Even the blood that flowed onto the ground was burned into a wisp of green smoke, and there was no trace of it except for Tang Sang's storage bag. Until the second before he lost consciousness, Tang Sang didn't know who killed him. Even he didn't know what those 3 little brats really looked like before he stayed here completely and forever. After a few more moments, only then did a light footstep come from outside the bamboo forest. Sumu's face was calm. He first contained a healing holy elixir. His left hand held the heavenly thunder talisman. His right hand pinched the teleportation talisman, and he had the scapegoat puppet tucked in his collar. Then he applied 3 layers of golden light shield, 2 layers of water shield, 1 layer of earth shield, plus 1 layer of wind wall. Finally, he summoned back the green bamboo sword and the binding immortal rope to surround himself in order to be ready to deal with all sorts of emergencies. After doing so, he then took a probing step to a distance of 10 meters away and looked away. The eyes are empty. Only the crushed bamboo leaves, barely leaving a faint trace, proved that a person had once lain here. Even so, Sumu still didn't take it lightly. He used his divine thoughts to double-check the entire 10-meter radius, confirming that there was no trace of blood or abnormality, before slightly lowering his heart. The blood of a demonic monk can't be stained. Sumu gently beckoned. A breeze whisked by, dispersing all the scent, and blowing the bamboo leaves on the ground, completely concealing all traces, even those few bamboos that had been broken. Sumu reattached them and used the wood attribute power to restore them to their original state. In this way, no one would ever know that a Jiedan stage devil cultivator had once fallen here. Now, there's just one more thing left to deal with. Looking at the storage bag on the ground, Sumu silently sneered. Why wait for you to deliver the chance? The chance is mine if you die. Of course, the storage bag of a devil cultivator was also dangerous. Who knew what the hell was contained inside? In case it still contained a trace of his residual thoughts or split souls, or curses and prohibitions, the slightest mistake might be hit. But fortunately, Sumu possessed system space. As long as this storage bag was received within the system space, no matter how great this demonic cultivator was, it would be impossible for him to make waves. Sumu's mind moved. The immortal binding rope flew out with a whoosh, rolling up the storage bag high and returning together to the system space. In the system space, Sumu smoothly opened this storage bag. A broadsword broken in two and very badly damaged. For lower-grade spirit stones that were dull in color and clearly lacking in spiritual power. 2 empty potion bottles. A technique called the blood refinement technique. A golden tablet filled with green rust, unreadable handwriting, and unknown material. A packet of items that say pin powder. Unknown purpose. Beyond that, there is nothing else. What garbage Jiedan stage. Actually so poor, thanks to you being a devil cultivator. The mix is too bad. Sumu looked at the few things in his storage bag. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he shook his head repeatedly. He's risking 98% of his life this time, and the payoff is this little bit of crap. However, thinking about it, that demonic cultivator was so miserable that he must have used everything he could. Otherwise he wouldn't have pretended to be an elder of the Taichu Sect to ask for help. What a loss. I can't believe none of it is something that works except for that bag of pinch powder. Sumu couldn't help but sigh after double and triple checking and realizing that there really wasn't anything else. That broadsword was not only broken in two, even the tip of the blade was curled. Using it to chop wood, Sumu didn't think it was fast enough. The 4 lower grade spirit stones were also almost out of aura, and were no different from the broken stones on the side of the road. That blood refinement technique was also needless to say, and he, Sumu, was no longer a pink and ancient righteous youth. How could one possibly go and practice such an evil technique? From the looks of it, only the pinning powder would allow him to use 1 or 2 of them. But I'm a decent person. What do I need the soul pinning powder for? To use it to mesmerize a fairy. Am I Sumu this kind of person? As a decent person with a heart of justice, a heart for the people, and a good heart, Sumu would never use something as unorthodox as pinning powder. Bah! Nasty! Sumu ruthlessly despised the demonic monk from earlier and placed the pinning powder in the first row of the system space. He would use this thing to always remind himself that he must punish evil and get rid of all the devils in the world. Wait, this tablet seems a bit unusual. Sumu frowned slightly. He had just swept this golden tablet inscription with his divine sense, only to find that his divine sense was actually swallowed up into it, like a clay ox entering the sea, disappearing without a trace without making the slightest ripple. There's something odd. A hint of joy flashed in Sumu's eyes. Sure enough, he knew a boy with a good face and a smile wouldn't have too much luck. Just as Sumu was about to carefully explore this golden tablet for a second, several powerful fluctuations came from the distant sky. Sumu's heart fluttered. Chapter 5, Life is like a play. It's all about the acting. Under the night sky, several gorgeously dressed figures stepped on their flying swords and carefully explored the jungle, everything under their feet. This line of people are 3 men and 2 women. The men are rich and handsome. The women are beautiful. Their temperament is extraordinary. Every move shows the immortal temperament. Senior brother, what kind of technique did that demonic path demon cast? It's so fast. A teenager who looked young and dressed in blue frowned with a puzzled expression and asked. The purple-clothed youth at the head of the group's eyes were like electricity as he softly explained. That's the blood god Sect's blood transportation technique. Sacrificing the blood within one's body in exchange for speed. It's a very evil transportation technique. The blue-clothed boy nodded thoughtfully. So that's how it is. No wonder it flies so fast. The purple-clothed youth smiled faintly. Don't worry. That devilish demon was hit by a hammer from senior brother Lu. He has already been seriously injured. Even if he performed the blood escape method, he can't fly far. We just need to follow the devil's flight path and search along the way. We'll surely be able to find him. When he spoke of senior brother Lu, the purple-clothed youth's eyes were filled with admiration and awe. The 2 young girls even had peach blossom eyes and gently swallowed their saliva, almost writing the word nymphomaniac on their faces. That's of course. Master Lu is a celestial being, and his strength is even more unfathomable. How can a mere devilish demon be a match for Master Lu? Yeah. If it wasn't for the fact that senior brother Lu was busy chasing after those yawning stage-old monsters, otherwise it would have been absolutely impossible to let him escape so far. The two young girls nodded their heads in deep thought and said in a chirpy voice. The blue-clothed teenager sighed. But these devilish demons are truly detestable. To hide amongst our disciples of the Taichu sacred land and take away the treasures of opportunity that originally belonged to us. Another teenager also nodded. Yes, we worked hard to explore the secret realm, and a few outer sect elders were even seriously injured and almost fell. As a result, the chance we finally obtained was snatched away by those devilish demons for a large portion of the treasure that belongs to our Taichu sacred ground. The purple-clothed youth at the head of the group smiled faintly and said softly, the two senior brothers don't need to worry. I just got a message from the sect that senior brother Lu has already captured all of those yawning stage demon Dao demons and is now on his way to us. Hearing this, the other four disciples all had happy faces. That's great. As long as senior brother Lu makes a move, this demon road demon definitely won't be able to escape even if he has great skill. Let's speed up too. If we can find that devil before brother Lu arrives, it'll be a great achievement for us, and we might even get a reward. That's right. That devil has been seriously injured. With the strength of a few of us we can definitely take him down easily. If I can catch that devil, it'll definitely impress Senior Lu, and maybe he'll even talk to me. He. You little ninny, what shameless things are you thinking of again? Senior Lu is mine. Everyone's demeanor was exuberant, and they explored every part of the mountains and forests under their feet more carefully. In a few moments, one of the young girl's eyes brightened slightly, pointing in a certain direction below and said quickly, "Look guys, there seems to be movement over there." The purple-clothed youth's spirit trembled, and he immediately looked in the direction the young girl was pointing, only to see in the dark jungle, vaguely reflected a beam of fire, and a faint smoke curling up. His eyes flashed and he swooped down without hesitation. Go! Let's go down and have a look. The crowd had their hands pinching the knots, and the flying swords under their feet instantly accelerated, following behind the purple-clothed youth. A few moments later, they came to the vicinity of the beam of fire without incident, but in the next second, the caution and excitement in their eyes turned to disappointment. The so-called fire they saw was nothing more than a bonfire started by three Taoist-looking teenage girls. The youth in purple fixed his eyes on it. A teenager dressed in white was turning his back to them, holding a roasted chicken in his hand, which he was turning over and over on the campfire. The lightly brown skin of the chicken was roasted and moist with oil, and a rich aroma wafted out into the evening breeze. Another skinny teenager was constantly adding wood to the bonfire, his dark skin hidden in the bonfire, his eyes full of seriousness, as if there was nothing else but the bonfire in front of him. The last young girl with picturesque eyebrows was sitting on the side with her legs together, propping up her head with her small hands, with a curved dull hair standing up on the top of her head, looking adorable. This line of three, no matter which one of them, looked like they could in no way be demon road demons. I'm sorry, senior brother. I read it wrong. The young girl who was the first to discover this place spat out her tongue in embarrassment and said somewhat apologetically. The purple-clothed youth shook his head. It's fine. You've done a good job. As disciples of the Taichu Sect, we treat the devils with strict vigilance, and we can't let go of anything that blows in the wind. The young girl nodded her head gently. Many thanks to senior brother for his teachings. Just as they were about to leave, the white-clothed teenager who had his back to them roasting rabbits seemed to have finally realized the abnormality and suddenly turned his head. You? Who are you? The young man's voice trembled slightly. His gaze was grave, and a trace of panic and vigilance that was just right but not too sudden flowed out of that handsome and extraordinary face that was superior to the heavenly beings. He only stood up and copied the burning firewood on the side. The teenager's eyes were a bit panicked, but he was resolute and stood in front of the skinny teenager and the young girl without any hesitation, looking as if he was going to protect them with his life. The purple-clothed youth's pupils trembled slightly, and a hint of amazement flashed in his eyes. He thought that he was already considered a beautiful man, but in front of this white-clothed teenager, he felt that he was simply the light of a glowworm seeing the bright moon, not worth mentioning at all. The handsome appearance and outstanding temperament of this person could even rival that of senior brother Lu. He didn't expect to meet such a bountiful and handsome young man outside of this mountainous forest and wild countryside, and to guard his companions regardless of life or death. This courage and character can be said to be superior, and if one has the talent to cultivate, they will definitely be a good seedling. After the purple-clothed youth froze, he warmly said with a slight smile, "Little brother, don't be afraid. We are disciples of the Taichu Sect. We came here to kill demons. I don't know if you have seen a beam of blood light flying through the sky." However, the teenager did not drop the vigilance in his eyes. Not only did he not answer the purple-clothed youth's question, but instead, he escorted the two companions behind him as they kept retreating. A hint of helplessness and appreciation flashed in the eyes of the purple-clothed youth, admiring that the teenager was well alert, and helpless that they were being taken for the bad guys. The purple-clothed youth once again said softly, "Little brother, you can put down your guard. We really aren't bad people." The white-clothed teenager was indifferent, still clutching the wooden stick in his hand tightly, and said in a cold voice, "With your side of the story, who knows if what you guys are saying is true or not? Anyway, regardless of whether you're bad guys or not, if you dare to hurt them, you'll have to step over my dead body first." Chapter 6, Fairy slow down. This is too fast. Hearing this, the corner of Lierdog's mouth gently twitched imperceptibly and secretly rolled his eyes, and in his heart, he couldn't help but spit out the words, "If danger does occur, I'm afraid you, sir, will be the first to turn your head and run." He still remembered that autumn. The male son stepped on his shoulders, ready to go over the wall to secretly rendezvous with the lady of the next door, Mr. Wang. As a result, the dog owned by Mr. Wang's family found it. The male turned his head and ran away, leaving him alone to fight with the vicious dog. Afterwards it was beautifully described as training his fighting skills. Lierdog thought that the male should be called Big Dog, because the male was the most doggy. At this point, the purple-clothed youth flipped one hand, and a waistplate that lingered with flowing colors appeared in the palm of his hand. "Look, this is the waistplate of the Taichu Sect. Now you should believe it, right? Hurry up and tell us if you've seen the bloodlight." The teenager took a careful and earnest glance at the waistplate, seeming to actually recognize the authenticity of it. After a while, the vigilance in the teenager's eyes finally weakened slightly by a few points, but he still didn't throw away the wooden stick in his hand. He thought for a moment and then said, "Bloodlight? Seems to have seen it." When the purple-clothed youth heard this, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly asked, "Really? Which direction did he fly in?" Only then did Sumu raise his head and looked around extremely seriously, his brows knit tightly. It seems to be towards there, and it also seems to be there. Well, can't quite remember." He raised his hand to point to the right one moment, then to the left. With a wavering look, the purple-clothed youth's gaze tightened, but he still patiently said, "Little brother, think about it again. The owner of that bloodlight is a devil who does no evil. If we can't catch him, then he will endanger the earth again." Sumu frowned deeper. "So serious? Then I'll think about it." The purple-clothed youth nodded. "If you can provide some useful information, we can grant you a chance in return." Sumu pondered for a while, then said greatly, "How about this? Why don't one of you give me a ride with a flying sword, so that I can observe it in the sky, so that I can recognize it a bit better?" The purple-clothed teenager frowned slightly, and while he was still hesitating, the two young girls had already scrambled to raise their hands. Me, let me do it. My flying sword mastery is the most stable. It's better to let me do it. My cultivation is stronger and carrying one more person is not a problem." The two girls had their hairs raised, their jade arms raised one above the other, and the light in their eyes as they looked at Sumu. Sumu each took a serious look. 86, 61, 87 on the left, 90, 62, 92 on the right. Awesome. It's true that the right side is still more voluptuous. No. This is not the time to make professional mistakes. Sumu forcibly suppressed the occupational disease habit within him and said softly, "Two fairies, you have to make a decision quickly, or else you won't be able to catch up when that devil goes far away." The two women looked at each other. After another brief argument, the slightly stronger woman eventually prevailed. "Hello, this gentleman. My name is Shin Yue Dance. My name is Sumu. Sumu." Shin Yuemi's pink lips rose lightly, nodded, and added, "Gongzi, get ready. I'm going to start." Sumu nodded, and his expression suddenly took on a hint of shyness, as if he was embarrassed. "Okay, fairy, but please also slow down a bit. I can't stand it if it's too fast." Shin Yue smiled. "Don't worry, Gongzi. I will keep you safe." "Then thank you, fairy." Sumu made a bow of thanks with a sincere face. The violet-clothed youth on the side heard the duo's conversation and had a somewhat odd expression. He always felt something was wrong, but couldn't put his finger on it. And at this time, Shin Yue had already summoned her flying sword and took Sumu up into the sky. Fairy, slow down. I really can't stand it, ah. Shin Yue could only hear a miserable scream coming from behind her. And then she felt her shoulders being tightly grasped by a pair of large, powerful and warm hands. A red cloud instantly flew over the delicate face, and a blush flashed in her eyes. "Your Excellency needn't worry. This flying sword is very stable. Nothing will happen to it." Sumu shook his head repeatedly, his face pale. No, I'm a little afraid of heights." A trace of realization flashed through Shin Yue Dance's heart, along with a trace of heartache. "In that case, let's ask Your Excellency to identify it as soon as possible." Sumu's hands trembled, and even his voice trembled slightly. "Okay, good. He stiffened and turned his neck in the other direction. What appeared to be recognizing the supposed direction was naturally checking the panel in front of him. Host, Sumu. Current cultivation level, 3rd level of Qi refining, 77%. Current cultivation techniques, Taichu sword technique, 20%. Wandering cloud steps, 30%. Leaning moon fist, 20%. Meditation mantra, 40%. Expand. It really is like this. The stronger the cultivation of the person you're in contact with, the faster your strength loading progress will be, and you can copy their feats. A trace of joy flashed in Sumu's eyes. As he guessed, most of his previous contacts were mortals or female cultivators at the forging stage, so his strength progressed very slowly, and it was difficult to increase his cultivation progress bar by 1% even after touching it for 2 hours, and he had only touched it for less than a minute now, and his cultivation had directly increased by 1%. More crucially, he had also obtained a true cultivation technique with this touch. The wind wall technique, explosive fist, and golden lance unstoppable technique that he had previously acquired were all low-level techniques, none of which were powerful. Taichu sword skill. This name sounded like a very lofty and powerful technique. Sumu pretended to recognize it while his hands tightly grasped Shinyu Dance's round and fragrant soft shoulders, his gaze trembling with a look of great fear. Shinyu felt the warmth coming from her shoulder. Her pretty face couldn't help but blush once again. Even her crystal earlobes were tinted with a pink halo color. It should be difficult for her to come into contact with Master Lu in her lifetime, but it was extremely nice to have access to a flat alternate version of Master Lu, and so it was for a quarter of an hour of recognizing. Ding! Congratulations to the host's cultivation for successfully breaking through the 3rd level of Qi refining. Current cultivation level, 4th level of Qi refining, 1%. Sumu only felt a sense of moistness coming from the abdominal dantian, as if he had eaten a piece of ice watermelon in the middle of a hot summer day. His whole body was all comfortable. Finally a breakthrough. It still touched fairy's cultivation progress that's fast. If he could touch a fairy with a stronger cultivation, wouldn't his cultivation be like riding a rocket? Just thinking about that situation made Sumu's heart warm. At this point, in his afterglow, he saw that Shinyu had begun to appear anxious. Only then did Sumu let a trace of surprise show on his face appropriately and said, "Found it. That's the direction." Chapter 7, Senior Lu, give me a bite. Great. Then we'll return to the surface now. Shin-Yumi's pretty face was delighted, and after carefully recognizing the direction, she hurriedly led Sumu back to the ground, although she also wanted to spend more time in the air with Sumu. They had already delayed too much time. If we don't hurry up, it's very likely that we'll let that demon road demon escape. After returning to the ground, Sumu reluctantly withdrew his hand. For such a short few seconds of returning to the ground, his cultivation progress had already reached 1.4%. This cultivation speed was simply divine. Compare that to his previous cultivation speed. What bitter days those were. 3 senior brothers. I already know the direction that the demonic path demon escaped, Shin-Yumi said to the purple-clothed youth with an excited face. The purple-clothed youth nodded, then took out a bottle of pills and smiled at Sumu. Thank you for your help. This is a bottle of Qi condensation pill. It can help cultivators condense their spiritual Qi. It's very helpful in the pre-Qi refining stage. Yuan take it. With his cultivation level, he was able to tell that the young man named Sumu had already initially stepped into the cultivation path. This Qi condensation pill could be said to be the thing that the other party needed most at this stage, and it was more than suitable to use it as a reward. However, what the youth in purple did not expect was this. Sumu just glanced at the bottle of elixir and didn't take it, but said with a righteous face, "Although I, Sumu, am only a casual cultivator, I also have a heart to kill demons and uphold justice. These are my part. Never thought of asking for a return. I can't accept this elixir." The purple-clothed youth froze slightly. A trace of consternation flashed in his eyes before admiration welled up. He really hadn't been wrong about anyone. This teenager is not only courageous and resourceful, but he is also a big fan of love and justice. Moreover, it is also so high-minded and steadfast, not affected by the temptations of external things in the slightest, so it is really a good seedling for cultivation. The purple-clothed youth immediately had the intention of cherishing his talent rise up in his heart. If such a seedling could join their Taichu Sect, he might even be rumored to be a good story if he cultivated well in the future. Fellow Daoist Su, Mr. Shui just heard that you are a casual cultivator? The purple-clothed youth asked with a smile. Sumu nodded his head, his face full of frankness. That's right, I have no clan or sect. I am a casual cultivator. The purple-clothed youth smiled once again. My name is Shui Yang. I am an inner disciple of the Taichu Sect, and it just so happens that in a few days it will be my Taichu Sect's once every 5 years disciple acceptance ceremony. So at that time, I can introduce you to one or two of them. Sumu frowned slightly. A hint of hesitation surfaced on his face. is this, but I'm used to being an idle cloud, so I'm afraid I'm not too adapted to life within the sect. Shui Yang smiled and shook his head. Fellow Daoist doesn't know. My Taichu Sect is open to the sea and never has any fixed laws. As long as you don't do anything to hurt the heavens and jeopardize the earth or collude with the devil's way, the sect won't be able to discipline you much. Furthermore, although it's free for you Dao to be without a sect, there's also less of a guarantee of cultivation, and although I, Taichu Sect, am not the strongest sect in the central state, I have a slightly thin reputation, and once you, Taoist friend, pass the test to join it, you will certainly be able to see more and higher landscapes. Shui Yang is assiduous and sincere in his words. It was obvious that he wanted Sumu to join the Taichu Holy Land. Sumu pondered for a while before he nodded his head, as if he had made some sort of great determination. Alright, since Brother Shui has so kindly invited me, then I'll go and try. Shui Yang smiled and nodded. Good. He then handed Sumu another token and barked. This is an immortal ascension order that circulates in the mortal world. Only with this token can you participate in the apprentice ceremony. Inside there is the exact location of the Taichu Sect. Go there on your own, fellow Daoist. We'll go and capture the devil first. We'll meet again then at the sect. Sumu accepted it very readily this time. When they looked up again, the figures of Shui Yang and the others had already stepped on their flying swords and broken through the air. The beginning gate, apostle acceptance ceremony. Sumu's expression was calm, and those black eyes were like a deep pool that didn't ripple. At this moment, where was the simplicity and honesty he had just had? Only Huang Qing'er and Li Ergu, who had followed Sumu for a long time, could understand a hint of what was in Sumu's heart, but only a hint. My lord, are we going to the Taichu Sect? Only after Shui Yang and the others' figures completely disappeared into the night sky did Huang Qing'er ask in a brittle voice. Sumu glanced at the immortal ascension order in his hand, and then collected all of the immortal binding ropes as well as the green bamboo sword that had been ambushed in the surroundings, and said in a calm tone, "There's no rush. What they said can't be fully believed for now. First go and verify if this matter of the immortal ascension order is true or false." Li Erdog looked at the immortal ascension order with bated breath and whispered, "Gongzi, can you give me a look?" Sumu glanced at it and without any hesitation, directly threw the immortal ascension order to him. Li Erdog hastily reached out and caught it, his eyes glowing as he lovingly turned it over and over. "My lord, I think this immortal ascension order should be fine. Let's hurry up and get moving. In case we miss this opportunity we may never encounter it again." Sumu took a bite of the roasted chicken leg and rolled his eyes and said, "What's your hurry? Not to mention the fact that this immortal ascension order can only be used by one person, and with that qualification of yours, even if you arrive at the Taichu Sect, you definitely won't be able to pass the entry test, and you'll still have to borrow the light of Gongzimi at that time." Li Erdog placed the order of ascension under the moonlight and scrutinized it, muttering, "My lord, my father once said that you can't be too absolute about everything. What if I, Li Shang Yuan, also possess a superb cultivation talent? Wash your hands and sleep. Dreams have everything." Sumu rolled his eyes again, too lazy to bother with this bastard, and focused on dealing with the roasted chicken in his hands. Li Ergo played with it for a while before he fondly returned the immortal ascension order to Sumu. Sumu glanced at the reluctance on Erdog's face and wanted to laugh a little. It seemed like we had to find a way to get a few more ascension orders, or at the very least, 3. Just when Sumu had just received the immortal ascension order into the system space, he felt something in his heart and jerked his head up, only to see that under the night curtain in the distance, a figure was rushing towards the side. Its speed was so fast that with Sumu's eyesight of the 4th level of chi refining nowadays, he could only see a residual shadow. So fast, Sumu's gaze was grave. However, in a matter of moments, the figure had already approached this place, revealing its original appearance. It was a man dressed in a gray plain robe, with a handsome and peerless face, sword brows and starry eyes, and an ethereal temperament. Just like an immortal in the sky who had fallen to the mortal world, the slender figure was covered by the wide robe, but it was still hard to hide the stunning body proportions, broad shoulders and narrow waist, standing like a pine, every inch revealing an unrivaled manly charm. A head of long silver white hair draped over his shoulders, a jade pendant tied around his waist, exuding an indifferent and dusty atmosphere, as if he was out of place with this heaven and earth, especially that pair of black ink-like pupils, seems to be able to suck the whole starry sky into it, revealing an indescribable indifference and majesty, like a sword out of the sheath. Let a person look at the fear. The only thing that made people feel out of place was the flying magic weapon under his feet, which was actually a spiky, huge wolf's toothstick. The wolf toothstick was about 10 feet long, with a circle of strange patterns engraved on the surface, vaguely flickering with a faint spiritual light. It was certainly an extremely high-grade magic treasure, but even though he was harnessing a wolf's toothstick, it didn't destroy the temperament of his body in the slightest, but instead made people feel that he was even more heroic and extraordinary, full of all the masculinity that made people feel very secure. Even Sumu, who was accustomed to seeing his own handsome face, couldn't help but freeze when he saw this young man, and couldn't help but praise him in his heart. What a handsome and extraordinary fluttering gentleman! The silver-haired man stood above the void with his hands in the air. His gaze swept over the three people and landed on Sumu. To be precise, it landed on the roasted chicken leg in Sumu's hand. Next, only to see him suddenly extend his hand. Give me a bite. Chapter 8, Devilish Cultivator? Not even a dog. The silver-haired man opened his mouth, and his voice was like beads falling from a jade plate, with a magnetic quality that made one's heart uncontrollably affectionate. If one could ignore the stern and peerless aura that covered his body, one would definitely think that this was a gentle and elegant neighboring big brother. Only the words that came out of his mouth caused his compulsion to plummet, and his immortal temperament shattered to pieces. The corner of Sumu's mouth twitched as he looked down at the roasted chicken leg in his hand and asked uncertainly, "You want to eat this? Was this really an immortal cultivator? Why did it feel like a foodie? And the kind of foodie that had no face. It's just like those reaching out college students in their previous life, who had the nerve to reach out and ask for a chili bar when they saw an elementary school student eating one there. And Sumu was that elementary school student at this time." The silver-haired man nodded and said lightly, "This smells good when you bake it. It's a flavor I've never smelled before. It should be delicious." The corner of Sumu's mouth twitched once again. "Of course you haven't smelled it. The cumin sprinkled on top of this chicken drumstick is something the world has never seen before. Well, this one's been bitten by me, so I'll tear you a new leg." If the other party was a female cultivator, that Sumu would definitely say that there was no other meat. But the other party was a male cultivator, and Sumu didn't want to give him what he had eaten. Sumu retore a roasted chicken leg, sprinkled it with cumin, and prepared to hand it to him. "Stand still. No need to come over." The silver-haired man drank softly, then waved his sleeve robe. The chicken leg in Sumu's hand then automatically flew up and appeared in his hand in the blink of an eye. Looking at the empty palm, a touch of disappointment swept through Sumu's heart. He also wanted to use this opportunity to get in touch with the other party. Although the other party was a male cultivator, his strength was obviously extremely powerful. For the sake of cultivation, it wasn't impossible for him to slightly sacrifice himself. Unfortunately, there's no chance of that. The silver-haired man sniffed his nose slightly after receiving the roasted chicken leg, and a flash of aurora flashed in his clear eyes. He was just about to raise his hand to take a bite when he suddenly seemed to remember something else, and with a dry cough he put his hand behind his back and asked faintly, "Have you ever seen a few of my masters pass by here?" Sumu didn't hesitate this time and nodded repeatedly. "See, they went in that direction." This person's strength was too powerful. If he were to fight against him, Sumu estimated that the victory rate would only be 18% at most, and there was no difference between rounding up and sending him to his death. It's better to lull him away as soon as possible. The silver-haired man looked up and nodded lightly. Then his sleeve robe waved once again and a silver light flew towards Sumu. Sumu's heart was startled, and only after not detecting any killing aura in the next second did he put his heart down and reached out to catch the silver light. "Not to eat your food for nothing. This is for you. Thought you should use it." As soon as the words left his mouth, a fierce wind suddenly rose from the flat ground. In the next moment, the silver-haired man pinched his finger with one hand, and the wolf's tooth rod instantly disappeared in place, turning into an arc of light that vanished into the sky. After feeling that oppressive feeling disappear, Sumu slowly raised his head, his eyes showing longing and determination. "That's so handsome. I, Sumu, must also become an immortal cultivation master." After secretly making this vow in his heart, Sumu then looked down at the silver-colored package in his hand. It was clearly a space storage bag, and it was of high grade. Compared to this storage bag, the storage bag of the devil he had just seized was like rags, completely incomparable. It's still the righteous cultivators who are rich. A random toss of a storage bag is more valuable than the entire body of a devil cultivator. Sumu let out a sigh of relief in his heart, reinforcing the idea that he wanted to be a righteous cultivator. Devil's monk? Not even a dog. But while the silver-haired man didn't seem to mean any harm and had the clear stupidity of some college students, however, just to be on the safe side, Sumu was still prepared to open this storage bag within the system space. Stability in all things comes first. After opening the storage bag, the first thing that caught his eye was the 3 immortal ascension orders engraved with the 3 characters of Taichu Sect. Next were several bottles of pills that read Spirit Gathering Pill, Yuan Replenishing Pill, Grain Rescuing Pill, and Chi and Blood Pill. A flying sword artifact that lingered with a faint spiritual light. Several extremely precious divine walking talismans and breath-converting talismans, as well as a number of top-quality spirit stones. TSK, really rich. Sumu couldn't help but sigh. So many precious things just to buy a chicken leg. If this is said, I am afraid no one would dare to believe it. It seems that this silver-haired man is the senior brother Lu that those guys were talking about. It makes a lot more sense when you look at it that way. The senior brother Lu that Shui Yang and the others were talking about was a cultivator who could beat up Yuaning stage-old monsters. So it was normal for him to casually throw in some low-ranked pills and magic weapons that he himself couldn't use. But Sumu didn't expect that this senior brother Lu would also give himself the immortal ascension orders. And they were 3 in one go. This solves the problem straight away. Now that he possessed 4 immortal ascension orders, it was enough for all 3 of them to participate in the Taichu Sect's disciple acceptance ceremony. This senior Lu was really a good person. It's a pity that it's a man. Or else I could have cheaped out on him. Sumu shook his head and felt sorry for him in his heart. One could only say that this Master Lu was not blessed with this fortune in this life. This place can't stay any longer. Hurry up and pack up. Let's get ready to withdraw. Sumu instructed Airdog and Qiong. This place was obviously no longer peaceful because of the arrival of that devil cultivator. Luckily, the people encountered in these 2 waves were all disciples of the Taichu Holy Land and belonged to the righteous path. In case a devilish old man comes, it will be dangerous. Qiong Erdog didn't hesitate and immediately began to pack her things. Sumu extinguished the bonfire and then restored everything to its original state before leaving this place quickly in the night. Half an hour later, several figures wearing blood-colored robes silently appeared in the dense forest. The figure at the head was tall and lanky, with a head full of red hair burning recklessly like a flame, a face with a beard and deep eye sockets, exuding a gloomy and cold aura. He was holding a blood-colored sword with a sharp gaze, constantly scanning the surroundings, and his mouth was still cursing. How on earth did you guys do your work? How dare you hand over such a valuable opportunity to a tiny Jiedan stage subsect elder? The remaining few bowed their heads and whispered carefully, back to the vice sect master. This is not our fault. At that time the situation was urgent. All the Yuaning stage elders were all deep in the siege. We could only use the barrier method to let Tang Sang take away the chance. We just didn't think that Lu Qingjun would be so powerful. The elders were not his opponent. The red-haired man's face was gloomy and he snorted coldly. This time, in order to snatch this ancient opportunity, we have lost a full 5 Yuaning stage elders, and also exposed 2 of our pawns in the holy land of the Taichu. With such a large loss, if we can't find Tang Sang, this seat will all of you be beaten into the blood cave and fed to the blood devils. As soon as they heard the words blood cave, several people's complexion instantly changed, their eyes filled with panic, their bodies shaking like chaff, and they hurriedly assured themselves, Vice Sect Leader, spare your life. We will definitely find Tang Sang. Vice Sect Leader. We clearly saw that Tang Sang was flying in this direction, and he also used the blood escape technique. The disciples of the Taichu sacred ground shouldn't have sought him out yet. The red-haired man's face remained gloomy as he coldly shouted, go quickly. If we still can't find Tang Sang, this seat will never show mercy. Several people nodded in succession. Yes. Chapter 9, Fairy. Please respect yourself. I, Su Mu, have never been close to women. 3 days later, Central State Continent, Taihang Mountain Range, Yunbian Town. It was said to be a town, but it was actually a very well-sized city. But because it is between the Taihang Mountains, it is off the beaten track and difficult for mortals to venture into. This was a city at the foot of the Taichu sacred land, and those who were able to come here were basically cultivators with cultivation levels. Although the city is large, it doesn't see much of the human world, so it's also called Cloud Border Town. Sir, this place is really hard to find. If you hadn't brought me here, I'm afraid Qiong wouldn't have been able to find this place in her life. Qiong couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion as she looked at the uniquely shaped and rather fairy-like block of buildings not far away. Sumu was also a bit emotional inside. Taihang Mountains is not far from the town of Anning. To the mortal step force, but also probably only 2 months of travel. If the horse is fast, only half a month is enough. And after he used the divine traveling talisman, it only took him 3 short days to arrive here. Sumu had been in this neighborhood for more than half a year, but he had never heard of any immortal cultivation sect existing within the Taihang mountain vein in the mundane world. It's not easy for the world to seek immortality if they want to. Sumu looked back and raised his eyes to the mountains and rivers to cover his eyes, and he did not know how many green hills he saw. The mountains are surrounded by clouds and mist. Only so a moment's effort has been the way he came to cover all the way. See, not distinguishable. It's only a few hundred kilometers from the earthly realm, but it's really far away. If he didn't have this immortal ascension order in his hand to guide him in the direction, even if he came to the Taihang mountain range, it would be difficult for him to find this place, because this place is covered by an extremely subtle array. Hundreds of miles of mountains cannot see any human traces, like the most primitive mountain jungle. In addition to the roar of the beasts is cold and silent. Yes, Gongzi, this place is just too secretive. It's impossible for mortals to find it. Li Ergu also nodded with deep concern. Come on, let's go get more information. Sumu took the lead and walked ahead. Airdog and Qiong didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly followed. Passing through a forest planted with peach blossoms, he came to the city gates of Cloud Border Town. Just here, can vaguely hear a wisp of piano sound rising? Leisurely and unceasingly. Just listen to the sound of the piano. You can judge the person who plays the piano must be a shapely world-class beauty. A few steps closer, there was a rich aroma of wine coming out, mixed with pure aura, making people smell it and feel drunk in it. The people who came and went were also all gorgeously dressed with extraordinary temperament. Some were immortal and some were suave. In short, none of them had a mortal aura on them, and all of them were much stronger than cultivators of the same age. There were even a few young men who carried if anything a spiritual pressure on them. This opened the eyes of the two of them, Airdog and Qiong, and they were in awe. Wow, Gonzi, look at that guy's weapon. It's so strange, it can even spit out flames. Two Dog pointed to the man selling spells from a small stall across the street. The opponent had a fire snake whip on his waist with a chain wrapped around it, which transformed into a fire snake when it was flung out. This magic weapon was expensive in the mundane world, and among ordinary cultivators, it was also an unavailable magic weapon. Sumu ignored it and continued walking towards the front. Passing through the city gates, there was a long street in front of him, with tall buildings on both sides, with many stores selling all kinds of pills, magic weapons, techniques, formation flags, and other items. Sumu led the two of them to casually stroll around, but all of the goods inside the store were not of high grade, and the best ones were only high-grade magic weapons. Sumu had little interest in these things. Of course, he didn't have that many spirit stones to buy these things. Although that senior brother Lu had given Sumu quite a few top-grade spirit stones, he didn't intend to spend them, but instead, he was going to give them to Qiong to use for her cultivation. After all, the higher Qing's cultivation level was in the future, the faster he could touch it. The streets were bustling, and everywhere there stood cultivators in different costumes, either traveling together, picking and choosing from the stores, standing by the side of the road sipping a small drink, or sitting in a tea house and pointing out things. Though dressed in different costumes, they were equally gorgeous and honorable. Obviously, these people of theirs were also here to participate in the Taichu Sacred Land's apprentice ceremony, and compared to these people, Sumu's dress was much more bland, a green Daoist robe, nothing special. However, his immortal-like heavenly face was what made him stand out from the crowd and attract attention even if he was dressed plainly. The three walked together and became the center of attention for almost everyone. Those female cultivators' eyes were even more reckless as they sized him up, while the male cultivators glanced over with unsuspecting eyes. Sometimes being too good-looking can be a pain in the ass. Sumu sighed inwardly. Luckily, though, he had long since gotten used to the spectacle of being in the spotlight. Sumu had a bashful face, a friendly smile on his face, and gave full play to his natural familiarity, asking about the Immortal Ascension Order in side conversations with the nearby cultivators. After listening to several people's replies, Sumu finally had an understanding of the Taichu Sect's disciple acceptance ceremony, and had to inquire about an important piece of information. Not all of the cultivators who came to Cloud Border Town at this time to ask for immortal seeking were able to participate in the sect entry test. This is because a large portion of the population does not have the Immortal Ascension Order in their hands. Therefore, the Immortal Ascension Order had been speculated to a sky-high price in the marketplace, and it was still the kind that had a price without a market. Some cultivators even openly shouted that they were willing to dissipate their family's wealth in order to beg for an Immortal Ascension Order, but even then they simply couldn't buy it. All cultivators clearly understand a truth. Treasure is ultimately something outside the body, no longer can find a way to get, but immortal destiny is something that is hard to find even in a lifetime, and if you miss it, you may never have it again. Who would be willing to give up the immortal destiny in their hands to someone else? My lord, we have 4 Immortal Ascension Orders in our hands. 3 people simply can't use them all, just so we can take them and sell them. Qing's big eyes sparkled brightly, and with her small hand on her mouth, she attached herself to Sumu's ear and whispered as if she were breathing like an orchid. Regarding the matter of the 4 Immortal Ascension Orders, Sumu didn't hide it from Qiong and Airdog, and told them about it at the first opportunity. This made Qiong and Airdog happy for a long time, and that admiration was simply overflowing, greatly satisfying Sumu's desire to pretend. In fact, sometimes pretending doesn't require much of an audience, as long as there are people who care in their hearts is enough. When Sumu heard Qing's words, his gaze flickered with a wisp of essence, and the corners of his lips rose slightly, revealing a smile of unknown significance. Sell, of course, but not now. Qiong tilted her little head, somewhat puzzled. Why Gonzi? There are still 2 days before the apprentice acceptance ceremony will begin. If the time is over it cannot be sold at a high price. Sumu touched Qing's little head and said with a smile, "You'll know tomorrow." Qiong blinked, Unsure, Sumu didn't make much of an explanation and stretched out, saying, "Let's go. Let's go eat some food first to fill our stomachs." Although that senior Lu brother had given him a few bottles of grain-preventing pills, Sumu had no intention of eating that stuff right now. Eating is the biggest thing in the world. He also wanted to know what kind of food was eaten in places where cultivators gathered. And at that moment, a high-pitched zither sound came from within a gazebo on the right. When Sumu followed the sound, he could see a young woman wearing a blue gauze skirt standing under the pavilion. Its figure was marvelous and unrivaled. A pair of surging autumn water eyes flashed with bright starry eyes, and its vermilion lips were like blood, emitting a hint of seductive luster in the sunlight. In its hands, it held an ancient zither in the shape of a crescent moon, and as one finger stroked across it, the sound of the zither was high-pitched. When the song ended, the crowd of onlookers applauded and applauded. The fairy really plays the piano well. A handsome young man wearing a purple brocade robe stepped out from the crowd. His looks were undoubtedly extremely outstanding in the crowd, and with the spontaneity that exuded between his hands and feet, he had a scholarly demeanor. It was followed by two servants, both emitting powerful fluctuations. It was obvious that the man's family was from an unusual background. The woman did not speak, but raised her eyebrows at the man. The glance startled a ripple in an instant. Both seemed to see each other in the other's eyes. The woman then got up and headed this way. The purple-robed man's heart was delighted, and he hurriedly took a few steps forward as well, wanting to greet the woman as she came. Instead, the woman brushed past him and did not stop to talk to him. Instead, he came straight to Sumu. "My lord," the woman spoke softly, but the words had only just begun to sound, when Sumu frowned and refused with a face full of righteousness. "Fairy, please respect yourself. I, Sumu, have never been near women." Having said that, without hesitation, Sumu continued to step forward and staggered past her. From the woman's perspective, one could see that Sumu's eyes were very determined, as if nothing in the world could shake them. Woman. Chapter 10. The fairy has really found the right person. I am the best at thrashing. Sir, please stay. After a brief moment of dismay, the blue-skirted woman hurriedly called out softly. Sumu stopped his footsteps and frowned. "Fairy, a strong twisted melon is not sweet. If you continue to be so entangled, Mr. Su will have to shout." The corners of the blue-skirted woman's mouth twitched darkly, and she suddenly had an urge to beat the other party to death. But there was more interest welling up in his eyes. "This guy. It's kind of funny. Your Excellency has misunderstood. My slave just wanted to say that I wonder if you would like to play a song with my slave?" The blue-skirted woman spoke softly, only to see a flip of her wrist. A snow-white piccolo appeared in her plain white jade-like hand. The piccolo was light in color and had a snowflake carved on it, which was very unique, and it's definitely not a bad value. It was a high-grade magic weapon. There was still a snow-white scar on the woman's wrist, and although it had already healed, the delicate softness of the skin on her arm still made it possible to imagine how shocking it had been when she had first injured it. Sumu's gaze didn't move from her white wrist and spread his teeth, revealing a bright sunny smile. "So that's how it is. Then the fairy has really found the right person. I'm the best at thrashing." The woman covered her face and laughed softly. "Sir, why don't we find a secluded place to play the zither? This is not good, right?" Sumu froze, blushed slightly, and looked down shyly. Seeing this, the woman smiled and explained. "Don't misunderstand, Your Excellency. My slave has no other thoughts about Your Excellency. It's just that the art of stroking the zither should be kept away from the hustle and bustle and calm your mind so that you can stroke out a wonderful sound. So that's how it is." It seems like I almost misunderstood fairy again. Sumu's face turned even redder, opened his mouth, and seemed to have some difficulty in saying, "Since that's the case, then I also have a condition." The woman blinked, a little puzzled. "Go ahead, sir." Sumu looked serious. "It has to be increased." "Woman, Gongzi is really good at joking." The woman's smile was full of joy, and suddenly her jade steps were light. Her delicate body brought up a fragrant wind, and she approached Sumu in style. Sumu looked down at the sin that was calling out in front of him, and frowned slightly. "Fairy, please be automatic." Under. Before the words were finished, the woman whispered softly, "Do you gentlemen want to know more about the Immortal Ascension Order? If so, please follow me." After saying these words, the woman lightly threw winks and turned around with a flourish, traveling towards a tea house on a high platform. Sumu frowned slightly. His eyes looked around, and after seeing a few familiar figures, he turned his head and gave a wink to second dog. Li Air Dog instantly understood and turned around to leave the place, his figure drowning in the crowd. Only then did Sumu bring Chinger to follow behind that woman, his gaze leveled at the slender willow waist swaying in front of him, a smile if any hanging at the corner of his mouth. And at this moment, that purple-robed youth's face was gloomy to the extreme. "Young master, you calm down. There are still 2 days' time Taichu Sect's apprentice ceremony will begin. We now have no ascension order in our hands. We must seize the time to find a way to buy one. Otherwise you can miss this apprentice ceremony. An attendant behind him whispered. This young lord naturally knows. The purple-robed youth snorted coldly as he took a deep look at Sumu's back and flung his sleeves before turning to leave. At this time, Sumu came above that tea house. This place was really secluded. There was no one around to drink tea here. Even the waiter standing at the door was nowhere to be seen. It was as if this tea house now belonged to Sumu alone and no one else would appear here. Sumu just glanced lightly, seemingly not caring at all, and followed the woman through the door and into one of the private rooms. As soon as he came in, he felt a refreshing fragrance greet him. Qiong was also looking left and right, her eyes full of novelty. The woman stood in the doorway and smiled lightly at Sumu, with the demeanor and posture of a lady of the house, carrying a few points of elegance and style between every move. This gentleman, please sit down. The woman raised her hand and gestured to the stool beside her. Okay. Sumu nodded and then sat down. Then he looked up at the woman. May I ask what the fairy's name is? My slave's surname is Ji and her name is Hazelmoon. The woman's voice returned softly. She was dressed in a blue dress, the corners of which fluttered slightly in the wind, like a blue lotus swaying in the wind. Combined with her chubby face, the trance gave the illusion, she likes me. However, Sumu's stamina was full. Naturally he wouldn't really get into the act, and said with a smile, so it's Chicken Fairy. My name is Sumu. I've heard about you for a long time, and I'm really amazed to see you today. Ji Hazelmoon pursed her lips and smiled. Your Excellency is joking. The slave's thin willow posture, and the female companion behind Your Excellency can be far from it. And how can you enter the eyes of Your Excellency? Sumu turned his head to look at Huang Qinger and nodded in recognition. Not only does Fairy Chicken play the zither well, she is also very self-aware as a person. Ji Hazuki. She had only said some polite words, but she hadn't expected that this teenager would not give the slightest bit of face. Cluck cluck cluck. Gongzi is really good at joking. Ji Hazelmoon covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Her flirtatious eyes flavorfully blanked Sumu. Sumu also followed with a faint smile. Mr. Su didn't joke. Every word from the bottom of his heart. The smile on Ji Hazelmoon's face suddenly froze. Her expression a bit grumpy. Gongzi, this is a bit unsettling. Sumu smiled. Sumu was straightforward. Please forgive Fairy if her words are inappropriate. Gongzi is true to his nature as well. Ji Hazelmoon pursed her lips and complimented. Sumu was also too lazy to go around in circles with her, and with his hands in his pockets, he pinched the Heavenly Thunder Talisman and the Teleportation Talisman respectively, and asked in a straightforward manner, say, what is meant by more about the Order of Ascension? This woman had designs on him, but how could he not? It was not good for him to directly touch the other person in public. That would be detrimental to his image. But when he came to this secluded place, there was no one who would prevent him from playing. And the reason why Sumu dared to come to this tea house alone with the other party was because his own cards were very sufficient. And in this place where the per capita cultivation did not exceed the foundation establishment stage, he had 10% self-protection ability. Secondly, because this was the territory of the Taichu Sect, he had observed long ago that there was a law enforcement department here. And once anything happened, the elders of the Taichu Sect would be the first to arrive at the scene. Thirdly, Sumu was curious about what this woman really wanted to do. Was it possible that she really craved his body? If that was the case, then he would have to criticize and critique the other party today. Ji Hazelmoon's beautiful eyes blinked gently as she softly whispered, Your Excellency, don't be angry. The slave has no malicious intent. I heard that you are inquiring about the Immortal Ascension Order, so I'm sure that you should be here to participate in the Taichu Sect's disciple acceptance ceremony, right? Sumu nodded and said frankly, That's right. Ji Hazelmoon raised her plain hand, revealing a section of snow-white wrist, gently picked up the teapot on the table, slowly poured a cup of tea and handed it in front of Sumu, said with a smile, In fact, I have an Immortal Ascension Order here, so if Your Excellency is interested, I can sell it to you at a suitable price. Sumu's eyebrows moved as he first reached out and prepared to receive the cup of tea. Then the moment Ji Hazelmoon let go of his hand slipped with it. Pust! A crunching sound swept through the tea house. Chapter 11 You damn. Tenderness. Is everything alright, Fairy? Sorry, my hand slipped. Sumu stood up with a panicked expression and grabbed Ji Hazelmoon's white wrist with his hands in a frenzy, lifting up her skirt as he did so, helping her to knock off the spattered tea stains on her skirt. Ji Hazuki. She looked at the large hand clenched tightly on her snow-white wrist, and her red lips suddenly rose slightly, a hint of playfulness appearing in her eyes. My lord, are you going to just keep holding on to it? Sumu just lifted the skirt halfway up. That touch of pearl round and smooth slender jade legs tightly fit on the skirt veil that was wet by the tea, and in the hidden, a touch of moist cherry pink color came through. As if he hadn't heard the other party's words, he asked with a concerned look on his face. Fairy, I'm really sorry, this water is too hot. It didn't burn your leg, right? I'm not ashamed to say that I'm actually a physician, best at treating bruises and unblocking meridians, so if you don't mind, I can help you check it out. Gee Hazuki? The tea was clearly cold. If she wasn't worried about exposing herself, she would have definitely refined this shameless man with a slap today. Thanks to her, she almost really thought that the other party was not close to women. Chinger behind Sumu covered her mouth and snickered. She had long been accustomed to the shamelessness of the male son and was not surprised. Don't worry, there's no need to add money this time. Sumu had a serious face, and his eyes were full of the pursuit of medical skills. When Ji Hazelmoon reacted, she suddenly felt that there was already a touch of warmth on her calf. Ji Hazelmoon's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and a fire instantly sprang up from the bottom of her heart. You damn! Ji Hazelmoon's silver teeth clenched darkly, and there was a hidden flame jumping and burning in those charming peach blossom eyes. She violently raised her jade palm high, and a bloody light coalesced in it. However, at this time, Sumu suddenly raised his head, without the slightest evil thought in his pure and flawless eyes, and asked in a tone full of sincerity, Fairy, what are you saying? I didn't hear you. Ji Hazelmoon let out a deep breath, forcibly holding back that fire in her heart, inwardly constantly warning herself that she must not be exposed. Jade palm gently fell, but the cohesive bloodlight has long since disappeared. She softly stroked Sumu's face. Her eyes were soft, as if she was looking at her own lover, and she poured out her breath as if it was stolen. You're so damned gentle. It's flattering to my slave. Sumu spread his teeth and smiled. Chicken Fairy doesn't have to be so polite. This is what I should have done. Ji Hazelmoon's back teeth clenched and creaked, but her face revealed a soft smile. Gongzi doesn't need to be busy. The slave is not in any serious trouble. Sumu nodded, but did not stay, and obediently loosened his hand, and resumed his seat. It's amazing that Fairy Chicken still has a surplus of immortal ascension orders in her hands. I just don't know what the right price for this is? Sumu observed the panel in front of him while faintly asking. Host, Sumu. Current cultivation level, 4th level of Qi refining, 12%. Current cultivation techniques, blood refining technique, 20%. Blood shadow hands, 20%. Blood transportation technique, 10%. Blood demon puppetry technique, 15%. Blood lightsword technique, 30%. Expand. Clearly a blood character beginning technique. This cockatrice fairy really isn't a good person. Looking at the familiar 3 words blood refining skill, Sumu identified the other party almost instantly. Blood God Sect. Sumu raised his eyes and glanced at Ji Hazelmoon, who was still moving her wrists across the room in a delicate manner, and inwardly let out a slight sneer. This woman should be the mold that the Blood God Sect had planted in Cloud Border Town. She just didn't know what she meant by wanting to sell her immortal ascension order at a low price. Whatever it means, there must be something to it. If he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to pit the other party, Sumu felt sorry for himself. How many spirit stones can Gungzi take out now? Ji Hazelmoon asked without answering as she straightened her grooming. Sumu stretched out a finger. Ji Hazelmoon thought for a moment and asked, 1,000 lower grade spirit stones? Now that the immortal ascension order had been speculated to 2,000 lower grade spirit stones apiece, 1,000 was indeed already considered a low price. Sumu shook his head. Ji Hazelmoon frowned and asked uncertainly, 100 lower grade spirit stones? Sumu still shook his head and said with a smile, not a single one. Ji Hazuki, without spirit stones what are you going to do to cultivate immortality and ask for Taoism? Mr. Su doesn't understand why Fairy is so kind and willing to sell the immortal ascension order to me at a low price. According to Mr. Su's understanding, this immortal ascension order is hard to find for 10,000 gold in Yunbian town. Sumu faintly asked. Ji Hazelmoon pulled the hair at her temples and replied calmly. Actually, it's because my slave saw your son's potential and thought that you would definitely be able to enter the Taichu Sect to cultivate, and perhaps even enter the inner sect to cultivate and become an inner sect disciple. So slave naturally want to get acquainted with 1 or 2. In the future also good in this Cloud Border town cover slave. After all, more friends more road well. So it's like this. Sumu came to a realization and nodded with great approval. You have a good vision. I think so too. The corner of Ji Hazelmoon's eyes jumped. Fortunately, she had almost gotten used to the other party's shamelessness, and could calmly go along with the other party's words and continue on. Your Excellency is a dragon and phoenix among men, and will surely soar to the 9 heavens in the future. If I can bond with your Excellency today because of a small immortal ascension order, it will be a great opportunity for my slave in the future, and I'm sure that your Excellency won't forget about my slave, right? Sumu slightly closed his eyes, listening to the other party's compliments with a face of enjoyment, and nodded his head repeatedly. That's something that naturally won't be forgotten. Since this is the case, Then my slave will bear the pain and give this immortal ascension order to Gongzi for free. And when Gongzi passes the sect entry test, remember to come back and find my slave again, and we'll have a nice night together to celebrate. Ji Hazelmoon blinked her seductive eyes and walked behind Sumu in a graceful manner, taking the initiative to reach out her veiled hand to rest on his shoulder. The body slightly leaned forward. Attached to Sumu's ear gently blew a mouthful of aroma. Delicate voice crispy soft, like containing a piece of honey. The whole person presents unprecedented charm, especially when she talked about spending the night together. She purposely bit down on her words with an intentional look. After hearing Sumu's snorting intensify a bit, Ji Hazelmoon smiled with satisfaction and laughed in her heart. This is the reaction that should be there. She does not believe that with their own charm, but also cannot take the district a brat. Ji Hazelmoon knew the essence of taking a pinch. She withdrew her hand without showing any trace, and her voice returned to normal. Her lotus steps moved backward lightly, point by point. The immortal ascension order is in the secret compartment at your feet, so take it for yourself. I still have some things to do, so I won't accompany you to the end. The aftermath of the sound is so faint that it's hard to find a good person. After leaving this sentence, Ji Hazelmoon twisted her waist and slowly disappeared behind the screen, leaving only a fragrant fragrance still lingering on the tip of Sumu's nose. Chapter 12. It's so exciting to touch and run. Sumu glanced at the hidden compartment at his feet, shook his head and smiled, gently opening the hidden compartment. An immortal ascension order was indeed placed within. He carefully examined this immortal ascension order with his divine sense, and after confirming that there were no problems, he nonchalantly tucked it into his bosom and threw it directly into the system space. Don't take what's delivered to your door. Come on, it's time for us to leave. Sumu patted his sleeve and got up, saying to Huang Qinger. The young girl nodded very nicely. After leaving the tea house, phew, it's so exciting to touch and run. Sumu let out a long breath, and his tense spirit was then relieved for a moment or two. Just now, he appeared to be calm, but in reality, his palms had also been pinched with sweat. Duke! At that moment, a familiar voice came. Sumu followed the sound and at a glance, he saw Li Ergo standing not far away, waving at himself, and behind him stood several beautifully dressed cultivators with extraordinary figures. Brother Shui, Fairy Shun, we meet again. Sumu immediately walked over, his smile bright, his eyes harboring sincerity. Those few cultivators were no one else but Shui Yang, Xin Yueyuai and the others he had met in the mountain forest. After Sumu saw them just now, he asked Air Dog to go and pass the message to the other party, saying that he would treat them to a drink later, and asked them to wait for him outside the tea house. The purpose of doing so was naturally to prevent that Fairy Ji from playing any bad thoughts. Why do you need to be so polite? Fellow Daoist Su, it's not too late for us to make an appointment about drinking and eating tea when you enter the holy land of Taichu. Shui Yang smiled back. Hearing this, Sumu stopped in his tracks. Alright then, let's make an appointment for another day then. Now that there's no danger. Naturally, we don't need these guys, so let's save a meal if we can. Sumu has been wandering in this world for 2.5 years, and knows that all firewood, rice, oil and salt are hard to come by, not to mention that there are still 2 wailing guys behind him. It's not easy being the head of a family of 3. Shui Yang, he was just being polite. Why did he take it seriously? However, since the other party had said so, he naturally couldn't say anything more, and could only arch his hand. Good. Then we will return to the clan first to resume our orders. Let's see you on the mountain. Wait a minute, Brother Shui. I wonder if you guys caught up with that bloodlight? Sumu asked after it. Shui Yang shook his head and sighed slightly. Did not catch up. That demon person recluse method is really secretive. We split up to look for 3 days and did not look for it. Even Lu's senior brother also. The words ended abruptly here, but Sumu could also hear the strings. It seems that Master Lu didn't find any clues either. Sumu put his heart at ease and arched his hand. Brother Shui, take your time. We'll see you on the mountain. Shui Yang nodded his head and smiled, then led Xinyu Dance and the others to leave this place, heading towards the mountain gate of the Taichu sacred ground to imperialize their swords. Sumu also led Air Dog and Qinger along the street, heading to the other side. As he left, he turned his head to look at the tea house with a deep gaze. Meanwhile, inside the tea house, Ji Hazelmoon lazily lay on her side on the bamboo bed behind the screen, a pair of plump and chiseled jade legs together, outlining a touch of firm and rounded curvature. At that moment, a grim voice suddenly rang out from the darkness. Elder Ji, it seems you already have a new candidate. Only a woman in black with an ordinary face, red eyes, and a scar on her face stepped out of the darkness. Ji Hazelmoon's veiled hand ruffled a strand of hair at her temples. Her posture was lazy and cozy, and she hummed lightly. My blood god Sect suffered heavy losses in the battle of the Tsangyu ancient cave, and the 2 pawns I managed to place in were all exposed. so I must find new pawns as soon as possible. When that fellow just now passes the Taichu Sect's entry test, I'll refine him into a blood demon puppet and continue working for us." The woman in black was expressionless as she asked indifferently, "Are you so sure that this teenager can pass the Taichu Sect's entry test and become an inner disciple?" Ji Hazelmoon's veiled hand lurched, her gaze slightly cold. "Are you doubting my vision?" The woman in black slightly bowed her head. "Subordinate wouldn't dare. It's just that the vice sect master had once explained that any of your activities on this side should be reported to him, so please ask for Elder Ji's forgiveness." Ji Hazelmoon's pink lips skimmed, her voice disdainful. "Humph, that guy Bot Song, who is suspicious all day long, isn't worried about me defecting to the Grand Elder and influencing him to take over the position of sect leader." The woman in black stayed silent and made no comment about it. Ji Hazelmoon added, "I heard that you guys searched for 3 days but didn't find Tang Sang?" The woman in black hesitated. Ji Hazelmoon's gaze became even more disdainful as she said indifferently, "Tell Bot Song that he messed up the matter of the ancient cave of Tsangyu, and that his bid for the position of sect leader has already lost a favorable advantage, and that if he wants to continue to gain my support, he will have to increase his leverage, or else he is exempted from the negotiation." The black-clothed woman instantly frowned, her crimson bloodshot eyes finally showing a hint of fluctuating panic. "Elder Ji, you are making it difficult for me. If I report this back, the vice sect master will definitely kill me." Ji Hazelmoon smiled. "What does that have to do with me? Who made this errand your responsibility?" The black-clothed woman's face was cloudy, and after a few moments of hesitation, she gritted her teeth and said back, "Well." As the words fell out of her mouth, she viciously gouged out Ji Hazelmoon's figure before turning around and walking back into the darkness, her figure slowly disappearing. Ji Hazelmoon rolled over without a care in the world, her gaze looking out the window, and very easily found Sumu, who stood out from the crowd. Thinking of the image when he touched up his calf, a smile of ulterior meaning swung between her cherry-red lips, and a hint of ice flashed in her charming eyes as she muttered to herself, "Interesting." Chapter 13, Washing Feet and Warming the Bed. A knowledgeable maid must learn to give for nothing. Into the night. Yunbian Town. Tongfu Inn. "Boss, give me 2 rooms." Sumu pushed open the door of the inn, walked over to the account counter, and with a big wave of his hand, he very boldly slapped 4 spirit stones on the table. The shopkeeper who was counting the accounts saw this scene and his eyes instantly lit up. Customers who offered 4 spirit stones out of the blue were not rare in their small inn. However, when he picked up the 4 spirit stones on the table, he realized that they were dull and had hidden signs of cracking on the surface, and it was obvious that there was not much spirit chi left. The corner of the shopkeeper's mouth twitched slightly, and he was somewhat speechless in his heart. He hadn't seen such a low-quality spirit stone in many years. "This guest, although you gave 4 spirit stones, the quality of this spirit stone is so poor that it can only be credited into 1 at most, so the most I can do is to give you a top-quality room," the shopkeeper said helplessly as he weighed the spirit stones in his hands. Sumu waved his hand and said with a smile, "A top-quality room and a firewood room will do." Hearing that, Li Erdog silently looked up and silently put his head down again. The shopkeeper hesitated for a moment. He looked up at Sumu and said, "Seeing that you are a man of extraordinary bearing, you will definitely be a divine figure in the future." That's just it. Then I'll take a loss, and consider it as a bond with Gongzi." After saying this, he backhanded these 4 spirit stones and put them away. Sumu smiled and said, "Many thanks to the shopkeeper." These 4 spirit stones were those 4 lower-grade spirit stones in Tang Sang's storage bag, and now they were put to good use. He took the room number plate and key, and led Qinger in the direction of the upper-class room. As for the second dog, he walked very consciously towards the location of the woodshed. After coming to the room, Sumu first used his divine sense to carefully probe every inch of the room until he confirmed that there were no problems. Places where immortal cultivators gathered were different even from inns. Each room was also equipped with a small soundproofing array and defense array, and there was even a small spirit gathering array. It doesn't do much, but it's a luxury feature. "Gongzi, is there a problem?" Qinger shook her little head and asked in a small voice. Sumu shook his head. "No." Hearing this, Qinger then moved to fetch a basin of hot water and brought it in front of Sumu, saying crisply, "Sir, please wash your feet." When Sumu sat down, she also squatted down and removed all of Sumu's shoes and socks, and with a pair of small white tender hands, she gently cleaned the big feet in her hands. Huang Qinger's hand was very soft, like a ball of soft cotton candy. Sumu only felt the aroma lingering in front of her eyes, like falling into the clouds. For some reason, feeling the tingling sensation coming from Qinger's fingers across her skin always reminded Sumu of certain charming movie scenes from his previous life. After washing her feet, she took a pad and carefully wiped them clean. "It's done, sir." Qinger stood up as if she had accomplished something very great. her face very accomplished, the dull hair on top of her head shaking as if begging for praise. Sumu touched her little head and said with a smile, "It's been hard work, go rest." "Okay Gongzi." Qiong nodded her head as she removed her outer clothes, keeping only her intimate apparel, and bounced under the covers. Sumu, on the other hand, sat in front of the table and lined up the 5 immortal ascension orders. No one could have imagined that the immortal ascension orders that were hard to find in Yunbian town were in Sumu's hands, but he had 5 of them. "Sir, we now have another immortal ascension order. How do you plan to sell it?" Qiong poked her little head out of the covers and asked curiously. "There's no rush. There's still 2 days left. We'll strike on the last day." Sumu smiled, and a hint of an unknown smile swept across his eyes. Seeing this scene, Qiong knew that her own son must be plotting how to trap people again. "My lord, come to bed and think. Qiong has already warmed up the comforter." Qiong lifted the corner of the quilt and gently patted it with her small hand, warmly inviting. With a smile on his lips, Sumu put away all of the immortal ascension orders on the table and got up and marched to the bedside. He then took off the long shirt on his body under Qing's service and comfortably lay down under the warm quilt. There were no words all night, only the candle flame swaying slightly in the wind, seemingly telling of the calm and peacefulness of this night. The next day, at the dawn of the morning, when the sky just turned fish-belly white, Sumu got up early. He stood by the window and pushed it open, and the fresh air squeezed in with a vengeance, filling the room to overflowing. "Gongzi, you're up." Qiong rubbed her eyes and sat up. Sumu turned his head and asked with a smile, "Did you sleep well?" Qiong was stunned at her words, and then her face turned red with shame. She lowered her head, thinking of last night's charming images. Her face became more and more flushed. Her voice was like a mosquito chanting as thin and inaudible. "Gongzi, last night, you..." Sumu let out a light laugh, and as he held Qiong in his arms, he scraped her small nose with his fingers and laughed softly. "In the beginning, it was you who were clamoring to sleep in a room with me, so how come you're shy now?" Qing's pretty face turned even redder, and the dull hairs on her head lowered as if she was shy. She mumbled her lips and softly explained, "Qiong is not shy, she just feels that it is a bit strange. Gongzi often does that kind of thing with the wife of the Wang clerk, but never does anything with Qiong." When she said that, she suddenly sighed, her small mouth pouting slightly, and there was disappointment visible to the naked eye in her eyes. Sumu also froze, not knowing what to say for a moment. "That what? Sumu dryly coughed twice, his eyes drifting around the room. Only after a long time did he slate his face and say, "What does a child's family know? Quickly get dressed and wash up." After saying this, he remembered something else and took out a spirit elixir from the system space and handed it to Qiong. "Eat this." "What's this?" Clear blinked. Sumu said, "This is an elixir that can solidify your strength and consolidate your realm. Take it. It will be very helpful for you to step into the path of immortal cultivation in the future." He was about to go to the Taichu Sect, and Sumu firmly believed that Huang Qiong was absolutely able to pass the sect entry test. That was why he was now starting to build a solid foundation for Qiong in advance, so that he could also make his cultivation smoother in the future. Qiong reached out and took the spirit elixir, obediently taking it. "Okay, go wash up." Sumu patted the covers. It was unknown what part of her face was slapped. The young girl's face became flushed in a flash, and even her snow-white neck was tinted with a touch of powdery color. After washing up and eating some simple dry food, Sumu led Qiong and Airdog out the door. Chapter 14. Do you know Shui Yan? That's my cousin. After strolling around just yesterday, Sumu already had a general understanding of the entire situation of the workshop market in Yunbian town. The entire marketplace was divided into 2 areas. One was the commodity trading area and the other was the auction house area. The merchandise trading area was similar to an ordinary marketplace, consisting of hundreds of stalls connected together. The auction house area, on the other hand, was much more formal, and the authority behind it was in the hands of the Taichu Sect, which was considered to be a professional and official organization in Yunbian town. Not only were there various defensive formations, there were also specialized stewards, appraisers, auctioneers, and guards. Sumu's target was none other than the auction house area located in the center of Yunbian town. Here, it was also the most lively area of Yunbian town, gathering almost all the rich cultivators in the entire marketplace. However, this kind of place was mixed with fish and dragons and was often the most prone to fights, so the guards here were much stronger than in the merchandise trading area. When Sumu arrived at the auction house area, many cultivators had already gathered here. It was bustling with activity. However, most of these cultivators did not have the Immortal Ascension Order in their hands, because it was only a day and a half before the start of the apprentice ceremony. Those cultivators who had the Immortal Ascension Orders in their hands were grasping at straws to adjust their state. Cultivators like Sumu who had both the Immortal Ascension Order and also ran out early in the morning to hang out could be said to be rare. Sumu walked to the front of the square entrance and stood still, turned his head to look at Chinger and Erdog, and softly said, "Have you memorized everything I just instructed you to do?" Chinger and Erdog nodded their heads in succession. "Remember Gongzi," Sumu added. "Go on, once anything happens, you guys can just say that you're Taichu Sect Shuiyang's relatives, so no one will dare to mess with you." "Yes sir," Chinger and Erdog responded once more, before each of them turned around and went to places with different directions. Sumu also tidied up his clothes and fumbled for a wide hood to put on his head, covering his handsome and unruly face, then walked straight to the center of the square. On the square of the auction house area, cultivators gathered in twos and threes, either observing the treasures on the auction list or discussing the origins of those auction items. They were unable to obtain the Immortal Ascension Order, so they could only wander around this auction house area for a while to see if they could find any treasures of their choice. In case you can pick up a leak, it would be a worthwhile trip. The auction rules here were simple. All items were placed in this square according to the lowest auction price. If there were any interested cultivators, they would directly write their prices on the bamboo slips and drop them in the identification spell formation below the auction item. If there is no higher bid than yours within 2 hours, then this treasure will be yours. So in some cases, it's perfectly possible to pick up the slack. If you don't want to participate in the auction, you can, and there is also a 1 byte price for each item, which means you can just shoot for the highest price. Of course, very few people do. The crowd. The 2 male cultivators stopped in front of a flaming sword for a long time, and it was obvious that both of them were interested. They glanced at each other. Hostility arose in both their eyes, and the smell of sparks filled the air. The duo each wrote down a price on the bamboo slips and then placed them inside the recognition spell at the same time. It was at the moment when the two were anxiously awaiting the results. At that moment, an untimely voice suddenly sounded behind them. "Fellow Daoists, have you heard that this apprentice ceremony is the last time the Taichu Sect will accept an apprentice for 100 years? And the next acceptance will be 100 years from now." The two were shocked and hurriedly turned their heads to look. Only a mysterious teenager with a hood on his head stood behind them and whispered in a fretful voice. "What? Where did you get this information? Really? It can't be that you're just making it up, can it?" The two of them frowned and asked questions in rapid succession, their eyes filled with disbelief. The mysterious teenager nodded his head and whispered after looking around for a bit, "That can still be false. Do you guys know Shuiyang?" One of the men frowned. "Shuiyang? What a familiar name. Let me think about it." The other man's eyes lit up as he said with a confident expression, "I know. This Shuiyang is an inner disciple of the Taichu Sect. It is said that at a young age, his strength has long since reached the late stage of foundation establishment, and he is a very outstanding rising star of the Taichu Sect." "Yeah, that's right. That's him," the hooded boy mysteriously continued to whisper. "He's my cousin, and he told me this news himself." When these words came out, they immediately caused the two of them to widen their pupils and suck in a breath of cool air. Hiss. "So that's how it is. Then this matter does have a lot of credibility. How did this happen?" Both of them were all frowning and in deep contemplation. "You mustn't rumor about this. If my cousin knew that I had told about it, he would have cleaned me up." After leaving these words, the mysterious teenager quietly left the place. Not for long. At the other end of the square, similar words rang out. "Have you heard about? Do you guys know Xingyu dance? That's my cousin. She told me herself. Don't spread the word. If my cousin finds out." Two fellow Daoists. In just a day's time, the news that this disciple acceptance ceremony would be the last time for the Taichu Sect to accept disciples in 100 years spread throughout the entire Yunbian town. It caused countless cultivators who had not yet obtained the Immortal Ascension Order to be frightened in their hearts, and it was difficult for them to sit still. Originally, although they hadn't obtained the Immortal Ascension Order yet, they weren't in a hurry in their hearts. After all, Taichu Sect will convene an apprentice ceremony once every 5 years, so if you don't have a chance this time, you can come back 5 years later. At that time, they were still young and still qualified to participate in the sect entry test, but if the Taichu Sect was really accepting disciples after 100 years, then they would definitely never have another chance, because first of all the Bone Age hurdle would be impossible for them to pass the test. It's not certain if this message is true or not yet, but what if it is? As a result, those cultivators who hadn't obtained the Immortal Ascension Orders began to frantically acquire them. The Immortal Ascension Order, which had already been speculated to 2,000 lower-grade spirit stones apiece, even soared all the way up, directly doubling to 4,000 lower-grade spirit stones apiece. These 4,000 spirit stones were definitely an astronomical figure for chi refining stage cultivators. Unless those cultivators with strong family backgrounds, it was simply impossible for ordinary cultivators to take them out. However, even so, the Immortal Ascension Orders in the marketplace were still priced out of the market, and money could not be bought at all. Yang Yuan In, the the most expensive and best environment in Yunbian town. An attendant hurriedly walked into the inn, and after opening the door to the room of Tianzi number 1, he said with a grave face, "Young lord, something big has happened." A youth wearing a purple robe in the room was cultivating with his knees crossed. His eyes were tightly closed and his body did not move as he faintly said, "What's got you so flustered?" This person was none other than the purple-robed youth that Sumu had encountered on the street that day, the Yuan family's eldest son, Yuan Bo. The follower calmed his rapid breathing and slowly said, "My lord, my subordinate just got a message saying that this apprenticeship ceremony is the last apprenticeship within 100 years in the Taichu Sect, and within 100 years the Taichu Sect will no longer accept any more apprentices." When Yuan Bo heard this, his breath was instantly disorganized for a moment, then he violently opened his eyes and said in dismay, "What?" Chapter 15, The Storm Caused by 2 Immortal Ascension Orders. Can this news be true? Yuan Bo stood up and asked with a grave expression on his face. That attendant shook his head. "Back to young lord. My subordinate is not sure, but the entire Yunbian town is now spreading this news, and looking at the momentum it seems like it is not a fake." Yuan Bo's brows were locked, his hands behind his back as he paced back and forth in the room, seemingly thinking. Suddenly he stopped and looked straight at the attendant, asking in a cold voice, "What's the situation with the Immortal Ascension Order? Did you guys buy it?" The attendant's expression stiffened, slowly lowered his head, and hesitantly said, "Back to the young lord. For the time being there is no wastes, all a bunch of wastes. How did my Yuan family raise such a bunch of losers like you? If you can't even get your hands on a small Immortal Ascension Order, what use do I have for you?" Hearing this reply, Yuan Bo instantly became enraged and pointed at that attendant and viciously cursed. That attendant lowered his head even lower, and his heart was aggravated. Although they, the Yuan family, were not a famous clan, they were also a slightly renowned immortal cultivation family in the eastern state. The reason why he came to the central state's Taichu Sect to seek immortality this time was because the Yuan family wanted to come to the central state to develop. That's why this Grand Duke was sent here to join a sect in advance, or to serve as a backer in the future. But what they hadn't thought of was that the central state sects had different customs from the eastern state side. It was only after they arrived at Cloud Border Town that they realized that such rules as the Immortal Ascension Order were still needed to participate in the sect entry test, so much so that they were not prepared at all. Now that the discipleship ceremony is about to begin, it's even harder to get an Immortal Ascension Order than it is to reach the sky. Still, 4,000 spirit stones was certainly a lot, but once one succeeded in joining the Taichu Sect, the value that would be reaped in the future would not be comparable to a mere 4,000 lower grade spirit stones. The moment Yuan Bo remembered what the family head had told him, the more grumpy he became in his heart. This mission to join the Taichu Sect was the key to whether or not he could succeed in inheriting the Yuan family. As long as he completed this mission, then the position of the next head of the family was a nail in the coffin. But if it fails, those firstborn sons of the branch lineage could have been eyeing his position as the young master. "I don't care what method you use, whether it's stealing or robbing, you must get me an Immortal Ascension Order before the start of the apprentice ceremony, or none of you will come back to see me." Yuan Bo cursed furiously in anger, his eyes filled with gloom. The attendant swallowed his saliva and cautiously reminded, "Young lord, this is the territory of the righteous Taichu Sect, neither robbing nor stealing is appropriate. In case we are discovered, the consequences are unimaginable." He purposely pronounced the word righteousness a bit heavier, fearing that Yuan Bo would do something confusing in a fit of anger and involve these innocent followers of theirs. "This young lord still needs you to remind me." Yuan Bo became even more furious, going up and kicking. "Hurry up and get out." This attendant was kicked, but in turn, he was relieved in his heart and left the room with a roll. Yuan Bo looked at the empty room and no longer had any desire to cultivate. With his hands behind his back he began pacing back and forth in the room again, his eyebrows knit into twine with a worried look. The next day, there was less than 24 hours before the Taichu Sect's disciple acceptance ceremony. Instead of disappearing after a night of festering, that news from yesterday just keeps getting more and more outrageous. It has even been rumored to be that the Taichu Sect sect master is preparing to break through the harmonization stage, which is why he is closing the mountain for 100 years. Even if there were cultivators who didn't believe it, they would still be in awe in their hearts. In this short period of one day, they were unable to discern the truth of this message. The appearance of this news made the originally not-so-quiet Cloud Border town even more turbulent and treacherous. The cultivators who held the Immortal Ascension Order in their hands were secretly grateful and cherished it even more. The cultivators who didn't have one in their hands were more and more desperate to find an Immortal Ascension Order. Just then, once again, a message has gone viral. "What? An Immortal Ascension Order has appeared in the auction house area. Go go go. Let's go check it out." Numerous cultivators flocked to the auction house area after hearing this news. The square, which was already bustling with activity, was now even more overcrowded. After they arrived at the auction house, they saw the Immortal Ascension order placed on the auction shelf at a glance. There's actually a real Immortal Ascension order. Let's see what the price is. Don't even try to grab it from me. I'm determined to win this Immortal Ascension order. Humph. Rob me first. The eyes of all the cultivators showed a fiery color, and each of them rubbed their fists and palms with a look of determination. At this moment, some people had already begun to drop their own bamboo slips with prices written on them into the recognition formation. Not to be outdone, the other cultivators took out their bamboo slips, thoughtfully wrote down a price that they thought was fairly high, and then placed it within the identification formation. While some more cautious cultivators are still waiting to see, writing early is not necessarily the highest price. This auction is about certain skills and luck. In the crowd, after seeing this Immortal Ascension order, that attendant of Yuan Bo did not hesitate and immediately turned around to return to the Young Yuan Inn. Young Lord, good news, good news. The attendant opened the door to the room with an excited look on his face. When Yuan Bo, who was taking a false nap, heard this, he instantly opened his eyes and stood up, asking excitedly, "You guys got the Immortal Ascension order?" The attendant shook his head. "Haven't gotten it yet." Yuan Bo's face immediately darkened. "What good news is it if you didn't get it?" The attendant added, "Back to young lord, although we haven't gotten it yet, the order of Immortal Ascension has appeared in the auction visitor market." Yuan Bo's spirit was revitalized. "Then what are you still waiting for? Quickly bring this young lord over." "Yes, young lord." The two opened the door to their room and hurried away. If it wasn't for the fact that flying was prohibited in this cloud border town, Yuan Bo would have wanted to fly directly there. 5 minutes later, the duo finally arrived at the auction house area of the marketplace. "Where is the Immortal Ascension order?" However, Yuan Bo raised his head and looked around, but he did not see the shadow of the Immortal Ascension order. The follower was also looking up and his heart sank slightly. The cultivators in the square were now in 2s and 3s, obviously not as many as earlier. A very bad suspicion suddenly rose in his mind. The attendant hurriedly pulled a male cultivator and asked, "Hello, fellow Daoist, may I ask where that Immortal Ascension order is?" The male cultivator shook his head and sighed repeatedly. It was bought away. The attendant's heart thumped, swallowed his saliva and asked again, "Wasn't the highest price announced 2 hours later? How come it's been bought now?" The male cultivator looked at the attendant with a strange look and explained, "The one-bite price of that Immortal Ascension order is 10,000 spirit stones, so as long as you auction it off at the one-bite price, there is no need to wait for 2 hours." The attendant's eyes went black, and he was so nervous that he couldn't help but swallow again. "Hara, so that's it? Well, okay, thanks." Only after the male cultivator left did the attendant stiffen and turn around, looking at Yuan Bo with trepidation. Unsurprisingly, Yuan Bo's face was already as black as the bottom of a pot, and the killing intent released in his eyes was even more like substance. Young master, spare your life. I was too excited just now and forgot this rule of Cloud Border Town," the attendant stuttered. Yuan Bo's fists were clenched in death, and he kept gasping for air, as if he was going to storm out the next moment. The follower's heart was in his mouth, and he said that it was over. Just then, a sudden gasp came from the crowd. "Look, there's another Immortal Ascension order." Chapter 16. The never-ending greed of man is far ahead. The appearance of this voice caused Yuan Bo, who was still ready to lose his temper, to freeze. The attendant also exploded with great potential between this life and death crisis, and reacted extremely quickly. "Young lord, there's another Immortal Ascension order." Yuan Bo couldn't care less about being annoyed and hurriedly turned his head to look at the source of the sound. "Come on, let's go over there." The two didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly jogged all the way over. When Yuan Bo walked to the place, it was already surrounded by many cultivators, but it was very strange that this time, the crowd did not bid feverishly like last time, but stood there looking at each other. The scene was quiet and somewhat perverse. However, Yuan Bo didn't see the hilarious situation of the last time, so naturally he didn't notice too many abnormalities. He excitedly pushed his way through the crowd, and sure enough, he saw an Immortal Ascension order that emitted streams of color and was placed on an auction cargo container. Umbra's eyes lit up. "This Immortal Ascension order, this young lord wants it at one price," he shouted with great bravado, and instantly sparked the attention of the entire room. "Hiss, which powers cultivator is this? Surprisingly, it's such a grandiose gesture. I don't know. Judging by the attire, it shouldn't be a cultivator from our central continent. So it's an alien cultivator. No wonder he's so generous. What broad-mindedness. I think it's clearly a wrongdoer. Shhhh. Keep it down. Be careful of getting a grudge," the crowd whispered, casting complicated and different gazes at Yuan Bo. There was jealousy, envy, scorn, and even mockery and snickering. Yuan Bo frowned. not understanding why the crowd's reaction was so strange. Jealousy and envy he could understand. What the hell was mockery? At this moment, the attendant beside Yuan Bo gently pulled his sleeve and said with a trembling voice, young master, you look at the price first. Yuan Bo frowned and looked at the price marked underneath that immortal ascension order in puzzlement. In the next second, his eyes instantly widened and he let out a gasp of surprise. What? The base price is 10,000 spirit stones, and the 1 byte price is 100,000 lower grade spirit stones. Is this crazy? Umber rubbed his eyes, unable to believe the scene he was seeing, but no matter how much he rubbed it, the price was still clearly marked there without the slightest change. The attendant whispered, young master, we came out this time to seek immortality and ask for help, so we only brought 50,000 lower grade spirit stones. What should we do? Yuan Bo's face was grim, black as a pot of charcoal. He began to hesitate. This 100,000 spirit stones was not a small amount, even with his background. It wasn't something that could be taken out so easily. Just as Umber was silent, a teenager in the crowd with a skinny figure and a bucket hat suddenly stepped out with a haughty look on his face. Since no one is willing to bid, it looks like this immortal ascension order belongs to me. Umber's eyelids fluttered before he could react. A young girl with a long sword and a lightly veiled face also walked out in a graceful manner and softly hummed, don't bull ***** me? I'm determined to win this immortal ascension order. The teenager also snorted coldly and raised the bamboo slip in his hand. Humph. Then let's see the real thing under our hands and see who has more spirit stones. The young girl was not willing to show her weakness, and snorted softly, just compare. Who's afraid of who? With that, the two of them were about to throw the bamboo slips in their hands into the recognition formation. In the nick of time, Yuan Bo clenched his teeth fiercely and shouted, wait a minute. Who said that this young lord isn't willing to bid? All back off. This immortal ascension order is going to be auctioned off by this young master at a single price. The young man and the young girl looked at Yuan Bo, and at the same time coldly grunted as they unwillingly retreated back into the crowd. Yuan Bo inwardly breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly whispered to that attendant, I still have 30,000 spirit stones on me. Mortgage a few more of the magic weapons on me and scrape together 100,000 spirit stones for me. Hurry. Yes. The attendant hesitated for a moment, and when he saw the determination in Yuan Bo's eyes, he still nodded. After a lot of tossing and turning, in the end, this immortal ascension order was gloriously auctioned off by Yuan Bo at a price of 100,000 spirit stones, which was far ahead of the others. Yuan Bo looked down at the heavy immortal ascension order in his hand and suddenly had a feeling of relief. Luckily, it was finally shot. Although he had spent all the 30,000 spirit stones that he himself had saved up over the years, as long as he could accomplish this mission with excellence, he would have as many spirit stones as he wanted in the future. This wave, no less. And at this point, in a secluded corner of the square, the cocked hat teenager and the veiled girl removed their disguises at the same time, and it was clearly Huang Qinger and Li Erdog. And in the corner at this moment, Sumu was lying on a hammock with a piece of grass in his mouth, leisurely resting his eyes. Gongzi, it's really sold. That's a lot of spirit stones. Qinger walked quickly to Sumu's body. That beautiful pretty face was filled with excitement, and a pair of peach blossom eyes were filled with admiration and affection. Calm down. Don't make a sound. Sumu didn't even open his eyes and said faintly. Qinger nodded as she patted her chest, calming her agitated feelings. The second dog was a bit more composed, but it wasn't much better, and it was hard to hide the excitement on a plain face. My lord, I think we're still selling too early. Next there will definitely be people who will follow our example of selling more expensively and making more money. Li Erdog sighed, rather sadly. Sumu sat up, spat out the grass roots in his mouth, shook his head and smiled. Second dog, you must remember that human greed knows no bounds. Do not let greed consume your soul, or you will lose yourself. Li Erdog's heart flinched when he heard this, and he slowly repeated the words, a cold sweat faintly seeping out of his forehead. He respectfully bowed to Sumu. There was celebration in his eyes, fear in his eyes, and more reverence. Sir, Erdog understands. Sumu smiled and nodded. It's good to understand. After a pause, he added, and this news was originally false. Once the Taichu Sect hears the wind it will definitely react, either to clarify or to stop it. So this method can only be used twice at most, and it has to be fast. Otherwise it will most likely fail. Erdog nodded, his expression serious. Many thanks for your teaching, Your Excellency. Erdog has been taught. Sumu smiled indifferently. You're still too young. In the future, follow Gongzi to see and learn more. The next moment, his words changed abruptly. You're right about one thing, though. Li Erdog frowned, Puzzled. Which sentence? Sumu laughed, the light of a capitalist appearing in his eyes. This money can only be earned by us. If others want to follow suit, there's no door. Li Erdog's mouth opened wide. Ha! Sumu said indifferently. Taichu Sect's response is too slow. You go to Taichu Sect's mountain gate right now and say that someone is spreading rumors in Yunbian town, inflating the price of the immortal ascension orders, and disrupting the market in an attempt to interfere with the Taichu Sect's apprentice acceptance ceremony. Li Erdog immediately widened his eyes as well. This, Sumu took out a talisman and instructed. This is a divine traveling talisman. I've inputted spiritual energy. It's enough for you to make a round trip. Go. Li Ergo didn't hesitate and took the divine traveling talisman. Yes, Gonzi, I'll go right away. He put the talisman of divine movement close to him and turned to leave. However, before he could take 2 steps, he heard his son's voice again behind him. Wait, no need to go. Chapter 17. The sorrows and joys of men are not connected with each other. The second dog looked back, and there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. Had the prince changed his mind? Sumu looked up in the direction of the mountaintop, and a hint of a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. They're already here. When Erdog heard this, he also raised his head and looked in the direction Sumu was looking. Yet he saw nothing, only blue sky and white clouds, green trees and mountains in the distance. Don't look. It'll take them about 5 more minutes to get here. We have to take the spirit stones quickly or we might not be able to take them in a while. Sumu patted the back of Erdog's head and strutted towards the room in the center of the square. All the spirit stones received at the auction counter would end up in this room. After deducting 2% of the handling fee, you can take away the spirit stones you got from the auction. Li Erdog was jolted and hurriedly followed. Qinger naturally went without saying, and had long been following Sumu like a follower. Meanwhile, on the other side of the square, when the crowd saw that Yuan Bo really auctioned off that immortal ascension order with a 1-byte price of 100,000 spirit stones, those cultivators who had the immortal ascension order in their hands could no longer remain calm. 100,000 lower grade spirit stones. This is too fierce. They had never seen so many spirit stones in their lives, although joining the Taichu Sect was their lifelong dream, an opportunity that mortals could not even seek in their lifetime. But when the more intuitively astronomical figure of 100,000 spirit stones was placed in front of them, quite a few cultivators could no longer contain that excitement. That was 100,000 spirit stones. They probably wouldn't be able to earn that much in their entire lives. It's like a Tsinghua notice and $7 million put in front of you. What would you choose? The reason why those cultivators had steadfastly chosen to hold the immortal ascension order before was because the other temptation wasn't big enough. And now when another temptation becomes great enough and someone has already succeeded, inevitably, their minds came alive. Since 100,000 spirit stones were bought by people, what if they sold 200,000 spirit stones, or even 300,000? Once you succeed, you may not have to worry in this life. Especially those cultivators who thought that their natural talent was not high. They felt more and more that it would be more realistic to exchange it for a spirit stone rather than for a nebulous chance. Driven by this thought, many cultivators took the immortal ascension orders in their hands and prepared to hang them in the auction house area. Yet just then, several figures wearing uniform clothing and emitting a powerful aura descended from the distant sky. At the head of the group was an old man with white hair and whiskers. He had a fluttering sash and kind brows, looking quite immortal. Fellow Daoists, I am an elder of the outer gate of the Taichu Sect, and I heard that yesterday a message came out from Yunbian town saying that my Taichu Sect will no longer accept any more disciples within 100 years. The old man has come here today to clarify that this is a rumor. I also hope that all of you will not believe the rumors and cherish the immortal ascension order in your hands, so as not to miss your immortal destiny and regret it in the future. His voice was gentle and strong and carried throughout the area. One time, the large square was silent. Many cultivators were stunned. Rumor? Surprisingly, it really is a rumor. The crowd looked at each other, feeling that it was somewhat unexpected, but it seemed to make sense. It's as if it was all a dream, and now that the dream has woken up, it's back to the way it was in the beginning. No one dared to question what the old man said. In their hearts the Taichu Sect was the existence of the heavenly immortal palace in general. Where would they dare to question it? The moment all the cultivators who possessed the immortal ascension order in their hands again suppressed the greedy thoughts that had just risen in their hearts. Now that the Taichu Sect had clarified the matter, the value of the immortal ascension order would be restored, so where else would they be willing to take it out for auction? Well, since the rumors have been cleared up, it's time for old man to leave. After leaving behind these words, that old man did not stop for anything, then turned into an arc of light and disappeared into thin air with the disciples behind him. A few moments later, the silent square resumed its bustle. I knew that message was a rumor. It's a good thing I wasn't gullible or I would have fallen for it. It's really unexpected that someone would spread this kind of information. It's really ill-intentioned. Yeah, whoever spread the news sure didn't have a good heart. Maybe the people spreading the news and the ones selling the immortal ascension orders are the same group of people, and they're just trying to sell them at a high price. Makes sense. Then in that case the person who bought these 2 immortal ascension orders, wouldn't that be a wrongdoer? Then there's still no need to ask. 100,000 spirit stones to buy an immortal ascension order. What is it if it's not an ingrate? Ha 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 ha, there's still the possibility of sizable cuteness. Shoo, keep it down. The crowd talked in whispers, and every now and then a burst of laughter came from the crowd, filling the square with a cheerful atmosphere. Though they didn't sell the ascension order, nor did they buy it, but at the very least they have nothing to lose, much less be the wrongdoer, and they don't have to be laughed at for being a sizable cutie. And they watched a fun show, which didn't make a profit, but definitely didn't lose anything. Some people rejoice, some people cry. In the midst of all this merriment, there was one person who didn't fit in with the atmosphere around him. Young lord, is everything alright? That attendant looked at Yuan Bo's gloomy watery face. His hands trembled slightly and his voice trembled as he asked. He had never seen his own young master's face look so ugly, as if he had been abandoned by the entire world. That eye socket clearly still with tears, but the gaze is as cold as a knife, as if to choose people and thirsty beast, at any time will rise up to hurt people. It's too scary. The attendant felt like he was facing a volcano that had been suppressed for countless years and would erupt at the slightest touch, burning him to ashes. Yuan Bo lowered his head and clutched the immortal ascension order in his hand with a death grip, constantly spewing out large amounts of hot air from his nostrils. He spoke slowly after a long silence. Check. Find out for me who spread that message out, as well as who listed this immortal ascension order in the auction house area. Listening to the other party's hoarse voice, the attendant didn't dare to have any hesitation and hurriedly said, "All right, young lord. I'll go right away." After saying that, he immediately turned around and left, even stumbling a bit in his steps due to his haste. Only after the entourage left did Yuan Bo slowly raise his head. A pair of eyes were filled with scarlet blood filaments, and the still handsome face had become somewhat distorted, looking particularly hideous. No matter who you are, this young lord will definitely find you out and make you suffer the most painful thing in the world. Yuan Bo angrily roared low, in the surroundings surprised, sneering, watching the scene in the eyes of indignation. People are not connected to each other in their grief and joy. As soon as Yuan Bo left, the voices of discussion in the arena instantly became louder. The atmosphere became more cheerful, reflecting his back and looking even more bleak. If there is a heavy snowfall in the sky at this time, it will be a jinx. Pity. In the distance, Su Mu, who had long ago taken all the spirit stones, looked at Yuan Bo's figure and shook his head with some regret. What's a pity, Ah Gengzi? Qinger poked her little head out and asked curiously. Su Mu withdrew his gaze, smiled and rubbed Qinger's little head. It's nothing, let's go. It's time to go back to the inn. Tomorrow is the opening of the apprentice ceremony. Let's also prepare. Qinger blinked, a comfortable expression appearing on her pretty face, like a kitten whose fur was being smoothed, and said in a good and brittle voice, "Good day gong." Chapter 18. The end point is not the goal, the scenery along the way is the point of the trip. The next day, the morning light breaks through and shines on the long streets, shedding light on the earth. Yundian town finally ushered in the big event that happened once every 5 years, the Taichu Sect apprentice ceremony. Early in the morning, the crowd of cultivators who possessed the immortal ascension order walked out of the inn and traveled in the direction of the mountaintop. This mountain was the highest mountain in the Taihang Mountains, and it was also the location where the Taichu Sect was situated. Sumu, Qinger, Airdog, the three of them were naturally among them. Gongzi, do you think I can pass the sect entry test? Qinger asked with a longing face as she looked up at the lofty mountains ahead. Sumu was also observing the mountain in front of him at this time, and without even thinking about it, he replied in an extremely certain tone. Of course you can pass the test. If you can't pass it, then it's impossible for all the people taking the test to pass. Qinger's face instantly revealed a smile, only feeling as if her heart was as sweet as a piece of honey. She tugged on Sumu's sleeve and pressed her snow-white pretty face tightly against it, saying happily, "Sir, you're the best." At this time, Li Ergu also couldn't contain his excitement and asked in a low voice, "Gongzi, then do you think I can pass the test?" Although he had already guessed the male's answer within him, he couldn't help but ask, "What if the male is kind for once?" "You?" Sumu glanced obliquely and also said without hesitation, "Forget about you, but you can use the light of Qinger and I. When the time comes, I'll stuff in some more spirit stones to bribe them, and I might be able to make the Taichu Sect's elders open up their eyes." The corners of Li Erdog's mouth twitched slightly. Sure enough, the male was still the same male, without a single change. Trying to get the male to be good for once is simply not possible. He shut his mouth and sulked, no longer making a fool of himself. At this time, the road up the mountain was crowded with people, densely packed with cultivators, as well as mortals who wanted to ask for immortality. Although this is already early spring, but the mountain is still cold, but the crowd do not care about the cold. Their hearts have long been as hot as fire, are looking forward to, expecting that he would pass the test and join the Taichu Sect successfully. I really want to become a disciple of the Taichu Sect right away. Yes, only by becoming a disciple of the Taichu Sect can one be considered to have truly stepped into the path of immortality. Punch and Judy. I'll see you at the top of the hill. The crowd either trekked on foot, rode on foreign beasts, or used sprinting talismans, scrambling towards the top of the mountain in a frenzy. Qiong held Sumu's sleeve, and was also a bit anxious in her heart. Sir, should we also speed up our pace? Sumu didn't think so. His steps were not tight and slow, and when he saw a good-looking scenery he would stop and admire it for a moment, with an old-fashioned look. There's no rush. The first one to make an appearance is either cannon fodder or a villain, and only the last one to make an appearance is the protagonist. Qiong froze and nodded thoughtfully. So that's how it is. The end is not the goal. It's the scenery along the way that makes the trip worthwhile. Sumu stood on a cliff, looking out over the rolling hills in the distance, and said with a feeling. At this time, the branches and leaves of the giant trees among the mountain peaks swayed with the wind, rolling up layers of emerald green leaves, and unknown flower petals drifted down like snowflakes, swinging towards the big river under the cliff. The river meandered and flowed, rippling under the blowing of the spring breeze, just like the waves stirring up in Sumu's chest. Qiong and Airdog looked at each other and both saw the word admiration in each other's eyes. Sure enough, what the prince says, always makes sense. Qiong tilted her little head and looked earnestly at her own son's back, only feeling that he seemed to be one with the scene, yet transcendent and free of dust. She looked at him for a long time before she nodded seriously and said, Your Excellency's words make sense. But Qiong doesn't understand these words. Qiong only knows that Your Excellency is the most powerful person under the sky. That's right, I think so too. Sumu laughed, turned around and continued to take steps towards the top of the mountain. The trail is no longer crowded at this point and is perfect for catching up. When Sumu arrived at the top of the mountain, everything opens up. This was already the top of the mountains, and at a glance, the sea of clouds was churning in the distance, like white waves, as if it could go straight to the sky. Nearby is a building hall standing here. Pavilions and pavilions are countless. White cranes and spirit beasts shuttle between them, just like a huge immortal city. On top of it, there was also a light golden light shield inscribed with arcane patterns, like an inverted jade bowl, silky smooth and fastened on top of the mountain range. This was the Taichu Sect's protective formation, which had yet to be broken. And in front of these buildings and halls, there stood a huge and magnificent hall gate that was thousands of feet high. A huge plaque was erected over the door of the temple, inscribed with 3 large and powerful characters. The Gate of the Beginning. These 3 big words are written with a dragon and snake. Each stroke can give people a kind of misty feeling like an immortal. At a glance, it is a certain creation of the heavenly world powerhouse personally inscribed. Wow, it's so beautiful. Qiong couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise as she looked at the giant temple door in front of her. She opened her arms and stood on her tiptoes, only to feel that her small body was like a tiny ant compared to this magnificent temple door. This is the Taichu Sect? Sumu looked at the ancient buildings within the square, and the red lacquer pillars with carved dragons and phoenixes. After feeling the pale and ancient flavor emanating from the building, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he nodded his head in praise. Not bad, this is indeed a good clan. Qiong looked at this large sect curiously, looking left and right with longing in her eyes. Li Erdog was also surveying this huge square, his breathing slightly shortened, showing some nervousness. If he could, he really wanted to join the Taichu Sect with his own efforts instead of relying on the aura of the male and sister Qiong. However, he also knew in his heart that, as the Duke had said, his talent was too poor and it would be difficult to pass the Taichu Sect's entry test. If I really can't pass the test when the time comes, then I'll just find a camp and settle down in Yungbyan town so that Gongzi can still see me every time he comes down the mountain. Li Erdog stole a glance at Sumu and secretly said in his heart, he's mentally prepared for when he fails and has thought about his future life. Sumu didn't see the look in Li Ergo's eyes. Of course, even if you notice it, you won't care. He was now observing the scene before him. In front of the gate of the temple, there was also a giant square. 12 huge flags stood on the square, and on the back of the flags were each the sect motto of the Taichu Sect. Integrity, friendship, liberty, equality, justice, and in the center of the square, there was an immense and incomparable light curtain, which flashed with dazzling light, as if it was a round of sun. This was the location set up by the Taichu Sect for the entrance test, and all cultivators who came to participate in the entrance test would face this light curtain, and at this time, The square was already crowded with people, blacked out and filled with cultivators and mortals, tens of thousands of people more than that. Sumu Chinger and Li Airdog picked up the steps from the hillside and also joined the queuing army, waiting for the opening of the sect entry test. At this point, the sound of whispered discussions around them caught Sumu's attention. Chapter 19: The 10 Slots for Helicopter Inner Disciples. Fellow Daoists, do you know what all goes into the sect entry test? While waiting in line, the cultivators couldn't help but discuss in low voices. After all, most of them were of mortal origin and knew very little about the way of cultivation, not to mention the specifics of this apprentice ceremony. It should be similar to previous years, with a total of 4 rounds of testing. A male cultivator dressed in white, who looked quite talkative, smiled and spoke eloquently. The moment these words came out, the surrounding cultivators all immobilized and strained their ears. The white-clothed male cultivator adjusted his posture and continued. These 4 rounds of testing are bone age, qualification, character, and will. There's no need to talk about bone age. It can't exceed 25 years old. Qualification, on the other hand, is to test the quality of the spiritual root, and later on, we will all stand in front of that light curtain, and the spiritual root and bone age will be displayed at the same time. As for the tests of character and will, one is a test of character as a person and the other is a test of the heart of inquiry. As for the specifics of this, I'm not too sure. It's said that the content of each apprentice ceremony is different, but just remember 2 words. Speaking here, the white-clothed male cultivator paused and looked up at the crowd. As expected, the surrounding cultivators all cast their gazes over. The white-clothed male cultivator flashed a smile at the crowd before continuing. The first word is goodness, and the second word is perseverance. As long as you keep these 2 words in mind, the 2 hurdles of character and will be securely passed. The crowd nodded thoughtfully and arched their hands in thanks. Many thanks for pointing out the way, fellow Daoist. The white-clothed male cultivator waved his hand and said with a righteous face, you all don't have to be so polite. The path of cultivation is full of difficulties and dangers. We cultivators should support each other and ride out the difficulties together. What this fellow Daoist said. Nice. Not bad. The white-shirted male cultivator's words won praise from the crowd. Amidst the crowd's admiring gazes, a satisfied smile appeared on the white-shirted male cultivator's face. He clasped his hands together and laughed aloud. I am Zhao Yanghua of the Heavenly Star Valley. In the future, everyone can come to visit for a visit. I, Zhao Yanghua, will certainly pour wine and wait for you on the couch. We will not forget. Thanks for the mention, fellow Daoist. The crowd arched their hands in reply. The atmosphere was harmonious. When Sumu heard this, he also withdrew his gaze. 4 rounds of testing. It doesn't sound too hard. If the effort is put in, this guy Airdog might be able to pass the test too. Sumu glanced at Li Airdog and secretly said in his heart. In Sumu's mind, he and Qinger would definitely pass the test steadily. He was most worried about Li Airdog now. With the talent this guy has, there's a good chance he'll be scratched in the first round. If this happened, with this teenager's simple heart, even if he said it was okay on his lips, he would definitely be sad in his heart. I also don't know if 100,000 spirit stones can bribe the elder in charge of the test. Sumu sighed in his heart. Part of the reason why he was trying to earn more spirit stones was for the second dog's entry test into the sect. But even so, his heart was still a bit bottomless. If it really doesn't work, big deal. We'll just change clans. And if that doesn't work, then we'll go and become loose cultivators. After getting along for so long, Sumu had long since treated Airdog as if he were a family member, and was naturally unwilling to just leave the other party behind. The word Xian starts with the character for human. If cultivating immortality will cultivate oneself without half-human feelings, then this immortality is not to be cultivated. Seemingly noticing Sumu's eyes, Airdog looked up and said suspiciously, Gongzi, what's wrong? Sumu sighed and said, this Gongzi is fretting about how to make you pass the test. The second dog was slightly flabbergasted, and a touched look suddenly appeared in his eyes. He pursed his lips, and his voice was a bit choked. Gongzi, if I can't. Before he could finish his words, he heard Sumu's voice interrupt him. Don't worry, there's no ifs and buts. With Gongzi here, he'll make sure you pass the test. Qinger also softly consoled. Yes, Airdog, don't you still trust Gongzi? Li Erga wiped the corners of his eyes, which were already a bit moist, and nodded vigorously. I believe in Gongzi. Sumu smiled faintly. Then cheer me up and don't look sad. Li Erdog immediately bared his large teeth and revealed a smile. Sumu patted his shoulder and wasn't talking. Dang! Right at this moment, a loud and clear bell sounded through the mountains, resounding through the clouds. The sound of the bell echoed for a long time, shaking the flowers and trees on the hilltop slightly, and the mountains and rivers rippled. The solemn bells rang for 9 full chimes. The moment the bell fell, the Taichu Sect's quinquennial disciple acceptance ceremony finally kicked off. At that moment, a gale suddenly arose from the flat ground. A shadow suddenly appeared on the plaza, blocking the light that shot straight down, seeming to swallow the sky and devour the sun. The crowd looked up and saw dozens of spirit cranes emitting a powerful aura appear in the sky, with a cultivator standing on each one. Among them, there were elderly old men, young male cultivators, and wonderful female cultivators. They wore robes of nearly identical patterns of dancheng, with faint smiles on their faces, their clothes hunting in the strong winds high in the sky, their gazes solemn as they swept through the sky above them, just like fairies coming from outside the sky. Are these the elders and disciples of the Taichu Sect? Also, it's too powerful. Not only is his cultivation profound, but his aura is astonishing. No wonder the rumor is that the Taichu Sect is filled with experts. My goodness, it sure wasn't what I thought it would be. If I could be a disciple at the Taichu Sect, then I would have no regrets even if I died. Not to mention being a disciple, I would be willing to sweep the floor for the Taichu Sect every day even if I were asked to do so. Many people who were watching the immortal ascension ceremony for the first time continuously let out exclamations of envy and admiration. These disciples were armed with long swords and stood as erect as pines and cypresses on the spirit cranes, exuding an unrivaled might and aura that was intimidating. A clear wind swept by, accompanied by an indifferent voice that spread through every ear. The new sect entry test begins. As the words fell, the crowd shuddered, and in unison, they collected the clamor from earlier. The entire square was silent, and the atmosphere turned silent and solemn, only to see an old man lift his foot and take a step forward, and in the next moment, he appeared above the square, a trace of kindness on his face as he laughed softly. I am an inner sect elder of the Taichu Sect, and the presiding officer of this disciple acceptance ceremony. Today is our Taichu Sect's 5-yearly disciple acceptance ceremony, so I hope that everyone will follow the order and perform well. As for whether or not you can become disciples of my Taichu Sect, it will depend on your own efforts. Also, most of the people present are cultivators of the same age, so you can also communicate and discuss with each other to see if you can help yourselves. The old man's tone was calm, giving off an approachable feeling. Under the influence of the old man's words, the atmosphere in the square became even more gentle, and a relaxed expression appeared on everyone's face. But, just then, the old man's words turned very stern, as if he was a different person. That kind face that had been approachable before was swept away and replaced with an unsmiling expression. The old man's voice lurched as he continued. In previous years, as long as you passed the test, you could become an outer sect or miscellaneous disciple. But this year is different. We will select the best 10 people this year to directly become my Taichu Sect's inner disciples, to be personally discipled and taught by the elders of each peak. So everyone try to perform as well as you can. As soon as these words came out, the crowd's just relaxed expressions instantly disappeared and were replaced by an uproar. Chapter 20. As the protagonist, it's not too much to ask for me to have a chaotic spiritual route, right? What? How dare you become an inner disciple directly? Did I hear you right? Didn't we used to have to be an outer sect or servant disciple for a few years first? Yeah. How did the rules of this test suddenly change? To think that you can directly become an elder's personal disciple, there's such a good thing? TSK. This kind of good thing also depends on one's own talent. Those who can be favored by those elders must be geniuses with excessive talent. The crowd mingled, obviously extremely surprised by the change. Some people looked nervous, some were excited and thrilled, while others were thinking about what to do in the interim. With the old man's words, the crowd, which was already excited, instantly boiled over and murmured. According to their understanding, in previous years, any cultivator who passed the test could only start as an outer disciple first. Then, based on the performance of the clan competition, the contribution made to the clan, and the progress of cultivation, one step at a time, one can only be promoted to inner disciple. But this year, it was surprising that there could be 10 spots straight through to the inner gate. This meant that they had the opportunity to save many steps and leap through the dragon gate, becoming an inner disciple that everyone admired. What does an inner disciple represent? It represents honorable status, honorable power, and honorable position. Only by becoming an inner disciple would one be qualified to cultivate more profound techniques and come into contact with more cultivation resources. It was said that an inner disciple's cultivation resources could top 100 outer disciples. This is undoubtedly a great and unparalleled opportunity. For ordinary cultivators like them, they might not be able to encounter such a great chance in their entire lives. At this moment, in addition to the shock in the hearts of the crowd, there was more excitement and urgency. The inner door and the outer door. The difference between one word, but there is a world of difference in the gap. Those cultivators who didn't get the immortal ascension order and came to watch were pounding their chests at this time and could not wait to raise their voices to the sky. If they had known about this opportunity, they would have said anything to get an immortal ascension order. In the crowd, Yuan Bo looked at the immortal ascension order in his hand and felt a sense of gratitude in his heart. Fortunately, he had very decisively auctioned this immortal ascension order with 100,000 spirit stones, even though it had cost him all his savings. But in hindsight, the wave was not a loss at all, as long as he succeeded in being chosen as an inner disciple, not to mention 100,000 spirit stones. Even 1,000,000 would be worth it. Wang Xing, Yu Wenba shouted behind him. The attendant named Wang Xing immediately leaned forward 2 steps and respectfully returned. My lord, what are your orders? I'll give you a task. As long as I'm chosen as an inner disciple, immediately use the fastest time possible to spread this news back to the Yuan family. Yuan Bo said indifferently. A trace of excitement swept across his eyes, clearly having already reserved one of these 10 spots in his mind. Yes, Your Excellency, Wang Xing respectfully returned. Li Ergo couldn't help but ask even after hearing this. Gongzi, what is an inner disciple? Sumu glanced at him and explained. The so-called inner disciples are the pro-disciples, and they have a high status. Pro-disciple. Sounds so powerful. Li Erdog smacked his lips and looked forward to it. That old man hooked his lips in satisfaction as he watched the crowd's varying expressions. He stood with his arms folded and said indifferently. So, in addition to the 4 rounds of tests, there is also a final hurdle in this disciple acceptance ceremony. As for what the last level is, we'll all find out in time. Although these words were only one sentence, they gave off a great sense of oppression, and everyone's breath couldn't help but freeze. I'll do my best. I will definitely join the Taichu Sect and become an inner disciple. The cultivators' expressions were all a bit agitated, and one by one, they looked at the old man with high emotions and shouted. Looking at these combative young men, a faint smile appeared on the old man's face. He swept his gaze around the room and continued. Okay, that's enough of the nonsense. Now on to the test. Now first, please come up and test your bone age and root bones. In order. As the old man's words fell, some cultivators soon walked forward, only to see him walk up to that giant light curtain. A Taichu Sect disciple in charge of the test walked to the front, formed a seal with both hands, and slapped a palm into the light screen across the air. In the next moment, a subtle milky white light shone out, enveloping the cultivator. The milky white light enveloped the man's body, which suddenly turned into a faint blue color, and then turned to a glowing green. It took about 3 seconds before it began to slowly dissipate and return to its original state. The male cultivator's eyes were all focused on this light screen, and he didn't dare to breathe a single breath. Immediately after that, a line of golden script appeared above the light screen. 22 years old, water and wood dual spiritual roots, both inferior. That Taichu Sect disciple swept the information on that light screen once and said in a faint voice. When this cultivator heard the first half of the sentence, a look of ecstasy appeared in his eyes, but when he heard the words that followed, his face turned pale and his gaze dimmed a few points. Looking downcast, the many cultivators on the sidelines who were watching also looked regretful when they saw this. The water and wood dual system spiritual roots were not bad, but unfortunately they were only lower grade. If they were upper grade, then they could belong to the ranks of the proud sons of heaven. Sumu was also pondering. Regarding spiritual roots, Sumu already had a preliminary understanding before he came to the Taichu Sect. Spiritual roots were the bridge for cultivators to communicate with the aura of heaven and earth, and the quality of the spiritual root determined to a certain extent how far the cultivator could go in the future. Spiritual roots are categorized into 9 basic attributes, which are gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice, and darkness. Of course, there were also some very rare foreign spirit roots, such as the sword spirit root, pure yang spirit root, pure yin spirit root, sound spirit root, space spirit root, light spirit root, and so on. This rare foreign spirit root, the cultivation talent was extremely powerful, and each one was a spirit root that was hard to see in 10,000 years. If a cultivator was fortunate enough to awaken a different spiritual root and cultivate it to the Jin realm, he or she might be able to advance to the supreme great Tao in the future. However, wanting to awaken a foreign spirit root was just too difficult. It could be encountered but not sought, and it was only possible to meet one out of hundreds of millions of cultivators. And for each spiritual root attribute, there is a subdivision of pure quality high and low. The most pure spiritual root is the heavenly spiritual root, followed by the extreme spiritual root, upper grade spiritual root, middle grade spiritual root and lower grade spiritual root. The higher the purity of the spiritual root, the higher the affinity for spiritual chi, the faster the efficiency of converting the external spiritual chi into one's own spiritual energy. And with that, the speed of cultivation would naturally be faster. Beyond that, there are no other levels of distinction. Those so-called single spirit roots cultivating faster also didn't exist at all. The speed of cultivation was entirely dependent on the purity of the spirit root. It is said that there is a kind of spiritual root named Chaos Spiritual Root on top of the Heaven Spiritual Root. Chaos Spiritual Root is born close to the road. Extraordinary enlightenment. Is the favorite of the great Tao. Realm breakthrough, almost no bottleneck. Only this kind of spiritual root, only in the records have only words. Who has never seen with their own eyes. Even cannot be sure whether it is true or not. I don't know what kind of spiritual root I have. Could it be the legendary chaotic spiritual root? After all, I'm the main character. Sumu secretly thought inwardly. He felt that with his protagonist status, even if it wasn't a chaotic spiritual root, it had to be a celestial spiritual root at worst, right? Chapter 21, Two Dogs Test. Golden light shines in the world. Next, the Taichu Sect disciple in charge of the test spoke again. A tall teenager dressed in black walked out. His hand was placed on the light screen, and then the light skyrocketed. 19 years old. Earth Spirit Root, medium grade. That disciple opened his mouth to announce. At those words, the teenager breathed a sigh of relief, and his face showed delight. Although the Earth Spirit Root was relatively ordinary, and its offensive power was not outstanding, it was ultimately a middle-grade Spirit Root, which increased the cultivation speed by more than a few times compared to the lower-grade Spirit Root. The other cultivators, on the other hand, revealed envious gazes, as they inwardly prayed that they too would have a medium grade or higher spiritual root. Next, that Taichu Sect disciple spoke again. 18 years old. Wind Spirit Root, lower grade. 20 years old. 3 spiritual roots of gold. Earth and Fire, lower grade. 17 years old. Ice Earth Dual Spiritual Root, lower grade. The next test was much simpler. There were basically all kinds of spiritual roots with various attributes, and some even reached 3. However, the vast majority of them were lower-grade spiritual roots, and there were very few even middle-grade spiritual roots, and as for the upper-grade spiritual roots, none of them had ever appeared. This caused the Taichu Sect elder in charge of presiding to shake his head and secretly sigh in his heart. He wasn't too disappointed though. After all, the probability of a top-grade spiritual root was too small, and there were very few people who could possess a top-grade spiritual root, almost as rare as a phoenix feather. Next, the disciple in charge of the test spoke again. It's finally my turn. A smile spread across the corners of Yuan Bo's mouth as he stepped towards the testing light screen. The moment he placed his hand on the pillar of light, a red and a green light bloomed. Blinding and dazzling colorful rays of light erupted from the beam and shot up into the sky. The entire square was dyed a brilliant greenish-red color, dazzling the eyes. The scene stunned all onlookers. Even that Taichu Sect disciple in charge of the test rounded his eyes. Hiss! What a strong fire aura! What a pure wind aura! What a dazzling light! His qualifications are definitely not low. I'll bet 100 lower-grade spirit stones that he's definitely upper-grade qualified. The crowd murmured and looked at Yuan Bo with eyes full of shock. The Taichu Sect elder who had always remained calm had his pupils shrinking even more as he stared at Yuan Bo's arm, his heart turning over. He knew very well what this dazzling light represented. After those 2 rays of light dispersed, one could only see that the curtain of light clearly read, 24 years old. Fire and wind dual spiritual roots. Excellent. This disciple of the Taichu Sect took a deep breath and tried to calm his agitated emotions, announcing the result in a trembling voice. My God, he's actually extremely qualified. What? Did I hear you right? Extreme qualification? Which young talent is this? I recognize him. Isn't this the ingrate who spent 100,000 spirit stones on the immortal ascension order? The square exploded. The crowd was in an uproar, looking at Yuan Bo as if he was looking at a monster. Filled with disbelief, a sound of sucking in cold air rang out. Everyone was shocked. They felt their heads buzzing as if they had exploded. Excellent qualifications, even in those top sects. It's an absolute demon that is rare to see in 100 years, and such a heavenly pride actually appeared before their eyes. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it was real if they hadn't been killed. And at that moment, Yuan Bo on the field had a somewhat confused expression. Although he guessed that the quality of his spirit root should not be low based on his usual cultivation speed, but he also didn't expect that he would be an extreme spiritual root. Just by virtue of this spiritual root, he was destined to achieve far more than cultivators of the same rank in the future. The confusion was followed by ecstasy. If it wasn't for the fact that there were too many people around, Yuan Bo would have wanted to raise his head to the sky and whistle a few times to express his excitement at this moment. His eyes were red. Ha ha ha, so I'm the one favored by heaven. You're all losers. He trembled his hands, barely able to control his inner excitement, and his face had long since been covered in undisguised joy. Yuan Bo took 2 deep breaths, which barely suppressed the excitement. A few days ago, due to the 100,000 Spirit Stone Auction Ascension order of the depressed mood at this time is swept away. He faked a couple coughs. With that, he lifted his feet toward the stage. Seeing this scene, Li Ergu, who was standing at the end of the line, shrunk his neck somewhat sheepishly and whispered, "Gongzi, that person just now seems to be the guy who was pitted by us for 100,000 spirit stones. He is actually an extreme spirit root, eh?" Sumu nodded. "Extremely qualified cultivators don't appear easily, and I didn't expect to run into one here," Li Ergu added. "This fellow, he's so lucky that he actually possesses an extreme spiritual root." Sumu shook his head and smiled. The path of cultivation relies on not just spiritual roots, but also on chance and perseverance. Success is 1% talent, plus 99% hard work. Li Ergu nodded his head as if he understood. "I see. What Gongzi means is that even if I awaken a very poor spiritual root, it's not necessarily worse than him. Ruzi is teachable." Sumu gave Li Ergu an appreciative look. "Had ha." Li Ergu scratched his head. And at that moment, Sumu continued, "But the importance of that 1% often outweighs 99% of the effort." 2 dogs. Next, that Taichu Sect disciple spoke again. Cultivator after cultivator went up, but without exception most of them were lower grade and middle grade spiritual roots. Occasionally a few upper grade spiritual roots appeared, and compared to Yu and Bo's extremely high grade spiritual roots, they also appeared to be sparse. After 3 incense sticks of time, the number of cultivators participating in the test continued to decrease, and it was finally the turn of the 3 Sumu Chinger and Airdog, who were at the very back of the line. "Go ahead. You test first." Sumu patted Airdog's shoulder and said in a warm voice. The second dog hesitated for a moment before nodding his head and walking towards the center of the square, slowly approaching the light screen under the gaze of the surrounding crowd. His nervous brain went blank, and a fine bead of sweat had seeped from his forehead. Facing so many gazes, Airdog only felt pressurized and had trouble breathing, until he placed his hand on the light screen. A heart was in his throat, and there was only one thought left in his mind, and that was, "Don't let it be a trash spirit root." The moment his finger had just touched the curtain of light, a golden aura suddenly arose, radiant and colorful in an instant. The golden aura rushed into the sky, reflecting the entire sky into a golden color. Chapter 22. Second dog is actually the legendary heavenly spirit root. A dragon's roar and tiger's roar rose from the curtain of light, and the cultivators looked up with shocked faces. One could only see a golden dragon faintly emerging, hovering in the light curtain and emitting a dragon roar, its might astonishing the heavens and the earth. At this moment, the sky shrouded in golden awe seemed to have added an incomparably thick layer of oppression to the crowd, making people gasp for air. The golden aura is becoming more and more prevalent, more and more dazzling. That powerful pressure filled the surroundings. It pressed the hearts of all those watching the battle. Test Plaza was silent. All of them were like wooden sculptures. One was dumbstruck and stiff. Their eyes were wide open, the shadow of the golden dragon reflected in their pupils. That Taichu Sect disciple in charge of the test had been completely confused. His mouth was wide open as he looked unbelievably at the golden curtain of light, and a huge wave was set off in his heart. Hiss, for such a powerful vision to appear. At the very least, it must be an extreme qualification. What kind of luck did this kid have? No, the extreme spirit root just now didn't have such a strong vision. I think it's very likely that it's the legendary heavenly spirit root. Hiss, heavenly spiritual roots? How is it possible? I've lived for more than 300 years and watched dozens of Taichu Sect's disciple acceptance ceremonies, and I've never seen a heavenly spirit root before. Right, this teenager looks so ordinary. How could he have awakened this kind of qualification? The crowd was murmuring, their voices rising and falling like a bomb had detonated, causing the entire square to explode. Everyone's gaze toward Erdog was filled with a variety of doubts, incomprehension, awe, questions, horror, and a mixture of flavors. There is a wide range of opinions. The only one with a blank expression was Li Ergu himself. It wasn't until a few moments later that the golden aura on his body gradually disappeared, and the movement around him calmed down. In the next moment, that test disciple suddenly let out a cry of alarm. Look! The gazes of the crowd instantly shifted to that curtain of light. Just one line written on it in big, bold letters. 17 years old. Gold system heavenly spirit root. The moment they read the line of words, the crowd all drew in a breath of cold air. Their mouths opened in unison, and a look of disbelief appeared in their eyes. The expressions on the faces of the surrounding cultivators unanimously froze, their eyes staring blankly and straight at the light curtain in front of them. Even the heart stopped several times. They could no longer put into words what they were feeling at the moment. There was silence for several minutes before a thunderous outcry erupted. Oh my god! It's really a heavenly spirit root. Surprisingly, it's a metallic heavenly spirit root. A golden spirit root whose offensive power is second only to the sword spirit root. Holy cow! I can't believe I've lived for 300 years without ever seeing a spiritual root like this. This teenager might be the reincarnation of a certain great power. Otherwise it couldn't be so heaven-defying. Today has really opened my eyes. I originally thought that the extreme spiritual route was already the limit, but I didn't expect there to be a heavenly spiritual route. The crowd murmured, shock and envy written all over everyone's face. They just hated that the teenager wasn't themselves now. Even Yuan Bo, who had awakened an extreme spiritual route, was filled with a look of disbelief as his eyes glazed over after seeing this scene. He originally thought that he was the most gifted cultivator in the Taichu Sect's current disciple acceptance ceremony, taking in all the light for himself. But the sudden appearance of this dark and thin teenager in front of him covered his light completely. In front of the heavenly spiritual route, even the strongest extreme spiritual route would only be crushed. At this time, Yuan Bo's face was full of unwillingness and indignation. The original proud face also became a little twisted and hideous, like swallowing a pile of xiang as difficult as extreme. But to say that the most shocked person on the field would definitely have to be Sumu. This bastard air dog is actually a heavenly spirit root. Is there any mistake? Sumu blinked, and the corners of his mouth twitched with an odd expression. He naturally knew what the heavenly spiritual root stood for. But, how could this kind of heavenly spiritual root appear in the air dog's body? This guy obviously had such a dark face and was usually stupid, not seeing any giftedness at all. So why was he born with a heavenly spirit root? It's not logical at all. Is this what they call, great minds think alike? Sumu had an odd expression on his face. It seemed that he had still looked away and underestimated Air Dog's potential. But it's a good thing anyway. Given Second Dog's character, this qualification would only make him more perfect. As long as he could concentrate on his cultivation, his future achievements would be unlimited. The key thing was that their family of 3 didn't have to be separated. I'm not ashamed to say that even the most insignificant little follower beside me can awaken the heavenly spiritual root. Is this the legendary protagonist Sora? Sumu looked at Huang Qinger, whose little face was also filled with astonishment, and shook his head with a sigh of emotion. This Taichu Sect's luck is really too good to actually receive 3 of our geniuses with unrivaled talent at the same time. Even Air Dog was able to awaken a heavenly spiritual root. Sumu was now increasingly looking forward to what level of spiritual roots he and Qinger would be. He now felt that the chaos spirit root was no longer worthy of his compulsion. I also wonder if there is a more powerful spirit root above the chaos spirit root? Just as Sumu was dispersing his thoughts, at this very moment, the eyes of the whiskered Taichu Sect elder were glowing, his lips trembling slightly, and his old face reddened with excitement. Heavenly spiritual root. It's actually the legendary heavenly spiritual root. I didn't expect that I would actually see a heavenly spiritual root appear in my lifetime. He never expected that the number of people participating in the Bone Age test for this apprentice ceremony had already reached the last few people, and that a heavenly spiritual root would even appear. How could he not be shocked and excited by this? It was important to know that an almost legendary physique like the heavenly spiritual root would hardly appear one in 1,000 years. Such a genius placed in which clan are absolutely the key cultivation object. Once it will be under the door, it is simply equal to pick up a treasure. Thinking of this, a blazing light exploded in the old man's eyes, and even his breathing became rapid. At this moment, he could no longer care about anything else, and under the shocked gaze of the surrounding cultivators, he couldn't wait to leap into midair, his feet stepping on the void as if he were walking on a flat surface, and floating down in the center of the square. The old man walked straight to the Erdog's front, his eyes blossomed with a blazing essence, and he couldn't wait to open his mouth to inquire. What's your name? Erdog froze, then asked a somewhat wary rhetorical question. Why are you asking me my name? Upon hearing this line of questioning, the old man with a completely white beard was first stunned, and then he revealed a hint of a smile. I am Zhang Tianxiang, an elder of the Taichu Sect, and I would like to inquire if you are willing to join my sect. What? Li Erdog was dumbfounded, his entire body in a state of confusion. He didn't expect the other party, as an elder, to throw himself an olive branch so directly. For a moment, the second dog turned inside out and panicked a bit. He didn't immediately agree to the other party's invitation, but turned his head to look at Sumu. After receiving a look from his own son, Li Erga's heart settled down a few points, so he respectfully replied, Many thanks for the elder's appreciation, but the sect entry test has not yet been completed, so forgive me for not being able to make a reply for the time being. Upon hearing this, the whiskered Zhang Tianxiang frowned and then stretched out, his eyes full of appreciation. Very good, calm and unruffled, a moldable talent. I hope you can achieve good results in this test. He didn't force the second dog. In that case, it's not too late to answer me after the test. After saying that, he moved his body and flew into the air, looking down at the cultivators below and laughing aloud. Ladies and gentlemen, today, in this entrance test to the sect, by a stroke of fate, my Taichu Sect has actually encountered a rare heavenly spirit root. Such heavenly pride is rare to encounter in 1,000 years. In order to show the importance of the sect, I, Taichu Sect, hereby announce that all new disciples this year, regardless of their final test scores, will receive 2 additional spirit gathering pills as a reward. The entire venue boiled over at this statement. What? There's an added bonus? This is really great. Thank you, Elder, for the reward. Ha ha ha, it's so good. Every cultivator present was filled with joy. They didn't expect that this time, not only would they be able to see the legendary heavenly spirit roots, but they would also be able to unexpectedly obtain a reward. The crowd was in an excited mood, with bright smiles on their faces, and their eyes became much kinder when they looked at Li Erdog. Next, the Taichu Sect disciple in charge of the test shouted again. At this point, there were only 2 cultivators left who hadn't tested yet, and they were Sumu and Huang Qing'er. My lord, then Qing'er will test first. Qing'er tilted her little head, her dull hair shaking as she asked in a brittle voice. Sumu smiled and nodded. Go ahead. As the protagonist, he of course had to be the last to make an appearance. Qing'er bounced around and quickly arrived in front of the light curtain. Chapter 23, Qing'er's Spiritual Root Test Result. Unexpected. Huang Qing'er stood playfully in front of the light curtain. Her figure was already petite and delicate, and she looked even more adorable standing in front of the giant light curtain. What a pretty little girl. The moment they saw Qing'er, many of the male cultivators around them straightened their eyes. Not bad. It just looks so spiritual. I bet the talent can't be bad. By the way, I just saw her talking to that teenager who has awakened the heavenly spiritual root. She should have come together. It seems like the Taichu Sect's luck is very strong this year, receiving so many disciples with strong talent all at once. At this moment, Qing'er's test hadn't even begun yet, and the surrounding crowd already couldn't help but talk about it. Even the Taichu Sect elder, Zhang Tianxiang, shifted his attention and watched with an expectant expression. Huang Qing'er's nose wrinkled slightly as she listened to the voice in her ears, her heart a little tense. She looked back at Sumu. Sumu responded with a smile. As Huang Qing'er looked at Sumu's face, a sweet wave rose in her heart, only to feel filled with a sense of security. She turned her head back, those soulful and lovely eyes staring tightly at the light screen. Then she took a deep breath and a look of determination flashed in her eyes. She slowly stretched out her hands and covered the pillar of light that emitted a golden glow. As her palm touched the pillar of light, she only saw the pillar of light flicker violently for a few moments, then emitted a burst of brilliant golden light, enveloping her tiny body in it all. Next, buzz. Only a layer of ripples was seen rippling out, followed by a burst of light greenish light from the light curtain. Surprisingly, it's only a mid-grade sound spiritual root. Zhang Tianxiang frowned slightly, rather disappointed. Although the results were not yet displayed on the light screen at this time, he had long since judged the other party's spirit root attributes as well as quality level based on his experience. He had thought that the other party was so aura-rich that he was bound to possess excellent qualifications, and that he might even be able to produce another extreme spiritual root. But unexpectedly, her talent was only a mid-grade sound spiritual root. Although the sound spiritual root was one of the rarer spiritual roots, it was still many times worse than the heavenly spiritual root. Forget it, it's enough to be able to pass the quiz and enter my Taichu Sect. Thinking of this, Zhang Tianxiang sighed. Right at this moment, the ripples on Huang Qing'er's body suddenly disappeared. Immediately afterward, a burst of dazzling fire suddenly erupted from the light curtain, but it only lasted for less than a second before the fire suddenly dissipated, as if it had never appeared. What happened? How did it stop? Seeing this scene, Zhang Tianxiang was slightly puzzled, and then carefully investigated, but did not find anything strange. The next moment, the test results were displayed normally in the light screen. 18 years old. Sound system spirit root. Middle grade. Fire spiritual root. Lower grade. The Taichu Sect disciple in charge of the test frowned and said with some hesitation in his voice. This kind of situation was rare. Generally speaking, even dual system spirit roots would be at the same quality. It was rare to see a situation where there were 2 different qualities. Seeing this result, the crowd once again resounded with whispers. It seems we all guessed wrong. This young girl's talent isn't very good. Although the sound system spirit root is rarer, a mid-grade spirit root is just like that, and that fire system spirit root of hers is surprisingly only a lower grade. Alas, it's a pity that the creation has been made, but a sound system spirit root shouldn't be underestimated either. Have you guys forgotten? The peak master of the Taichu Sect's Little Qiong Peak is made up of a fairy with a sound spiritual root. Yes, I've heard that too. That fairy is truly magnificent. I heard that her cultivation wasn't obvious back then, but she defeated dozens of powerful opponents by relying on her tone, and in the end, she became the Little Qiong Peak master by popular demand. I've also heard about it, but that fairy is said to be very indifferent in nature and seldom goes out of the mountain gates. If only I could catch a glimpse of her immortal face. Yes, The character is so aloof that he hasn't taken on an apprentice for a long time. I don't know if he'll make an exception this time. Hearing the remarks of the people around her, Qiong couldn't help but have her eyes reddened, and tears of aggravation were almost about to flow out. The eunuch has always had high hopes for her, but she unexpectedly awakened two trash talents. Qiong felt that she had embarrassed Sumu. Originally still full of confidence, she now felt as if she had been heavily slapped in the face, and this huge discrepancy made it almost a little too much for her to bear. She bit her lip, her crystalline eyes misting over as she forced herself not to let the tears slip, but the frustration inside was growing. Just a second before Qiong could barely hold back her tears, a gentle voice came out. Qiong, don't listen to them, you're great. Sumu smiled faintly and walked up from the back, saying softly. Qiong turned back to look at Sumu's smiling face, and the aggression in her heart was even more like a flood that instantly overwhelmed her heart. Qiong let out a wow sound. Pear Blossom with Rain pounced on Sumu's arms. Gongzi. Sumu patted Qing's back and whispered, good boy, don't cry. When Qiong heard these words, she gradually stopped crying, but her tears could not stop flowing. Gongzi, Qiong is useless. Qing's voice choked, her rounded pink shoulders slightly twitching as she looked at Sumu with a face full of crystalline tear stains. Looking pitiful. How could Qiong be useless? Qiong is great. Sumu comforted with a relaxed face. But, Qiong hesitated. I'm poorly qualified. Sumu reached out and wiped away the tears on Qing's cheeks and scratched the tip of her nose again. You're already great. Trust me. You definitely didn't fail me. Really, my lord? A glimmer of light flooded Qing's beautiful eyes. Sumu scraped the tip of Qing's nose. Of course it's true. Feeling Sumu's relieved look and actions, Qiong suddenly felt the aggression in her heart dissipate, and her originally sour eyes became bright. Sumu smiled faintly and pinched her fleshy cheeks with his hand, and said softly, Qing's talent is very good. The middle grade spiritual root is already very outstanding. Don't be presumptuous. She wiped the tear tracks on her face with her sleeve, then took a deep breath and said with a resolute expression, Qiong will definitely work hard in the future. Sumu nodded and said in a warm voice, cheer up. In the future, Gongzi will rely on you to cover him. Qiong broke into a smile, revealing her snow-white teeth. The tear stains on her pretty face with pearly blossoms hadn't completely dried up yet, and she looked chirpy and pitiable. Only after seeing Qing's emotions recover, did Sumu then cast his gaze onto that light curtain. Next, it's my turn. Chapter 24, 10 Lineage Spiritual Roots. Could it be that the second dog is the main character? Sumu looked at the light curtain with deep eyes. Qing's test results took him more or less by surprise. He hadn't expected Qing's two spirit roots to be of the lower and middle grades, which was worlds apart from what he had previously expected. If he hadn't been here watching the whole thing, Sumu would have even thought that something was wrong with the light curtain. He had originally been prepared for Qiong to astonish the world with a single sound, but he didn't expect it to turn out this way. It shouldn't. Qiong usually showed such amazing talent, plus having her own protagonist's aura influencing her. How could she have only awakened a medium and lower grade spiritual root? On the contrary, it was this guy, Air Dog, who looked stupid, but had actually awakened a heavenly spiritual root. Has the world turned upside down? Sumu didn't understand, but Sumu wasn't much disappointed. Medium-grade spiritual roots are fine, as long as they can cultivate. The big deal was that he would upgrade Qing's talent later when he was stronger. With the system in place, Sumu was still very confident in doing this. Gently letting out a breath, Sumu took a step forward and walked straight to the light curtain. As the last cultivator to test his bone age and qualification in this year's disciple acceptance ceremony, coupled with Sumu's heavenly appearance, he naturally attracted a lot of attention. Sumu's face was calm, subdued and collected. He stood in front of the light curtain, his robes fluttering in the wind, his sleeves fluttering, his upright and handsome figure emanating an indefinable immortal aura. This caused some of the female cultivators watching the battle from afar to have their hearts flutter. The teenage girls in particular were so distracted that they couldn't stop thinking about it. So handsome. Yeah, great vibe. It would be nice to talk to him. A group of warblers and swallows were talking and their eyes were glowing. Even Yuan Bo, who had previously caused a huge stir, had not gained so much attention and discussion. Sumu was too eye-catching, and that innate outstanding temperament made him as dazzling as the sun in the limelight. Although Yuan Bo's appearance and temperament were considered outstanding, it was always still in the realm of human beings, and there was always a mundane aura on his body that he couldn't hide. It's in the bones and can't be hidden. And Sumu gave an unreal feeling. It was as if it was an earthly beauty like an exiled immortal in the sky, and the feeling of excellence could not be imitated at all. Fairies and mortals, naturally, are not comparable. Elder Zhang Tianxiang of the Taichu Sect was also looking at Sumu at this moment, and with his eyesight, He could naturally tell that both Air Dog and Qiong seemed to look up to this teenager. So the teenager himself must be pretty awesome, right? Maybe another big dark horse? Zhang Tianxiang's gaze was fiery and his eyes burned. In front of the light screen, Sumu stretched out his hand and gazed at the light screen with a calm gaze. The palm slowly covered it. Buzz. The light curtain trembled slightly. The countless pairs of eyes in the surroundings stared intently at Sumu's movements. Their breaths were lightened, lest they make the slightest sound. However, the light curtain merely trembled slightly and then did not move again, neither radiant and streaming, nor hazy and visionary. On the surface of the light curtain, there was a dead silence. No one spoke, even the air was silent. Sumu? He glanced up, puzzlement in his eyes. That's it? Where's my vision? How come nothing showed up? According to the routine, shouldn't the light curtain be flowing with color and visions at this time? Why is there no movement at all? Did I open it the wrong way? No way. It doesn't make sense. Sumu blinked, confused. He raised his hand and pressed it again. The light curtain remained the same. The ripples don't move. This, so disrespectful? The corner of Sumu's eye twitched slightly. There were also quite a few people around who looked odd. Having tested so many people, they had never seen such a flat reaction to a light screen. There was no vision, no sound, not even the slightest fluctuation. If I really want to describe it, it's dead silent. It was so quiet, as if everything had lost its reaction and fallen into an eerie stillness. Everyone's eyes were gathered above that curtain of light, not moving a muscle, waiting for a reaction from the light curtain. If the light curtain still doesn't respond to anything, it just means this teenager was most likely spiritless root. Everyone's gazes toward Sumu became extremely odd. Sumu himself was also a little bit turned inside out by this kind of atmosphere. No way. No way. I'm not really spiritless, am I? Am I not the main character at all? And second dog is the real one? Sumu glanced at Lier Dog behind him with an odd expression on his face. He looked up and saw the light screen finally flicker a few times. A long string of words then appeared. 20 years old. 10 spiritual roots of gold. Wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice and dark light. Mixed, heaven, extreme, upper, middle, lower, lower, lower. Only to see that when the final display of the spiritual root quality level was displayed, the words on the light screen kept changing and flickering, and finally stopped at the word inferior. At the same time, a faint question mark surfaced in the space behind the curtain of light. Sumu froze. He blinked and blinked again. Make sure you read it right. 10 lineage spiritual roots? The corner of Sumu's mouth twitched hard. Sure you won't fight with so many spirit roots on your body? And lower class is lower class. What does this question mark mean? Sumu was dumbfounded. Seeing this scene, everyone around them was first stunned, then revealed even more odd expressions. This. After seeing the results on the light screen, Elder Zhang Tianxiang was also a bit confused. He had presided over the Taichu Sect's disciple acceptance ceremony for so many years, and boasted that he was considered to have read and seen countless people. But it's the first time I've heard of this. 10 spiritual roots? This. It's also too bizarre. For a while, Zhang Tianxiang didn't know what to say. This situation was beyond his knowledge. However, since the results of the test had already appeared, he couldn't afford to think too much about it now, and had to hurry up for the next round of tests so as not to miss the hour. The first round of testing is complete. Now please follow the guidelines and proceed to the next round of testing locations. Zhang Tianxiang cleared his throat, and his voice spread throughout the room. The crowd woke up as if in a dream after hearing these words, not bothering to feel surprised. They rushed forward. Sumu could only temporarily shelve his inner tirade, and after returning to Air Dog and Qiong, he followed the crowd forward. After all the cultivators in the square had left, only then did Zhang Tianxiang step forward, ready to inspect the light screen. However, before he could take a closer look, the light screen suddenly dimmed, followed by a flicker, like a candle flame that was about to be extinguished, and would completely dissipate in the next moment. Zhang Tianxiang frowned. At that moment, he then heard the Taichu Sect disciple in charge of the test let out an alarmed cry. Elder, the test stone cracked. Chapter 25, Cave Heavenly Blessed Land, Spiritual Veins and Sacred Mountain. All of them are not as good as touching Fairy Sister's little hand. Zhang Tianxiang's face changed and he hurriedly approached. Only a smooth, mirror-like stone surface was strewn with tiny cracks. It was like countless spider webs densely spread out, as if the next moment it would completely crumble into slag. This is the test stone that formed that curtain of light. Although the appearance was very inconspicuous, it was a genuine top-grade spiritual treasure. A treasure left behind by the ancestor of the Taichu Sect, containing great magical powers that could deduce the grade of the spiritual root. And this stone was now covered with cracks on its surface. Obviously it had already reached its tolerance limit and was difficult to continue using it. How did the test stone become like this? Zhang Tianshan looked at the dense cracks on the test stone in front of him and stared with wide eyes, a look of disbelief in his eyes. In the history of the Taichu Sect, this had never happened before. Not to mention the appearance of so many cracks. Not even one the size of a hairline. What's going on? Zhang Tianshan looked grave. The Taichu Sect disciple in charge of the test shook his head. I'm not sure. I only heard a crunching sound just now, and when I looked over, it had already become like this. After he finished speaking, he carefully glanced at Zhang Tianshan. The latter was found to be frowning deeply, with a thoughtful look on his face, and he didn't dare interrupt. Strange, it's just too weird. This test stone is a top-grade spiritual treasure. It's incredibly sturdy and won't be damaged in the slightest even if it withstands a blow from a Yuaning stage cultivator. What the hell happened? How did it shatter like that? Could it be because the service life of the test stone has reached its limit? In that case, it would make sense that the grade has been fluctuating after that teenager's test results appeared. Zhang Tianxiang frowned, puzzled. After thinking about it for half a day, I couldn't figure it out, so I could only leave it at that for now. He faintly instructed this disciple to tell the other party to keep the secret strictly and not to mention it to the public, and then left with the test stone that was about to shatter into crumbs with his arms folded. The other side. After the cultivators in front of them poured into a passageway, Sumu's 3 people also walked in turn. Soon a long spacious tunnel came into view. Everyone, this is the second level of the sect entry test. Those who are unable to pass through this tunnel within an hour will lose their qualifications to enter the sect this time. The voice of the Taichu Sect disciple in charge of the test covered the surroundings through his spiritual energy, falling clearly and incomparably in everyone's ears. Upon hearing these words, many people had a nervous and uneasy expression on their faces. After all, that previous level was just a test of talent qualification. It wasn't much more difficult. But this second level is different. It's all about your own skills. Even if some exceptionally gifted prides performed exceptionally amazingly at the first level, it was very likely that they would falter at this second level and leave the field in dismay. Sumu's 3 people were still walking behind the group, but they were not conspicuous. What a dense spiritual energy. As he walked through the passageway, Sumu could clearly feel the rich spiritual chi permeating the air. This density was almost comparable to a small spirit gathering formation. Even better. No wonder everyone is fighting to join the Taichu Sect. Sumu murmured softly. Just a test site could have such a rich spiritual chi. And that kind of place in the mundane world was like 2 worlds. The importance of joining a cultivation clan was evident. Of course, aura was dispensable to Sumu. It was not as good as touching a fairy sister's small hand. At that moment, with those few disciples of the Taichu Sect who were in charge of supervision punching out a few spells, the second round of testing has officially begun. Only to see the tunnel suddenly tremble as a terrifying pressure descended out of nowhere, enveloping the entire promenade. The crowd only felt their bodies sink, as if they were burdened with a huge mountain, making it difficult to take a step. In the meantime, a terrifying confining force emerged from everywhere, instantly confining everyone's spiritual energy. Spiritual power is imprisoned. The crowd's hearts beat wildly. If spiritual energy couldn't be utilized, then wouldn't they be no different from mortals? At this moment, the faces of the many cultivators turned incomparably ugly. Their spiritual power was restricted, and they could no longer exert much battle power at all. The next step would be to try to move forward with the strength of their respective wills and fleshly bodies. Only if you reach the finish line within 1 hour will you get the chance to participate in the third level of the test. If it fails, ruthless elimination awaits. Let's get started, people. Let's not waste time. The Taichu Sect disciple in charge of the test had a calm expression as he spoke aloud to the crowd. As his voice fell, the crowd bellowed. Their feet lifted and they swept forward with vigor. Sumu didn't hurry to take a step, but looked back at Airdog and Qinger beside him. Airdog's expression was grave. His body was slightly hunched under that pressure, but his eyes were full of perseverance. On the contrary, it was Qinger, who looked like she wasn't under much pressure, and responded with a sweet smile after noticing Sumu's gaze. It was just as he had expected. Qinger looked soft and weak, but her physique was extremely terrifying. Her flesh strength far exceeded that of normal people, and she would hardly be affected by that pressure. As for 2 dogs, although the talent of the heavenly spiritual root was detected, it was still clearly affected by the fact that he had not stepped into the path of cultivation. He wasn't too worried though. The second dog, this good stubborn very, see him usually stupid, but once recognize things, will never easily give up. He'll fight to get to the finish line. As expected, 2 dog took the first step. Although each step was taken through gritted teeth, it never stopped either. Sumu secretly nodded, no longer stopping, striding towards the front. Qinger followed closely behind. The 3 of them walked through the tunnel at an unhurried pace. On the other hand, Zhang Tianxiang stood on top of a high platform, overlooking the entire field. In his eyes, the position of every cultivator was clearly visible, and behind him, there stood several old men with the same white hair and beard, each of them exuding a powerful and unrivaled aura, and they were clearly the other elders of the Taichu Sect. Chapter 26 Grief can't catch me if I touch enough fairies. At this point, an old man with gorgeous clothes and a rosy face took 2 steps forward, his eyes full of fire, and he couldn't wait to ask. I heard that a heavenly spiritual root and an extreme spiritual root came out of this class of disciples? Zhang Tianxiang glanced at the other side obliquely and said, Elder Wu, it looks like you Dan Lin Feng have an idea? It's the Dan Qiong Peak. The old man changed his name a long time ago alright. Wu Zi Wang said with a frown of dissatisfaction, then stroked his beard and smiled faintly. This heavenly spirit root has an extremely fast cultivation speed and is most suitable for learning the art of alchemy. So naturally, I would like to let him enter under my Dan Qiong Peak. Zhang Tianxiang hadn't had time to retort. Next to him, an elder dressed in rags with a wine gourd hanging from his waist instantly slapped his thigh, spat nonchalantly, and furiously poo-pooed. I poo-poo-poo-poo-poo-poo-poo-poo-poo-poo-poo-poo-poo-poo-poo-poo. Old man Wu, do you want to be shameless? If this child with the heavenly spirit root enters your Dan Wang Feng, that would be a waste and a misuse. According to me, this kid is a gold system heavenly spirit root. He is already incomparable in killing and attacking. He is most suitable to come to my sword peak to practice swordplay, so as to live up to his talent. The other old man, who was dressed in flowers and a green hat on his head, shook his head frantically in rebuttal. No, 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 you should come to my Medicine King Peak. Immortal cultivation emphasizes on rigidity and flexibility. Sometimes too much killing power is not a good thing. It's easy for people to become insane. When Elder Jian Feng heard these words, his eyes instantly glared and his sky-charging sword aura instantly erupted. Shuo Daton, what do you mean by those words? All stop arguing. This kid must come to my Imperial Peak. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Must come to my Rune Peak. Several elders opened their mouths one after another, bickering into a hot pot of porridge, and it looked like they were about to roll up their sleeves and fight. At this point, a stout and robust elder stepped out, swept his gaze over the crowd, and coldly opened his mouth. Alright, don't argue. Heavenly spiritual roots can't be arranged casually, and he hasn't passed the second round of tests now, so let's wait and see first. Only then did the elders silence themselves, snorting coldly and not looking at each other. The stoutly built elder was the peak master of the body refining peak, named Hua Yanwu. A strength is unfathomable. In addition to the elders present in the sword peak, elders can be able to fight with them one or two. Others are not opponents. Moreover, when the sect master and the great elder are not present, the large and small affairs of the sect are basically handled by him, which is considered to be a veritable number 3. Seeing that the group of old guys quieted down, Hua Yanwu looked at Zhang Tianxiang and asked solemnly, Elder Zhang, you also said that the test stone was broken in your transmission just now? What happened? Zhang Tianxiang let out a bitter smile, his face somewhat embarrassed, and explained in a deep voice, that's right, the test stone cracked. As the words fell, Zhang Tianxiang only felt that the atmosphere became incomparably stagnant, and several elders stared at him with wide eyes, not daring to believe. Elder Wu of Dan Wang Peak exclaimed in shock, his face filled with horror. What? How could the test stone crack? Are you sure you didn't break the test stone? Zhang Tianxiang almost choked to death, and said in an ungraceful manner, how could I possibly have this ability? I suspect that the service life of the test stone has reached its upper limit. With that, he took out the test stone that was covered in cracks and handed it to Hua Yanwu. Hua Yanwu's face was grave as he picked it up and looked at it carefully for a while, and finally shook his head slowly and said in a deep voice, I can't tell what caused the test stone to crack. Perhaps only the Grand Elder and Sect Master can understand. The elders looked at each other, but the sect leader has been out traveling for 100 years without returning, and the Grand Elder is also in seclusion, so he shouldn't show up in a short period of time. I think it's better to settle the matter of the heavenly spirit root first, lest the news leak out and then be shortchanged by other sects. This matter really needs to be taken seriously. The testing stone will be dealt with when the Grand Elder or sect leader returns. Right now the top priority is to arrange a suitable place for the heavenly spirit root to go. Since that's the case, let's wait for everything to be finalized after all the entrance tests are over. Aha! Good. After several deliberations, the elders finally united their opinions and temporarily suppressed this matter, waiting for the final results of the sect entry test. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sumu's trio still continued to trudge forward within the dark tunnel. They had traveled a long distance, but still hadn't seen where the exit was, as if it were endless and never-ending. Quite a few cultivators with slightly less willpower had already gradually shown their state of exhaustion. Their legs were heavy as if they were filled with lead, and it was difficult for them to take a step. There were also some cultivators who stopped panting and tuned in place to recover. The pressure was too strong, and having lost their spiritual power, they could barely move an inch, weaker than mortals. And not only that, there seemed to be a special power in this pressure that shocked the mind, causing fear and making it difficult to stabilize, especially when walking in this dark tunnel. It would magnify the fear in your heart infinitely. Every step you take requires great willpower, but if your willpower is a little weak, you will be discouraged and even want to give up. Su Mu, on the contrary, hadn't felt any sense of fatigue yet, nor had he been affected too much by that particular force, and his footsteps were still quite light. As for Qiong, that was even more so. As if the young girl had come for an excursion, she looked east and west, and not only did her face not show the slightest sign of fatigue, but instead, the more she walked, the more energized she became, with the appearance of a curious baby. But the second dog was a little too much to eat. His endurance was far inferior to the duo's. His face had gradually turned pale, cold sweat constantly seeping from his forehead, and his body trembled with every step, as if he was about to fall the next moment. But even so, the dog was still gritting his teeth and holding on, his eyes filled with stubbornness and perseverance. A hint of relief flashed under Su Mu's eyes. The talent of the heavenly spirit root coupled with this perseverance, the future potential of this bastard dog, was immeasurable. As soon as he thought of spiritual roots, Su Mu began to feel a bit of ache pain again. 10 spiritual roots. Who can cultivate with so many spiritual roots? Although the quality of spiritual roots and the number of spiritual roots are not related, the energy of a cultivator is limited. In the case of cultivators with multiple spiritual roots, they would often focus on majoring in one or two of the spiritual roots, while the others were used to add some extra abilities. For example, a wood spirit root can increase healing abilities. Water spirit roots, on the other hand, can improve defense, evasion, etc. Very few multi-system spirit root cultivators could juggle all of their spirit roots because they simply couldn't spare the energy to cultivate so many. Even if one barely juggled a few, the effect would be greatly reduced. Far worse than majoring in one spiritual root. If someone was able to cultivate all 10 spiritual roots to the same level, that person's future achievements would definitely be unimaginably high. It seems that in the future I will have to be more diligent and touch more fairies with different spiritual roots so that I can take care of all the spiritual roots. Su Mu secretly pondered in his heart. Looking at it this way, the 10 spiritual roots aren't that bad. As long as he touched enough fairies to be balanced enough, then he could completely cultivate all 10 spiritual roots to about the same level. When the time comes, won't it be a slap in the face, and I'll be at the mercy of the heavens and the earth? It might even be possible to create a unique technique for an all-system cultivation stream as a result. Su Mu's eyes brightened slightly, and he suddenly began to look forward to it somewhat. As for the matter of the spiritual root's quality being inferior, it had long been ignored by Su Mu. The speed of his cultivation is again not determined by quality, but by the fairy miss. Ahem. As he was walking, a few rough coughs came from the front, interrupting Su Mu's thoughts. Chapter 27. What if the fairies can't walk anymore? Take turns giving them massages. Su Mu looked over. One could only see a female cultivator wearing an emerald green dress leaning against the wall of the tunnel with a pale face, coughing non-stop. Her condition was poor to the extreme, and she seemed to be about to lose her grip. In addition to her, several other female cultivators in the vicinity were also all weak and shaky on their feet one by one, threatening to fall at any time. It could be seen from here that the female cultivators' physical qualities were obviously a little bit worse than the male cultivators, especially after losing their spiritual power. These gaps became even more obvious. They cast their hopeful gazes on those passing male or powerful female cultivators, expecting any kind-hearted person to help them. Yet no one paid any attention to them. These male cultivators couldn't even protect themselves from their own situation. So where would they have the extra strength and energy to help others? The world of cultivators is so cold. The best and the strongest are honored. No one can help you but yourself. This scene was also caught in the eyes of the elders who had been observing this place. They looked at the curtain of light in front of them, shaking their heads and sighing from time to time. Cultivators nowadays are really becoming more and more apathetic. But the previous era of purity and simplicity to goodness is gone. Yeah, even though this level doesn't test character, it does give some sideways indication. Alas, it can't be helped. Today's world has fewer and fewer cultivation resources, and they're harder and harder to find. Cultivators tend to do whatever they can for resources, and over time it is natural. But as righteous cultivators, we can't forget our hearts. Otherwise, how can we live up to the mission on our shoulders? If everyone is like this, how can we take up the great responsibility of guarding the living in the future? That's also true. Outsiders can be a bit wary, but to fellow disciples, it's time to extend a hand. The elders who had been quarreling over the heavenly spirit root just a moment ago had long since returned to normal and were now discussing with each other. Though they're not surprised by this kind of thing anymore, they still can't help but get emotional. As the Taichu Sect was a righteous sect, they naturally wanted their disciples to be filled with benevolence and affection. Nay, times were different, and the current cultivators could no longer be as simple as the ancient cultivators. This is the trend and the sadness of the times. Right at this moment, Sword Peak Elder Hong Tao suddenly raised his head to look somewhere, his face showing astonishment. Ha! That little guy. The rest of the elders also turned their heads and looked in the direction Hong Tao was looking. Immediately afterward, they saw an upright figure in the darkened tunnel, striding straight toward the several female cultivators. How are you doing? All right? Sumu frowned and walked over to the female cultivator in emerald green dress, a handsome face that was comparable to a heavenly beauty filled with concern. I can't walk. That female cultivator froze when she saw Sumu's face, then immediately lowered her head and mumbled in a small voice. In the face of such a situation, Sumu, who was an enthusiastic young man of 3, naturally couldn't just sit back and do nothing. He reached out his left hand and gently assisted the other party, taking them into his arms and softly comforting them. It's okay, you'll be able to pass this round of tests. Don't be afraid. Thank you. The female cultivator raised her head. A few watery mists rose under her eyes as she looked at Sumu with a grateful face. Her eyes slightly reddened. Don't talk, recover your strength first. I know the art of massage and acupressure. I'll press it for you. It can relieve the muscle soreness. Sumu hugged the other party with one hand, while his other hand was rapidly squeezing at the other party's shoulders, back, and thighs. The female cultivator only felt a stream of warmth dispersing through her body, and her entire body was as if she was soaking in a hot spring. With Sumu's help, soon, the pale face of this female cultivator turned a little rosy. She only felt warm and incomparably comfortable, and that previous feeling of exhaustion and powerlessness had miraculously disappeared quite a bit. Well, this method really works. The female cultivator immediately stared at her beautiful eyes with an incredulous expression. Well, you're in no shape to go off on your own. Sumu released the female cultivator in his arms and said with a smile, where are you going? The female cultivator sniffed and faintly revealed a hint of disappointment, staring at Sumu's face with reluctance and intent. I still have to help the others press. We are all cultivators. I'll help one more if I can, Sumu said with a smile. The handsome face coupled with that gentle smile, like sunshine spilling down and like a spring breeze on the face, caused that female cultivator's heart to instantly beat faster and her cheeks to blush slightly. So gentle, if only he could be by my side all the time. The female cultivator's heart and mind swayed, causing endless waves, only feeling that the smile was like a brand engraved in her heart. How could she not wave it away? Thank you. The female cultivator pursed her lips and whispered with her head down, didn't wait for any response. When she looked up again, she realized that Sumu had already walked towards the remaining few female cultivators. She blinked, frustrated, feeling as if her heart was empty. Quick, come on and help me. I really can't. Ugh. Yeah, save us. Oh. As Sumu arrived in front of those female cultivators, they stretched out their pink arms and jade palms to him. These few female cultivators had already been struggling for a long time, and were almost on the verge of an imminent collapse, and Sumu's arrival was like a ray of light that brought back their hope. Sumu once again helped these female cultivators press their bodies according to the party's method, and in a short while, the state of the female cultivators all improved a lot. Wow, you're awesome! A petite young girl exclaimed and looked at Sumu adoringly. May I ask what your name is? After I pass the test, I will definitely go and thank you. A trivial matter, not enough to worry about. Sumu smiled and said, cultivators of my generation should have the heart to help the world and save others, and should even support each other. This is all something I should do. You don't need to know my name. Wow, you're such a nice guy. That young girl's small face flushed as a ripple rippled in her eyes, and the few female cultivators beside her nodded in agreement, with the slightest hint of shyness and adoring smiles on their faces. Hearing the title of good man, the corner of Sumu's eyes jumped slightly. You're the good guy. Your whole family are good people. Resisting the urge to spit, Sumu gently smiled and said in a warm voice, you guys work hard. I'm sure you'll be able to pass this level. Yes. The young girl nodded heavily and clenched her fist to assure Sumu, we will definitely not fail you. Definitely. Thanks. The other female cultivators nodded to Sumu, casting thankful glances at him. Well, I can't help you guys with the rest. Go for it. Sumu waved his hand, then took a step towards the next female cultivator, looking at Sumu's back as he left. A few women couldn't help but fall into a state of bewilderment, their eyes glowing with a little bit of disorientation, and all of this was seen by the elders from afar. and all of their faces showed a look of satisfaction. Chapter 28 Su Mu was indeed born to cultivate immortality. Not bad, not bad. Heart, character is excellent. A good seedling. Sword Peak Elder Hong Tao stroked his beard and nodded his head repeatedly, and in a rare occurrence, he did not burst into foul language. Little Qiong Peak Elder Zhuo Datong also stroked his beard and smiled with admiration in his eyes. That's right, if this son is willing to join my Taichu Sect, he will definitely have a great future in the future. Hua Yanwu of the Body Refining Peak likewise nodded his head repeatedly, his face full of appreciation. Most importantly, this son has an exceptionally handsome appearance and an outstanding temperament. He must not be a mere mortal. I'm sure his talent must be very strong, right? At the end of his words, he looked at Zhang Tianxian, who was presiding over the test, and there was an inquiry in his tone. Zhang Tianxian looked at Su Mu. The corners of his eyes twitched slightly, and he said with some embarrassment, "This son is indeed exceptionally gifted." The eyes of the elders brightened slightly. Could he be that extreme dual lineage spiritual root possessor? Zhang Tianxian shook his head with an odd expression and said, "No, he is not an extreme spiritual root possessor, but rather a 10 series spiritual root possessor, and his quality is only inferior." When these words came out, the elders looked at each other. 10 lineage spiritual root, qualification inferior. Hong Tao scratched his ass and then his head, looking confused and surprised. "Are you sure you're not mistaken?" The other elders were the same. All of them froze. They even wondered if they had misheard, or if Zhang Tianxian had misremembered. "I'm sure it's right. It is indeed a 10 lineage spirit root, lower grade qualification." Zhang Tianxian's face was quite stiff and he smiled bitterly. "And the test stone is what was damaged after testing the kid." The elders looked at each other with astonishment in their eyes. A trace of embarrassment also flashed in Hua Yanwu's eyes as he sought to mend himself. "Well, talent doesn't really matter. The key is that this kid has a good heart and is kind, which is a necessary quality to be a cultivator." Several other elders also nodded in agreement. "Yes, indeed. Although he just gave a few female cultivators a massage, he let go of his hand after pressing, and there were no evil thoughts in his eyes, so he was really a righteous man. Not only that, this son didn't leave any names behind after helping others. This gesture of not asking for anything in return is also an example that other disciples should learn from. This son has a kind character. I'm afraid he will suffer in the future. After he is initiated, we should take care of him more." "Yes too." The elders sighed in admiration. All of them did not mince words of praise, and their eyes were filled with appreciation for Su Mu. Inside the tunnel, Su Mu, at this time, he didn't know that he had already become a future star in the eyes of the elders, and was continuing to help a female cultivator massage her to relieve her fatigue. With his hard work, the state of many of the female cultivators eased quite a bit, although most of the female cultivators were still in a state of extreme exhaustion. Their mental state was much better and they didn't faint, and the eyes they looked at Su Mu were getting hotter and hotter. Just like, it was as if a group of wolves that had been starving for a long time, when they saw the little white sheep, the sizzling light came out of their eyes. Even some female cultivators had glowing eyes, with undisguised admiration in their eyes. There were also quite a few female cultivators who were moved by the infinite gratitude towards Su Mu in their hearts, and tears flowed freely from their eyes. While the other male cultivators saw the scene, they all showed strong envy. Some even sneakily gulped, murmuring with longing in their eyes, "If only it were me instead." There were also male cultivators who cursed secretly. "Humph, how shameless, to take such a big advantage. Don't get all misty-eyed. If you've got it in you, go yourself. Alas, forget it. How are we going to help others when we can't even take care of ourselves?" Also, Su Mu naturally also noticed the gazes and discussions from the crowd. His brows slightly furrowed and his heart was quite helpless. LOL, how can you call that taking advantage? Why can't anyone understand my Su Mu's gratuitous giving? Su Mu shook his head and lazily ignored these male cultivators, placing his gaze on the panel in front of him. Host, Su Mu. Current cultivation level, 4th level of Qi practicing, 52%. Currently practicing, Golden Light Technique, 100%. Wind Wall Technique, 100%. Water Escape Technique, 98%. Jade Spirit Poem, 88%. Suxian Sword Technique, 56%. Expand. Great. After his hard work just now, his cultivation had grown from 10% to 52%. A full 40% increase. What kind of concept is that? This meant that he was only 48% away from the 5th level of Qi cultivation. TCH, I'm still so good at math after the high school entrance exam. Su Mu let out a sigh of emotion, admiring himself from the bottom of his heart. The most crucial thing was that not only was there an increase in cultivation, but even the progress bars of the feats had filled up several times, and there were also many more feats. Although most of them Su Mu couldn't use, but they were better than nothing. Sumu, was indeed born to cultivate immortality. Sumu felt that his choice of joining an immortal cultivation sect was really right. At this rate of cultivation, in less than a few years, he could potentially become a big shot who would roam across the immortal cultivation world and no one would dare to mess with him. My lord, are you done with your work? Just as Sumu was thinking about the future, a weak, sweet and soft voice suddenly came from behind him. Sumu looked back, only to see Huang Qing'er standing behind him playfully, her pretty face smiling sweetly, her hands clasped together, her eyes filled with anticipation and said, "Your Excellency, Qing'er is also tired." After saying this, she even stretched out her own little pink foot and hooked it towards Sumu. Sumu? Sumu looked at her snow-white ankles, then looked at the young girl's exquisite jade-like pretty face, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. You look so alive. Where's the fatigue? However, Sumu didn't poke through the young girl's small mind, but instead nodded very seriously and said, "Okay, I'll give you a massage as well." Huang Qing'er immediately smiled with joy at her words, a spiritual luster flashing in her eyes. Gong is the best. He. She stretched out her two slender little fingers like onions in jade, gently picking the laces apart, and then took off her shoes. The pink delicate flawless jade feet were just bare in the air. Each toe was like a petal of crystal clear pink crystal jelly, especially the jade-colored crystals at the ankles and wrists, but also exudes a soft luster like snow, and there is also a hidden fragrance that permeates the air. Without any distractions and without looking away, Sumu took the girl's soft little feet in his hands and began to gently squeeze them. The female cultivators beside the two revealed envious gazes. After the massage, Sumu put the young girl's warm, soft and tender delicate little feet back into her shoes and softly said, "All right, your meridians have been soothed. You can go now." Hey! Huang Qing'er sighed quietly, raised her eyes fondly, glanced at Sumu's face, and clenched her teeth. No. Sumu was curious. Why not? Huang Qing'er's pretty face rarely surfaced a few touches of scarlet, slightly squirming. Although my feet are better, my arms and thighs are sore. So, her pretty face grew red, almost dripping blood. That's why I can't leave yet. A few black lines surfaced on Sumu's forehead. He stood up and tapped the young girl on the forehead in a no-nonsense manner, giving her a brainbuster. Don't forget that we're still in the middle of the sect entry test. If we can't pass the test within an hour, we're going to be eliminated. Qing'er covered the polished jade-like forehead, aggrieved and said, "I know, mister. If you don't fight for a day, you'll go up to your room." Sumu rolled his eyes in a good-natured manner and continued walking towards the depths of the tunnel. Well, Qing'er pouted her little mouth, looking at Sumu's back. A hint of halo red surfaced on her cheeks, and the corners of her pink lips rose slightly as she murmured, "Dupe looks best when he hits people." She then moved her lotus steps lightly and hurriedly followed. "Sir, wait for me." Chapter 29. What about those female cultivators who need help when he's gone? The world needs him. Sumu took big strides within the tunnel and walked forward for about another quarter of an hour. During this time, he actively utilized his wonderful virtue of being helpful and helped hundreds of female practitioners. As for the male practitioners, I'm sorry, but Sumu can't see. He could only see that one male cultivator lying on the ground and struggling hard, displaying his tenacious and unyielding will, completely without the need for him to come to his aid. If Sumu made a move, it would instead be disrespectful to their will. After all, the male cultivators in the immortal cultivation world are all good men with iron bones and a strong heaven and earth. Regarding Sumu's nakedly different treatment, countless male cultivators pounded their chests and were incomparably indignant, but they didn't dare to give the slightest indication, and at most, they could only secretly spit in their hearts, because they don't want to admit they can't either. After moving forward again for a quarter of an hour, Sumu finally relied on his own hard work and helpfulness, and after touching the 789 female cultivators, he managed to break through to the 5th level of chi refining, and that's when he saw a glimmer of light faintly revealed ahead of him. This tunnel, it seemed, was about to reach its end. Sumu's spirit was slightly shaken. Does this mean that this round of testing is finally over? Sumu didn't rush to leave the tunnel, but instead looked back at his two little followers. Qing'er didn't need to be mentioned, still following him with a light pace. Not the slightest hint of fatigue could be seen on her pretty face. Only the small mouth kept pouting, and there were some small grudges in those good-looking peach blossom eyes. And whenever Sumu finished massaging a female cultivator, there would also be a few flashes of envy. As for the second dog, he had no time to care about anything else at all. His face was flushed red at this moment. A layer of fine beads of sweat surfaced on his forehead, and his body had to pause for a moment with every step. Like grass swaying with the wind, it can fall at any time, but every time after the gale, it can stand up again with perseverance. Huffing and puffing, his breath became more and more rapid. and his whole body seemed as if it would go limp at any moment. But even so, he still persisted in following behind Sumu, not letting himself fall behind. And Sumu didn't make a move to help Airdog from the beginning to the end, and he was able to come this far entirely by his own willpower and persistence. Sumu nodded in relief, smiled and asked, "How is it? Can you still hold on?" Airdog lifted his head with difficulty, his eyes bright, unprecedented determination appearing on that dark face. He nodded his head vigorously and said, "Yes." Sumu gratifyingly patted his shoulder and encouraged, "Very well, in that case, let's go." Aha! Airdog clenched his teeth and struggled to keep up with Sumu's pace. Side by side, the three of them continued toward the end of the tunnel. Soon, they then came to the end of this tunnel. The bright sunlight instantly dispelled the darkness and shone on the faces of the three. Tap! Sumu took the last step and officially stepped out of the tunnel. But strangely enough, the pressure on his body still didn't disappear, but instead became heavier. Moreover, the spiritual energy in his body hadn't recovered and was still in a sealed state. It seems like this round of testing really isn't that easy to pass. Sumu secretly frowned. He looked up and forward, only to see a towering mountain range appear before him, and a long stone staircase appeared between the mountains, like a heavenly ladder, plunging into the clouds. This is going to make us climb this stone staircase under pressure? Sumu's gaze condensed slightly. Huang Qing'er also opened her small mouth in surprise. Is it this high? For his part, Two Dog rubbed his knee, too tired to say a word. When Sumu's trio arrived here, there were already numerous cultivators arriving in the surrounding area. They were also looking up at the long heavenly ladder in front of them at that moment, with indescribable bitterness in their expressions. It must be even more difficult for them to walk on flat ground, let alone climb stairs. This round of tests is also too difficult. It's impossible to pass. A female cultivator couldn't help but cry out, sobbing. Yeah, how can we climb up when we're not even left with a bit of time to rest? Another female cultivator also wailed. The faces of the other male cultivators were also very unsightly, bitter and sighing. The only people who stood there without saying anything were a few. They prided themselves on their strong physical bodies and were still confident in themselves, but even so, their faces were pale. Fellow Daoists, I'll go first. A robust male cultivator stepped forward and clasped his fists as he spoke. After the words fell, he didn't delay and turned around to the front of the heavenly ladder, taking a deep breath before taking a big step and striding straight towards the heavenly ladder. Rumble! Just after stepping onto the first step, he couldn't help his body from trembling and directly half-kneeled on it. His face was red, beads of sweat covered his forehead, and his entire body was trembling. After a long while, he reluctantly got up, gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and continued to walk towards the top of the ladder. His footsteps became heavier and heavier, as if he had 1,000 pounds on each step. At the back, it was even more difficult to look at every step, stopping to gasp for breath. It seems like the higher you go the heavier the pressure gets. Sumu's gaze flickered and his face was deep in thought. The other cultivators also saw the signs. Their hearts thumped and their faces were grave. No more nonsense from anyone. And one by one they began to walk up the stone steps. If you want to compete for those 10 spots straight into the inner gate, you have to stand out at every level of performance to do so. Sumu didn't have much interest in those 10 slots, but it was Li Ergo who seemed eager to try his hand at it. After seeing that someone had started to ascend the ladder, he didn't care about resting, and after consulting Sumu's opinion, he walked up the ladder with heavy steps. Gongzi, when are we going to climb the ladder? Huang Qing'er came over to Sumu's side and asked with a pout. Wait, don't rush, Sumu whispered back. If he ascended the ladder too quickly, what about those needy, delicate female cultivators? The world needs him. Alas, I am a self-sacrificing, helpful gentleman. Sumu silently sighed in his heart. Seeing him say that, Huang Qing'er nodded her head in agreement, then stood in place and waited obediently, with the posture of a good boy. Go! Finally, when more than half of the people had stepped onto the ladder, Sumu opened his mouth and walked on top of the stone steps. Huang Qing'er hurriedly followed. Sumu had just stood still when the pressure on his body increased steeply, suppressing him to death. His body shook just slightly before he steadily stepped towards the second step. It was pretty much what Sumu expected. Every step taken seemed to bear the weight of a huge mountain. Moreover, as Sumu kept going upwards, the weight he had to bear became more and more terrifying, and there was vaguely thunder blasting in his ears. There were even countless cacophonous voices in the underworld that repeated themselves in his mind. Give up. You can't climb up. It's so high. You'll surely die of exhaustion climbing up there. Better return. Cultivating immortality is too tiring. You won't last. Even if you hold on now, what can you do? Nothing is meaningless without eternal life. These voices were like magical sounds that penetrated the ears, carrying a strong compulsion. but anyone with a slightly weak mind would unconsciously recognize his words. Sumu saw that there were already a few cultivators who had stopped in their tracks. Their eyes were confused, and their mouths kept chanting something. This Taichu Sect's test is really something. Sumu narrowed his eyes as he turned his head to look at Qiong, only to find that the other party had also frowned her pretty eyebrows for the first time, seemingly in some discomfort. Sumu curiously asked, "Qiong, do you feel the pressure too?" "Ha?" Huang Qiong looked confused, blinked, and asked strangely, "Is there pressure?" "Sumu, then why are you frowning?" Sumu didn't have the good sense to say. Qiong spat out her little tongue. A trace of shyness flashed across her face, and she said with some embarrassment, "It's a bit high here. I'm afraid." Chapter 30. These days, there aren't many cultivators who are as helpful as I am. Sumu was speechless, feeling that you were worried about this point. Then he smiled and shook his head. "Well, don't be afraid. I'm here." Qiong immediately nodded her head, her eyes filled with adoration. Sumu stroked her little head, while looking up at the steps above, his eyes constantly searching. When he saw a female cultivator wearing a purple dress, sitting paralyzed on the steps, seemingly no longer able to get up, his eyes lit up slightly. He immediately stepped forward, a warm sunny smile on his face. "This fairy, I see that you seem to be a little out of it. How about letting me give you a ride?" As Qiong looked at Sumu's attentive back, the corners of her pink lips couldn't help but slightly turn away, and the adoration in her eyes instantly turned into a grudge. She also wanted to be hugged by the male too. 2/4 of an hour later, Sumu rubbed his wrist, put down the 862 jade feet in his hand, and slowly exhaled. "These days, there aren't many cultivators who are as busy and helpful as I am." He looked at the end of the stone steps in front of him and sighed slightly. "This Taichu Sect's test is really a bit difficult. It's really bitter for these fairies and young ladies, but luckily I, Su, am there to accompany them." When he finished, he lifted his leg and stepped onto the last step. In an instant, the pressure spiked. If before it was only 1,000 pounds of force, at this moment it became 10,000 pounds, and it was even increasing in increments. Sumu only felt as if a lofty mountain was pressing down hard, causing his body to tense up violently. At the same time, there was a loud voice that suddenly exploded beside his ears. "Go back!" The sound rolled like thunder and shook the eardrums, but Sumu's eyes were incomparably calm, and he took a right foot without hesitation. Essence flickered in his eyes and the corner of his mouth curled slightly. "Go back to your grandma." Buzz. The moment his paws stepped on the last step, all the pressure and restraints, all of them, dissipated. The spiritual energy in his body also quickly resumed flowing like a tidal wave, filling up the dry dantian fiercely. In this instant, Sumu only felt as light as a swallow, and his limbs and bones were filled with majestic power, and he even had the illusion that he was able to tear apart the void. Hiss! He took a deep breath, and a crackling and popping sound came from within his body. He opened his eyes, and 2 flames jumped in his pupils. The flame was only the size of a grain of rice, but it gave off an extremely fiery feeling, as if a real sun. He clenched his fist slightly, and all of a sudden his bones crackled in unison. 5th level of chi refining? After Sumu froze for a moment, the corners of his mouth drew a faint arc, although he had just managed to break through the 5th level of chi refining within the tunnel. At that time, he couldn't feel the changes in his aura, so much so that he didn't notice the changes within his body. Now that his aura was restored, he naturally felt the surging and raging power within his body. Sumu knew that today's him was too much stronger than 3 days ago. Choosing to join the Taichu Sect was indeed a wise choice. Sumu murmured in a low voice. Not only was there an abundance of spiritual chi here, but there were also a wide variety of feats and martial arts, as well as many precious resources. Most importantly, there are a lot of fairy ladies here. Moreover, he hadn't joined the Taichu Sect yet, and most of the female cultivators he met were only at the chi refining stage in terms of strength. When he truly joined the Taichu Sect and came into contact with those female cultivators with higher cultivation levels, his cultivation speed would conceivably rise another level. "Your Excellency, we've passed this level." At this moment, Huang Qiong came closer, a blush hanging on her pretty little face. "Aha!" Sumu collected his chi and nodded, then pulled Qiong towards the front. Huang Qiong let Sumu pull her arm. Her small face reddened, her heart happy. "Gungzi is holding my hand, hey." Sumu didn't think much about anything as he pulled Huang Qiong and smoothly arrived at the square behind the end of the stone stairs. He scanned the entire square and managed to see the pale-faced Li air dog in a corner. Sumu walked over with Qiong. "Gongzi." Air dog got up with difficulty, his tone still a bit weak. Sumu smiled and asked, "How was it? Was it okay?" 2 dogs nodded. "I'm fine. I'll be fine after some rest." "How many times did you come up here?" Sumu asked curiously. He had just been so focused on helping those lady cultivator sisters that he hadn't noticed when this Li Ergo guy had come up. But Sumu guessed that with Airdog's hustle, even if he wasn't in the top few, he should be among the top. The second dog scratched his head, squirmed a bit, and seemed a little embarrassed. Gongzi, I am the 11th to come up, and did not enter the top 10. With that, he sighed, some regret in his eyes. It's already pretty good. If you can still play this consistently in the next level, then you'll basically be able to reserve those 10 inner disciple spots. Sumu patted his shoulder and said half-jokingly, in the future, Gongzi will have to rely on you to cover him. When Li Airdog heard this, his face turned red and he nodded vigorously. Gongzi, don't worry, with me here I definitely won't let you suffer. Sumu laughed and patted his shoulder. Huang Qing'er's gaze dimmed slightly as she remembered her own spiritual root talent. She also wanted to become a helper for the Gongzi, but her talent is so poor that even if the prince doesn't mind, I'm afraid he'll still be disappointed, right? Ugh. The young girl sighed quietly and hung her head down, her eyes reddening. Sumu keenly caught the change in her mood and turned around to gently comfort her. What's wrong, Qing'er? Qing'er was stunned at her words and hurriedly shook her head, revealing a hint of a smile as she pretended to be strong and said, Gongzi, I'm fine. Sumu raised his eyebrows, reached out and touched her head, and said seriously, if something happens, don't hide it from me. Qing'er's heart warmed and she nodded earnestly. Okay, Gongzi. Good boy. Afterward, Sumu ignored Qing'er and turned his head to survey the entire square. The square was not large, only tens of feet wide. At this moment, there were many stone tables and chairs placed around the square for the cultivators to sit and rest temporarily. One of them is quite conspicuous. It was an ancient tower that towered over the city. It was located in the very center of the square, surrounded by a dense green mist, as if it was in a fairyland, mysterious and unpredictable. The tower is divided into 9 layers, and at the top of the tower, a round of white sun can be seen rising, coloring the top of the tower with a brilliant golden color. My lord, I just heard the other cultivators discussing that there is the 3rd round of examination tests there, and it is said that there are many illusionary formations in that tower, and everyone has to climb to at least the 4th floor to pass this round of tests. Li Airdog whispered, a hint of worry in his voice. Sumu nodded slightly. Let's find a place to sit for a while first, Sumu mused. Now that the 2nd round of tests hadn't ended yet, many cultivators were still climbing that long stone ladder at this time. Li Airdog sniffed and hurriedly led Sumu and Huang Qing'er to find a place to sit down, quietly waiting for the quiz to end. And Sumu wasn't idle either. After he sat down on his knees, he began to familiarize himself with the power of the 5th level of qi refining. This time, the breakthrough was too much faster than before, and he needed to consolidate it so as not to destabilize his realm. After an unknown amount of time, with a melodious bell ringing, Sumu slowly opened his eyes. Only at this moment, on top of that 9-story ancient tower, there was a pale figure standing. The figure was wearing a green robe with a long beard, looking immortal. It was none other than Elder Zhang Tianxian who was responsible for conducting the test. Time is up. The 2nd round of testing is officially over. Cultivators who have not yet passed, please stay, Zhang Tianxiang announced aloud. Sumu looked around and realized that the number of people was as many as thousands less than before. He secretly smacked his lips. Thousands of cultivators had been brushed off at this level, and its cruelty was evident. However, it was worth mentioning that most of these cultivators who were eliminated were male cultivators, because the female cultivators all passed through with Sumu's enthusiastic help. Meanwhile, that Zhang Tianxiang continued. Chapter 31 The True will not be defeated. There are jade feet. Congratulations on passing the 2nd round. Now for the 3rd round of testing. This 3rd round tests not only character and heart, it also tests your courage, wisdom and boldness. Hearing Zhang Tianxian's words, everyone present was instantly shaken in spirit. Zhang Tianxian looked around before nodding in satisfaction. Good. The 3rd round of tests will begin next. I hope everyone will be ready. After saying that Zhang Tianxian flicked his sleeve robe, and a powerful invisible force surged out, enveloping all the cultivators present. Swish! In the next moment, only the ancient tower in the center of the square steeply lit up with a bright and gorgeous light. Immediately afterward, under everyone's gaze, the ancient tower's door slowly opened. This test will directly determine the fate of all of you. Ergo, and enter the tower. After saying that Zhang Tianxian waved his sleeve, and in an instant, all the cultivators felt as if their bodies were being tugged, instantly flying up in the air and rushing towards the ancient tower. In the blink of an eye, there was no longer anyone in the square. Sumu only felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and then he found himself in the middle of a dilapidated village. Demon! Run! Demons! The demons are here again! Hide! The sound of panicked screams came from his ears. Sumu frowned and looked up, only to see a team of officials and soldiers riding their horses as they raced in. He narrowed his eyes and scrutinized them, and suddenly his face relaxed. That leading knight was only at the early stage of body tempering cultivation, and although his numbers were superior, his strength was quite ordinary, and by the looks of it, the officer seemed to have fled from the other side. Seeing this scene, Sumu's heart stirred and he instantly guessed a few points. This might be some kind of test in the illusion. Thinking of this, Sumu took a deep breath and slowly took a step toward the front. The village looked extremely desolate, and with its dilapidated and wretched houses, it looked quite realistic. At this moment, there were already several corpses lying around, looking like they had just died recently, and at that moment, several hideous figures appeared in the rear of that official army. Those were several giant apes that were as black as ink, 2 meters tall, with gnarled muscles like small mountains. Their scarlet eyes were filled with cold killing intent, and as soon as they copied the hammer on the ground, they ruthlessly smashed it down, instantly setting off a sky full of smoke and dust. Bang! 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 Several giant apes attacked frantically, making the already deserted village even more miserable. It looks like this is the first level of the illusionary test, Sumu muttered, a hint of realization flashing through his eyes, and then his figure flashed, and he quickly walked forward against the flow of people who were routing and fleeing. Bang! A giant ape held up a hammer and slammed it, but it directly pounced. Immediately after that, Sumu suddenly struck out. He spread his 5 fingers wide to grab the giant ape's shoulders and twisted them viciously. Click! The crisp sound of bone cracking resounded. The giant ape let out a howl of pain, and its huge body fell heavily to the ground. Immediately after that, Sumu stepped on the giant ape's head with his paw and crushed it down hard with all his strength. Boo! The giant ape wailed, its head exploding into plasma, completely killing it. Afterward, Sumu didn't stop and continued to sweep forward. Those few giant apes still attacked ferociously, but they couldn't even touch half of his clothes. Instead, they were all stomped to death by his feet, all the way through. Simple and rough. In no time at all, these few giant apes perished and dissipated into dots of starbursts. Thank you, Immortal Master, for coming to the rescue. That branch of officers and soldiers dismounted and bowed in thanks. Thank you, Immortal Master, for saving me. At the same time, some of the villagers who managed to survive also hurriedly bowed to Sumu. Sumu was slightly stunned. Then he waved his hand. All get up. As soon as the words fell, the screen in front of Sumu abruptly changed. Only a halo of light flashed. The next moment Sumu suddenly realized that he appeared in front of an expansive altar, and beside the stone pillar in front of the altar, an old man was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. Suddenly, the old man violently opened his eyes and looked at Sumu. You're finally here. The old man stood up with an agitated and relieved look on his face. Sumu looked at him suspiciously. Little one, do you know how long I've been waiting for you? The old man asked with a loving smile. Sumu shook his head. That's just it. You don't need to know. Come here to the altar. I'll transfer all my spiritual power to your body, and help you step onto the peak of the Mahayana. The old man blandly said. Sumu, this illusion, it's too much to look down on. This kind of poorly thought out passing drama is only for cuties. Would believe it, right? Sumu turned around and tried to leave. Who knew that the old man had suddenly grabbed Sumu by the shoulders, before Sumu could struggle. In the next moment, he suddenly felt a huge spiritual energy instantly surging into his body, and along with the infusion of this majestic energy, Sumu only felt that the spiritual energy in his body was growing rapidly and continuously. In this situation, even though Sumu knew in his heart that he was in an illusion, he still couldn't help but indulge in it. The feeling of increased strength was so soothing that one simply couldn't refuse it. Even to the end, there was a moment in Sumu's heart that he actually wanted to treat this illusion as if it was something that really happened. Not only that, but a voice in his head kept telling him, accept this power. It's a shortcut to immortality. Accept this power. It's a shortcut to practice this illusion. There really is something. Sumu sighed in his heart. If this sinks in, it will obviously stop at the second level of the illusion. Hey, old man. Almost done. Sumu turned around and pulled out a backhand, directly slapping the old man to the ground, and then left without a care in the world. The illusion, thus shattered. And in the next illusion, Sumu experienced the temptation of magic treasures, the temptation of pills, the temptation of spirit stones, and the temptation of feats in turn. He even became the head of a certain sect and experienced a wave of power. Each one of them was an opportunity that cultivators could only dream of. Yet Sumu was completely blind to it. He always stayed true to his heart and did not get lost in the illusion. The difficulty of these illusions isn't that high. Well, an arc appeared at the corner of Sumu's mouth. As a traveler, his heart had long been tempered by the internet, sharpening an incomparably strong will. How could he be lost in a mere illusion? Such an illusion was completely unchallenging to him. True will not be defeated. I will never falter. Sumu's expression was calm as he lifted his leg once again and walked towards the 8th layer of the illusory realm with a determined gaze, only to see the scene in all directions disintegrate and dissipate. Next moment, Sumu then found himself in a room that emitted an extravagant aroma and burned red candles, and in front of him, dozens of women dressed in tulle with bare jade backs were dancing. They were draped in light veils that covered key parts of their bodies, but just the exposed neck, collarbone, and white, slender arms and ankles are a source of reverie and desire. Sumu's face suddenly changed. This illusion does not speak of martial virtues. How dare you test my son with this? After a dance, they lightly moved their lotus steps and slowly approached Sumu. Immortal masters, please drink. Immortal master, please enjoy yourself. Their cheeks are flushed and delicate. Their eyes are watery and full of charm, and their knitted brows seduce the soul. They approached in style, constantly tugging on Sumu's jacket, all with seductive smiles on their faces. LOL, what a handsome male. A group of female cultivators daintily opened their mouths, their soft, bone-chilling voices full of temptation. Sumu let out a deep breath and recited the meditation mantra in his heart. Yet just then, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw a gorgeous-looking female cultivator gently lifting her jade leg, removing her shoes and socks, and placing the small, tender jade foot lightly on his waistline, slowly rubbing, Even with Sumu's stamina, he couldn't help but burst out. It's so unmartialized. Surprisingly, he used his soft spot to hold him. Chapter 32, The Sword of Horror. Good and evil judge for themselves. Stop by killing, subdue evil and exterminate demons. And at this moment, this illusionary realm seemed to have sensed Sumu's change in state of mind, only to see those female cultivators gather around, stretching out their long legs and teasing Sumu with a pair of crystal pink jade feet. They were staring at Sumu with spring in their eyes, their clothes half exposed, displaying their proud bodies. For a moment, a tantalizing fragrance permeated the entire house. However, Sumu only burst out with a foul mouth before regaining his composure, because when these women touched him, his cultivation didn't grow one iota. This can only mean that all these female cultivators are false and non-existent. Faced with a bunch of nothingness, it was naturally impossible for Sumu to have any reaction. It's not like I'm a dead fat nerd who fantasizes about those two-spined apes all day. This illusion won't work for me. Sumu's complexion grew cold as he indifferently looked at the group of women scratching their heads in front of him. Immortal master, please drink. Oh. The female cultivator winks and lightly opens her vermilion lips. Immortal master, what's wrong with you? Is Noor not dancing well enough? The woman smiled sweetly and reached out to stroke Sumu's chest. Immortal master, Noor will give you a leg whack. Okay. Another woman came up and stretched out her greenish-white jade fingers, gently touching Sumu's earlobe, her warm and wet breath spraying on Sumu's ears. A group of warblers and swallows came together by Sumu's side, shy and charming, with all kinds of provocative means coming out. Sumu only felt a heat wave hit his face, and his head was drowsy, as if he would fall asleep at any moment. If this scene were to fall on an ordinary cultivator, I'm afraid that he would have to surrender on the spot and indulge in it. Immortal master, Noor accompanied you to the Witch Mountain clouds and rain. Are you willing to marry Noor? The woman came to Sumu's ear and exhaled like orchids. Hearing the woman's words, Sumu sneered, his eyes clear and translucent, untainted by dust. He grunted softly and slammed his right fist into the woman's cheek. Bang! A crunch. The woman's cheeks swelled rapidly and blood oozed from her mouth and nose. Immortal master. The woman was surprised beyond belief and covered the side of her face that was bleeding. Sumu snorted and coldly swept his eyes across the circle. Lower head, girl. Get out of here. As the words fell, a ripple spread out, instantly enveloping the entire space. In an instant, all the women all turned into shadows and collapsed away. The originally charming and infinite environment immediately dissipated. The 9th floor should be next, Sumu murmured. His eyes flickered as he continued to step into the pitch blackness. However, after one step, it was still pitch black in front of him. Just as Sumu felt puzzled, an incomparably dazzling white aura suddenly flashed in the darkness, and with it, an overwhelming and majestic intent swept through the entire space. The white aura was extremely bright, shining into the world as if a blazing sun was rising into the sky, instantly dispelling the darkness around them. Immediately afterward, a huge sword with a silver-white body and dense inscriptions manifested out of thin air. It hovered above Sumu's head, and a vast sword might poured out. The blade of the sword was sharp to the extreme, as if it could cut through everything in the world. Immediately afterward, a grandiose voice resounded in Sumu's ears. This sword is called the Haoran sword, representing justice and mercy, with the ability to determine good and evil ghosts and spirits, specializing in cutting down small rats and mice, and people with unrighteous hearts, to kill and stop, and to suppress evil and put down demons. The voice is old and solemn, like a flood bell and a drum that shakes the eardrums, and as his voice fell, Strands of pure sword chi escaped from within the vast sword and shot straight up into the sky. This sword contained a vast momentum and even carried an invisible oppression. Is this the 9th level of illusion? Or is it real? Sumu's heart and mind were slightly in awe. He looked at the huge silver-white sword in front of him, and only then did he notice that the hilt of this huge sword was engraved with 2 dragon-flying seal characters. Hooray! Once the Haorun sword is activated, it leaves no survivors. If you harbor evil thoughts, you will be put to death by the Haorun sword and die here. If you want to give up, you still have a chance now. Accompanied by the final warning, that vast sword steeply blossomed with an endless radiant light. Rumble! The heavens and earth trembled, and a wisp of white hazy sword chi condensed on top of the sword body, making this ancient and simple giant sword more and more terrifying. Sumu's face was fearless and composed. As a third-rate student and outstanding pioneer of the flower growers family, the last thing he lacked was good qualities. At most, the hobbies are a little broader, like touching a leg, admiring a jade foot or something. Ahem, no harm done. Sumu's expression was as normal, his voice calm and wave-free. I accept the judgment of the vast sword. In an instant, the sword's roar shook the 8 wastelands. The Haorun sword hummed as if it had come to life, and strands of white aura shot out from the tip of the sword. The sword awns condensed into substance, and the overwhelming sword might swept across the 4 directions, just like the heavenly dome falling down to the mortal dust, suppressing the heaven and earth. It charged straight toward Sumu. Sumu's eyes narrowed slightly and did not dodge. The sword has not yet arrived. The harsh and violent sword momentum has already come to the face, blowing Sumu's robes hunting, just like a knife scraping. Boom! The next moment, the vast sword impacted on Sumu's chest. In an instant, it seemed like countless spirit stones crumbled and shattered, and smoke and dust filled the sky. A horrifying sight. But soon, the smoke dissipated, while Sumu stood intact, not even moving the corner of his coat by half. Sumu slowly opened his eyes and looked at the Haorun sword in front of him, the corner of his mouth tracing an arc. Sure enough, this is the 9th floor. As soon as the words fell, the scene in front of him changed once again. He had already re-entered that square, and there were already quite a few cultivators around him who were meditating to recover. There were also some cultivators with disheveled faces and despairing looks, obviously having failed this round of testing. Sumu scanned around, but he didn't find Airdog and Chinger's figures. However, he wasn't worried. With Airdog and Chinger's heart, even if they couldn't pass the 9th floor, at least the 4th floor would definitely be no problem. As long as one could pass the 4 layers of illusion, this third round of tests would be considered passed. Chinger really didn't wait for too long and quickly returned to Sumu's side. How's it going? How many levels did you pass to? Sumu asked with concern. But who knew that Chinger suddenly flushed her pretty face and squirmed. Sumu raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise. You wouldn't have even passed the 4th floor, would you? Of course not. Chinger instantly retorted at her words, as she pouted her pink-red lips, glared angrily at Sumu, and said, even though the 4th layer is difficult, it's generally quite smooth. Just, Chinger said with a desire to speak, her face scarlet, like a little girl caught by her parents stealing candy. Seeing this, Sumu's heart thumped and hurriedly inquired, just what? Gongzi, you have to promise me that you won't make fun of me. Chinger stomped her feet and pouted, her face blushing. Sumu cried and laughed, saying seriously, don't worry, I promise not to make fun of you. Chinger blushed and gritted her teeth, raised her beautiful almond eyes, and said seriously, it's just that I met your visions in the 8th level. Sir, so Sumu froze slightly, his eyes gradually becoming odd. Feeling Sumu's gaze, Chinger had a delicate pretty face that was red and dripping with blood, so shy that she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to drill down. Sumu laughed out loud and reached out to rub Chinger's soft and delicate hair, and at that moment, Airdog's figure finally appeared in the square. Chapter 33, Killing demonic beasts is as easy as a handful. Before he even got close, Sumu saw Airdog bearing a mouthful of big teeth, his expression agitated and overflowing with excitement. Sumu didn't need to guess to know that this one had definitely passed the 9th floor. As expected, Li Ergu had just stood his ground when he said excitedly, my lord, I passed the 9th floor. Sumu nodded slightly and smiled faintly. Li Erdog grinned and hemmed and hawed. You all passed the 9th floor. Only I didn't. Chinger sighed quietly and beamed, revealing a lost look. Two Dogs was stunned to hear. What's wrong? Alas, I encountered Gongzi's illusion on the 8th floor. So, was eliminated by him. Chinger lowered her head, her face full of frustration. Sumu was dumbfounded by what he heard. The three of them talked for a while, sharing what they had seen and heard in the illusion. Unconsciously, there were more and more people in the square, and the third round of testing was about to be declared over. Sumu looked around and estimated that at least another third of the cultivators had been eliminated in this round. Not long after, Zhang Tianxiang's figure also reappeared in the square. Everyone, according to the usual practice of previous years, any cultivator who passes the 4th level of the illusion realm or above can pass this round of testing and become a disciple of my Taichu Sect. But this year is different from the previous years. This year there are 10 spots for direct entry into the inner disciples, so there will be an additional round of testing. Next, please ask all cultivators who have passed the 4th level of the illusion realm or above to come with me and enter the final round of the sect entry test. Zhang Tianxiang announced aloud. The square instantly quieted down, and many cultivators held their breath as they waited for the final round of the test. Zhang Tianxiang reached out his hand. Several giant immortal cranes flew in, carrying the crowd out of the square and towards a towering and majestic mountain in the distance. The cultivators who didn't pass more than 4 layers of illusions left the field with a gloomy and bitter look on their faces. A few moments later, the crowd descended to the foot of the towering, majestic mountain range. This place is the place of trials that the Taichu Sect opens up to the outer disciples. Zhang Tianxiang said solemnly, there are thousands of different kinds of demonic beast clans inside, including demonic wolves, poisonous scorpions, flaming lions, blistering wind leopards, and so on, each of which possesses a battle power no weaker than the 1st level of the chi refining stage. The content of this round of testing is to kill as many demonic beasts as possible within 2 hours to obtain demon pills and accumulate points. A demonic beast demonic pills of the 1st level of chi refining stage is 1 point, while a demonic pills of the 2nd level of chi refining stage is 2 points, and so on. In the end, it will be based on the accumulated points, as well as your performance in the first 3 rounds of testing, that will determine whether you will be able to go straight to the inner sect. Hiss. After hearing Zhang Tianxiang's introduction, the crowd sucked in a breath of cool air in unison. To actually have to deal with thousands of demonic beasts at the same time? Elder, this is too difficult. Yeah, I'm only at the 3rd level of the chi refining stage. It's very tough even to break through alone, let alone having to fight against thousands of demonic beasts at the same time. A crowd of cultivators exclaimed and complained. This test actually required them to fight against all kinds of strong demonic beasts. The difficulty was beyond imagination. Even certain cultivators above the 5th level of chi refining frowned slightly. This way was just too cruel. After all, once one was unable to kill a demonic beast, even a cultivator at the 5th level of chi refining was in danger of perishing. There is no need for you all to worry about this. Zhang Tianxiang lightly threw out a sentence. Afterward, one could only see Zhang Tianxiang waving his sleeve hand. Buzz. As the air lightly trembled, thousands of jade tiles appeared out of thin air on the void. These jade tags are teleportation talismans. Once you encounter a force majeure danger, you can teleport out by crushing them. This trial is not a life and death battle, and there are elders personally watching the battle, so you need not be nervous. Zhang Tianxiang said indifferently. The crowd was relieved. That would be nice. At least you don't have to risk your life. Elder, but what about us mortals without spiritual power? We can't kill demonic beasts. At that moment, a mortal who had not yet finished drawing chi into his body raised his hand and asked. Su Mu's gaze flickered. He was also curious about this question. After all, Qinger and Erdog currently had no cultivation. Zhang Tianxiang swept his eyes and continued indifferently. As for mortals who do not yet have cultivation, there are naturally other testing methods and judging criteria. Su Mu was thoughtful. Soon, those present were divided into 2 groups. The smaller group were mortals, while the more numerous group were monks. Qinger reluctantly left Su Mu's side and walked to the side of the group of mortals. Well, now that you've all understood the rules, let's get started. Zhang Tianxiang's voice faintly sounded. Upon hearing this, the many cultivators took a deep breath and slowly walked towards that mountain range after receiving their jade tags. Su Mu also walked into the mountain range along with the flow of people and Qinger's eyes filled with concern and fondness. Only after the cultivators had entered the mountain range as far as they could, did Zhang Tianxiang look at the team of mortals and said indifferently, the location of your test is not here. Follow me. With that, Zhang Tianxiang waved his sleeve robe, and immortal cranes filled with aura descended from the sky, carrying these mortals away from this place. In the meantime, roar! When all the cultivators stepped into the range of the mountain, there was a deafening roar of the beasts, and a violent and ferocious hostile aura permeated out from the mountain. Immediately afterward, a creepy, fishy stench poured out of his nose, causing the many cultivators to hold back their chills. However, in order to helicopter into the inner sect and successfully pass the examination, the crowd still continued to move forward with a hard head. The dense jungle was impenetrable, blocking out the sunlight, and the dim, humid air carried the smell of decay and filled the air with a strong miasma. There was also a thick fog that enveloped the mountains and blurred the vision. As they went deeper into the mountain range, some cultivators who had confidence in their own strength gradually dispersed, walking towards some hidden corners in 2s and 3s. and started hunting demonic beasts. Sumu did not look for a companion, nor did he follow the crowd, but was alone, walking alone, His gaze was calm and his face was composed as he took one step towards the depths. Rumble! A shocking thunder suddenly exploded, and in an instant there were already dark clouds that blackened over the entire mountain range. A bolt of lightning broke through the sky, illuminating the dark night, followed by a torrential downpour that covered the entire heaven and earth. This rain, could it be to increase the difficulty? Sumu looked up and frowned slightly. Just a moment ago, the sky was clear, but now it was pouring rain, and it was hard not to suspect that the rain was man-made and intentional. For cultivators with strong cultivation, conjuring a rain was nothing more than an easy task. Roar! The beast's roar became more and more mournful. Sumu retracted his gaze and looked into the distance, only to see that under the illumination of the lightning, various colorful beasts kept leaping out of that pitch-black forest. Their eyes were scarlet, emitting a fierce aura of intense bloodlust as they rushed towards Sumu. There were even a few huge and hideous snake pythons swimming out, overwhelming all the trees along the way. Good coming! Sumu coldly snorted, and a terrifying sword intent suddenly erupted around his body. Swish! In the next moment, Sumu's figure instantly disappeared in place. Bang! 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 A dull crashing sound resounded through the mountains and fields, only to see that demonic beast after demonic beast directly fell to the ground and died in less than 100 meters after approaching Sumu. Sumu tapped his toes. His speed was extremely fast, like a ghost in the dark rainy night. Every time he flickered, a demonic beast would be killed. In the short time it took to burn half an incense stick, more than 10 demonic beasts had already been killed on the spot by Sumu. Ho 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 ho! Ow! The remaining demonic beasts sensed Sumu's terrifying aura and scattered in all directions, no longer daring to come forward. Not challenging. Sumu shook his head and simply took out these demonic beast inner pills. These were all chi refining layer demonic beasts, and after taking out all of their demonic pills, Sumu had 16 points in his hand. He then continued his journey without the slightest stop. Suddenly, Sumu frowned, only to see that in that dense jungle, a pair of reddish eyes that looked like they came from the nine hells and emitted intense ferocity were staring at him. Chapter 34 Subduing the White Tiger. The original demonic beasts can also. It was a hanging clear white-fronted tiger, covered in snow-white fur, with a silver-white unicorn horn at its forehead. Those icy pupils were intimidating. This was clearly a demonic beast of the 6th level of chi refining, the hanging clear white-fronted tiger. Roar! The hanging white-fronted tiger let out a low roar, and its huge body swiftly scurried out, pouncing fiercely towards Sumu. White tiger? Sumu blinked, his gaze somewhat puzzled, but his footsteps were not slow at all, lightly moving to dodge the white-fronted tiger's pounce. Immediately after that, Sumu's fists clenched, his spiritual energy surged, and he blatantly met them. Bang! Violent collision sounded. Sumu's body shape does not retreat. A slippery shovel after making a whip-leg sweep in the white-fronted tiger abdomen. The white-fronted tiger screamed miserably, and its large body flew 5 feet away and fell to the ground. It struggled to get up, a look of fear in its scarlet eyes. The human's aura in front of him was obviously weaker than it, but the moment it had just exchanged blows it had actually failed to gain any advantage. Roar! The white-fronted tiger roared angrily and charged at Sumu once again. Still dare to come? Sumu sneered and leapt up, his fist blooming with a blazing golden aura. The progress of the explosive fist had long since been touched up, and now that he was using his full strength, the power was a few points more powerful than before. Boom! The next moment, Sumu punched above the white-fronted tiger's head again. Ah-woo-wah! The white-fronted tiger cried out in pain repeatedly, and its body flew straight up and fell in the distance. Immediately after that, Sumu took a step forward and approached, and again, he threw a heavy punch at the white-fronted tiger's chest. Ow! The white-fronted tiger wailed and his eyes glazed over. Bang! 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 Immediately afterward, a roaring sound rang out in the jungle, interspersed with the white-fronted tiger's miserable screams and painful hisses. Ow! Finally, the white-fronted tiger couldn't bear it and rolled over a few times, collapsing helplessly on the ground. At this moment, the white-fronted tiger where there was still the hideous and frightening when it first appeared. Its whole body was bruised and battered, covered in scales, dripping with blood, and laying in front of Sumu in a moribund state. Can't bear this? Sumu muttered and slowly walked over. Sumu collected his spiritual energy, squatted beside the white-fronted tiger, carefully observed it, determined that the white-fronted tiger was no longer a threat, and reached out to touch the unicorn horn on its forehead. This thing should sell for money. Although the strength of this white-fronted tiger was not high, its value as a material for a demonic beast was still not high. Thinking of this, Sumu took out his dagger and prepared to cut open its unicorn horn. At this point, the system panel suddenly popped up in front of Sumu's eyes. Host, Sumu. Current cultivation level, Chi refining 5th level, 3%. Currently practicing feats, Tiger's Whistling Mountain, 20%. Tiger's Poem, 15%. Cracking Claw Strike, 20%. Expand. Looking at the information on the system panel, Sumu froze slightly. He saw that not only had his cultivation progress increased by 2%, but there were also a few more feats and martial arts related to the Tiger clan. It seems that this system can not only touch people, but also demonic beasts. Sumu's eyes lit up slightly. In fact, he had tried to pet some pigs, dogs, and creatures before, and even went so far as to pet a chicken. But at that time, the cultivation progress didn't grow. Now that I think about it, it should be because the time he touched it was too short, and he had already given up before the progress jumped. And now this white tiger's cultivation was powerful, so he only touched it for a moment and his cultivation progress began to grow. After Sumu slightly pondered for a moment, he suddenly put away the dagger again. He bet his gaze on the white-fronted tiger, a meaningful smile on his face. Sumu tapped his finger, and a column of water appeared out of thin air and poured over the white tiger's head. The originally dazed white tiger instantly came to its senses, and it stared at Sumu with wide tiger eyes, fiercely and incomparably, its gaze translucent with vigilance and hatred. Howl! The white tiger hissed furiously, but the injuries were extremely heavy, and it was simply not enough to cause any effect on Sumu. Sumu smiled faintly and said, "Don't get me wrong. I just see that you're rather dirty, so I'll wash you first, so as not to make it unhygienic to eat later." The white tiger froze at the words, and then a humanized look of fear appeared in the huge tiger's eyes. Roar! Roar! The white-fronted tiger roared in an angry low voice, its body trembling slightly. The human in front of him not only wanted to kill it, but to eat it. This made the white-fronted tiger feel a strong sense of despair. How could it not have thought that just a trip out to forage for food would lead it to encounter such a terrifying existence? As if Sumu didn't hear the white-fronted tiger's warning low roar, he had a playful smile at the corner of his mouth as he pulled out a dagger in his hand like a juggler and slowly approached. Watching Sumu getting closer and closer, the white-fronted tiger's heart became more and more terrified, and it desperately twisted its body, hoping to escape. However, because of the severity of the injuries, his body was getting weaker and weaker. Sumu smirked as he came up to it, the dagger in his hand flashing with a chilling light. The white-fronted tiger was completely terrified. It kept retreating and pleading with its mouth, but Sumu simply ignored it and continued to approach. Finally the white-fronted tiger gave up completely. It closed its tiger eyes in despair and waited for death to come. However, the expected pain did not come. "If you obediently submit to me, I will spare your life. If you are unwilling, then stay here in the wild mountains." Sumu's words entered his ears. The white-fronted tiger opened its eyes, and what met its eyes was the warm face that seemed to always have a smile on it. If that dagger against its neck could be removed would be even better. Sumu's wrist turned slightly, and the dagger gently cut through the white-fronted tiger's fur. The white-fronted tiger stiffened and couldn't help but swallow its saliva. It could sense that the dagger was continuously cutting into its skin with gusts of stinging pain, and was just a millimeter away from its throat. "Submit or die. Choose." Sumu spoke indifferently. The white-fronted tiger hesitated for a moment, then violently let out a low roar and prostrated itself on the ground. "From now on, you will follow me." Sumu nodded with satisfaction and dropped the dagger in his hand. Although this white-fronted tiger's strength wasn't good, if it was tamed, it would be considered a boost for himself. More importantly, Sumu now needed a mount. The white-fronted tiger's appearance was ugly, but after all, it was a demonic beast, and it was fast in terms of speed. The most crucial thing was that this white tiger had been here for a long time and must be very familiar with this mountain range, which would help Sumu a lot in searching for demonic beasts, and could improve his efficiency. "Do you know where the most demonic beasts are?" Sumu asked. The white-fronted tiger immediately raised its head at those words and rubbed its head against Sumu's leg, indicating that it knew. Seeing this, Sumu's eyes flashed with brilliance as he bandaged the wounds on the white-fronted tiger's body and fed it an unusual healing elixir. Its injuries were heavy, but not fatal, and it quickly recovered after consuming the healing elixir. Sumu looked at the white-fronted tiger in front of him. It was huge, standing at over 4 meters tall and intimidatingly massive. Snow-white body, silky smooth fur, and a pair of bright, gleaming eyes. The outfit looked like a giant, imposing beast out of some movie. Sumu nodded with satisfaction, patted its head, rolled over and rode up, and faintly said, "Since the recovery is almost complete, let's go." The rain has stopped and the warmth of the light resprinkles the mountains. Sumu rode a white tiger and headed deeper into the mountain range. The white-fronted tiger was surprisingly fast, and its pace was steady, and Sumu rode on its back without the slightest feeling of bumps. Not only that, Sumu's cultivation level was also growing, but as his strength got closer and closer to the white tiger, the growth rate became slower and slower. After a quarter of an hour, the white-fronted tiger stopped. It sniffed the air with its nose and its gaze fell to the left. When Sumu followed its gaze, he saw a huge lake. This lake is oval in shape with a rippling, blue surface. Around the lake, the grass is lush and vibrant. The most striking thing was the tree with a fiery red body, with dense branches and leaves and a canopy that covered the sky, like a burning flame, emitting amazing heat. On its tree, there were also several brightly colored red fruits, crystal clear and as bright as rubies, with vague spiritual patterns emerging. Sumu sniffed his nose, and a fragrant fruity scent hit his face. This is vermilion fruit. When Sumu saw the large fiery red tree, the corners of his mouth lifted up in a smile, and his eyes glowed with joy. The vermilion fruit was one of the main medicines used to refine the vermilion blood pill, containing abundant blood essence and spiritual energy. It was a great tonic for cultivators in the chi refining realm. At this point, the white tiger under Sumu's crotch suddenly let out a low roar, and its body tensed up, obviously being threatened in some way. Sumu's brows were slightly condensed, and his gaze pierced through the jungle and landed not far away. It was a 3 feet tall gray and black giant wolf, which was currently coldly gazing at Sumu's duo. Chapter 35, Fighting a Pack of Wolves, Picking Vermilion Fruit, and People Coming Halfway. This giant wolf's breath was strong, covered with dark green wind attribute aura. Its sharp claws and teeth were covered with scale armor, glowing with ghostly light. At a glance, it was not a good fight. Sumu frowned slightly. He could feel that the strength of this giant wolf was not bad. It had at least reached the 7th level of chi refining, and at this time, that giant wolf had already taken a step and walked slowly, a ferocious aura sweeping across the field. Roar! The white-fronted tiger immediately let out a low roar at the sight, with scorn in its eyes, while its body was prepared for battle. The giant wolf looked at Sumu and the white tiger, and a hint of disdain flashed through its green eyes. It let out a low roar, the sound rippling through the air and spreading outward, as if summoning something. The next moment, a burst of hoarse hissing resounded in all directions, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Not long after, a group of gray figures darted in, and in the blink of an eye, they surrounded Sumu. It was clearly a gray wolf with an athletic body and sharp fangs and claws. Each gray wolf was as tall as 3 feet, with a majestic body and cold fangs exposed, emitting a strong aura of fury and ferocity. Ow dash! The wolf whistle shook the 8 directions. A head of gray wolves stared intently at Sumu and the white-fronted tiger with a murderous aura, as if they would pounce and bite out in the next second. Ow! The giant wolf howled, as if giving some sort of password. All the gray wolves instantly shot out violently, transforming into a streak of gray ons that whistled and rushed toward Sumu. Hoof! Sumu coldly snorted and flicked his wrist. A long sword covered in emerald green was already in his hand. Sumu's figure leaped up and swung his sword down. Almost in an instant, several powerful sword awnings suddenly blossomed, pointing directly at the gray wolf. Pust! A flash of blood. Almost at the same instant, several wolf heads shot up into the sky. Rumble! The sound of a wolf carcass falling to the ground was unmistakable. The remaining gray wolves roared, their eyes glowing scarlet as they charged towards Sumu once again. Sumu's face was indifferent as his long sword danced, and the sword flower bloomed in splendor. Brush up! A wolf head was chopped off and a wolf corpse crashed into the pool of water, splashing the sky with waves of water and gouts of blood. But all the gray wolves that were contaminated by the sword's awnings all fell to the ground and died. In just a few moments of work, at least dozens of gray wolves died. The entire side of the waterhole was littered with wolf carcasses, and the smell of blood fueled the wolves' instincts. After Sumu killed a vacancy, he looked at the white-fronted tiger on the side and said in a deep voice, "Go and settle the beast over there." Roar! The white-fronted tiger let out a low roar. Its body suddenly disappeared in place, and in the twinkling of an eye, it rushed into the wolves, one claw at a time. Killing the wolf king it might be a bit difficult, but killing these ordinary wolves with strength at the 1st or 2nd level of chi refining was still more than enough. In just a few moments, the ground was covered with gray wolf corpses, and the strong smell of blood wafted through the air. Sumu, on the other hand, was concentrating on dealing with that wolf king. In fact, he could have directly cast the immortal binding rope to bind this wolf king. However, this mountain range was under the shroud of the elder of the Taichu Sect's divine thoughts, and Sumu didn't want to expose his bottom card. Moreover, Sumu didn't want to use the immortal binding rope for everything, so as not to create a dependency. He wanted to hone his combat skills, as well as his combat awareness. Sumu was holding a long sword. His body was like a swimming dragon. His stance was subtle to the extreme, and there was even a dragon's roar between the sword's light. At this moment, the Wolf King also sensed the approaching danger, and a ferocious color flared in his gaze. It roared up to the sky, and the grass and trees around it shook and trembled. Swish! In the next moment, the Wolf King violently jumped up and pounced towards Sumu. The Wolf King was extremely fast, and even set off a gust of wind in midair. Sumu was flabbergasted in his heart, but didn't retreat. Instead, his eyes lit up with a blazing light and he met them. Bang! As the two collided, an aftershock of spiritual energy that was visible to the naked eye spread out, and the surrounding trees snapped in unison. Although the Wolf King was strong, he couldn't resist Sumu's attack. With just one move, the Wolf King's huge body fell backwards. The Wolf King stabilized his body bowed, his legs violently stomped on the ground, and his sharp claws once again fiercely slapped out. However, Sumu took advantage of the situation and retreated, pulling away. He took a deep breath, and the long sword in his hand pulled up a sword flower, then violently threw it. The silver-white sword broke through the void, carrying a terrifying aura as it attacked the Wolf King. But the silver-white sword blade swept across the right side of the Wolf King's face, nailing it hard to the ground. Ow! The Wolf King howled in pain, his eyes red with hatred. However, right at this moment, Sumu once again erupted steeply, grabbing the long sword and ruthlessly stabbing it into the Wolf King's neck, penetrating his throat. Pus, blood spurted out, staining the Wolf King's chest. The Wolf King's pupils were lax as he struggled to get up, but his injuries were too severe and he eventually collapsed on the ground, closing his eyes unwillingly. Ho ho ho! The Wolf King died, and the grey wolves under his command instantly fled. However, in a few moments, the dense forest became silent, leaving only Sumu and the white-fronted tiger behind. The white-fronted tiger was panting heavily, its pelt stained with blood, and it looked exhausted. Sumu also breathed a long sigh of relief and put away his sword blade. He sat down on his knees and toned his breath. Just now, in order to kill that Wolf King, he had also consumed quite a lot. That sword strike in particular had used up a lot of his spirit, and he needed to recover a bit before he could do so. 5 minutes later, Sumu regained his composure and slowly opened his eyes, a golden aura flashing in his eyes. It's true that we still need to engage in more actual battles so that we can improve our combat experience, Sumu muttered, his eyes burning. Today's actual battle had given him many epiphanies. Who dash? Sumu exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and slowly got up, walking over to the white-fronted tiger. At this moment, the white-fronted tiger was paralyzed with exhaustion and passed out. Sumu didn't bother to wake it up, but turned his head to look at the wolf corpses all over the place. He roughly estimated that there were about 100 grey wolves at the first level of chi refining, 40 or so at the second level, 20 or so at the third level, and a dozen or so at the fourth level. Together with the 7th level chi refining Wolf King, he was able to directly gain more than 300 points this wave. Based on this wave alone, getting into the top 10 should be secure. Sumu faintly smiled. Not only that, but he had something extra. Sumu looked toward the vermilion fruit tree, which bore a total of 6 vermilion fruits, each fist-sized, with a crystal-clear surface, as if it was a work of art. This vermilion fruit tree, obviously has a lot of years. Sumu crossed the lake and prepared to pick these vermilion fruits first, when he suddenly frowned slightly and glanced at the dense forest in the distance. Several figures were rapidly approaching from the dense forest. Sumu's gaze narrowed slightly. These people were obviously cultivators participating in the test, and vaguely seemed to be dominated by a white-robed youth. So it's him. Chapter 36, want a piece of the pie? You guys deserve it too? Mr. Yuan. That battle sound I heard just now is right in front of us. By the sound of it, it should be 2 groups of demonic beasts fighting. We can just go over there and pick up the advantage. A blue-robed man pointed to the direction where Sumu was and said with an extremely excited face. The white-robed youth nodded his head indifferently, a cold, chilling aura rising in his eyes as he smiled and said, "In that case, thank you for guiding me, fellow Daoist Li." Cultivator surnamed Li Herd quickly waved his hand, fawningly said, "District lift a hand. What is enough to worry about? Yuan Gongzi powerful strength, but also has a very good spiritual root. Become an inner disciple has been the nail in the coffin. Yuan Gongzi in the future can take care of 1 or 2. Li Mao is also considered to be honored." The other cultivators were also full of admiration and followed in agreement. Yes, Mr. Yuan is a once-in-a-lifetime genius. He will surely hit the ground running and become a true disciple of the inner sect. Mr. Yuan, please take care of us when you enter the inner sect. The white-robed youth is naturally Yuan Bo. He smiled with a modest look. Words can't be said so full. After all, this entry test, there are still quite a few strong cultivators. Whether I can successfully worship the inner door, I still don't dare to guarantee it. Ha ha, Yuan Gongzi, with your qualifications, how could you not become an inner disciple? Cultivator Li didn't hesitate to kiss ass. He. Don't worry, Mr. Yuan. With you here, which one would dare to compete with you? Another brocade-clothed youth followed suit and said curtly. The corners of Yuan Bo's mouth contained a smile, but he didn't say anything and took a step towards the source of the sound. Not long after, they had already arrived at the venue where Sumu was fighting. Looking at this mess, as well as the grey wolf corpses lying on the ground, they were first slightly stunned, and then ecstasy appeared in their eyes. Sure enough, there were demonic beasts fighting, and they actually left behind so many demonic beast corpses. It seems like we're really lucky. Cultivator Lee was thrilled. Ha ha, in that case, why are you still waiting? Hurry up and dig out their demon pills. The crowd nodded and moved quickly. Roar. Suddenly, a roar resounded through the mountains. Who? Hearing this voice, the crowd was on alert. A snow-white tiger appeared in the middle of the crowd's line of sight and was staring at them menacingly. The white-fronted tiger's eyes were ice-cold and filled with killing intent, causing them to shudder. This is, white-striped silver tiger. Someone's eyes widened as they lost their voice. The crowd was startled. The aura emanating from this white-fronted tiger had obviously reached the 6th level of chi refining, and was even pushing towards the 7th level of chi refining, especially the fury on its body, which was even more frightening to the crowd. Roar! The white-fronted tiger let out a low roar once again, and a warning flashed in its scarlet eyes. What is the meaning of this? Trying to stop us from digging up the demon pills of these blizzard wolves? The crowd asked with some hesitation. These blizzard wolves should be its trophies. That's why it's stopping us. Someone analyzed. Humph. What are you afraid of? This white-fronted tiger is only at the 6th level of chi refining. If we join forces together, we can definitely take it down in an instant. The man in Chinese clothes shouted coldly. Right. Whatever it means. If it dares to get in the way, slaughter it for meat. Cultivator Lee nodded his head in agreement, his gaze looking towards Yuan Bo as if he only needed an order from the other party. He would immediately rush forward. While Yuan Bo didn't say anything, his eyes looked to the other side of the lake and his face gradually became grave. Seeing this, everyone else followed his gaze and their pupils shrunk. Only a figure was seen treading on the waves, slowly walking towards them, and in the hands of this figure, there was also a huge and hideous Blast Wolf King tugging at it. The Blast Wolf King's body was covered with wounds and was in a sorry state, and he couldn't even see his former might. The most crucial thing was that this Wolf King's neck was nearly severed, dripping with blood, and it was already dead. Boo! Sumu reached out and flung his hand, and the body of the Blizzard Wolf King slammed hard on the ground, splattering a cloud of smoke. He raised his eyes and surveyed the crowd. Who are you guys? Sumu asked indifferently, his gaze sweeping over the few people present. Cultivator Lee stammered for a long time. Sumu's aura was too overwhelming, making him not know how to answer. These blizzard wolves were hunted by me. Sumu spoke in a calm tone and indifferently said, if you guys want to take the demon pills, go somewhere else. Hiss. The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air and looked at Sumu in shock. This person had killed so many blizzard wolves, and there was even a blizzard wolf king. It was important to know that the blast wolf was good at group attacks, and its teeth were even more penetrating and poisonous. So if it was bitten, it would be easy to lose its combat power, or even die directly. However, at this moment, this blizzard wolf pack was killed by a single person? Sumu expressionlessly glanced at a few people and turned to leave. Wait! Suddenly a brocade-clothed man opened his mouth and called out to Sumu. Sumu's footsteps stalled and he turned his head to look at them, his eyes slightly raised. Anything else? If you say you killed it, then you killed it? Cultivator Lee sneered. That sword chi was extremely powerful just now. Even we couldn't do it. How did you, a brat at the 5th level of chi refining, kill so many blizzard wolves? Do you have any evidence? When the crowd heard this, they also felt that it made sense. So they looked at Sumu in unison. Sumu frowned slightly, and a coldness rose in his eyes. Feeling the icy aura emanating from Sumu's body, the man in the brocade suit couldn't help but take 2 steps back, his face changing. He was merely showing off his courage just now, and now Sumu's outburst of aura made him timid. If I say I hunted it, then I hunted it. Where's all the nonsense? Sumu's tone plummeted. The Chinese suited youth was indignant and wanted to curse, but he was intimidated by Sumu's aura, so he couldn't find the right words for a while. This fellow Daoist doesn't have to be angry. We don't have any malicious intent. We just want to figure out what's going on here. Yuan Bo stood out and said in a warm and soothing voice. Seeing this, several others chimed in. Yeah, there are so many demonic beasts here. What's the harm in letting us have a few there? We're all Daoists. We might be fellow disciples in the future. So why make such a mess? This fellow Daoist, the blast wind wolves here have already been killed. Why don't you give us a portion of the demon pills? And we can give you a sum of spirit stones as a reward. Consider it a good karma. Nice. The crowd spoke up and looked at Sumu hopefully. Sumu smiled. His gaze was calm. Even with a few moments of teasing, As he sized up the crowd, the corners of his mouth outlined a sneer as he opened his mouth. Are you worthy? After saying that, he turned around and left, leaving behind a cadre of red-faced cultivators. Arrogant kid, I advise you not to drink to your honor. You're only at the 5th level of chi refining. Do you really think you're invincible? Cultivator Li became infuriated and pointed at Su Mu and questioned him sternly. Humph! How dare you insult us when we are treated with good words? It's simply too much of a bully. The Chinese-robed youth's face was gloomy as he coldly snorted. The people are angry. Yuan Bo's face was also unsightly. He didn't expect that with his status and spirit root talent, the other party would not give him the slightest bit of face. However, in order to maintain his image, he exhaled deeply and suppressed the anger in his heart. Then laughed. All of you, be at ease. Since this fellow Daoist is unwilling to part with his love, we don't have to force ourselves. Let's just pretend that we haven't encountered it. Brother Yuan, that's not what we meant. It's just that this sun is too rampant. Right. A mere 5th level chi refining cultivation dares to compete with you. Mr. Yuan. For something? You really don't know the sky and the earth. Several cultivators were filled with righteous indignation, obviously extremely resentful towards Sumu. Sumu stopped in his footsteps and turned to look at the Chinese-suited young man with the loudest clamor. His gaze slightly cold. Will you repeat what you just said? Kid, do you really think I'm afraid of you? The young man in Chinese clothes had an angry look on his face. Noisy! Sumu coldly shouted. In the next moment, Sumu's body instantly flashed, transforming into a residual shadow and swept towards the young man in Chinese clothes. The face of the young man in Chinese clothes changed drastically, and he hurriedly revolved his aura, preparing to meet the attack. However, Sumu, who was as fast as a ghost in his eyes, suddenly disappeared in place. The flashy young man froze. He reacted extremely quickly and was about to dodge when he felt a pain in his chest. Sumu blasted his chest with a palm. Click dash. A crisp bone cracking sound came out, and the young man in fancy dress immediately stifled a grunt, covered his abdomen and staggered backward, falling directly into the lake, causing a large splash of water. Chapter 37. Take it easy. It's just for fun. The faces of the people were appalled. They didn't expect Sumu to be so decisive and make a move without saying a word. Ahem! There was a cough at the edge of the lake, and the young man in fancy dress rose up from the water in a messy manner. His clothes were messy, his body was stained with mud and sand, and a trace of blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth, and his complexion was pale and incomparably white. Kid, you dare to sneak attack me? The Chinese-suited youth's face was shadowy and he gritted his teeth. Sumu didn't pay any attention to him and continued to walk forward. Asshole! The young man in Chinese clothes became furious, and his surrounding companions also stared at Sumu angrily, ready to make a move. Enough! Suddenly, Yuan Bo stopped the crowd with a low gulp. Brother Yuan. Several cultivators looked at Yuan Bo in confusion. Fellow Daoists, Yuan Bo shook his head inside, saying, our most crucial task right now is to kill the demonic beasts and obtain the demonic pills. All the rest are put aside for the time being. Don't make any extra trouble. Hearing Yuan Bo's exhortation, the crowd hesitated, nodded reluctantly, and collected their anger. Seeing this, Yuan Bo nodded slightly, then walked over to Sumu and cupped his fists and apologized. Fellow Daoist, just now it was really a misunderstanding. Please don't take it personally. Sumu's eyebrows lifted slightly, and his gaze swept past a hint of surprise. He didn't expect the other party's attitude to be so humble and polite, which he had underestimated. Cultivators from immortal cultivation families are really not simple. At least this cultivation and the ability to not say what they are happy or angry is a lot stronger than ordinary cultivators. Sumu's face eased up a lot and said lightly, no harm done. Whether the other person is in disguise or not, at least reach out. Moreover, the other party had contributed 100,000 spirit stones to him, and for the sake of these 100,000 spirit stones, Sumu did not intend to bother with him for the time being. Seeing Sumu's gesture, Yuan Bo smiled and said, I don't know what your name is. How do you call yourself? Sumu, Sumu said. So it's fellow Daoist Sumu. I'm Yuan Bo. Nice to meet you. Yuan Bo slightly arched his hand and nodded with a smile. Sumu also smiled faintly. There's no need to be so polite. Speaking of which, the fate between you and I is quite deep, and we might even cross paths in the future. At those words, Yuan Bo was stunned, and a flash of essence swept through his eyes, so he couldn't help but scrutinize Sumu carefully. Not only him, but the others were also looking at Sumu suspiciously. What makes you say that? Fellow Daoist Sumu? Yuan Bo asked tentatively. Ha! Sumu laughed lightly and said mysteriously. You guess. Umber was confused. Not far away, the man in fancy dress couldn't help but snort with laughter. Ha ha! What a laugh! Is this kid's head broken? Before he even enters the clan he's babbling nonsense. What a laughing stock. That's right. How foolish and ignorant. Still talking about how he will still cross paths with brother Yuan in the future. It's simply a fool's errand. The male cultivator next to him, surnamed Li, also couldn't help but bristle. Sumu frowned slightly as a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. In order to flatter and please Yuan Bo, these people really did everything they could, and they didn't even want to lose their face. When the white tiger on the side saw Sumu's eyes, he immediately understood and took a big step towards those two. You, what do you want? Seeing the approaching white tiger, the color of the Chinese-robed male cultivator changed drastically, and he stepped back in fear. In the next moment, the white tiger raised its tiger paw and slapped it on the cheek of the young man in Chinese clothes, sending him flying several meters across the room. This was followed by another back kick, sending the Li surnamed male cultivator flying far away and falling into the lake, once again stirring up the sky with water splashes. Looking at the suddenly powerful white tiger, the crowd changed color, especially when he saw its vicious appearance. He shuddered, and a coldness rose from his spine. Damn beast, how dare you make a move on us? Looking for death? Get it for me. The crowd stormed out, swarming. The white tiger grinned a fierce grin, his eyes glowing red with a battle-ready look. It was already suffocating a lot, so it was hard to catch the opportunity to naturally release some, otherwise suffocated. But it is very hurtful to the health of the tiger. Who dash? The white tiger roared and lunged out, tangling with the crowd. In an instant, the field erupted with a dazzling mass of spiritual energy fluctuations. The white tiger's roar shook the four fields, and the tiger's claws slapped over one person, and then opened its bloody mouth to pounce on another person. In the blink of an eye, 3 or 4 people were knocked to the ground by the white tiger. Wailing, Sumu stood on the shore, watching with interest and not intervening. These people were all cultivators from the secular world, and although they had the 4th or 5th level of chi refining cultivation, their foundation was too poor. The white tiger was experienced and had the unique advantage of a demonic beast, which was more than enough to deal with this group. Yuan Bo's face was gloomy. These people had been saddling up beside him for a long time. He had long regarded them as his followers. Now that his own follower had been pressed to the ground and blasted with a hammer by a demonic beast, his face as the boss naturally didn't look good either. Yuan Bo was just about to draw out his sword behind him, but he abruptly felt a cold, piercing chill behind him that sent chills down his spine. For some reason, a very strong premonition rose in his heart that if he dared to draw his sword, then the end would definitely be ugly. Yuan Bo suddenly turned around, only to see Sumu quietly looking at him. Fellow Daoist Yuan, my demon pet is just playing with them. Don't take it seriously. Sumu stared at him with a smile. This is your demonic pet? Umber froze for a moment. The breath of this white tiger was very strong, completely crushing these secular world cultivators. Obviously not an unusual demonic beast. Could it be that Sumu was a beast master? Thinking about this, Yuan Bo's face was slightly austere, and his gaze as he looked at Sumu carried a few points of scorn. Those who could command high-level demonic beasts were by no means idle, and might have a not-so-small background. No wonder, Yuan Bo suddenly realized, and immediately revealed a gentle smile that, since it's fellow Daoist Sumu's demonic pet, we wouldn't bother with it. But right now, we have other things to do. So please ask fellow Daoist Su to let his demonic pet collect its divine power. Sumu also revealed a gentle and sunny smile. Well said. He then looked at the white tiger and faintly said, come back. Stop playing. Hearing this, the white tiger immediately withdrew its demonic techniques, its huge tiger body shrinking into a ball with a lazy look. Seeing this, Yuan Bo let out a sigh of relief. He had thought that Sumu would make things difficult for them. Who had thought that it would be so easy to agree? Yuan Bo nodded slightly, then turned his head to scan the surrounding crowd that was still wailing non-stop and let out a low gulp. From now on, no more words. Yuan Bo then continued to look at Sumu and smiled. Can fellow Daoist Su tell me how you discovered the Blizzard Wolf's lair? Sumu glanced at him faintly and said, it's just a coincidence. Umber shook his head in disbelief. Who would believe such a lie? However, he didn't break it down and just smiled. Since that's the case, then we won't bother. Sumu glanced at it and faintly said, no sending. After saying that, he turned around and left straight away. Yuan Bo's complexion was slightly condensed as he looked at the back of the person who was moving away, and he secretly noted down the person's appearance and name in his heart. The other few cultivators who had been beaten up were staring at Sumu's back, their eyes narrowed with resentment. Umber turned his head to look at them. Come on, let's go look elsewhere. Upon hearing this, the crowd took a fond glance at the wolf corpses all over the ground and limped behind Yuan Bo, leaving the place. After this group left, calm returned to the vicinity of the lake. Sumu didn't delay and quickly dug out the demon pills of these wolf corpses. As for that wolf king's corpse, Sumu even handled it very thoroughly, stripping out all the wolf skin. wolf teeth, and wolf bones. Even the wolf meat wasn't spared. All of it was divided into pieces of different sizes based on different parts and stored into the system space. These wolves' meat but contained a large amount of spiritual essence. Tender and juicy, it was the most suitable for roasting meat. After disposing of these wolf corpses, Sumu didn't leave there, but instead took out a spirit stone and set up a few small formations in the vicinity. Although he had never touched a formation, he had gained some knowledge about formations when he touched the fairy in the tunnel and had touched the progress bar to 80%. Nowadays, he was also considered to be well versed in this path, and was able to set up some more complicated trap and kill formations. After setting up the formation, Sumu then used the wind drawing technique to emit the wolf blood aura from this place. After doing this, Sumu instructed the white tiger to hide in the bushes on the side, while he climbed up a tall tree and used the breath converting technique to conceal himself. The rich and fishy scent of blood drifted out into the distance along the mountain wind. Roar! Soon, the demonic beasts within a range of thousands of meters were startled and rushed towards this side. Chapter 38, killing hundreds of demonic beasts in a single pit. Could he be a formation genius? Soon, this area converged with densely packed hundreds of demonic beasts, which hissed crazily, their scarlet eyes staring at the wolf corpses all over the place. With thick greed flashing in their eyes, they all found their way here by smelling blood. Sumu stood on one of the high trees, feeling the increasing aura of demonic beasts around him, his eyes shining, but they all languish. Their instinctive reaction to danger makes them hesitate to approach the shore despite their salivation. Roar! After a few moments, the demonic beasts finally couldn't hold back their temptation and craving for food. They hissed and charged into the pile of wolf carcasses, ready to enjoy their lifelong favorite feast of blood. However, just the moment they rushed into the group of wolf corpses, a dazzling silver aura appeared at first, cutting through the void like a star falling. In an instant, a demonic beast that had pounced into the wolf carcass was penetrated through its body and fell to the ground with a miserable cry. One hit kills. The sudden change caused all the demonic beasts to panic, and they couldn't care less about enjoying their flesh and blood as they fled in panic. However, they had overlooked that Sumu had set up a formation. But a dog demon crashed into the formation and instantly exploded, splattering plasma and staining the surrounding land red. And this, just the beginning. Countless dazzling silver awns swept and enveloped the entire pile of wolf corpses. In this short moment, at least dozens of demonic beasts were defenseless and perished in the blink of an eye. The stronger demonic beasts were also struggling to support themselves, constantly emitting miserable wailing roars. Sumu slowly leapt down from the tree. He was holding a green bamboo sword, and the corner of his mouth held an icy arc. He took one step and his figure suddenly disappeared in place. When he appeared again, he was already in front of those demonic beasts that survived. And with a lift of the palm of his hand, the long center sword was pulled round like a full moon. A majestic sharp sword intent filled the heavens and earth. Chop! With a soft shout, brilliant silver awns burst out, drawing elegant arcs in the void, instantly penetrating a bull demon, leaving a fist-sized hole. But, ow! The bull demon fell to the ground and rolled over in pain as blood flowed out. The remaining demonic beasts were immediately terrified. They roared and growled, desperately running to leave this place. But they were firmly confined in place by the formation and could only be reduced to living targets. The sword light was waved like a pike, and every time a sword chi shot out, a demonic beast would surely die tragically. Ow, ow, ow. Miserable screams immediately resounded throughout the forest, and endless blood splattered, staining the ground and even the sky turned crimson. It was as if this place had been turned into a purgatory, with the corpses of demonic beasts strewn everywhere. Bright red blood soaked the soil, making the otherwise clear stream dirty and muddy. Just half an incense stick work. A full 200 to 300 demonic beasts, all buried here. The corpse spread all over the ground, huffing and puffing. Hunting wind sounds rang out. Sumu slowly put away the long sword in his hand, looked at the demonic beast corpses piled up at his feet, and revealed a light smile. It was an easier hunt than expected. Although these demonic beasts were large in number, their level was generally not high, and even though the trap and kill formation he had set up was simple, it was still more than enough to deal with these demonic beasts at the second or third level of chi refining. Even if I can't pass the spiritual roots level, with my performance at this level, I should already be stable, Sumu muttered. After getting his hands on all of these demonic beasts' inner pills, he would almost be able to break the 1000 mark in points. It is thought that this number should be reached by very few people. Sumu snapped his fingers, and after summoning the white tiger back, one person and one tiger began to strip the demonic pills. Soon, all the demon pills were all collected. Sumu looked at the time. There was about half an hour or so until the test ended. He pondered for a moment and decided to leave this place and wander elsewhere. This mountain range is huge, so maybe we'll come across other harvests. Thinking of this, Sumu no longer hesitated, rolled over and mounted the white tiger, and said in a deep voice, "Let's go. Let's go take a look at other places." Roar! The white tiger roared up to the sky, carrying Sumu towards another mountain peak. In the meantime, at a certain high place that was difficult for ordinary cultivators to reach, the elders looked at the image of a man and a tiger displayed in the light screen in front of them and fell into a deep thought. This son can become a great man in the future. After a moment of silence, Hua Yanwu, the elder of the body refining peak, couldn't help but sigh. The other elders also nodded their heads, their faces filled with appreciation. Sumu's performance was amazing. At such a young age, he was able to independently kill hundreds of demonic beasts. More importantly, he displayed extremely rich combat skills in the midst of battle. That's the real heavenly pride. Even if it was placed within the sect, it could be considered among the top heavenly pride ranks. Such a disciple is by no means a fool. Well, a wizard indeed. Dan King Peak Elder Wu Zi Wang nodded, his eyes also filled with admiration. It's a pity that the qualifications are too low and too refuted. Otherwise it would really be a good disciple. Sword Peak Elder Hong Tao shook his head, his tone concise and straightforward. The elders all understood and nodded regretfully. Alas, 10 lineage inferior spiritual root. This talent is indeed a bit too odd. It's not a good choice for the future path. Hua Yanwu sighed. The other elders also resonated quite a bit when they heard this. Although the 10 lineage spiritual roots were odd, it was entirely possible to give up the others and major in one of them. Sumu's biggest problem was that the quality of his spiritual root was too low. It was only a mere lower grade, which would limit his growth in the future. In other words, it was that Sumu's path was wide, with 10 paths to choose from, but it was so short that you could see the head at a glance. If there was no special chance, it was destined to die out among the many mediocre disciples. But he seems to be quite accomplished in formations, so perhaps we can find him a suitable master. Hua Yanwu mused. Well, his formations may be rough, but they are better than accurate and properly utilized. That's right, this little guy's formation talent is still okay. I wonder if he's willing to switch to formation. The elders looked at each other and gave their affirmation. We don't have to rush things. It's not too late to ask his opinion after the test is over before making a decision. Hua Yanwu waved his hand and said lightly, "May." The other few elders looked at each other and all nodded slightly, no longer discussing the matter and turning their gaze to the other cultivators in the light screen. At this moment, in the middle of the mountain range, Sumu rode the white tiger and kept going deeper into the jungle, with the white tiger, a ferocious beast that had been mingling in the mountains for years, leading the way. His speed was quick. Not only do you avoid the risk of getting lost, but you can also hunt for prey and various rare resources earlier. Along the way, Sumu's demonic beast points had soared to the 1500 mark. He also obtained many spiritual herbs and fruits, such as the red sun grass and purple star vine, the purple bauhinia flower, the fire lotus fruit, and so on. There was even a dark-bodied spirit grass that emitted a strong fragrance. This was the rare poisonous herb, spirit-devouring grass, which was the main ingredient for refining spirit-devouring pill, and could be considered a dream for some poison cultivators. The process of obtaining this spirit-devouring grass was also very dangerous. Sumu fought with the 3 chi refining 6th layer red reinforcement snakes for half a quarter of an hour before he killed them all. Who would have thought that there would be a red chain snake of the 7th level of chi refining hiding in the shadows waiting for an opportunity to sneak attack? Fortunately, Sumu was careful and prudent, plus his divine sense was far superior to normal people, or else he was afraid that he would have capsized in this gutter. Roar! Steeply, a loud hiss came from the distance. A group of large-sized demonic beasts rushed out from the dense forest, their violent and bloodthirsty fury filling the void. Sumu raised his eyes and frowned. Ha! There seems to be a battle ahead. Chapter 39, the test is over. The excited great white tiger. Come on, let's go over there. Sumu's eyes narrowed as he drove the white tiger swiftly away. Soon, the two Sumu rushed to the place where the battle erupted, and what came into Sumu's eyes was a man fighting with 3 chi refining 6th layer demonic beasts. This man was tall and muscular, his fists swung with strong power, and every punch that fell could trigger a rumbling and exploding sound. But he was up against 3 spotted clouded leopards known for their speed. These 3 spotted clouded leopards moved at an unbelievably fast speed, weaving through this narrow canyon like lightning, making this man unable to trace his trail at all. He could only barely resist on defense, and gradually fell into a disadvantage, being forced backward step by step. Soon, he added many injuries to his body, which was drenched in blood and looked extremely frightening. Huffing and puffing, the man gasped for air, sweat covering the corners of his forehead, his chest heaving violently as if he was about to collapse in the next instant. But even so, he still didn't crush the teleportation talisman in his hand. instead staring at the three demonic beasts with a resolute gaze. Suddenly, the three demonic beasts leapt in unison, leaping up, their sharp claws and teeth tearing through the air and viciously grabbing at the man's neck. Ha ha ha, the man grinned with a hideous smile. Come on, Barbarian Shuai De, will fight with you today. Accompanied by his crazy laughter, he actually didn't dodge or avoid, and met the three demonic beasts by violently swinging his arm and shaking them hard. His right arm swelled steeply, his muscles gnarled and bulging, his veins bulging. Immediately after that, his right fist suddenly smashed out. Boo! With a muffled sound, the fist hit the head of one of the spotted cloud leopards. The sound of bones breaking came out, making one's scalp numb. The other two spotted clouded leopards, on the other hand, took this opportunity to bite hard on the man's shoulder. Half of the man's shoulder was instantly dented, and his entire arm was nearly shattered. But he didn't stop at all, and with the help of the force of the recoil, he leaped up and ruthlessly slammed into the head of the spotted cloud leopard. It's a self-explosive attack. A wound for a wound. A jade for a jade. Roar! Ow! The two spotted clouded leopards screamed in pain, but they still fought to chase after them. And at that moment, the man was completely out of control. His face became hideous and his eyes were covered in blood. Barbarian warriors, never retreat! The man roared and growled, his fists pouring down like rain, smashing into the bodies of the two demonic beasts. A mist of blood filled the air, staining his clothes red, and even more so the ground beneath his feet. The two demonic beasts were beaten and fell to the ground wailing and convulsing uncontrollably. But they didn't give in to this. Instead they were also beaten out of their blood, pouncing on them even more frantically, stalking them, looking like they swore to avenge their companions. The man finally couldn't hold on any longer, spewing blood from his mouth and falling heavily to the ground. The two spotted clouded leopards also climbed up, biting towards him left and right. Finished? Dying? The man murmured, and with a saddened look on his face, he closed his eyes. Just in the nick of time, a green light shot out of nowhere. Swish! In the next moment, the green light pierced straight through the heads of the two spotted cloud leopards. Scarlet blood spurted out and spilled on the man's cheek. The man was baffled. Opening his eyes, he saw an upright body standing in front of him, his gaze faintly looking down on him. It was Sumu who had just arrived. At this moment, Sumu was collecting the demon pills of the two demonic beasts with his green bamboo sword. Ahem. Thanks. The man struggled to get up, but Sumu reached out and pressed down. He slowly shook his head and said, "Don't try to be brave. You're too badly injured." Before the words left his mouth, his expression suddenly froze. Within his sight, the man's originally sunken shoulder was recovering, not healed but no longer so shocking. What a great recovery! The pupils of Sumu's eyes shrunk slightly, and his heart was aghast. Immediately after that, the system panel had appeared before his eyes. Host, Sumu. Current cultivation level, Qi refining 5th level, 76%. Current cultivation techniques, Barbarian God Technique, 5%. Barbarian Bull Strength, 15%. Fist of the Giant Spirit, 20%. Barbarian Blood Boiling Technique, 10%. Expand. Looking at the panel in front of him, and then recalling the words that came out of this man's mouth just now, a hint of realization flashed through Sumu's heart. So it's a barbarian. No wonder it has this size and resilience. Thank you for saving my life. May I ask what your name is? I am a barbarian warrior. Barbarian Shuai De. Barbarian Shuai De looked quite agitated and struggled to get up to show his gratitude. He was really very thankful to Sumu. If it wasn't for Sumu's rescue, I'm afraid he would have been buried in the belly of these three demonic beasts. However, Sumu stopped him and faintly said, "Heal your wounds first." With that, he took out an elixir and handed it to Barbarian Shuai De. Barbarian Shuai De took the elixir and carefully examined it. Then his eye pupils shrank. This is the blood condensation pill. Although the blood condensation pill was only a second-grade pill, it was quite effective in recovering from external injuries, and he just needed it now. Barbarian Shuai De didn't excuse himself and swallowed the blood condensation pill, deciding to wait for his injuries to recover before expressing his gratitude to Sumu. He sat down on his knees and began to refine the medicinal power. In an instant, a surging medicinal effect turned into a warm current that surged through the entire body, and his sunken shoulder actually recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye under the moisturizing of these medicinal powers. In just a few breaths, 90% was recovered. Barbarian Shuai De opened his eyes, looking surprised, and then hurriedly arched his hand to Sumu to pay his thanks, solemnly promising, "You saved my life, I owe you one. If you are in danger, just ask me for help." Aha! Sumu nodded slightly and said, "It was a coincidence that I met you this time. So next time you run into danger, remember to crush the teleportation talisman." After saying that, Sumu turned around and left, leaving behind a stupefied Barbarian Shuai De. He looked at his fading back and scratched his head vigorously. Then, as if suddenly awakening, he hurriedly chased after him. Leave a name before you go. Sumu didn't even look back. Sumu. Oh, brother Su. Barbarian Schweide sniffed in realization. He seemed to be very excited as he continued loudly. Alright, brother Su. My name is Barbarian Schweide. Remember to contact me after the test. Hearing his words, Sumu's footsteps slightly paused, and he softly answered before continuing his steps. A moment later, he disappeared into the vast sea of forest, finally breaking through 2,000 points. A swamp littered with silt. Sumu put away the blood-dripping green bamboo sword, looked at the demonic beast corpses on the ground, and let out a light breath. And that's when a magnificent bell rang out, followed by a majestic voice that spread throughout the entire mountain range. 2 hours have come and gone. This round of sect entry tests are all over. Sumu raised his head and rubbed his somewhat sore wrist. It's finally over. I've never fought with such high intensity in my life. He then patted the forehead of the white tiger underneath him and said softly with a smile, let's go. This gongzi will take you out of this broken mountain range. When the white tiger heard these words, his eyes instantly glazed over, and his tiger face was filled with excitement. Chapter 40, The Secret of the Barbarians. The legendary 8-9 Xian Gong. This mountain range was a place reserved by the Taichu Sect for chi refining stage disciples to try out, surrounded by powerful formations, and the demonic beasts inside would never be able to go out in their entire lives if there were no accidents. Moreover, they were often in danger of their lives, and might be beheaded by some Taichu Sect disciple as a tiger one day. It's been in this place long enough. Now it's finally time to get rid of the damn place. The white tiger's heart was filled with anticipation. Ow! The white tiger excitedly raised its head to the sky, its 4 hooves flying, and followed Sumu as he quickly ran towards the bottom of the mountain. Sumu and the white tiger sped along, and it only took half an incense stick of time to arrive at the foot of the mountain. At this time, there were already quite a few cultivators converging at the foot of the mountain, all of whom were mingling and discussing the situation of today's examination. Do you guys know what my luckiest thing is? Ha ha ha. It was meeting a very badly injured ironback bear of the 5th level of chi refining. Wow. This one demon pill is 5 points. You guys are making a lot of money. The crowd sniffed with envy, but while some rejoice, others are sad. Alas, I've been around for a long time in the outskirts of the mountain range and only killed 3 demonic beasts at the 2nd level of the chi refining stage, and only gained a total of 6 points. So I'm definitely out of luck. I didn't dare to go too deep, so I killed a few chi refining stage 1st layer demonic beasts, which only added up to 7 points. Normal. I'm almost the same. After all, compared to the same level, the demonic beasts can be too ferocious compared to us. It's better to securely guard the periphery and hunt the low-ranked demonic beasts. This last round of this test is too unreasonable. Those cultivators with high cultivation levels, of course the demonic pills they hunt are stronger and more abundant than us. Yeah, isn't that bullying? How can we possibly compare to them? Numerous cultivators were talking, and there was no lack of complainers among them, because in the first few rounds of testing, everyone or cultivation is banned, or can only rely on the power of determination. Basically in the same starting line, the results of good or bad is entirely dependent on the individual's talent and perseverance. This round, however, has tipped the balance line to strength above all else. This was difficult for many cultivators with low strength to accept, and that's when Sumu, who came riding a white tiger, caught everyone's attention. Look, it's him, I recognize it. It's Sumu. It's that cultivator who measured 10 spiritual roots? He actually tamed a white tiger? For a moment, the gazes of many cultivators instantly fell on Sumu's body, especially those female cultivators. When they saw Sumu, their beautiful eyes were filled with little stars and different colors. They couldn't wait to rush up and pounce on Sumu. Sumu was already incredibly handsome, with an outstanding temperament, and now that he was riding a white tiger, he was even more like an exiled immortal in the dust, with an unparalleled demeanor. So handsome. This gentleman is so dashing. Is he really in the chi refining stage? Why does he have this kind of temperament? Gosh, I want to be his Dao mate so badly. So envious of that white tiger underneath him. If only it were me instead. I can't, sisters. I'm in a bit of a hurry and have to leave for a while. Numerous female cultivators whispered. Their cheeks flushed, their eyes rippled, and there were even some bold female cultivators who directly made secret glances at Sumu. The male cultivator on the side had a jealous look on his face. Sumu naturally noticed the crowd's line of sight, but didn't care and just rode the white tiger straight away. Soon, he arrived at the gathering square at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, the number of people in the square was significantly larger, about 700 to 800 people, densely arranged in various areas, clearly separated. Sumu swept around and found some familiar faces. For example, Yu Wenba and the man surnamed Li. And he was just about to find a corner to sit down and rest when he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulders. A stocky figure squeezed in, then found an empty seat beside him. Brother Su, you finally came down. I've been waiting here for you for half a day. Sumu turned his head and realized that it was none other than the barbarian warrior Barbarian Shwida. Barbarian Shwida scratched his head and let out a giggle. He. Brother Su, how many points have you gained this time? If it's not enough, I still have a lot of demon pills here, so I'll give them all to you. With that, he took out a storage bag. Seeing this, Sumu slightly shook his head and refused. It's not necessary. Su brother, you don't excuse yourself. I have hunted and killed more than 50 demonic beasts this time, although it is not as powerful as your white tiger. But it's not bad, the brute commander still insisted. When Sumu saw this, he thought for a moment and reached out to take it. Since the other party was so enthusiastic, Sumu also stopped being pretentious and accepted the storage bag. Thanks. You're welcome. We're friends. Barbarian Shwida smiled nervously, revealing his white teeth. He looked at Sumu, his eyes filled with awe and admiration. The strength that Sumu had shown when he saved him just now had completely convinced him. Ugh! Barbarian Shwida suddenly sighed, then squirmed and asked, Brother Su, do you really have 10 lineage spiritual roots? Sumu nodded. N. The brute Shwida blinked and asked again, how did you awaken? Ha? Was it something you ate? The corner of Sumu's mouth twitched slightly. This question of yours, I also want to know. The barbarian shade blinked again and opened his mouth as if to ask something else. Seeing this, Sumu hastily interrupted his spell casting and asked rhetorically, Brother Barbarian, you're from the Barbarian clan, aren't you? Barbarian Shwida nodded vigorously and looked at Sumu with an adoring expression. That's right, Brother Su really has good eyesight. He can tell that I'm from the barbarian race with a single glance. Sumu's eyelids slightly jumped, somewhat powerless to spit out. As a barbarian, how come you've also come to participate in the Taichu Sect's entry test? Barbarian Shwida immediately bit her face. Alas, Brother Su, you do not know. My barbarian tribe tens of thousands of years ago lost to Korgong method. These years increasingly weak, and now it is even more difficult to make progress, and has been unable to cultivate more young barbarian warriors. So the elders let us go and worship other clans, so that we can gain more insights and reduce the burden on the clan. Sumu's eyelids once again jumped. Such important information. He just told himself all truthfully? I don't know what kind of feats you guys lost? Sumu asked curiously. Barbarian Shwida sighed at his words, then came closer and whispered, I heard from the elders that it's the 8-9 Xiangong. It's said to be a top-notch body forging technique, and if one is able to cultivate it, one's flesh will be strong and unrivaled, and can be called a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. The moment Sumu heard the name 8-9 Xiangong, he froze violently, then his heart shook wildly. Surprisingly, it's the 8-9 Xiangong. I didn't realize that this world also has. Sumu suppressed the thoughts in his heart. His eyes looked towards Barbarian Shwida, and said in a grave tone, You must not tell outsiders about this news again. Understand? Barbarian Shwida rubbed the back of his head and smiled nervously. Don't worry, Brother Su. I never talk nonsense, but I believe you. You're a good person. Sumu nodded. He was afraid that Barbarian Shwida was too simple-minded and didn't know how to keep secrets, and would invite trouble at that time. The moment the two of them were talking, basically all of the cultivators on the mountain had already returned here, and at this time, the elder in charge of conducting the test, Zhang Tianxiang, also rode his immortal crane and returned to this place. Along with them were the mortals he had brought to the other tests. Duke, the crane had just landed, and Qinger couldn't wait to come flying, directly hugging Sumu's waist and pampering herself intimately. Gongzi, Qinger misses you so much. Sumu patted Qinger's upturned little butt and laughed. You girl, why are you so sticky? Just like a little wombat. Qinger pouted her mouth, buried her pretty face in Sumu's arms, and whispered, Qinger hasn't seen Gongzi for a long time, and her heart misses it. Sumu was dumbfounded. In these 2.5 years, it seemed like Qinger hadn't really left herself for such a long time. Thinking so, Sumu also let Qinger hold herself. The young girl's body is soft and full of elasticity, light body fragrance into the nostrils, warm and soft jade in the arms. Sumu is also happy to enjoy. However, in the next second, Sumu's gaze suddenly froze with a surprised expression. Chapter 41 over 2,000 points. Cliff first, way ahead. Qinger, you finished drawing qi into your body? Sumu asked in surprise. He had just sensed the aura fluctuations within Qinger's body. This meant that Qinger had already finished drawing qi into her body at this moment, and a trace of spiritual energy had been born in her body, meaning that she had officially stepped into the path of immortal cultivation. Qinger lifted her small face. A pair of big watery eyes looked at Sumu, then sweetly nodded. Nah, The content of our test just now was to draw chi into the body. Qiong succeeded. Hearing her proud words, Sumu couldn't help but rub her head and said, "Good. Qiong is the best." After Qiong was praised, her little face immediately blushed, and she beautifully continued to lie on Sumu's chest, her entire body hiding in Sumu's arms. Both male and female cultivators in the surroundings cast envious gazes. Gongzi, Li Ergu also walked over at this time and slightly arched his hand. Gongzi, I've also successfully induced chi into my body. Oh, Sumu raised his eyebrows and smiled, then appreciatively patted Li Ergu's shoulder and encouraged. Very good. Keep up the good work. Li Erdog nodded and smiled. His every move much more mature and steady than before. Gongzi, Air Dog, he won second place in the chi induction test. At this time, Qiong raised her pretty face, her eyes flashing crystal, her gaze full of anticipation, as if she very much wanted Sumu to continue asking. Sumu's heart fluttered as he smiled and asked, "Then who was the first place?" Qiong smiled cheekily, stretching out her tender lotus root-like snow-white arm, her jade finger pointing at her small agaric nose, and said with a proud face, "Of course it's Qiong. Qiong is the fastest to complete the process of drawing chi into the body." After saying that, she tilted her face up, her bright peach blossom eyes curved into a crescent moon, smilingly waiting for Sumu's praise. Sumu favorably pinched the tip of her nose and laughed. "Worthy of being my family's Qiong, it's just too good." When Qiong heard this, her face became more and more scarlet and shy. Gongzi said I'm his family, ahihihihihi. Sumu looked at Qiong who had reburied her small head into her arms, but her heart was in deep thought. Generally speaking, the higher the quality of the spiritual root, the faster the speed of completing the introduction of channeling chi into the body would be. But Qiong was only a middle-grade sound spirit root and a lower-grade fire spirit root, and she was able to crush Li Ergu, who possessed a heavenly spirit root, and take the lead in completing the introduction of chi into her body. If that's the case, that leaves only one possibility. That was that Qiong's enlightenment was high, so high that she could ignore the quality of her spiritual roots. Could it be that Qiong belonged to this type of spirit root that was slightly inferior in quality but extremely enlightened? Sumu narrowed his eyes as a refined aura surged in his gaze. He knew that Qiong was definitely gifted and could never be mediocre. Thinking this way, Sumu couldn't help but survey the Qiong in his arms, only to feel that she was shrouded in a mist, as if a veil had been cast over her, making her inscrutable. Perhaps there are more surprises and secrets hidden in her? Everyone, please follow the order and take out all the demon pills you have obtained, and the results can be announced after estimation. At this time, Zhang Tianxiang spoke. The crowd immediately tensed up at the words and pulled out their storage bags. With a wave of Zhang Tianxiang's sleeve robe, all the storage bags suddenly flew up into the sky and suspended in the air. Note that all the demonic beasts in this mountain range have been marked and are different from the demonic pills of the demonic beasts in the outside world. So if someone takes the demonic pills of the outside world and replaces them, this elder will know at a glance. And this kind of cheating, once discovered, will be severely punished. Zhang Tianxiang did not immediately go to check the demonic pills in the storage bag, but swept a circle with his gaze and said in a slightly cold tone. As soon as these words came out, there were many cultivators whose faces changed. They subconsciously wanted to retrieve their storage bags, but it was obviously too late. For this kind of thing, Zhang Tianxiang had long been accustomed to it, and with a cold snort, he looked at the crowd and said aloud, "Now, start announcing the results." With that, Zhang Tianxiang pinched out a spell and struck a few spirit seals towards the void. Immediately after that, each storage bag lit up, blossoming with all sorts of colorful and brilliant light. Zhang Tianxiang looked indifferent as he swept his divine thoughts over these storage bags, and in just an instant, he knew the situation of the demon pills in all the storage bags. When he swept over Sumu's storage bag, his divine thoughts lurched, and a rare trace of consternation appeared on his indifferent face. Zhang Tianxiang frowned, not daring to be sure as he scanned the area again a few times until he repeatedly confirmed it. Then he took a deep breath. First place, Sumu, totaling 178 points, Zhang Tianxiang slowly announced. This statement caused an uproar. Everyone stared at Sumu with wide, unbelievable eyes. 2,100 plus points? How is that possible? No way. Over 2,100 points? I worked my ass off to get over 60 points? I damn well can't even gather 30 points. Where did this Sumu kid come from? I don't believe it. Isn't he an inferior spirit root? To actually be able to hunt so many demonic beasts? The crowd had expressions of disbelief. The crowd exploded. Sumu's points for this finished off anyone, and it was considered to be heaven-defying. Even the disciples of the Taichu Sect, who were responsible for presiding over discipline, had their mouths open in shock when they heard this news. When they were in the chi refining stage, they had also been to that mountain range to participate in the trial. But even so, the highest point earner was only 1,000 or so. But now, this Sumu, is he really at the 5th level of the chi refining stage? Not to mention that he was still a lower grade spirit root. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and the eyes that looked at Sumu were already filled with scorn and awe. Gonzi, Li Erdog looked at Sumu in surprise, his lips trembled, and his gaze flashed with a hint of complexity. Barbarian Schweige stood behind Sumu, the adoration on his face almost overflowing. Qinger, on the other hand, was cheering with excitement as she wrapped her arms around Sumu's neck and rubbed around excitedly. Gongzi, you're too good. Sumu also laughed lightly as he hugged Qinger, feeling the soft elasticity of the young girl's breasts with a gentle smile on his face. Zhang Tianxian was also satisfied at this time, stroking his beard and nodding. Although he didn't think highly of Sumu's spirit root talent, he had to admit that this teenager had given him a huge surprise. He even wondered if he should take Sumu as his disciple. Okay. Zhang Tianxian waved his hand to quiet the clamoring venue and continued. Second place, Yu Wenba, 433 points. Third place, Lu Xiaodai, 304 points. Fifth place, Zhao Yunshen, 278 points. Zhang Tianxian's voice continued to resound over the square as a score was continuously announced. As the score spread, the plaza became more and more passionate in its discussion, and Sumu's name, with a cliff-like first place, gradually became the center of attention of the entire plaza. After burning incense, the rankings of all the participants were settled, and among them, 58 cultivators were directly disqualified by Zhang Tianxian because they violated the rules and used other demon pills to impersonate them. After dealing with these monks, Zhang Tianxian proclaimed aloud, "Today's examination officially ends successfully. Congratulations to all of you for successfully passing the examination test." The crowd stopped gossiping and turned to look at Zhang Tianxian, their eyes waiting expectantly for Zhang Tianxian to announce the results. Zhang Tianxian swept the crowd around before speaking. After counting, there are a total of 1,638 people who passed the sect entry test this term. The crowd boiled over at these words. After today, those of them would be disciples of the Taichu Sect. Each and every one of them will carp and turn into a human being. Zhang Tianxian looked around the 4 directions and announced aloud. Next, everyone follow me to the sect hall at Taichu Peak, where the 10 names chosen to become inner sect disciples will be announced. After saying that, he flung his right hand and a flying boat coalesced out of thin air. As Zhang Tianxian was preparing to lead the crowd away, a voice suddenly rang out. Wait a minute. Chapter 42, The Gap Between People. Why is it so great? Zhang Tianxian looked at Sumu and frowned slightly. What is your business? The person who spoke out just now was none other than Sumu. Sumu arched his hand. His attitude was humble and his tone was sincere as he said, Elder Zhang, my disciple has subdued a white-fronted tiger in the mountain range. It has a gentle temperament and has never harmed anyone since it opened up its spirit, and is willing to follow me around, so please allow me to bring it away from this place. After saying that, Sumu beckoned. The white tiger stepped out from the grass aside, nervously and timidly looking at Zhang Tianxian, as well behaved as a giant cat. As for the man surnamed Li and the young man in fancy dress, the corners of their mouths couldn't help but twitch a few times when they saw the scene. Mild-mannered? Never hurt anyone? If it wasn't for Yu and Bo's words to stop them, they might have all been killed by this white tiger. They wanted to come forward and report it, but Yu and Bo stopped them with a look, so they finally had to stop. Zhang Tianxian froze for a moment at his words, then looked at the little white tiger behind Sumu and couldn't help but smile, shaking his head and laughing. Since it is a demonic beast you subdued, take it away if you want to, but remember, do not let it hurt anyone. Sumu was relieved in his heart and hurriedly bowed and said, many thanks to the elder for making it possible. The white tiger sniffed and let out a low growl, then took a step and ran over, affectionately licking the back of Sumu's hand. This scene made the surrounding cultivators envious. While they were still worrying about points, Sumu not only seized over 2,000 points, but also took in a white tiger as a mount. How can this gap between people be so wide? At this point, I also saw Sumu say, Elder Zhang, I wonder if you can sell me a demon beast bag. Demonic beasts cannot be received in the storage bag. There is no air in the storage bag, but rather to be received in the bag of demonic beasts in order to store them. It was also for this reason that demon beast bags were much more expensive than storage bags. Oh, Zhang Tianxiang's gaze flickered slightly as he laughed. Demon beast pouches aren't cheap. Are you sure you want to buy one? Sumu nodded calmly. He was now carrying 100,000 spirit stones, so he could be said to be rich. Zhang Tianxiang raised his eyebrows in some surprise. Then with a flick of his sleeve robe, a storage bag inscribed with special runes instantly flew out and landed in Sumu's hand. For your outstanding performance in this level, this demonic beast pouch will be taken as this elder's reward for you. Zhang Tianxiang put one hand behind his back and faintly said, Sumu's heart fluttered as he received the storage bag and then thanked. Many thanks to the elder. Well, no harm done. Zhang Tianxiang waved his hand and then turned to the crowd. Now, return to Taichu Peak with this elder. Saying that, his figure moved to take the lead to step into the flying boat, and the crowd followed suit. After Sumu received the white tiger into his demonic beast pouch, he also took Chinger and Air Dog to go in right behind him. With that, the flying boat turned into a stream of light and rushed up into the sky, leading a group of people towards Taichu Peak. Taichu Peak was majestic and magnificent, covering an extremely vast area, being the main peak of the Taihang mountain range, towering into the blue sky as if supporting the heavens. Inside is a forest of buildings, palaces, pavilions, beautiful, like a fairyland. The flying boat carried the crowd quickly to the top of the mountain, only to see that there were already quite a few figures standing on the platform at the top of the mountain at this moment. These people were gorgeously clothed, with extraordinary apparatuses and aura, and they were obviously all elite disciples of the Taichu Sect. On top of that, there was an old man standing in front of the crowd. He wore a white robe, his face was rosy, his breath was calm and long, and an invisible pressure enveloped the entire scene. At this moment, seeing the crowd arrive, this old man walked slowly to the crowd. He first respectfully bowed to Zhang Tianxiang before speaking to the crowd. I am Taichu Sect's Deacon Hall Vice Hall Manager Zhiheng, and I am in charge of recruiting you into the sect this time. Ergo, come with me first. Before the words fell, the two of them, he and Zhang Tianxiang, walked towards the side. The crowd's hearts fluttered at the words. This was the Vice Hall Master of the Taichu Sect's Deacon Hall. The Deacon Hall is in charge of all miscellaneous affairs within the Taichu Sect, such as registration, arranging duties, issuing tasks, issuing disciple tokens, and distributing disciple resources, all of which are under the control of the Deacon Hall. Zhang Tianxiang narrated as he walked, speaking quite fast, and the crowd listened carefully. It didn't take long for the two to stop. Looking up, what met everyone's eyes was a magnificent complex. The complex covers an area of nearly 1,000 acres, with carved beams, jeweled towers, and golden splendor. At this moment, a grand and solemn hall stood in front of the crowd, and an aura of ancient vicissitudes filled the air, and above the plaque in the main hall, the two big characters in seal script, Tai Chu, were clearly written. This is the Great Primordial Hall. Zhang Zhiheng pointed at the hall and said, follow me in. Yes. The crowd responded with a promise and headed towards the main hall. When Sumu stepped into the Taichu Hall, he instantly felt a majestic aura coming over him. This level of intensity is unbelievable. Sumu took a deep breath and only felt the aura in his dantian spinning crazily. It actually seemed like he was about to break through. Not only that, Sumu felt that his flesh was much more permeable, and he even had the illusion of shedding his bones. Sumu couldn't help but draw in a breath of cool air. Such a terrifying concentration of spiritual chi was definitely a piece of precious land. He raised his eyes to survey the scene around him, only to see several immortal and Taoist old men sitting on top of the futon, sipping tea and chatting. Seeing this, Zhang Zhiheng immediately stepped forward and respectfully saluted, saying aloud, Zhang Zhiheng has come with the newly promoted disciples of the Taichu Sect to pay his respects to all the elders. Seeing this, the crowd also hurriedly saluted and shouted in unison, greetings to all the elders. Zhang Tianxiang, on the other hand, slowly walked over and greeted each other with the remaining few elders, then stood to the side. When the crowd had finished saluting, a stout middle-aged man in the center of the hall stood up, scanned the crowd, and slowly opened his mouth. Since you have passed the entrance test, you are considered official disciples of my Taichu Sect. Although you have just joined the clan, but also need to follow the rules of the Taichu Sect. Keep in mind the laws of the clan. Remember not to do harm to the sky, the anger of the people, and even more not to bully the same door. Violators of the light is to abolish the cultivation of the expulsion of the clan, and the heavy is to be punished with capital punishment. This middle-aged man was naturally the body-refining peak elder, Hua Yanwu. When these words came out, the hearts of the people were shaken, and they were solemn, not daring to be slow, saying in unison, disciples understand. Seeing this, Hua Yanwu nodded in satisfaction, then continued, today, we have summoned you here mainly to announce one thing, which I'm sure you already know, and that is to announce the list of the 10 quotas for direct entry into the inner sect. These 10 people will become the true core disciples of my Taichu Sect, enjoying all sorts of benefits, having abundant cultivation resources and techniques, and even having the chance to be bestowed with divine weapons and pills. The crowd all clenched their fists in excitement at the words, their eyes blazing. Even though they knew they probably weren't going to be chosen, they couldn't help but fantasize about it until the list was announced. What if there are them? Next I will announce the list of 10 disciples confirmed by the deliberation of the Elders' Council. so prepare yourself. Hua Yanwu's gaze swept over the crowd and finally landed on Su Mu's three people. Chapter 43, Immortal Sound Misty Ruwashi I wish to embrace. Fairy Fang's shadow down to mortal dust. Li Shang Yuan, Huang Qing'er, and Su Mu. All three of you can obtain the qualification to enter the inner gate directly. As soon as Hua Yanwu's words fell, a clamor erupted from the surrounding crowd. Everyone's gazes were focused on the trio with envy and jealousy, but the crowd didn't have much to disagree with. After all, the three of them, one of them being the first in spiritual root qualification, one of them being the first in enlightenment, and one of them being the first in points, it wasn't surprising that they were able to directly obtain the qualification to directly enter the inner sect. Hua Yanwu paused for a moment, his eyes looking at the others as he continued. Yu Wenba, Qin Tianhe, Wang Peng, Lu Xiaodai, Barbarian Shuide. As he read out each person's name, a low murmur went around. The crowd once again cast envious glances. However, they didn't lose their temper too much. They all knew that these people would be able to enter the inner sect sooner or later, and their progress would definitely be much faster than theirs. The 10 of you, from today onwards, are the inner disciples of my Taichu Sect. You should take the honor and disgrace of the sect as your own responsibility. Cultivate hard and strive to become the true top powerhouses of the sect, and don't fail to live up to the expectations of the sect. If anyone dares to bully others, bully the weak, and violate the clan's rules, I won't blame this elder for personally stepping in and cleaning up the door. Hua Yanwu's cold words came out, causing the crowd to tremble. Do you have any objections? Upon hearing Hua Yanwu's question, all of them shook their heads in agreement, and then they all arched their hands in acknowledgement. I'll follow elder's teachings. Seeing this, Hua Yanwu nodded, then waved his sleeve robe. The rest of you disciples, go ahead and receive the outer disciple token. Seeing this, the Vice Hall of Deacons Hall Vice Hall leader Zhihong stepped forward with a smile and began to lead the crowd to receive their tokens. Not long after, everyone had gotten their outer disciple tokens. These disciple tokens were inscribed with a mysterious rune, emitting a faint glow. You will now go and collect your own residence. Familiarize yourself with the environment and the cave, and begin formal cultivation at the hour of tomorrow. Zhang Zhihong gave a few more instructions and immediately left the hall with a group of people. After the crowd left, only Su Mu, Xing'er Airdog, Yuan Bo, Barbarian Shui De, and 10 other inner disciples remained in the hall. At this moment, an old man with white hair but a dragon's walk and a resolute face stood up and spoke with a smile. Our Taichu sect has finally welcomed fresh blood. The other elders glanced at each other and all stood up with smiles on their faces as well. Hua Yanwu shook his head. He knew that. Don't look at these few elders who were now looking like they were in harmony, but next they would turn into enemies who would turn the other cheek. There was a good chance that they would even roll up their sleeves and fight over a disciple. Fruity. This thought of his had only just risen when the tatteredly dressed sword frontier elder Hong Tao's figure flickered, and in the next moment, he had already appeared beside Li Erdog. You kid has good talent. I'm a sword peak elder, so learn to practice sword training from me in the future. As soon as Hong Tao's words came out, Wu Zi Wang, an elder of the Dan King Peak next to him, said with a light hum as a brilliant light erupted from his eyes, You old man is crazy all day long. What good disciple can you teach? It's better to cultivate with me. Saying that, Wu Ziwang also appeared in front of Li Erdog in an instant with an earnest face. Little fellow, follow me. I'm an elder of the Dan King Peak. Although I'm an alchemist, I'm also proficient in all other martial arts techniques and feats. And I'm patient, so I guarantee that I'll be 10,000 times better than the disciple taught by this old man. Seeing this, Hong Tao's eyes rounded and roared. Old thing, you dare to rob my disciple? Hurry up and get the hell out of here. With that, the two of them were suddenly writhing together like a cockfight. Li Erdog looked dumbfounded and froze in place for a moment. And that's when another old man dressed in flowers and a green hat on top of his head came to Li Erdog's side and said in a warm voice, Ignore these two old lunatics. I'm Pil King Peak Elder Lu Sangue. You'll just follow me to cultivate from now on. Li Erdog sniffed and hurriedly bowed and saluted. Disciple has met the elder. Get up off of me. This kid is destined to be with me. Chui Yun Peak. No one is going to steal it from me. Nonsense. How does this kid look like a disciple of your Chui Yun Peak? He should join my Pil King Peak. Another old man appeared beside Li Erdog, arguing with the Pil King Peak elder, and the atmosphere became fiery. Li Erdog was confused. Not only him, but the other 9 were also dumbfounded, completely puzzled. These are all elders. Why are they like the city's shrews? Sumu was also shocked beyond belief. If it wasn't for the rich spiritual chi here, he even suspected that he had come to the wrong place, especially Hua Yanwu. The corners of his mouth twitched and his face was filled with black lines. These few old undead usually are immortal and profound existence. As a result, now, This was simply a disgrace to the Taichu Sect. The only thing he felt thankful for was that these old things still knew their place and didn't use their spiritual energy to fight. They just physically fought. But that was precisely why the scene was particularly wretched and devoid of immortal demeanor. Hua Yanwu shook his head and did not join in the melee of these few people, but instead looked towards the barbarian warrior, Barbarian Shuide. He walked over and asked with a smile, "Would you like to join my disciple and cultivate the method of body refining?" Barbarian Shuide was stunned at his words and seemed to be somewhat flattered. Then immediately kneeled down on one knee and cupped his fists. "Disciple is willing and pays homage to master." "Good. From today onwards, you will be my disciple." Hua Yanwu nodded in satisfaction. "Yes, master." Barbarian Shuide got up in an agitated mood. Seeing that Hua Yanwu's side was going so well, several other elders followed suit and retreated to ask other disciples if they were willing to worship him. The result was naturally that no one refused. Soon there were elders who also took a liking to Huang Qing'er, who was number 1 in enlightenment, and wanted to take her as a disciple. Huang Qing'er, on the other hand, turned her gaze toward Su Mu, seeking his meaning. She had always taken Su Mu as her backbone, never making any decisions on her own. Su Mu took a careful look at that elder, and after thinking for a moment, he decided to ask Qing'er to agree to his request to take in an apprentice. Qing'er received Su Mu's look and was about to agree when she suddenly remembered something and changed her words when they came to her mouth. "This elder, you want to take Qing'er as your disciple?" Qing'er is not honored and naturally does not dare to refuse, but Qing'er has always been inseparable from Gongzi. If she worships you as her master, she will definitely not be able to serve Gongzi anymore. Qing'er is really relieved. "So can I ask you to accept even the male as an apprentice under your door? So that Qing'er can also feel a bit more at ease." Hearing Huang Qing'er say this, the elder hesitated. The earnestness with which Huang Qing'er spoke caused that elder to ponder. He hadn't thought that Huang Qing'er would be worried about this. That elder looked at Su Mu, his brows slightly furrowed. To be honest, he only wanted to take Huang Qing'er as his disciple, and had no intention of taking Su Mu under his tutelage as well. Because although Su Mu's performance in the final round was amazing, the quality of his spiritual root was simply too low, and was not qualified to be his disciple at all. Qing'er could see this elder's hesitation. Her eyebrows knitted slightly. Then she said decisively without any ceremony, "Elder, if you can't accept Gongzi as your disciple, then please forgive Qing'er's rudeness and she won't be able to become your disciple either." That elder's frown deepened as he listened. Although this girl child's enlightenment is good, if she is deeply in love, her future achievements will not be too high. After thinking about it, his face turned cold and he left a sentence before whisking his sleeves away. "In that case, thou shalt wait a little longer." After that elder left, Su Mu reached out and pinched Qing'er's agitated nose, and said in a good-natured manner, speaking so bluntly, "Aren't you afraid of annoying that elder?" Huang Qing'er's pretty face was slightly red, but she stubbornly pouted her cherry lips and said, "I won't give up on the male anyway." Su Mu smiled and rubbed her soft hair, and did not stop Huang Qing'er's persistence. He knew the young girl's dependence on him. This sentiment would naturally be remembered by Su Mu. The elders on the air-dog side hadn't yet divided a winner, but the other disciples had all been assigned and were all worshipping under the elders. The only exceptions were Su Mu and Huang Qing'er, who hadn't had any elders under their doors yet. It was because the two of them had made it clear that they were bound together, and Su Mu had made many elders hesitant to take on a disciple. Barbarian Shuide was watching from the sidelines. His heart was anxious, and his eyebrows were almost wrinkled into a pimple. He finally couldn't hold back, and suppressed the apprehension in his heart, and said to Hua Yanwu, "Senior, why don't you take Brother Su and Miss Qing'er under your tutelage?" Hua Yanwu pondered for a moment. He had wanted Su Mu to join Formation Peak, but the Formation Peak elder was currently in seclusion and wasn't present. "Alright, then Master will go and ask to see if they are willing to join my body refining peak," Hua Yanwu said slowly after thinking carefully. "Many thanks, Master." Barbarian Shuide was overjoyed. Hua Yanwu was just about to walk towards Su Mu, when suddenly an extremely melodious and mysterious zither sound leisurely entered the hall. This song is melodious and melodious, just like the ethereal orchid in the empty valley, and just like the spring river flowing water is generally clear, filled with infinite flavor, just like the heavenly fairy court floating to the earth a wisp of immortal sound. It is like a spring breeze, and the state of mind is serene and peaceful. The crowd all revealed strange colors at the words and looked towards the source of the zither sound. Even the few elders who were writhing together stopped their disputes and followed the sound in unison. Hua Yanwu looked outside the hall, his eyebrows lightly raised, his eyes flickered with essence, and a hint of a smile flowed from the corner of his mouth. It's her. Now these two little ones should have someone to collect them. Only to see outside the hall, a woman in green slowly stepped in, as if a fairy had appeared in the mortal world and crashed into the earth. Chapter 44, The Great Elder personally accepts the disciple. The door is not closed tightly. Close it again. An indigo palace dress lightly caged her exquisite concave floating delicate body. Eyes like the bright moon. Lips like pink cherry. Crystal clear skin like ice and snow. Between the slender willow eyebrows with a faint warmth. Every move is permeated with a noble and holy, out of the ordinary meaning. Like a man in a painting. Heavenly fairy. Especially when her eyes were slightly downcast. Her entire person exuded an unspeakably gentle demeanor that immediately reminded people of the word fairy. At this time, her lotus stepped lightly. Not wearing stockings, snow-white jade feet stepped on the void, as if stepping on the clouds, curly and graceful. The slender waist is not a handful, just like a weak willow to help the wind. On her side also followed a small beast with a turquoise body that looked like it was carved out of emerald. The wisp of piano sound just now seemed to have come from its mouth. At this moment, it tilted its head, its big watery eyes dribbling around, looking around curiously. Greetings to Elder Hua. As soon as the green-clothed woman stepped into the great hall, she performed a salute to Hua Yanfeng with extreme politeness. Her voice was as clear and pleasant as beads falling from a jade plate, carrying a transcendent air. Hua Yanwu nodded and returned the salute. Greetings to Fairy Su Xin. The woman in green smiled lightly and said, Elder Hua doesn't have to be so polite. My coming today was really sudden. I don't know if I'm disturbing you. Hua Yanwu smiled and shook his head. Elder Wanrun, what are you talking about? This disciple acceptance ceremony, every elder has the right to come and accept disciples. That's good. Wanrun Su Xian nodded slightly, then added, I heard that there was a disciple with a sound attribute spiritual root in this entry test. I wonder if there is such a thing. Hua Yanwu looked slightly stunned, then smiled and said, That's right. That disciple is called Huang Qing'er. Not only is she a sound attribute spiritual root, she is also a fire physique, and she is extremely perceptive. She completed drawing qi into her body in only half an hour, which is a rare occurrence in 100 years. Oh, Wanrun Susan was slightly surprised, then her beautiful eyes rippled as she said, Since that's the case, then I would like to brazenly ask all the elders to cut me some slack and let that disciple be in my Little Qiong Peak. It's rare that immortal Su Xian has the intention to take on a disciple, so naturally, we will be happy to do so. Hua Yanfeng laughed and responded without any hesitation. When he saw Wanrun Su Xian, he already knew the other party's intentions for this visit. It was because this elder Wanrun was also a sound spiritual root. Ha ha, immortal Su Xian has a discerning eye. For this girl Qing'er to be chosen by you is also a blessing she has cultivated in her 3 lifetimes. That's right, immortal Su Xian's attainments in the way of sound have already reached a higher level. And with immortal Su Xian teaching Qing'er, Qing'er will definitely be able to achieve extraordinary accomplishments. Some of the other elders followed suit. Seeing that all the elders had no objections, Wanrun Susan didn't make any pretense, and with a sweep of her gaze, she looked at Su Mu and Huang Qing'er, who were standing at the side. In the instant she saw Huang Qing'er, Wanrun Susan's beautiful eyes suddenly flashed a touch of amazement and talent appreciation. Then she spread her face and smiled gently, lightly opening her vermilion lips and said, This is Miss Qing'er, isn't it? I wonder if you would like to join my sect and become a member of Little Qiong Peak. Tone system spirit roots were very rare and scarce, and other than her, the Taichu Sect hadn't appeared for thousands of years. That's why this time when she heard that a sound system spirit root had appeared, she immediately rushed over. When Huang Qing'er heard the other party's invitation, she still didn't immediately agree, but timidly turned her gaze to Su Mu and whispered, If the elder is willing to accept the male as a disciple under his door at the same time, then Qing'er will be willing to worship Little Qiong Peak. Hearing this, Wanrun Susan's pretty face couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. She originally thought that the other party would at most consider it, but she didn't expect that she was actually begging her to take Su Mu under her wing as well. That's interesting. Could it be that the two are somehow related? Thinking of this, Wanrun Susuma's beautiful eyes turned to look at Su Mu beside Qing'er. Only Su Mu was seen wearing a plain long shirt, looking calm and unruffled, his handsome face hanging a gentle smile, as if he was as clean and clear as a piece of diamond. A pair of black eyes were as deep as stars, bright and clear, so that people could not help but look at them a few more times. The moment Wanrun Susan saw him, she couldn't help but secretly nod her head, worthy of being someone who could make Qing'er fall in love with him. This poise is superior to many men. A trace of appreciation rose in Wanrun Susan's heart, secretly thinking, this son's bones are clear and strange. His temperament is calm and steady, and he has a good appearance, so he is a good seedling. In that case, then I will take all of these two under my tutelage. Okay, I promise. After a moment of contemplation, Wanrun Su Xian pursed her lips and directly agreed. Hearing the other party's promise, Qing'er's face instantly bloomed into a bright smile as she pulled Su Mu's hand and cheered. Yay, Gongzi, I can finally be with you. She happily jumped up and directly hugged Su Mu. Thank you, Master. Sumu was also overjoyed and directly changed his words, respectfully bowing to Wunrun Su Xin. He's really happy. Sumu had originally planned to find a fairy as a master, so as to facilitate future cultivation. Ahem. I didn't expect this wish to be granted by Qiong. If it wasn't for the fact that there were many other idle people in this great hall, Sumu would have wanted to hug Qiong and kiss her. Not bad for his good maid. No day or night to worry about her. No harm done. Wunrun Su Xin smiled bashfully, then turned her gaze to Huang Qiong and asked, "Now would you like to become my personal disciple?" Without hesitation, Huang Qiong knelt in front of Wunrun Su Xin and kowtowed 3 times, shouting excitedly, "Disciple Qiong pays her respects to master." Very well. Wunrun Su Xin gently crouched down and helped Qiong up, her voice gentle. "In that case, you will join him in my Little Qiong Peak." "Yes, sir." Huang Qiong excitedly stood up and walked over to Sumu. Wunrun Su Xin smiled faintly and nodded at the two of them. "Then my master will go and make the arrangements, and you will be formally initiated early tomorrow morning." "Yes." The two bowed again. Only after Wunrun Susan left did Huang Qiong let go of Sumu and said excitedly, "Gongzi, we can cultivate together in the future." "Aha." Sumu nodded. He. In the future, Gongzi will be the senior brother, so you can't bully Qiong." Huang Qiong smiled playfully and flirted. At those words, Sumu was slightly stunned. He didn't think of this, but quickly reacted and patted Huang Qiong's head, dotingly saying, "Qiong is so cute. How could Gongzi not want to bully you?" "Hey." Huang Qiong spat out her tongue. Her heart was sweet, feeling like her entire heart had turned into molasses. But it doesn't seem to be splitting hairs over at 2 dogs. Sumu looked towards Li Ergu, a little worried, only to see that after Wunrun Susan left, those few elders who were vying for Li Erdog began to fight again, mixing up into a mess, with no one refusing to back down. I don't know who kicked the tables, chairs, and benches away, and caused a bit of a ruckus. Li Erdog, on the other hand, stood in the corner of the great hall, his head hung low, silent, not knowing what he was pondering. At this point, he was the only one left who hadn't worshipped under any of the elders. Alas, Sumu sighed in his heart as he looked at Li Erga's posture. This phenomenon had both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that it was valued by many elders, and in the future, his status in the Taichu Sect would definitely rise with it. But the downside is that if the wind shows in the forest, it will be envied, and you will inevitably encounter trouble and danger in the future. Sumu's gaze turned and his afterglow glanced at Yuanbo. This one, for example, must be jealous of Li Erga's splendor in his heart right now. After all, as an extreme spiritual root, if he didn't have Li Erdog, then the attention of all the people now belonged to him. And although Yuanbo didn't show any cynicism on the surface, Sumu believed that this guy was definitely secretly gnashing his teeth. If Yuanbo knew what was going through Sumu's mind at this moment, he would definitely be shocked, because Sumu got it all right. Yuanbo was indeed filled with jealousy in his heart. If it wasn't for Li Erdog suddenly appearing, the disciple that the elders would rather fight than snatch right now would definitely be him, Yuanbo. Instead, it was like now, where only a mere 2 or 3 elders came to inquire about him, and he ended up worshipping under an elder he didn't really want to worship. Humph, what right does a mere mortal have to possess such a chance? Yuanbo's gaze swept over Li Erdog, his heart filled with jealousy, but it had come to this, and there was nothing he could do about his jealousy. All he could do was force a smile and try to keep his composure. Hua Yanwu looked at the scene in front of him, also quite a headache. When is the end of this fight? Moreover, these elders fought, but they all messed up the great hall, and he still had to send someone to clean it up. Hua Yanwu frowned and was just about to stop the crowd when his expression suddenly changed. Immediately afterward, an extremely terrifying pressure descended within the great hall, and everyone's movements instantly stopped as they raised their heads to look out. Great Elder! Hua Yanwu got up violently and looked out of the hall in shock, only to see that outside the great hall, a man dressed in gray slowly stepped into the air. The man was dressed in a gray robe that hunted, his long beard fluttered, and he exuded a vast and inexplicable majesty. His eyes were deep and seemed to contain stars, as if he could see through all the secrets of the world. Just a simple stride, but it carried a certain arcane trajectory that was impossible to capture. Sumu's spirit was shaken. This person's strength and terrifying aura far exceeded everyone present. It should be the strongest person he had seen so far, bar none. Greetings to the Grand Elder. Hua Yanwu took the lead in welcoming forward and saluting towards the gray-robed man. The other elders also immediately stood up and bowed respectfully towards the man. Greetings to the Grand Elder. This person was clearly the Grand Elder of the Taichu Sect, Chu Tianya. Be excused. Chu Tianya waved his hand indifferently and walked straight to the upper seat to sit down. Today, I purposely came out of the gate to accept a disciple. His voice was incomparably calm. Not the slightest ripple could be heard. The hearts of the crowd shuddered. The Grand Elder himself came here. Does that mean the Grand Elder is going to accept Li Shengyuan as his disciple? Li Sengwan. Chu Tianya slowly opened his mouth, his calm tone sending shivers down one's spine, as if a sharp sword was suspended above one's head, ready to fall down and decapitate the head. Disciple in. At this moment, hearing Chu Tianya call to himself, Li Erdog's heart flinched as he hurriedly walked out, kneeling down and saluting. Today, this seat has specially rushed here out of seclusion in order to accept you as a disciple. Are you willing to do so? Chu Tianya calmly said. Disciple, of course I am willing. Li Erdog froze for a moment, and then replied with immense excitement. This is the Grand Elder of the Taichu Sect. It's what so many people dream of. He had dreamed many beautiful dreams, but never dared to hope that such a good thing would fall in his lap. Very good. Chu Tianya nodded slightly and continued. Since that's the case, then you will be my Chu Tianya's close disciple from now on. Thank you for your master's grace. Li Erdog was overwhelmed with excitement and kowtowed repeatedly. Hearing this, the sword front elder on the side slightly rolled his eyes, unable to hold back his inner spit, and boldly said, Grand Elder, didn't you already take and shut in disciples 1,000 years ago? Chu Tianya glanced at the Sword Peak Elder and said indifferently, the door wasn't closed tightly, close it again. Sword Peak Elder, Hua Yan Wu, All Elders, Chapter 45I, Su Mu. Respect my teacher the most and will never worship another person as my teacher. The Sword Peak Elder was dumbfounded as he smacked his lips, finally realizing what it meant to have thick skin. Although there was helplessness on the faces of the other elders, they did not dare to say anything. Grand Elder Chu Tianya was a great perfection cultivator of the harmonization stage. His cultivation was thorough through the heavens, and he was the strongest person in the Taichu Sect besides the sect leader. He said he'll take Li Shengyuan as his disciple. Who dares to compete with him? Wouldn't that be purely self-inflicted? Even Hua Yanwu was astonished, not expecting that the Grand Elder would purposely come out of the gate for the sake of Li Shengyuan. It was important to realize that the Grand Elder hadn't appeared for 1,000 years and had been preparing for a breakthrough to the Mahayana stage. This Li Shengyuan's qi was too strong. Hua Yanwu felt slightly emotional inside. At this point, only to see Chu Tianya's palm flick up, a simple and ancient jade tablet fell into Li Erdog's hands. This jade card is the proof of my Taichu Sect disciple identity, and also the proof of my Chu Tianya shut-in disciple, if you are captured by the enemy in the future. When the words reached this point, he gave a slight lurch, his tone suddenly changed, and he said in a cold voice, just take the initiative to crush it so as not to tarnish the reputation of my Taichu Sect and my Chu Tianya. His voice was indifferent and unfeeling, as if frost had landed, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Li Erdog's heart violently trembled, hurriedly bowed his head and respectfully answered, yes, master, the disciple knows. Get up. Chu Tianya nodded slightly, his tone calm, not the slightest ripple could be heard. Only then did Erdog straighten up slightly, but he still had his eyebrows downcast and his gaze fixed on the floor, not daring to raise his head, clearly frightened by Chu Tianya's words. When Sumu saw this scene, his brows suddenly furrowed slightly, his gaze deepening. The temperament of this Grand Elder seems to be a bit difficult to get along with. I don't know if it's good or bad for Erdog to be under his tutelage, but now that the wood is gone, it's too late to say anything. However, this was the righteous sect Taichu Sect, and this Chu Tianya, as the Grand Elder, should only be a bit eccentric in temper and not a bad person. Sumu thought inwardly as he did. At this point, Chu Tianya suddenly swept his gaze to the direction where Sumu was standing and said indifferently, are you the 10 lineage spiritual root? Sumu's eyelids jumped. He didn't expect this old den to even mention himself. Could it be that he also had thoughts about himself? Sumu guessed in his heart, and without moving, he took a bow and said in an unassuming manner, back to the Great Elder. It is precisely the disciple. Chu Tianya raised his eyes and carefully looked around before suddenly uttering a sentence that was unexpected by everyone. What about you? Are you interested in worshipping under this seat? Sumu froze. His face was hesitant and his brows were tightly furrowed together, as if he was experiencing a very intense heavenly battle inside. After a few moments, Sumu sighed slightly and once again respectfully bowed, saying in a tone of regret and heartache, back to Great Elder. Naturally, disciple would love to worship under you, but naturally, disciple has already worshipped Elder One Run of Little Qiong Peak just now, and once a teacher, always a teacher. So, it's really inconvenient to join another person. Please forgive me, Great Elder. After saying that, Sumu was filled with regret, shaking his head and sighing, seemingly unable to accept such a cruel fact. After his words, there was silence in all directions. In particular, a few elders were so shocked that their eyes fell out of their heads. They couldn't believe their ears. Is this kid crazy? He actually refused the Grand Elder's invitation. What's wrong with him? Hua Yanwu, who was on the side, was even frantically hinting at Sumu with his eyes, but he only saw a sincere and regretful expression on Sumu's face. Hua Yanwu. He also couldn't figure out what exactly was in this Sumu's head. Hua Yanwu really wanted to break open Sumu's head and see what was inside. That little girl doll already had Elder Wonrun teaching her. Her future achievements wouldn't be too low. He, an appendage, was originally not wanted by anyone, and now that the Grand Elder had managed to take an interest in him, he even rejected the Grand Elder, giving up such an opportunity that could be considered a chance to change his fate against all odds, and he also refused the Grand Elder in public in front of everyone, refuting his face. It's killing me. When he thought of the Grand Elder's posture when he started to get angry, Hua Yanwu had a headache. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Chu Tianya looked up to the sky and laughed. That loud laughter seemed to contain some sort of power, shaking the entire Taichu hall with a buzzing sound. Everyone was silenced, afraid of angering this fatalist. For a long time, after he stopped laughing, everyone felt their chests suffocating, as if there was an invisible pressure pressing down on them, making them gasp for air. Good guts! How dare you! I, Chu Tianya, have been roaming the Tian Yuan domain for thousands of years, and no one has ever dared to disobey me. Ha ha ha! That's funny. Funny. Chu Tianya slowly stepped down from the high platform, walked close to Sumu, and looked down at him and said, since you are not willing to worship me as a teacher, this seat naturally won't force you. Immortal cultivators are concerned about the word fate. Since this seat is the one who came late, it means that there is no fate between you and me, and you are the one who keeps his promises and honors his teacher. So it's very good. It's very good. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Hua Yanwu. The people of Little Qiong Peak are really extraordinary. This Sumu is a seedling. We can focus on cultivating him a bit in the future. Upon hearing this, Hua Yanwu hurriedly bowed in response. Thank you, Great Elder. Sumu was slightly relieved and also hurriedly arched his hand to thank him, secretly saying in his heart that he could finally pass this hurdle. How could he let go of his fairy master and turn his head to worship a bad old man with a weird temper? Little cutie. That's the only way to choose. Chu Tianya whisked his sleeves and turned around, returning back to the high platform, his expression returning to its previous indifference. Alright, without further ado, since all the elders are present today, this seat will announce one thing, Chu Tianya said indifferently. Upon hearing this, all the elders in the Great Hall immediately stared and held their breath, waiting for the Grand Elder's command. This seat is going to formally impact the Mahayana stage 10 years from now. At that time, this seat will be closed to death in order to deal with the Mahayana Thunder Tribulation. And before I close the door, this seat hopes that all the elders will do their best to assist this seat and make sure that nothing goes wrong. The moment these words came out, the entire Taichu hall exploded. What? The Grand Elder is actually preparing to impact the Mahayana stage? TSK, 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 that's awesome. The record for the fastest impact on the Mahayana stage in the history of our Taichu sect is over 3,000 years old, right? The Great Elder is only over 2,000 years old now. Terrifying, terrifying. However, the Mahayana Thunder Tribulation is exceptionally treacherous. Once the tribulation fails, one will be seriously injured or even fall, but success will transform your body and change your life. This is something that every cultivator of ours dreams of. Yes, the Mahayana Thunder Tribulation must be survived 9 times before it can succeed, and 9 lightning tribulations. How can it be that easy to get through? Great Elder is afraid that this breakthrough won't be easy. There was a lot of discussion in the Great Hall, and a group of elders were all talking. Alright, all of you don't need to worry. Although it is difficult to break through the Mahayana, this seat asks itself that there is not much of a problem, Chu Tianya faintly said. Hearing his words, everyone was slightly reassured and at the same time secretly happy. It was because as long as Chu Tianya could successfully advance, it would be a great boon to them, because at that time, the Taichu Sect would truly be among the first-class sects in the Tian Yuan domain, and their status can naturally follow suit. Not only that, the resources available to the Taichu Sect would be even more bountiful than it was now. It could be said that once Chu Tianya broke through the Mahayana, it would be a heavenly change for the Taichu Sect. Don't worry, Grand Elder, we will do our best to help you. Hua Yanwu first stepped forward and said. Subsequently, the rest of the elders also expressed their support for Chu Tianya's impact on the Mahayana. Seeing this, Chu Tianya nodded with satisfaction. Alright, disperse. Then he looked at Li Erdog again and faintly said, Li Shang Yuan, you will go with this seat now. Yes, Master. Li Erga tremblingly followed Chu Tianya's side, and only when he was about to walk out of the Great Hall did he dare to look back at Su Mu. The eyes were complicated with gratitude, apologies, and some unknown meaning. Chapter 46, Fairy Sister. Please stay. After Chu Tianya left the main hall with Li Erdog in tow, It was only then that Hua Yanwu snapped out a sigh of relief, his forehead sweating as he wiped away a cold sweat. The look he gave Sumu also carried a strong admiration. In all the years he had been in the Taichu Sect, it was the first time he had seen someone unharmed after disobeying the Grand Elder's command. This kid, indeed, is a bit interesting, and at this moment, the elders in the Great Hall gradually dispersed, each doing their own thing. Before leaving, Yuan Bo looked deeply at Sumu. He always felt that there was some kind of connection between the other party and him, but he couldn't even tell exactly what the connection was. Forget it, anyway, there are still many chances to meet in the future, so it's just a matter of slowly getting to know. Yuan Bo secretly thought inwardly and then left. Sumu naturally noticed Yuan Bo's gaze, but he didn't care. After all, people who looked too handsome would be envied everywhere, and Sumu had long since gotten used to it. At this point, little friend, congratulations. Hua Yanwu arched his hand towards Sumu with heartfelt appreciation. Sumu also hurriedly returned the salute and smiled. Many thanks to Elder Hua. Elder Hua is polite. You brat, you're not small in guts. You actually dare to really go against the Grand Elder's will. Hua Yanwu shook his head and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Eldest Elder's temperament is eccentric. He strikes at the drop of a hat. Don't look at him as a god on weekdays. Even if it's me, I won't be able to eat it. Oh, Sumu scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. In fact, if one ignored the temperament of the Grand Elder was indeed a very suitable candidate to worship. With a cultivator of the great perfection of the harmonization stage as a backer, then in the future in the cultivation world can be said to be walking horizontally, the future path of the road to a straight path. But it was a pity that this Grand Elder was a man. Sumu really had no interest in him. If he was a woman, Sumu might even consider it. Alright, since the Grand Elder isn't pursuing this matter, it means that this matter has already passed. I see that you and the three of you are quite close. This seat allows you to visit around in the Taichu Sect today, and then formally enter and start cultivating tomorrow. Hua Yanwu glanced at Barbarian Shuide and barked with a smile. Thank you, Elder. Sumu thanked him again. Thank you, Master. Barbarian Shuide also hurriedly bowed and thanked him, a look of joy spreading across his face. Hua Yanwu waved his hand and left with a smile. Brother Su, that's great. Now that you and I have all entered the inner sect for cultivation, we can meet often in the future. Barbarian Shuide rubbed his palms together in excitement, his expression thrilled. Well, in the future, the two of us will take care of each other and work together on the path of cultivation. Sumu smiled and said. When Barbarian Shuide heard this, he laughed out loud and patted Sumu's shoulder with great force. At this time, there weren't many people in the Great Hall, and it was basically deserted except for some disciples and servants who were in charge of cleaning. Come on, let's go out for a spin too. Sumu greeted Barbarian Shuide and led Qinger towards the outside of the hall. Barbarian Shuide immediately ran his ass up to the front. The three of them walked out outside the Great Hall of the Great Beginning and headed towards the bottom of Mount Taichu. Taichu Mountain towering, stretches endlessly, hundreds of miles long, surrounded by clouds and mist. The mountains are filled with spiritual qi, and there are cranes and beasts shuttling among them, playing in the mountains and fields between the clouds. It is covered with palace buildings, exotic flowers and plants, rare birds and animals, pavilions and buildings, beautiful scenery. All the sight is the immortal weather, worthy of being a cultivation sect. This big mountain alone made Sumu quite shocked, not to mention the spirit veins, medicine gardens, and so on it, which were even more breathtaking. Of course, what most took Sumu's breath away was that one female disciple of the Taichu sect who was gorgeously dressed and had a beautiful body. They're graceful, they're beautiful, they're graceful, they're elegant, they're graceful. There's so many that it's hard to keep up with them all. 86, 57, 88, a little smaller on top. 89, 65, 86. This one's a little thicker in the waist. 94, 59, 90. This one's good, this one's good. As Sumu strolled around, he used his ruler-like eyes to measure every female disciple he passed by. Only a woman in red could be seen walking out of the side hall on the other side. She wore a red dress, with a fine gold silk soft whip wrapped around her waist. Her feet stepped on black jade lotus shoes. Her figure under the red dress was exquisite and delicate, and her slender waist could not be grasped, as if the wind blew it down. Her skin is fair and snowy. Her features are delicate and refined. Her eyebrows are detailed and picturesque. Her nose is straight and curved. Her cherry lips are pink, and her eyes are like the pupils of the autumn water, flooded with surging waves of light. It made the whole pretty face look extraordinarily seductive and made people's hearts ripple, especially when coupled with her slender but luscious and buoyant curves. It was extremely visually appealing. Sumu once again measured the size and after making sure it was correct, his eyes brightened slightly. Brother Barbarian, This is something I really like. Wait here for a moment. I'll be right back. After saying that, he went straight to the woman in red. Barbarian Shwida was just about to agree, but he froze when he realized that Sumu had long since darted away. What is Brother Su doing? The barbarian Shaddell touched his head in a moment of confusion. Humph, Gonzi is going to start again. Qinger pouted her lips, seemingly a little angry, and her eyes were even more grudging, like an aggrieved little daughter-in-law. Starting what again? Brute Commander scratched his head, still confused. Fairy senior sister, please stay. Sumu stopped the red-clothed woman. His voice was gentle and full of magnetism, and his face even showed an appropriately warm smile. He had used this set countless times and had long since perfected it. The red-robed woman stopped at the words and turned her head to look at Sumu. A flash of amazement flashed in her eyes. This senior brother's appearance was so handsome. Fairy senior sister. Rather an interesting title. She pursed her lips and smiled, her smile flirtatious, her eyes seductive, her voice like an aureole, and softly said, I don't know what senior brother has to do. Sumu made an album salute and said with a straight face, back to Fairy senior sister. My name is Sumu. I'm a newly promoted disciple who just joined the Taichu Sect, and I don't know about the many rules of the Taichu Sect. I wonder if Fairy senior sister can help answer them. Hearing Sumu's words, a flirtatious light smile appeared on the red-clothed woman's face, her eyes playful. My name is Su Yaoshi. Speaking of which, we are both surnamed Su, so maybe there is some connection in our ancestry. And you still have to call me sister. Sumu sniffed. The corner of his eye twitched. This woman is really good at taking advantage of people. This male cannot have half a penny to do with you. What senior sister said is very true. Sumu pulled the corner of his mouth and said, cluck cluck cluck. Su Yaoshi covered her mouth and smiled, her voice soft. Since you called me a senior sister, then senior sister definitely has to teach you before you can do so. Senior sister, please speak. Sumu made a gesture of washing his ears. You've just started. There should indeed be a lot of rules you don't understand. I happen to have an exhaustive sect information here. Take it and ponder over it slowly. With that, she stretched out her slender jade finger and gently drew it twice in the air, then coalesced a crystal clear bamboo slip. You can access the information with your divine sense. Remember that this is a favor you owe your sister. You can remember to return it later. She handed the bamboo slip to Sumu, blinked her bright peach blossom eyes, and smiled wryly. Sumu received the bamboo slip and smiled faintly. Naturally, when he received the bamboo slip, he seemingly unintentionally touched Su Yaoshi's jade finger, and immediately felt a warm, cool and silky touch. Su Yaoshi didn't seem to notice the difference either, and smiled sweetly. Well, I should go back to my cultivation, so you can slowly figure it out here yourself. After saying that, Su Yaoshi blinked her eyes and moved her slender white jade legs, swaying her tantalizing waist towards the distance, leaving behind only a wisp of faint fragrance. Watching Su Yaoshi's enchanting back disappear around the corner, a system panel popped up in front of Sumu's eyes. Host, Sumu. Current cultivation level, Qi refining 5th level, 88%. Current cultivation techniques, Taichu sword technique, 40%. Misty phantom walking steps, 25%. Phantom shadow palm, 20%. Heavenly flame great diffusion technique, 5%. Expand. Su Yaoshi. The name is not bad. Sumu twisted his fingers, feeling the residual warmth and smoothness remaining on his fingertips, and let out a light laugh. Indeed, it must still be the Taichu sacred ground. All these secret arts and aptitudes have become extraordinary as well, especially the Heavenly Flame Great Diffusion technique, which can actually enhance the power of fire attacks. Sumu slightly lamented, then turned around and returned. Brother Su, what were you guys just doing? Barbarian Shwida looked at Sumu, who had folded back, his eyes filled with clear stupidity. Sumu smiled. Nothing much, just chatting for a few moments, and incidentally asking some questions about the Taicho Holy Land. So it's like this. Barbarian Shwida nodded thoughtfully, then asked, then Brother Su, did you ask anything? Sumu nodded and took out that bamboo slip. Here, it's all here. Barbarian Shwida looked at the thin, cicada-like piece of bamboo and blinked. What's inside this You won't know if you open it. Sumu smiled and gestured for him to open it. Barbarian Shwida didn't make any pretense, and directly opened the bamboo slip, and what came into his eyes was a passage, a survival guide for the primordial sect. It is densely written with text, containing all the messages and systems within the sect, and even anecdotes of celebrities through the ages, gossip and anecdotes, which can be said to be all-encompassing, all in one place. Wow, this is too comprehensive. Brother Su, you're really great. Barbarian Shwida marveled, his eyes looking adoringly at Sumu. Sumu waved his hand with a bashful face. Base. Do not 6. Humph, Gonzi is a womanizer. Qinger squatted on the side, finding a wooden stick from somewhere, and kept drawing circles on the ground, muffled and wildly jealous, only leaving Sumu with a lovely back. Sumu was dumbfounded as he shook his head and comforted. Alright, stop it. Let's continue to go around the mountain. Qiong gave a petulant grunt and continued to puff out her cheeks and ignore Sumu. Sumu didn't panic in the slightest and feigned a sigh. Unfortunately, I just saw that there seems to be a disciples' living area on the mountain over there, and there are a lot of things for sale in there. I wanted to buy a bunch of sugar gourds for a certain young girl to eat, but now it seems that I don't need to buy them. Upon hearing this, Qiong immediately raised her head, her eyes watery as she stared at Sumu, and hurriedly dropped the small wooden stick in her hand, bumbling over to Sumu's side, and obediently said, Sir, then let's quickly set off. Sumu rubbed his legs and sighed. No, I'm too tired to walk now. Qiong immediately leaned over, squatted down, and stretched out her soft and smooth little hands, attentively pinching Sumu's thighs, a sweet smile on her pretty face. Sir, Qiong will pinch your legs for you. That's more or less the same. Count on you knowing something. Sumu pinched the tip of her tiny nose and nodded with satisfaction. Little girl, a day without education is a day without education. Sumu enjoyed Qiong's attentive massage service for a while before saying, Come on, let's go around that mountain. Sumu greeted Barbarian Shuide, and the three of them continued to walk towards the bottom of the mountain. And at this time, Su Yaoshi had already returned to Little Qiong Peak. She returned to her own residence, changed into a purple gauze dress, skirt folds like the snow, moonlight flow like scattered shoulders, adding a few points of charming attitude. She then sat down at the tabletop, removed her jewelry, and took out her vanity mirror. The bronze mirror reflected her delicate and pretty curves. Her delicate melon face was flushed with red, and her pair of peach blossom eyes flashed with light, charming and attractive. If other people saw this look, they would be afraid that their souls would have flown away. Su Yaoshi, however, didn't care. She ruffled her hair and looked down to straighten her lapel, the corners of her mouth floating in a faint arc. This little junior brother is a bit interesting, just do not know which elder he is under the door. The guts are quite big, only just entered the door actually dared to molest the senior sister, and also take the hand. Thinking of that salty pig's claw, Su Yaoshi couldn't help but rant, her cheeks crimson with shyness. Suddenly remembering that handsome face, she couldn't help but murmur, how did he take advantage of her? Chapter 47. Yesterday was yesterday, today is today, and my favorites are refreshed daily. The next day, Sumu woke up early, pushing open the window. Outside was the living area of the Taichu Sect disciples who came and went. After he said goodbye to Barbarian Shuide yesterday, he brought Qiong to stroll around within this living area. The living area was a place dedicated to resting, exchanging and purchasing for the disciples of Taichu Sect. Although it is not as prosperous as the outside world, but it is also very well planned. Each house has a space that is uniquely its own, and the aura is rich. The arrangement is extremely exquisite, and the environment is quiet and pleasant. Like this inner disciple living area, it is covered with a large spiritual gathering array, so the efficiency of cultivation here is several times higher than in the outside world. Many inner disciples who had contributed more to the sect or had enough spirit stones would choose to purchase a mansion here. In this way, not only could he communicate with his fellow disciples during the week, but he could also do some trading and sell the treasures that he had gone out to do quests or that he had accidentally obtained but couldn't use, to obtain resources and spirit stones in order to enhance his strength. However, the houses here were expensive and ordinary disciples couldn't afford them. Only those inner disciples who were well off would be so generous. This place gathered many inner disciples, and even some outer disciples would come here to look for goods. After all, the prices here were not expensive, and most of the common resources could be found, and if one was lucky, one might even find a treasure. Of course, the most important function of this place is to let the disciples of all peaks know each other and learn and discuss martial arts techniques, gong fu methods, etc. with each other. The purpose of setting up the living area was to avoid the situation where the peaks were in a constant state of rivalry and fighting, and to minimize unnecessary conflicts between the disciples of all parties, in order to achieve the effect of harmony and mutual promotion in the sect. This place is really nice. When I have enough strength in the future, I'll come back and buy 2 mansions, and then I'll move in with Qiong. Sumu stood beside the window, looking down through the half-open window pane at the scene of this Taichu gate. In the distance, there were clouds rising in weather, and in the near distance, there were crowds of people, bustling with activity. The place seems like a peach blossom in a worldly paradise, full of serenity and peacefulness that is desirable. Qiong listened from the sidelines, pursed her lips and laughed softly. Wherever Gongzi is, Qiong will be there. Qiong will serve by Gongzi's side for the rest of her life. Sumu was slightly stunned. Then he dotingly touched Qiong's small head and lightly laughed. Silly girl, a lifetime is too long, and who can say what the future holds? Qiong, However, stubbornly tilted her face up and obstinately said, "Anyway, Qiong will always stay by Gongzi's side." After she finished speaking, she gave a beat. Her small mouth pursed into a V shape, her expression pitiful, unless Gongzi doesn't want Qiong anymore. Sumu's heart trembled, and a complex color flashed under his eyes. Good, I won't not want Qiong. He took a deep, determined breath. Qiong finally revealed a smile at the words, hugging Sumu's waist tightly, like a sticky kitten generally intimate. Gen, Gongzi promised, can't back out. Oh. Looking at Qiong's bright smile, Sumu's heart warmed as he purposely made a face and teased her. But if you don't listen and make me angry, I'll drive you away. Qiong sniffed and immediately pouted her pink cherry lips, humming, Qiong won't leave Gongzi. After saying that, she pouted and puffed up her pink cheeks, seemingly a bit aggrieved, and muttered, Gongzi badass, you just know how to bully Qiong. When you have someone you like in the future, you'll definitely abandon Qiong. Looking at her petulant and cute appearance, Sumu laughed. He rubbed her little head. Okay, go wash up. Dinner's in a few minutes. Aha. Qiong nodded obediently and ran into the house. Soon, Qiong washed up and bounced out, following behind Sumu. And at this time when it was lunchtime, Sumu and Qiong both casually found a restaurant to enter. Sumu asked for a bowl of congee with 2 plates of vegetables and 2 pieces of grilled meat, so he slowly savored it with Qiong. Qiong bit into her food one bite at a time and ate it with gusto, while Sumu chewed and swallowed slowly without any haste. When you've had enough to eat and drink, Sumu then brought Qiong to leave this living area and traveled in the direction of Little Qiong Peak. According to the bamboo slip given to him by that senior sister Su yesterday, Sumu had already learned the location of Little Qiong Peak, so he decided to take the initiative to go there today, or to show his eagerness to worship the master and seek the way. Little Qiong Peak, located in the southeastern direction of Taichu Mountain, was quite a long way from Taichu Hall. The successive peak masters of Qiong Peak were all women, and it was a line of inheritance with an extremely long history in the Taichu Sect. Just a small Qiong Feng has always been extremely strict in accepting disciples, and never easy to accept disciples. Coupled with the current peak master Wenren Su Xin nature of light and elegant, do not like lively. So at present, Little Qiong Peak plus the disciples, but only 5 people only. Is the entire Taichu Sect in the door under the disciples of the least? The number of people is equally the least peak. However, according to the description of that jade slip, 4 of those 5 disciples were women, and all of them were also fairies who possessed supreme immortal beauty. As Sumu recalled Little Qiong Feng's information, his heart grew more and more expectant. Ha! At that moment, Sumu, who was surveying his surroundings, suddenly froze as he saw a figure that one couldn't ignore walking towards him. It was a young girl also dressed in plain clothes, with a thin but even taller and sturdier figure. The black and shiny green silk was pulled into a simple sword bun, and the white and flawless skin set off the stunningly beautiful face, as if it was a beautiful jade carved by ice and snow, emitting a glistening luster. She had picturesque eyebrows, bright eyes and white teeth, just like a mysterious maiden from the 9th heaven falling into the mortal world, making people stunning and unable to take their eyes off of her. Just that pair of eyes with icy sword intent contained a cold and silent color, as if it was a snow lotus that rejected people, and like a sheathed sword, it made people look and shy away, especially since she was also carrying an icy blue and ancient flying sword behind her, adding a few more points of overpowering might. The young girl's pace was firm, and every few steps, she would stop and look around as if she was looking for someone. What's wrong with you, my lord? A clear and pleasant voice came from his ears before Sumu came back to his senses in a flash. It's nothing, he gently shook his head, his gaze still fixed on the silhouette. Qiong followed his gaze and blinked. Gongzi, you shouldn't be thinking about. Again. Sumu firmly and seriously nodded his head. Qiong, this is something I really like. You and wait for me. I'll be right back. The corners of Qiong's mouth twitched slightly, and a few black lines surfaced on her glossy forehead as she didn't have the good sense to say, my lord, you said the same thing yesterday. Chapter 48, Sister slow down. This is too fast. Senior fairy sister, please stay. Sumu took 2 steps and called out softly. The slender silhouette stopped at once and slowly turned around, sweeping the circle with an expressionless face, then resting her eyes on Sumu, her eyebrows furrowed. What is it? That young girl's voice was clear and crisp, but her tone was too cold and temperatureless, making people feel like falling into an ice cellar. Sumu didn't mind, but with a gentle smile on his face, he arched his hand and said, my name is Sumu. I am a disciple of Qiong Peak, nicknamed Taichu 100 Knowledge. Seeing as how the fairy seems to be searching for someone, perhaps I can be of some help. Not far away. Qiong's face darkened even more when she heard this, and she really admired her own son's thick skin. Yesterday, he had told another fairy that he didn't know the rules, but today he was claiming to be a knowledgeable person in Taichu. This ability to talk nonsense with his eyes wide open was simply marvelous. Sumu was still looking at the plain-clothed young girl in front of him with a bit of a smile on his face. His face was sincere and his smile was warm. He dared to say this naturally wasn't baseless. Yesterday Suyashi gave him a scroll of bamboo slips, which recorded the sizable matters of Taichu Sect. That's why he dared to call himself a know-it-all. Of course, if it involved looking for someone or something specific, Sumu didn't know. But even though he doesn't know it, he can fool around. With so much information and his ability to express himself, fooling a young girl who didn't seem very smart wasn't an easy and breezy task. As expected, after hearing Sumu's words, the young girl's ice-cold eyes that remained unchanged for 10,000 years fluctuated slightly, and she seemed to be somewhat surprised as she glanced at Sumu. "You're the 10-system spiritual root?" Sumu blinked, a little puzzled. Did his 10-lineage spiritual root even have such a great reputation in the Taichu Sect? How come everyone seems to know about this? And it seemed like everyone only remembered his 10-lineage spirit root, not his name at all. Shouldn't his name in Taichu Sect from now on be called 10-lineage spiritual roots? The moment he thought of the image of being shouted as a 10-lineage spirit root everywhere he went, Sumu suddenly shivered and felt goosebumps popping up all over his body. He took a deep breath and suppressed his inner spit as he revealed a smile and spoke softly. "That's right, it's none other than me." The young girl nodded, her gaze faint. "It just so happens that the person I'm looking for is you. Come with me." "Ha?" Sumuat, suddenly staring wide-eyed, somewhat unsure. You're looking for me?" The plain-clothed girl glanced at him and spoke indifferently. "I am Mu Qingli, the second disciple of Little Qiong Peak, and by the order of my master, I have come down the mountain to pick you up and bring you back to the mountain along with senior sister Qinger." Her words were calm and concise, without half a word, but Sumu's mind was roaring at the moment, and he was even more dumbfounded. Well, hitchhiking to his own sister. There's no one else's luck in that. However, he immediately came back to his senses, and with a smile piled on his face, he hurriedly nodded his head in response. "So it's senior sister Mu. Long time no see. I told you how it looked so friendly from afar. So it's a fellow senior sister." As he said that, he also secretly glanced at the expressionless Mu Qingli, swallowing back all the words that he was just about to continue hitting on her. Since it was a fellow sister of Xiao Qiong Feng, the words and techniques prepared just now could not be used and needed to be changed to another way. With a warm smile on his face as he thought of this, he greeted Qinger with his hand and respectfully said, "Since that's the case, let's quickly go and pay our respects to master. I've long been impatient." Upon hearing this, Mu Qingli slightly side-eyed and faintly said, "You're rather acute. Senior sister is joking. This is not wanting to learn cultivation with senior brothers and sisters as soon as possible." Sumu scratched his head and smiled extremely coyly. At this time, however, Mu Qingli suddenly stretched out her hand and fished out 2 tokens from her bosom and handed them to Sumu. "Take this. You guys go ahead and report to Little Qiong Peak. I'll be there later." Sumu froze, not reacting. You're in senior sister Qinger's identity jade talismans," Mu Qingli reminded. "Oh who?" It was only then that Sumu reacted to the fact that he didn't have the identity jade talisman of a disciple of the Taichu Sect. He took the token and scrutinized it for a moment, confirming that it was exactly the same as the clan's systematic jade talisman, except that it had the extra word Xiao Qiong Feng. "Many thanks senior sister." He cupped his fists towards Mu Qingli. "Aha." Mu Qingli nodded faintly, and was about to turn around and leave. "Senior sister Mu wait." Before he could turn around, he was once again called by Sumu. "What else?" Mu Qingli raised her eyebrows slightly, her voice as indifferent as ever. "Senior sister Mu, senior brother would like to trouble you with something." Sumu hesitated for a moment before he seemed to squirm with some embarrassment. "I wonder if I can dare to ask senior sister to send the 2 of us over." Mu Qingli frowned slightly, puzzled. "Aren't you known as the Taichu Sect's 100 knowledge? You should already know the location of Little Qiong Peak. Why do you still need me to lead the way?" "Because our cultivation is still shallow, and the location of Little Qiong Peak is relatively remote. I'm afraid that it will be late in the day when we arrive." "That's not a big deal, but if it makes master and others' hearts anxious, that would be wrong of us." Sumu let out a bitter smile. "That's why I hope senior sister Mu can help out by the way, so as not to make master you wait too long." Mu Qingli was silent for a moment after hearing this, was contemplating the words that came out of Sumu's mouth, and finally nodded her head. "But, then I will directly take you and Qinger to fly to Little Qiong Peak with the Imperial Sword. It's the fastest." "It's best if that's the case. Then Qinger and I would like to thank senior sister Mu first." Sumu was overjoyed and bowed towards Mu Qingli. Qinger also followed Sumu towards Mu Qingli and bowed, her beautiful eyes smiling, delicate and cute. Mu Qingli nodded her head indifferently and took out an ancient bronze sword between her raised hands. "Let's go." As the words fell, Only the bronze ancient sword instantly emitted a clanging sword chant, and then turned into a stream of light suspended in the sky. With a wave of Mu Qingli's sleeve robe, a soft wind brushed towards Su Mu, pulling Su Mu and Qinger to stand on top of the sword. In the next moment, the bronze ancient sword took to the air and instantly cut through the void, turning into a stream of light that rushed towards Little Qiong Peak. Mu, senior sister Mu, slow down a bit, this is too fast dash. Su Mu stood on top of the bronze ancient sword, screaming in terror as his entire body almost fell off. When Mu Qingli saw this, her brows furrowed and she just wanted to strike. In the nick of time, Su Mu directly hugged her waist, and Mu Qingli was caught off guard and nearly fell off the ancient sword. You, how dare you? Mu Qingli's pretty face was as cold as ice and frost, and with a violent shake of her body, she wanted to get rid of Su Mu's constraints, but Su Mu was holding her in his arms, and no matter how much she struggled she didn't move. She just refused to let go. Whoa! Help! Su Mu miserably howled. Senior sister, this speed is too fast, I'm afraid. And then he grasped Mu Qingli's skirt in death, clinging to Mu Qingli's soft and slender waist, his mouth screaming loudly and miserably, as if he was going to fall at any moment. Mu Qingli, Huang Qinger watched as her own son used this shameless trick again, her gaze twisting to the side, somewhat ashamed to look at it again, but she inwardly admired her own son from the bottom of her heart. This fairy sister is so high and cold, the male son actually dared to go to hug. It is really brave, not worthy of her son. Chapter 49, Su Mu, Cultivating Immortality, it's easy as pie. One incense stick later, the bronze ancient sword slowly stopped. Su Mu looked down, and a mountain peak that towered into the clouds and plunged into the sky ahead of him was clearly presented. The entire mountain peak seemed to be carved out of white jade, glistening and translucent like chalcedony. Its main peak is dazzled by the fairy mist and the radiant haze, just like a fairyland. Between the peaks there is a lofty alabaster building that stands on top of the peak, like a divine palace. Little Qiong Peak, finally here. Su Mu looked up at the distant peaks and muttered a low sentence. There's the place, can you let go of me now? Mu Qingli faintly said. The tone seems to be light, but the bite is slightly heavy. Originally covered with frosty cold eyes swept through a trace of shyness. Cheeks rare swept through a trace of redness. Su Mu blinked his eyes, as if he had just reacted to the fact that he was still encircling Mu Qingli. He lowered his head to take a look, just in time to meet Mu Qingli at eye level. And Mu Qingli was gazing at Su Mu with cold eyes, her gaze deep and dark. Su Mu did not change his color, calmly loosened his hand, and said with a grateful face, many thanks to senior sister Mu. If it wasn't for your help today, I'm afraid that Qinger and I wouldn't even be able to touch the edge of Little Qiong Peak. Today's kindness is something that senior brother will keep in mind, and will definitely repay in the future. But let's hurry up and go in, or else master should be waiting impatiently. As he spoke, he took the lead in stepping onto the steps and entered the mountain range. Mu Qingli glanced at him and didn't say anything more. She followed suit, striding up and into the confines of Little Qiong Peak. Qinger didn't need to say much since she had long been following closely behind Su Mu. Su Mu checked the system panel in front of him as he walked. Host, Su Mu. Current cultivation level, Qi refining 5th level, 96%. Currently practicing techniques, Taichu sword technique, 68%. Jade void sword technique, 20%. Divine walking extreme shadow technique, 15%. Sword falling without trace, 10%. Breaking evil sword technique, 10%. 10,000 swords returning to the soul, 10%. Expand. From this panel, it could be seen that this senior sister Mu was a cultivator who majored in the Tao of the sword, and her attainments were extremely deep, and the grade of the sword technique she practiced was quite high. He had held it all the way, and the progress of some of the sword techniques had only increased by a mere 10%. However, this Taichu sword decision should be one of the Taichu Sect's main cultivation techniques, and Su Mu had already seen several Taichu Sect disciples possessing this sword skill technique on them, and he had only just joined the Taichu Sect, and he was already close to touching the progress bar of the sword skill. When the progress bar reached 100%, it would be the day when his Taichu sword decree became a great success. If this was known to those so-called elders, they would definitely have their jaws dropped. Although the Taichu sword technique was not the most profound sword technique of the Taichu Sect, it still belonged to the middle to upper class. The vast majority of disciples, exhausting their life's energy, may not be able to comprehend much of the true meaning of this sword skill, let alone achieve great success. And Su Mu had penetrated 68% of this sword skill in just a few days. Cultivating immortality, easy as pie. Su Mu shook his head, and after inwardly letting out an incomparable sigh of emotion, he began to survey the surrounding scenery. The style of Little Qiong Peak was different, far more beautiful and colorful than the other peaks of the Taichu Sect. Here, apart from that white jade building, almost no other pavilions could be seen, not even one of the pavilions that were extremely common on other mountain peaks. The vegetation here is also very special. Every tree is white and crystalline, like agar, emitting a rich fragrance. From a distance, it looked like a snowy mountain. The stream is covered with exotic flowers and grasses, and there are even many spiritual beasts and insects inhabiting the area. And occasionally you can also see immortal sparrows flying and spiritual birds soaring, just like a pure land of the immortals. Where is this like a great sect with a long heritage? It is simply like a paradise in the world. Is this Little Qiong Peak? Qiong opened her big watery eyes and curiously surveyed everything here with joy. Sumu also couldn't help but nod his head, his mood lightening up. Such an environment was indeed suitable for cultivation, and he really hadn't chosen the wrong place. You two come with me. Before Mu Qingli's words fell, her body transformed into a stream of light and led the two of them towards the main hall of Little Qiong Peak. The three of them traveled through the mountains and forests, and soon arrived before the alabaster building. This building was extremely grand and magnificent, standing nearly 1,000 feet tall and occupying almost the entire top of the mountain. On the door plaque of the alabaster palace were inscribed three large, pale characters: the White Jade Palace. The words were Dragon and Phoenix, iron hooks and silver strokes, vaguely carrying a bit of severity, and every stroke revealed a domineering pressure. Just by looking at the handwriting alone, one could tell that the person who wrote it was bound to have a flamboyant temperament and be extremely strong. Sumu originally thought that Mu Qingli would take them inside this great hall. Who knew that Mu Qingli was just passing by the entrance of this great hall, and then walked straight towards a stone bridge on the left side. Sumu was a bit puzzled, not understanding what Mu Qingli was trying to do. Follow. Mu Qingli looked back at Sumu and faintly said. Upon hearing this, Qiong hurriedly pulled Sumu's sleeve and chased after him with a bounce. Sumu and the two of them then crossed the stone bridge and arrived at the top of the mountain on the other side of Little Qiong Peak. After a few hundred paces of retracing his steps, it opened up. Sumu looked down, only to see several rather simple mansions nestled in a valley halfway up a mountain in the distance. And after these mansions, there was a huge waterfall with splashing water, as if silver beads were rolling on a jade disc, which was spectacularly beautiful. The waterfall falls down to form a vast lake, with magnificent waves in clear turquoise color. The lake reflected the verdant bamboo forest, and occasionally a few giant fish swam and leaped out of the water, splashing the sky with water mist. This is the Cloud Dream Valley, and the master is waiting for us there, Mu Qingli faintly explained, leading the two to continue walking along the path. 5 minutes later, the group of three arrived at the entrance of Cloud Dream Valley. After circling around a few more trees, a simple thatched hut appeared ahead. Within the fence in front of this thatched hut lay an open space, on which a few dead branches and leaves were piled up haphazardly, and beside it there were some dried up spirit medicines sporadically sprinkled. Those spirit medicines? How come they're all withered? Sumu frowned slightly, somewhat unable to understand. Logically speaking, with the abundance of spiritual chi in Cloud Dream Valley, even if a pig were to raise these elixirs, it would be impossible to raise them to death. When Mu Qingli, who was on the side, heard this, a trace of redness suddenly flashed across that cold as ice pretty face. She coughed lightly and said lightly, "Don't ask what you shouldn't." Sumu blinked, looked at the blush on Mu Qingli's pretty face, and nodded thoughtfully. Mu Qingli's small face slightly reddened, her fingertips lightly moved, and a wisp of sword chi burst forth, crushing all the dried up spirit herbs on the ground into dust. Sumu didn't look away, pretending not to see it, and just then, a melodious zither sound came. Chapter 50, My Master Teacher is Too Easygoing. The sound of the zither is light and gentle, as if it were a babbling brook, flowing slowly. It's the sound of Master's zither, Mu Qingli said, raising her hand to greet Sumu and Qiong in the direction the sound of the zither came from. The three soon arrived at a cabin in the very center. Outside of this wooden house was a lush garden of spiritual medicines, all kinds of rare medicinal herbs. Everywhere, all kinds of spiritual plants and fruits are countless, emitting a refreshing fragrance. One could tell that the owner of this wooden house must be very good at growing spiritual plants, completely different from a certain young girl who could only use a sword. In front of the wooden house, there was also a girl in green clothes standing, earnestly sweeping the fallen leaves in front of the wooden house. Seeing Sumu's few people approaching, the girl raised her head to look at them, and her large pair of eyes were actually an emerald green color, like precious stones. "Sister Qingli, you're back." When the girl saw Mu Qingli, she immediately became excited and jumped into her arms to be pampered. "Where is Master?" Mu Qingli asked as she held the girl. The girl pointed to the wooden house and said, "Master is playing the zither." Upon hearing this, Mu Qingli introduced Sumu, "Senior brother Su, senior sister Qiong. Her name is Miaoyin. She is a small mountain beast that was enlightened by Master Teacher. Brother Sumu, sister Qiong, hello." Miaoyin smiled brightly and greeted the Sumu duo. "Hello there, Miss Miaoyin." Huang Qiong also responded. Sumu, on the other hand, nodded and smiled, taking just the right amount of time. Miao Yin, you can play by yourself first. I'll take Master Su and the two of them to meet the master. Mu Qingli touched Miao Yin's head and said softly. Miao Yin nodded her head obediently, then bounced and ran away. Mu Qingli knocked on the door of the wooden house. Senior, Qingli has already brought senior brother Su Mu. Senior sister Qinger. Squeak. The wooden door was pushed open, followed by a manly and stunningly beautiful silhouette walking out of the threshold. She was clad in a long veil dress. Her black hair was tied into a flowing cloud bun with a hairpin, and her skin was snowy and fluffy. Even though she was wearing an ordinary white robe, she could not hide her exquisite curves between the dancing clothes, just like a fairy descending into the world. Ethereal like an exiled fairy, like not eating the earthly fire. Especially at this time, she was smiling. Her eyebrows were curved, and her eyes were as gentle and moving as the autumn water, and between her knitted brows and her clusters, she was all magnificent. She was like a white orchid, standing quietly before the threshold, making it difficult to take one's eyes off her. Mu Qingli slightly owed her body and said, "Greetings, Master." Su Mu and his duo also bowed and saluted. "Greetings, Master." Wenrun Su Xian smiled and nodded. Her gaze swept over the two of them and landed on Su Mu's body, smiling lightly. "Since you guys have arrived, you can cultivate at Little Qiong Peak in the future." Su Mu and Qinger answered in unison. "My Little Qiong Peak hasn't had any new disciples joining for nearly 100 years, so the accommodation is a bit insufficient. Yesterday my master created 2 courtyards for you. The arrangement is a bit simple. You mustn't dislike it." Wenrun Su Xian barked a sentence, then moved her feet and walked in a graceful manner. "Follow me." Wenrun Su Xian walked in front, accompanied by Mu Qingli on the side. Only then did Su Mu inwardly understand why Wenrun Sosen didn't bring them to Little Qiong Peak yesterday. It turns out that because of the lack of shelter, she made it a point to create 2 more housing units yesterday. Su Mu's heart really appeared a little touched. This master teacher was a little too approachable. If it were any other elder, I'm afraid they wouldn't care about these things of yours. Even if you don't have a shelter, you'll be left to figure it out on your own, rather than personally helping you build 2 shelters yourself. Su Mu brought Qinger with him and followed behind the duo, without looking at them with a straight face. Not long after, the 4 of them arrived in front of the gates of 2 spacious courtyards. "From now on, this will be the residence of the 2 of you," Wenren Su Xian said and gently pushed the courtyard door open. The scene inside the courtyard was presented in front of Su Mu and Qinger's eyes. These 2 compounds are positioned in just the right place, so that they can both stay out of each other's way and equally take care of each other. In the courtyard, flowers and grasses were everywhere, and the fallen flowers were colorful, and the aura was thick to the extreme, with a stream of pure aura escaping along the surrounding spirit trees. Both of these courtyards have spirit gathering arrays, which are a little higher grade than the outside world. Wenrun Su Xian softly explained, and then softly said, "You guys pack up for the time being, familiarize yourselves with the environment, and tomorrow the teacher will come back to pass on your gong methods." After saying that, Wenrun Sosen left straight away, only leaving Su Mu and his duo with a slender and elegant back. When Wenrun Su Xian left, Mu Qingli was also ready to leave. Su Mu naturally saw Mu Qingli's thoughts a long time ago, and he didn't intend to stop the other party. It's a long time coming. There will be plenty of opportunities to get in touch with them later, and rushing too much now will only lead to the opposite. When Mu Qingli saw that Su Mu had no intention of stopping him, she was relieved in her heart. Don't look at her now with a bland look. But in fact, since being hugged by Su Mu that whole way, she had never slowed down, always feeling that there was still a pair of big warm hands on her waist that were wrapping around her. If she didn't still have the task that her master had given her, she would have wanted to run away. Without even saying one more word of farewell, Mu Qingli turned around expressionlessly and left the place without looking back. That valiant back actually appeared a trace of wretchedness, rather hasty. Watching Mu Qingli hurriedly flee, the corner of Su Mu's mouth sketched out a smile. Afterward, Su Mu brought Qinger into the middle of the residence to check out the layout. The layout of the place is luxurious. Not only is there a spirit gathering array present, there is also a soundproofing array, and there is also an alchemy room, an artifact room, a bookstore, a practice room, and so on. The bedroom even had a giant jade bed and bath for resting, in addition to several night pearls inlaid on the walls, making all the rooms incredibly bright. Wow! Qinger's eyes widened as she exclaimed out in joy. So good! Su Mu also revealed a marvelous expression. These 2 courtyards were not at all as simple as Wenren Su Xian said. Instead they were luxuriously and comfortably furnished, and could be described as having everything. "Qinger, this is your compound." Su Mu brought Qinger to the small courtyard on the left side closest to the waterfall and said with a smile, "My lord, it's so beautiful here." Qinger stood playfully in front of the door, looking at the turquoise lake and babbling brook in front of her. her face full of excitement as she began to plan her future life. I'm going to plant some flowers and plants here and raise a few more spirit beasts. And Gonzi loves chickens, so I'll raise a few more chickens. Listening to Qing'er's chirping voice, Sumu couldn't help but smile and shake his head. At that moment, a soft footstep came. It was accompanied by a clear and warm voice. He, are you the new disciples to Little Qiong Peak? Immediately afterward, a slender and delicate figure was reflected in Sumu's eyes. 4 eyes. 2 surprised voices then sounded at the same time. It's you? It's you! Chapter 51. Who would want to eat a shriveled fruit if they could eat a peach? Only to see a woman dressed in red, with delicate, picturesque features and eyes like autumn water appear. Her eyes flushed with surprise. Sumu and the woman blurted out at the same time, their faces full of dismay. This woman was clearly the same red-skirted woman who had given Sumu the bamboo slips yesterday. Su Yaoshi, senior fairy sister, why are you here? Sumu blinked, thinking that it couldn't be such a coincidence. He had only accosted a total of 2 fairies after formally joining the Taichu Holy Land, and it turned out that both of them were still his fellow sisters? Su Yaoshi smiled sweetly, her eyes swept over a playful taste once. This is my place, why can't I be here? Sumu's eyelids jumped slightly. It's really the same sister. This luck. There is really no one else. So it's senior sister Su. No wonder that day senior brother felt extraordinarily kind, and saw senior sister at a glance in the crowd. So it's actually a fellow senior sister. Sumu arched his hand. His tone was extraordinarily cordial, and his face was covered with sincerity. When Qing'er heard this, the corner of her mouth twitched slightly a few times. That sounds familiar. I think you said it to Sister Mu just now. Fortunately, Qing'er had long known her own son's cheek and had already seen it. Su Yaoshi, however, puffed and laughed, covering her lips and giggling lightly. Senior brother is still really good at talking. He hasn't used this trick to coax girls to be happy much, right? She had a long, flaming red dress that fluttered and her body was graceful, especially the knitted brows and smile, all permeated with charm, so that people cannot help but thumping heart. Sumu's face was as usual, not showing any embarrassment at all as he calmly said, senior sister is joking. This is something that senior brother has only said to senior sister alone. Aha! Hearing this, Su Yaoshi raised her eyebrows and let out a delicate smile. Her voice soft and sticky, then senior sister would like to thank senior brother for his generosity. Sumu pursed his lips and smiled, not moving to change the topic, and began to introduce Huang Qing'er. Senior sister Su, this is Qing'er. The words were not finished. Your senior sister Qing'er, aren't you? I heard about you from my master yesterday. My name is Su Yaoshi. It's an honor to meet you. Su Yaoshi smilingly stretched out her snow-white wrist and extended her delicate finger towards Qing'er. Qing'er froze for a moment, raised her head somewhat restrainedly and looked at Sumu, realizing that he didn't stop him. Then she reached out her hand and placed it on Su Yaoshi's palm. Senior sister Su is polite. Qing'er is also honored to know you. Holding Qing'er's soft and boneless little hand, Su Yaoshi swept Sumu with seemingly deep meaning, and then looked at Qing'er with a smile. Yesterday, when I heard the master talk about the new disciples, I thought that there was only one senior sister Qing'er. I didn't expect. Su Yaoshi smiled brightly, her eyes flowing in a flirtatious manner. I didn't expect that there was actually a senior brother Su. This is really an unexpected pleasure. Ha! Hearing this, Sumu instantly let out a dry cough. While he knows there's nothing wrong with that, why does it sound so awkward? Su Yaoshi let go of Huang Qing'er's hand and softly said, from now on, we'll be fellow disciples. So if there's anything you don't understand, just come to find your senior sister. Or go and ask your master. We'll all help you. Thank you senior sister Su. Qing'er gave Su Yaoshi a grateful look and shyly lowered her head again. Senior sister Qing'er is so cute. Su Yaoshi couldn't help but rub the dull hairs on top of Qing'er's head, smiling lightly, her eyes brimming, and a charming smile like an intoxicating spring breeze hanging on her pretty face. Qing'er shyly lowered her head, and her pair of big eyes helpfully sneaked a glance at Sumu. Senior sister, go ahead and get busy. No need to worry about us. Qing'er and I will clean up the courtyard. Sumu lightly digressed. In that case, then senior sister will leave first. If you encounter something you don't understand, remember to look for me. I live in that courtyard behind you. Su Yaoshi waved her hand with a light smile and left with lotus steps. Her posture, every step, waist gently swing, hip line elegant to the extreme, like a swan, like noble and elegant, full of mature temptation. Looking at Su Yaoshi's departing back, Qing'er couldn't help but exclaim, senior sister Su has a great body, much better than Qing'er. She looked down at herself. Although it was considered to be in its infancy, compared to Su Yaoshi, it was small thunder meeting big thunder. Sumu smiled and said, each flower has its own flavor. A ripe peach is certainly sweet and juicy, but a green apple also has another flavor. Hearing this, Qing'er's pretty little face immediately surfaced a touch of red, lowered her head and said, Gongzi really thinks so well. Of course not. Who wants to eat astringent fruit when you can eat a peach? Sumu shook his head with a playful smile and deliberately joked. Gongzi is bullying Qing'er again. Qing'er will ignore Gongzi again. Qing'er stomped her foot. A pretty face scarlet. Ha ha, alright Qing'er, stop fooling around. Let's clean up the room. Sumu laughed and held Qing'er's small hand as he walked towards the house. Qing'er's small hands were slender, tender and smooth, with a little baby fat, very comfortable to touch. The little girl pouted continuously, but her little hand firmly countergripped Sumu's hand and allowed Sumu to pull it towards the courtyard. A few moments later, the two were each finishing up. In fact, when it comes to organizing, it's nothing more than taking some household items out of the storage bag, arranging them, and cleaning them up. Gongzi, where are we going next? Qing'er asked as she tilted her head while wiping down the tables, chairs, and benches. There are 4 disciples on Little Qiong Peak besides Master Teacher. We've already met 2 of them, and there are still 2 we haven't met. So as a new disciple, it's only right that we should go and pay a visit first. Sumu slowly spoke, his eyes flickering. There were really fewer people on this small Qiong Peak, but it was better than being quiet. With fewer people, there is less strife and you can concentrate on cultivating immortality. Okay, Qing'er will listen to everything your son says. Qing'er crisply agreed to a sentence, her expression well behaved. There were only a few courtyards in this valley, and Sumu could see at a glance which ones he hadn't been to yet. After the 2 of them exited the room, they followed the path of the valley to another courtyard. There were even more spirit plants planted outside this courtyard. All kinds of rare spirit medicines were everywhere, neatly arranged in the nursery, and the rich aroma filled the air, invigorating the spirit. Sumu even saw a couple of the older elixirs, even using their roots as feet, walking back and forth in the nursery. Qing'er also rounded her big watery eyes in surprise. They're actually still walking? Not only were there many spirit medicines planted here, but in another open space in the nursery, there were also piles of various ores, wood and spirit iron and other weapon refining materials piled up like a mountain. Sumu narrowed his eyes and looked towards the courtyard in the center. He stood in front of the door, just about to knock. Boom! A loud bang suddenly came from the courtyard, as if something had exploded, and there was also the resounding sound of clashing blades clashing with gold and iron. Accompanying the voice, a strong murderous aura came over. Sumu's face suddenly changed. He couldn't think of anything else and subconsciously protected Qing'er as his body quickly backed away. When he had steadied himself, he looked nervously at the courtyard in front of him. A lazy, casual, and magnetic voice faintly sounded behind him. Don't be nervous, it's just a blow up. You'll get used to it later. Chapter 52. Don't worry, senior brother. I will definitely take good care of senior sister Mu in the future. Ha! This voice, so familiar. If Sumu felt something in his heart, he jerked his head up, and what met his eyes was a man-sized face. He wore an ink blue robe with silver silk embroidery inlaid on the sleeves and lapel. His silver hair was spread out, and the broken hair in front of his forehead was messed up by the wind, revealing half of his face that was extremely handsome, but wickedly seductive. He was leaning against a tree, carrying a wolf tooth stick in his hand, with a lazy look, but his eyebrows always carried an air of indifference and dustiness, especially that pair of demonic narrow pitch-black eyes, flooded with icy cold aura, as if the abyss generally makes people look at it and tremble. Lu, elder brother Lu? Seeing this person, Sumu was slightly stunned. Looking at the other party's long, silver-white hair that was draped over her shoulders, countless images instantly sprang up in Sumu's mind. This person in front of him was clearly the senior brother Lu that he had met outside of a Ning town. Back then, this senior Lu brother even ate a chicken leg from him. It was also the senior brother Lu that allowed Sumu to obtain 3 immortal ascension orders at once. As senior brother Lu looked at Sumu's astonished appearance, the corner of his mouth sketched out a smile that appeared to be a smile, and said, "What? You don't even know how to give a polite greeting when you see this senior brother?" Senior brother has met senior brother Lu. Sumu returned to his senses and greeted respectfully. Aha! Senior Lu hummed out a wisp of sound from his nose, seemingly quite satisfied with Sumu's attitude. As Sumu looked at senior brother Lu, another outrageous but reasonable speculation appeared in his heart. Could it be that this Master Lu is also from Little Qiong Peak? Senior Lu, why are you here? Sumu asked tentatively. Because I am your senior brother, Senior Lu said indifferently. As if he felt that the wording was not rigorous enough, he added, a fellow senior. Sumu, well. Sure enough, so this Little Qiongfeng is full of familiar faces. The corner of Sumu's eyes twitched slightly for a few moments, not understanding what kind of fate this was that had allowed him to meet his senior brother and sister in advance even before he had entered Little Qiong Peak. Senior brother Lu, senior brother Sumu, I don't know senior brother's name. Sumu blinked and arched his hand. Lu Qingjun, Senior Lu said indifferently. Sumu nodded, then looked toward that courtyard, his face slightly gloomy. Senior brother, what was that explosion just now? Lu Qingjun gently smiled and explained. This is the youngest senior sister. Now it should be the third senior sister's residence. She usually loves to drum up some strange and weird things, often making explosive noises. It's already a family affair. Not a big deal. No need to worry. Oh, Sumu nodded at his words. Since Lu Qingjun said it was fine, then it must be fine. I just don't know what this third senior sister has gotten up to in order to make such a big noise. Just as he was thinking that, he heard the door creak and be pushed open. What came into view was a young girl who was about the same height as Qinger and was wearing a beige dress. She wore a pair of lovely double maiden buns. Her face was delicate and sweet, and her skin was as crystalline as sheep's fat jade, looking delicate and weak. Only at this moment, her delicate and pretty face was smeared with a few streaks of black ash, and even her dress was stained with a lot of dust. Even some of the tips of the hair also showed a piece of charred black state. Looking pitiful, eyebrows and corners of the eyes everywhere threw a touch of naivety. However, her beautiful eyes were full of excitement, and she was holding a long whip in her hand, which was black in color, glowing with a ghostly dark aura, and vaguely flickering with sparks. It's done! Finally refined. The young girl was full of joy and murmured, a bright smile on her face. A pair of beautiful eyes curved into a crescent moon. Her red lips curled up, revealing two small dimples. She didn't even seem to care about the trail of black ash on her face. The only thing in front of her was the long whip in her hand. She didn't even see the trio of senior brother Lu, Sumu and Qinger who were standing at the door, and her entire being was completely immersed in excitement and joy. I also don't know if the master is around. This thunder fire whip might also be able to add the power of the sound attribute to give it a wider range of attacks. The young girl spoke to herself, still oblivious to her surroundings, and walked straight towards Wunren Su Xian's courtyard. It wasn't until Lu Qingjun coughed lightly that she reacted in a trance, and when she turned her head, she saw that Lu Qingjun was standing in place, quietly staring at her. The young girl froze for a split second. Then her cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly placed the long whip in her hand behind her, and awkwardly and shyly bowed at him. She hung her head low and softly shouted, "Senior Lu, you're back." "Well, just got back today." Lu Qingjun nodded. Looking at the shy and bashful appearance of the young girl in front of him, he suddenly raised an eyebrow and faintly said, "Little Qiong Peak's new senior brothers and sisters. You guys get to know each other." Mui blinked her eyes, raised her head to look at the Sumu duo, and froze. The teenager in front of him looked very faceless, but those eyes were extraordinarily good-looking, especially when he had a warm smile hanging around his mouth, like a neighboring brother, causing people to feel close to him. As for the little girl next to her, she was equally cute, with delicate features and a pair of watery peach blossom eyes that were soulful and clear, like a little elf raised in a mountain stream, looking well-behaved. "Master, greetings, senior brothers and sisters. My name is Mui, and I am your senior sister." Mui immediately withdrew her gaze after a glance and lowered her head to introduce herself in a stuttering manner. Her eyes were evasive, not daring to meet Sumu's duo's eyes, a timid and cowardly look, completely unable to see the glowing posture she had just had when she was refining the magic weapon. Yi's nature is like this. She is not good at talking to people. Don't be offended. Senior brother. Lu Qingjun glanced at Mui, then turned her head to look at Sumu and said softly. Sumu waved his hand to show that he didn't care, and he looked towards Mui and took the initiative to arch his hand, politely greeting, "Good day senior sister. My name is Sumu. You, hello." Mui nodded somewhat nervously at the sight, then hurriedly lowered her head again, not daring to look at Sumu, and carefully said, "I'm going to go wash my face and change my clothes." After the words, she ran away as if she was fleeing and disappeared in front of the eyes of the three. Sumu was stunned, and then he couldn't help but laugh a little. This senior sister is quite interesting. Qinger blinked, a little confused. "Senior sister, don't go. I haven't been introduced yet." Sumu smiled. "It's fine. We'll just wait here for a while." Although senior sister Mu is not good at socializing, she is a girl with an extremely good heart, and I hope that senior brother Su will take care of her more in the future. Lu Qingjun once again cautioned. "What are you talking about? Senior brother. This is what senior brother should have done." Sumu frowned, his tone firm. "I'll leave you to it then." Lu Qingjun nodded slightly at the sight, and after the words fell, his figure retreated in an ethereal manner, quickly disappearing in front of Sumu's eyes. Sumu looked at the direction where Lu Qingjun's figure had disappeared. The corner of his lips rose slightly, revealing a handsome smile as he sighed softly. "Don't worry, senior brother. I will definitely take good care of senior sister Mu in the future." Chapter 53 Sumu, grew up with the dream of becoming a master refiner. And shortly after Lu Qingjun left, Mu Yi did return. She changed into a clean outfit and organized her appearance, looking less naive and more beautiful. Only she walked all the way to Sumu. But she always kept her head down and didn't dare to look at Sumu, as if she was a thief, with a pair of big watery eyes secretly sweeping around, as if she was afraid of being noticed by Sumu. Sumu was dumbfounded. This senior sister, when it comes to being adorable. I'm really sorry for what happened just now. I just finished refining my magic weapon. That's why I didn't see senior brother Su and senior sister Qinger in time. Mu Yi hesitated and finally said softly and coyly, her cheeks getting hotter and hotter red. No harm done. Sumu shook his head and laughed softly. Senior sister, refining such an excellent magic weapon would have been incredibly hard work. Hearing Sumu's compliment, Mu Yi became even more shy. She pursed her lips and whispered, I don't know if senior brother has anything else. If not, Mu Yi wanted to speak but stopped. Big eyes looked to the side tentatively, obviously already have the intention to leave. Senior brother really does have one thing he wants to ask senior sister. Sumu smiled and opened his mouth. Mu Yi was slightly stunned and blinked. Senior brother, just feel free to ask. Her face was pink as she looked at Sumu, and out of the corner of her eye, she quietly glanced at Qinger on Sumu's side, and was relieved to see that she wasn't paying attention to herself. Sumu looked at Mu Yi. His expression was serious, his tone was sincere, and an infinite yearning surfaced on his face. Senior brother since young, like refining magic weapon, grow up as determined to be a master refiner, but has not been able to find a master guide. Today see senior sister so powerful, heart admiration, want to ask senior sister to teach some refining art. After Sumu said that, his eyes burned as he looked at Mu Yi. Mu Yi's eyes widened at the words and she was surprised for a moment. Senior brother, you want to learn refining? She had never thought that Sumu would actually make such a request. After all, how difficult is the path of refining weapons? Not only do you need to consume a lot of energy, you also need to consume a lot of refining materials before you can learn the results. And also very eat talent. If the talent is poor life may not be able to learn refining. In the cultivation world, apart from some weapon refining clans and families that had been passed down for a long time, there were hardly any cultivators who were willing to learn weapon refining on a full-time basis. It was difficult for a cultivator to be able to focus on learning a certain technique, let alone refining weapons. Therefore, after hearing Sumu's request, Mu Yi was simply shocked and couldn't close her mouth. Sumu nodded seriously and said with anticipation, yes, I've long wanted to learn refining, but I just haven't encountered a suitable master even after searching all over the immortal edge. I wonder if senior sister is willing to teach me. Qinger couldn't help but secretly roll her eyes at her words. She had been following Sumu for 2.5 years, but she had never heard the Gongzi say that he wanted to learn anything about refining or anything like that, much less searching for the immortal edge. Refining is just a lie on your part. The real purpose is to get close to senior sister Mu, right? Qinger sighed. Having a new perception of how thick-skinned Gongzi was, Mu Yi fell even more into silence. After a moment, she bit her lip and said with some hesitation, but I'm not well educated, so I'm afraid I'll mislead people. Sumu smiled and complimented without hesitation. Senior sister, where are your words? Senior sister, is this excellent? I believe that as long as senior sister is willing to teach, she will definitely be able to let me get my head around it and learn something. Mu Yi gently bit her lips and said with some urgency, senior brother has excellent talent, and in the future, if he cultivates diligently, he will definitely become a great man. Since this is the case, then senior sister will impart her life's learning to you. Thank you, senior sister. Sumu exulted, with a look of impatience. Then can we start now? Mu Yi smiled warmly as she nodded, then led the two towards the refining room while softly saying, senior brother, remember, every time you refine an artifact, you have to concentrate and be quiet, with no distractions in your mind, so that you can achieve the best results. In addition, if you encounter something you don't understand, you can also come and ask me at any time. Okay, senior sister. Thank you, senior sister. Sumu nodded his head in a hurry. Mu Yi guffawed and then led the two of them into the refining room. In the refining room, the furnaces and cauldrons were set up and the array patterns were arranged in an extremely elaborate manner. Senior brother, I'll first teach you a simple fire-inducing skill and fire control technique, both of which are basic methods, but are very important skills for refiners and alchemists. Aha! Sumu listened attentively and responded in a hurry. Mu Yi nodded and then began to explain the cultivation techniques and essentials of the fire-drawing skill and fire control art. At the same time the demonstration was generally cast, only to see a wisp of flame rise out of thin air, wrapping a spirit herb in her hand. However, what was divine was that although this flame fit tightly on the spirit grass, It did not hurt the spirit grass by half, but instead caused the spirit medicine to emit a faint aroma. Seeing this scene, Sumu's eyes lit up. This fire drawing skill and fire control technique were indeed subtle to the extreme. Senior brother. Next I'll refine a small magic weapon first, so watch the steps carefully. After saying that, Muyi took out various types of refining materials and walked to the refining furnace. When she stood in front of the refining furnace, it was as if Muyi had returned to her home turf. The original timid look dissipated and disappeared, replaced by a look of confidence. With a gentle wave of her slender and tender palm, several spirit stones shot out and fell into the refining furnace. With that, the flames burned, and the spirit stones were melted into liquid that flowed inside the refining furnace, slowly nourishing the walls. Then, with a flick of her wrist, a piece of material shot out as streams of light and fell into the refining furnace. Mui's spirit skill pinched. A ball of flame rose and jumped. Under her control, those refining materials changed instantly, rapidly fusing, separating and purifying. And this scene also made Sumu secretly smack his lips. Although he knew nothing about weapon refining, he also sensed that senior sister Mu's attainments in weapon refining were very deep. It wasn't long before the flames diminished and a short sword took shape and was inserted at the bottom of the refining furnace, emitting a biting sharpness in the firelight. Mui reached out and a pile of materials once again appeared on the ground. These materials were of different colors and emitted strong aura fluctuations, and it was unknown what they were used for. Her jade hand flipped, and a material shot up and fell into the refining furnace. Boom! A cluster of flames once again violently rose up to the sky, the scorching temperature causing the void to appear distorted. Sumu's eyelids jumped wildly. This wooden senior sister looked soft and weak, but this refining means was really strong, far better than ordinary refiners. At this moment, Mui's eyes were bright and focused, and she was fully concentrating on maneuvering her hands, as if her entire body was bathed in the spirit fire. As one piece of refining materials flew into the refining furnace, Mui's expression became more and more serious. Her eyes slightly closed, and a trace of pure spiritual energy surged into the furnace cauldron, completely shrouding the refining furnace. Congeal. Chapter 54, Desire to Escape. This time senior sister Mu can't escape. Accompanied by Mui's cry, a dense spiritual energy exploded out from her fingertips, fusing all the materials into one. Collect. Mui spat out a single word, and the flames disappeared in an instant, revealing a short sword below that shimmered with an ethereal light. Sumu looked carefully and realized that the surface of this short sword had many more complicated and ancient patterns, vaguely revealing a sense of vicissitude and antiquity. And at this time, a thin layer of sweat surfaced on Mui's forehead. Obviously this series of refining process just now had consumed a lot of her energy. She wiped off her sweat and took the short sword out of the refining furnace, placing it into the quenching liquid on the side. Before she could start the introduction, senior sister has worked hard. Sumu's tone was full of care and handed over a handkerchief in passing. Mui glanced at the facepalm in Sumu's hand, hesitated for a moment, and finally reached her soft razor over. Her fingers were long and thin, her skin was as delicate and white as gelatin, and each fingertip was glistening with a crystal clear luster, like beautiful jade. In the face of this kind of opportunity, Sumu was rare in not taking this opportunity to touch the other party's hand. His gaze was clear, not seeing any evil thoughts, and he used his spiritual power to make his brocade handkerchief float in the air, and then he put his hand back, showing the style of a gentleman. Watching the scene, Mui froze for a moment, and then a flash of color flooded her eyes. She carefully took the facepalm and then immediately retracted it, two light blushes appearing on her face. Thank you. Qiong, who was on the side, shook her head slightly inwardly when she saw this scene. It's over. The Gongzi even used the trick of trying to escape. It seems that senior sister Mu is afraid that she won't be able to escape. Thinking of this, Qiong's gaze towards Mui was filled with envy, and at that moment, Mui had already taken the short sword in her hand. Only a short sword as black as ink, emitting a biting coldness came into view, contrasting sharply with her snow-white skin. Senior brother, this is the flying cloud shuttle that I usually refine. Although it is only a middle-ranked magic artifact, it is made from 10,000 years of cold iron. It is incredibly sturdy and powerful, and it is capable of both offense and defense. Saying this, Mui looked up at Sumu and said, Senior brother, this flying cloud shuttle is for you. What? This? Sumu was stunned at the words and exclaimed in shock. Senior sister, this can't be allowed. Senior brother asked you to teach him the means of refining weapons, and as a result, he even took senior sister's things. How can this make senior brother feel good? Sumu's eager excuses caused Mui's smile to bloom as she shook her head. Senior brother, you've misunderstood. This flying cloud shuttle is originally a plaything I forged in my spare time during my weekdays of refining. I can't use it either. So what if I give it to senior brother? As the words fell, she boldly stuffed the short sword into Sumu's hand and softly said, "Moreover, if senior brother wants to learn how to refine weapons, let's start with refining the flying cloud shuttle. This flying cloud shuttle serves as a template, so senior brother can refer to its construction and practice with it." However, Sumu still refused with a righteous face and pushed the sword back. "Senior sister, this is absolutely not possible. You can't accept a reward without merit. Besides, it's senior brother who has a favor to ask of you." Mui marveled at Sumu's character in her heart, but she still insisted on handing over the flying cloud shuttle to Sumu, because she now wished more than anything to help Sumu quickly comprehend the way of refining weapons. Only then could she live up to senior brother Su's sincere heart. Mui pushed lightly with her veiled hand and said earnestly, "Just take it, otherwise I'll be angry too." Sumu also didn't hesitate to push it back again. "Senior sister, I'm already grateful that you can teach me the way of refining weapons, so how can I accept anything from you again?" The two of them then pushed and shoved like this. Clear blinked, not understanding what was going on. "My own son has always been unprofitable, but also said that there is a chief not to take such a maxim. How to become so polite this time?" At this point, Sumu's hand seemed to slip, and inadvertently he was actually pierced by that flying cloud shuttle on his fingertips, and scarlet blood immediately drenched the flying cloud shuttle. Mui's pretty face was shocked, and she hurriedly pulled up his hand to check for injuries. Only the wound was bloody, and one could even see the white bones. "Ah, master, senior, yes, I'm sorry, are you alright? It's all my fault." At this moment, Mui's pretty face was white, full of tension, and even brought on a crying tone. "Gongzi, are you alright?" Qinger also rushed up when she saw this and said with concern. Sumu frowned slightly and looked at the scratched palm. "It's fine, just a little bit of skin wound. This flying cloud shuttle forged by senior sister is really sharp to the extreme. It's an eye-opening experience for senior brother," Sumu said blandly, and even complimented Mui in passing. But as the words fell, he suddenly stifled a grunt and covered his chest with a pale face. The two girls, Mui and Qinger, were once again startled, and Qinger asked in a panic, "Gongzi, what happened to you?" Sumu took a deep breath and waved his hand. "It's not a big deal. It should be an old illness. Just rest for a moment." Seeing this, Mui's eyebrows twisted into lumps, her pretty face filled with worry. "Senior brother, are you not feeling well?" Sumu's face was pale, and he reluctantly smiled. "It's fine. I'll be fine after recuperating for a while. Thank you for your concern, senior sister." But Mui still didn't loosen her frown as she hurriedly turned around and said in an urgent voice, "Senior brother, wait here for a moment. I'll go get you some healing pills." After saying that, he hurried out. On the other hand, Qinger, who was on the side, cocked her little head, with strange eyes and a puzzled tone, and asked in a small voice, "Gongzi, how come I didn't know that you still have an old disease on you?" Sumu glanced at her at the words, the corner of his mouth slightly skimmed, not moving. "There are still more things you don't know, but don't quickly help Gongzi knee to the side to rest." Hearing the command, Qinger nodded thoughtfully. She spat out her tongue and obediently assisted Sumu towards the side to sit down. Sumu leaned on the back of his chair and closed his eyes, while actually looking at the system panel in front of him. Host, Sumu. Current cultivation level, Qi refining 5th level, 97%. Current cultivation techniques, fire-inducing techniques, 20%. Fire control techniques, 20%. Elixir cultivation techniques, 15%. A complete book of artifact refining, 15%. Alchemy techniques, 15%. Taichu Lihua technique, 10%. An Empyrean sword technique, 10%. Expand. Dozens of years of hard cultivation are not as good as that one touch just now. Sumu inwardly let out a sigh of relief. With his talent qualifications, if he were to cultivate the fire-drawing skill and fire control art step by step, I'm afraid it would take at least 10 days and half a month to get started. But now, just by making contact with senior sister Mu, she had instantly completed 20% of the progress bar. This immortal cultivation, Sumu felt it was a bit too outrageous. Not long after, a fragrant breeze came, and Mui approached carrying a porcelain vase. "Senior brother, this is a healing elixir I refined, and it's very effective." Mui handed it to Sumu. Her beautiful eyes contained tears. Her pretty face was full of worry, and at the same time, she was also a little apprehensive, afraid that Sumu would refuse. As expected, Sumu opened his eyes and smiled gently. "Senior sister, I'm already fine. It's better not to waste the pills." Mui pursed her lips, remembering the experience she had just had. She didn't dare to argue with Sumu anymore now, so she had to retreat, her eyes looking towards the wound on Sumu's hand. "Then I'll put some gold sores on you so you can recover faster." After saying that, without waiting for Sumu to say anything, she took the initiative to crouch down. Her veiled hand gently lifted and applied the ointment on Sumu's wound. Slightly cool jade fingers roamed on Sumu's skin, its soft and slippery touch as if a dragonfly skimming the water in the rain tantalized in the heart. Sumu maintained his composure and quietly looked at the beautiful person in front of him. The long black shiny hair was draped down, setting off a jade face that was delicate, and a pair of watery peach blossom eyes seemed to contain autumn waves. She wore a goose yellow dress, with a slender waist, willow leaf thin eyebrows, cherry lips pink, like a pear blossom blooming in spring. The beauty was breathtaking. Sumu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "Senior sister, how old are you this year?" Suddenly hearing this, two scarlet blushes rose on Mu Yi's pretty face, but then she seemed to react and blushed. Wrapped up. I'll go put the things back. Her cheeks grew pinker and pinker, like apricot blossoms on a March branch, and she hastily got up and hurried away. Sumu smiled faintly and was about to get up. The aura in his body suddenly churned, and a powerful aura rose up in him. Chapter 55, Desire to tackle the enemy by luring the enemy into the deep. The undisputed laws of picking up girls. Boom! In an instant, the originally calm and warm spiritual energy suddenly skyrocketed several times, filling all parts of Sumu's body. He slowly clenched his fist, a glint in his eye. 6th level of Qi refining stage. Sumu was slightly happy in his heart. He had already reached the peak realm of the 5th level of Qi refining, and he was only missing the final critical kick to step into the 6th level of Qi refining. Now, with the help of Mu Yi, he finally broke through the shackles. Not only that, all those feats and martial arts he had just obtained had also progressed by leaps and bounds. Now it's still just touching the senior sister on Little Qiong Peak, and the progress is so godly. If only we could have an in-depth exchange with the master. Sumu's mind was active and he muttered secretly, but then he shook his head. The idea was too extravagant and too dangerous, and he suppressed the thought from his mind for the time being. Senior sister, you must come back soon. Senior brother still wants to show off the artifact refining skills he just learned. Sumu stood up and shouted to the distant Mu Yi. Mu Yi's cheeks reddened at her words, and her footsteps became even more disorganized. When she completely disappeared from view, Qinger immediately came over, her small mouth slightly pouting as she said in a glutinous voice, "Gongzi, do you have a crush on senior sister Mu?" Sumu sniffed helplessly, reached out and flicked her glossy forehead. "Don't think blindly, I'm clean and honorable with my senior sister. Just a friend. Senior sister Mu is quite good. If Gongzi is with senior sister Mu, she shouldn't bully me." Qinger covered her head and said with a serious look. Sumu was dumbfounded, stared at Qinger in tears and laughter, and said in a good-natured manner, "You're quite good at finding a way back for yourself." Qinger blinked her big eyes and defended with an aggrieved face. Where did Qinger find a back way? What Qinger said is the truth. While the two of them were talking, Mu Yi also returned to the refining room. Seeing that Qinger and Sumu were chatting, her face turned even redder and she stood aside obediently, seemingly afraid of disturbing Sumu. This was clearly her own home, but at the moment she was like an outsider, too constrained to overstep her bounds. "Sister." At this time, Sumu also noticed Mu Yi's state and immediately greeted him. "Aha." Mu Yi answered in a low voice, her pretty face covered in a blush. "Senior sister. Let's start then," Sumu softly said. "Good." Mu Yi nodded. She raised her head, her pure and clear eyes looking at Sumu, and solemnly admonished, "Senior brother, refining is an extremely delicate and tedious process. The slightest mistake will blow up the furnace and destroy things. Therefore you must be cautious and prudent. Never be in a hurry, and don't think of speculation, or you will suffer." Sumu nodded and replied earnestly, "I know. Thanks for your advice, senior sister." "Aha." Mu Yi nodded, then took out the weapon refining materials and handed them to Sumu. "Remember to follow the steps I just said and the temperature of the controlled fire, or you will blow up the furnace, which will backfire on you and hurt you." Mu Yi was still uneasy as she admonished. "Good." Sumu received the weapon refining materials handed over by Mu Yi, and then laid them out one by one in front of him. First refined the sword embryo. Sumu picked up the weapon refining materials, condensed his mind, operated the weapon refining skill, and began to refine the first sword embryo. He tapped his finger, and an incomparably hot flame instantly erupted. Immediately after that, Sumu calmly threw the refining equipment into the refining furnace in turn and controlled the furnace fire with the fire control technique whose progress bar had already reached 50%. The refining materials were scorched into a liquid state, and gradually fused under Sumu's pull, changing shape and transforming into a sword billet prototype. Mu Yi looked at this scene with a strange color in her eyes. The most important thing a refiner needs is patience and persistence, especially for beginners, who tend to make mistakes. However, Sumu's first time refining, he was able to do so skillfully and calmly, which was enough to prove that his talent for refining weapons was extraordinary. Her gaze focused on Sumu, and her eyes became more and more crystal clear. A moment later, the furnace fire went out, and Sumu withdrew his spiritual energy. A short sword that flashed with a cold light appeared in the refining furnace. Although the runes inscribed on it were not as tedious and complex as the ones that Mui had just refined, the degree of sharpness was superior, and the aura of killing was even more intense. Mui looked carefully for a few moments, nodded slightly, her eyes were colorful, and said softly, "A refiner's personality and techniques will also determine which type of magic weapon his men refine is more inclined to. Although this flying cloud shuttle refined by senior brother is of a slightly lower grade, its killing power is a bit stronger, and it is really hard to see. The first time senior brother refined a magic weapon, he was able to refine it to such an accomplished level. In the future, he will definitely walk out a path of his own in refining weapons." Mui said it seriously, with a tone of admiration, obviously from the bottom of his heart. Hearing Mui's praise, Qiong instantly applauded and cheered happily, leaping up and saying, "Your Excellency is so powerful." Her cheeks were flushed, and her big, dark, watery eyes stared at Sumu, permeated with strong admiration. Sumu humbly shook his head. "This flying cloud shuttle is senior sister's masterpiece, and if we're talking about power, naturally senior sister's refinement is stronger, so senior sister mustn't praise me." Mui pursed her lips at the words and said with a slight shyness, "Senior brother is overrated. Senior sister has only occasionally delved into the art of refining. It is nothing." Sumu smiled. "I see that elder sister has planted quite a few spirit medicines in her yard. I'm afraid that elder sister is also quite involved in alchemy, right?" "Too involved to say." Mui shook her head. "Alchemy is vast and profound, and every formula for a potion requires experience and years of experimentation before it can be used. I'm still far from it." Sumu nodded and thought deeply. "What senior sister said is true, but senior brother, I also know a little bit about the art of alchemy, so perhaps we can discuss it." Hearing this, Mui's eyes instantly lit up. "Senior brother actually still knows the art of alchemy?" Sumu smiled and nodded. "I'm not afraid of elder sister's jokes. I've been interested in alchemy and refining, literature and music and many other things since I was young, so I've dabbled in them." "So it is." After listening to Sumu's narration, Mui came to a realization. A touch of marvel surfaced in her beautiful eyes, and there was even a trace of excitement that was hard to hide, as if she had met her soulmate. If it wasn't for her quiet nature, she was afraid that she would have pulled Sumu to explore. Senior brother is still young today, but to have such enlightenment, mind and perseverance is truly rare. Sumu smiled modestly. In fact, how does he know what literature and sound? Even in his previous life, at most, he would read books like Chaos Mind Sea or Moderators. Music is listened to quite a bit, but that's all it is. And the reason why Sumu said such a thing was because he saw quite a few books on the bookshelf on the side of this refining room. They are all books of folklore, historical tales, love stories, and some phonetics, poems and songs. This fits the persona of Yui Mu, a sociopathic literary girl who is not good at talking to people. In order to better fit Mui's interests, Sumu was already prepared to be a scribe in this other world. It is not just literature and music, the great Chinese 5,000 years of cultural heritage. Still afraid of not conquering a socialist girl? At this point, Mui's pink lips slightly opened, hesitated for a moment, and finally gathered her courage and whispered, "I don't know if senior brother has anything else to do next. If not, we can discuss the art of alchemy, as well as literature and sound these." As soon as this was said, Mui regretted a little. This is the first time she took the initiative to invite others, and it's still a man. What if the other party refuses? How embarrassing that would be. Mui lowered her head and pursed her lips. Her heart was apprehensive and confused, but she felt that her senior brother should not refuse it. However, who knew that Sumu looked at the sky and suddenly sighed and smiled apologetically, his tone full of regret. "Elder sister, I have to go to my master's place in a while, so I'm afraid there's no way I can stay and explore with you." "Ha?" Mui raised her head at the words. She couldn't even care about the loss inside her. Waving her hands back and forth, her bright eyes filled with panic. "No, it's fine. I'm just saying it casually. Since senior brother still has to see master, then go quickly and don't delay." "Good." Sumu nodded and said with a smile, "Then I'll take my leave first, senior sister." Mui nodded her jinsho vigorously. "Quickly, go quickly. When I have time next time, I'll be sure to discuss it freely with senior sister." Sumu said apologetically and sincerely, and then left the place with Qiong, who was dying to speak at the side. Mui froze in place, looking at Sumu's gradually moving away figure. Her heart suddenly felt empty. Next time, which next time is it? She bit her lip. An inexplicable anticipation suddenly welled up in her heart again. On the other hand, Sumu and Qiong had already walked out of Mui's courtyard. Qiong, who had been holding her tongue for a long time, finally couldn't help but speak. Gongzi, didn't master say that we'd go back to her tomorrow? Sumu glanced at her, not bothering to explain anything to this girl. It's called bait and switch. It is a surefire way to pick up girls, and it works 100 times over. Xinger's heart swirled at this glance. Her face flushed as she lowered her head and whispered, Gongzi, Xinger has some questions she wants to ask you. Sumu raised his eyebrows slightly and said with interest, what's the problem? Xinger playfully blinked and lowered her voice to ask, Gongzi, I know your cultural level. It's impossible to understand any literature and songs. What if you reveal yourself later? Sumu. He reached out and gave Xinger a brain pop, saying in a bad humor, underestimating your male son, are you? Wait. I'll go back and tell you to know what it means to be a titan of the literary world. Ouch. Xinger covered her forehead and chased after her, muttering with an aggravated face, where is Taishan? And what is Beidua? P.S. Officially recommended yesterday, but the traffic and units were so bad. 2,800 reads for a gain of $10. Simply lowers the record for lowest unit price in my author career. At noon when I saw this data, 2 black eyes. Instantly no yards mood. According to the general traffic unit price, 2008 reading, there should be about $20. $10 really stunned me. There was a moment when I really wanted to cut the book, but it's a story I really like, and I've already written a 10,000 plus word outline and various character bios, and I was going to break out and write a group elephant book, and even the ending is written, so I really don't want to give up. If there are readers who like this book, I hope to help me go to the book shortage to push the book a little bit more hyped and send some free gifts. There are data to have power. Every 1,000 hyped, or 100 gift value, or 100 book reviews will be added to a more. No upper limit. I want to try what it's like to code until you want to die. Chapter 56, if there is a total of 1 stone of talent in the world, my son alone will occupy 8 buckets. The next day, the white morning sunlight injected the entire room through the cracks of the dense branches and leaves, and the crystal dewdrops slowly trickled down, leaving a muddy mess. Sumu sat in front of the table on the windowsill, and although his body was not tired, he subconsciously stretched out and put down the bamboo slip called Golden Vase Plum in his hand. Let's just write until the second volume first, and then we'll update 4,000 words per day, so that we can communicate and discuss with senior sister Mu often. After Sumu put down the Golden Vase Plum, he looked at the other several bamboo slips laid out on the table. They are, Dream of the Red Chamber, Journey to the West, Essays on the Poetry of Sumu, and The Jade Pope. Like the Golden Vase, all of these great works, Sumu also wrote only a small portion of the first part of the content, and still ended abruptly at the most exciting place, well versed in the art of chapter breaks. As for the poetic essays, Sumu also simply wrote a few hundred lesser-known ones. Those famous heirlooms should of course be used in the most deserving places, otherwise wouldn't it be embarrassing if he didn't have any poems to use when it was time to pretend? If it's written as a novel, a plot like Pretending with Poems will definitely be called a canon within a canon and then sprayed to death. Right. Sumu rubbed his chin and muttered to himself. At that moment, there was a sudden knock on the door outside the house. Knock knock. Come in. Sumu raised his eyes and looked at Qinger, who pushed open the door and walked in step by step. She is wearing an emerald green dress today. Her skin is like gelatin. Her eyebrows are curved. Her cherry lips are pink. A head of long fiery red hair is softly draped over her shoulders. The whole person is like a lotus flower, as clear as a flower, and her delicate face is like a flower. Qinger looked at Sumu, was staring at herself. Her pretty face slightly reddened, and she said somewhat shyly, Gongzi, we should go find master. Sumu withdrew his sight, picked up a bamboo slip on the table, reached out and handed it to her, and faintly said, take a look. Qinger wondered. Sumu lightly grunted. Last night this male stayed up all night to write out a literary masterpiece. After reading it you'll know what it means to be a titan of the literary world. Oh, Qinger's realization dawned on her as she hurriedly took it and flipped through it, and the more she read on, the more shocked the expression on her face became. Only after a long time did she slowly exhale and look up in shock. Gongzi, this is really written by you? Then how can it be fake? Sumu glanced at her and asked rhetorically. Qinger swallowed her saliva. Gongzi, this is like a living story. Sumu confidently smiled. Only 1 volume of content shocked you like this. If the whole novel is written down, it will not let you be amazed? He picked up the teacup on the table and gently drank a mouthful, showing the elegance of a literati in every move, and faintly said, a really good story is one that comes from life, but is above life, so that it touches the soul, is impressive, and is called a classic. Qinger blinked. She looked down at the golden vase plum in her hand, then looked up at Sumu. Her small mouth gradually opened wide. So, Gongzi, you were once really a Shiman Qing? Sumo? Before Sumu could open his mouth to speak, Xing'er seemed to suddenly remember something. Her right hand clenched her fist and gently slammed it into her left hand. Fuling Xing Dao. I get it. That Mr. Wang is very short. It should be the prototype of Wu Dilang. Pan Jilian's prototype is Mr. Wan's wife. And Shiman Cheng is you. It's all right, Your Excellency. It's all right. Xing'er excitedly grabbed Sumu's arm and shook it repeatedly, her beautiful eyes shining as she looked at Sumu with a face full of admiration. My lord, you are simply too good to be able to write a book about these things in life. Sumu was dumbfounded by what he heard. What's all this mess? How did it match up? What's right? Sumu glared at her and said in a bad mood. You can't say that blindly. Gongzi, I'm all righteousness and half pride. I never do such things. Xing'er instantly lowered her head in aggravation and muttered. Oh, bring it over. Children shouldn't look at it indiscriminately. Sumu shook his head and snatched the bamboo slip from Xing'er's hand. I didn't look at it earlier and didn't think to give her the book. Xing'er deflated her mouth in aggravation. Wasn't it you, Gongzi, who told me to look? Sumu skimmed his mouth. Little children can't read this kind of book. Wait for Gongzi to write a children's book for you in the future. Children's books? Xing'er blinked. You still write this kind of book, my lord? That's natural. If there is a total of 1 stone of talent in this world, then this prince will surely occupy 8 buckets alone. Sumu stood up and stood with his hands behind his back. His expression was arrogant but not wild. His gaze was disdainful but not conceited, and a vast windbone was born. Xing'er looked dumbfounded. She had never seen such a peculiar male before. Every move made people unable to take their eyes off him, especially Sumu's words just now, which sounded as if they had magic power in her ears, causing her blood to boil. Sumu turned toward the door and waved his hand with his back toward Xing'er. Hurry up and follow. Coming. Xing'er hurriedly returned to her senses and quickly chased after her. The two of them left the small courtyard and traveled straight towards Wenren Suexian's residence. Arriving in front of Wenren Suexian's courtyard, the green-clothed girl named Miaoyin was still sweeping the fallen leaves in front of the door. When she saw Sumu and his duo arrive, she immediately stopped her sweeping movements and bounced over. Senior brother Su, senior sister Huang, you're here. The master has commanded that if you've come to look for her, you can just go straight in. Sumu smiled and nodded. Okay, thanks myriad voice. Miaoyin smiled cheekily. You're welcome, so you guys go in first. I'll continue sweeping the floor. With that, she turned around and continued sweeping the floor. However, Sumu didn't rush into the courtyard, but watched myriad voices' movements and curiously said, why don't you use your spiritual power to directly sweep these fallen leaves clean? Although this myriad sound was a small beast in the mountains that had been enlightened, its cultivation was not weak, and it was not difficult to do so. Miaoyin tilted her chin, blinking those emerald green eyes, and said in a brittle voice, Master said that this is also a kind of cultivation, so I'm not allowed to use my spiritual energy. Sumu dawned on her, reached out to touch her little head, and complimented. So that's how it is. Miaoyin is so good. Miaoyin pursed her lips and smiled lightly, revealing shallow dimples that were adorable. Sumu's eyes moved slightly, and the system panel surfaced before his eyes. Host, Sumu. Current cultivation level, 6th level of Qi refining, 1%. Currently practicing feats, the complete book of sound basics, 50%. Phantom sound steps, 20%. Sound barrier wall, 15%. Lightness of sound, 15%. Sound wave formation, 15%. Expand. Sumu smiled and pinched Miaoyin's little cheeks, turning his head to look at Xing'er at his side. Come on, let's go in and pay our respects to master. Good. Xing'er nodded and followed Sumu's side, walking towards the far center. Entering the compound, the first thing that caught his eyes was a garden, in which all kinds of exotic flowers were planted, beautiful and fragrant. Further inside, there is an exquisite attic, and at the top of the attic there is a layer of veil, hazily shrouded, not really visible. The two made their way through the flower gardens and courtyards, eventually stopping before the attic. Disciple Sumu pays his respects to master. Sumu softly said, squeak. The door to the room opened and a silhouette sat on top of the futon, looking at the two with a smile on her face. She was wearing a long crescent white dress. Her black hair fell over her shoulders. Her skin was like jade. Her face was clear and beautiful, and she was Wenren Susan. You're here. She nodded slightly, her voice soft and pleasant. This wasn't the first time Sumu had seen Wenren Susumu up close, but he still couldn't help but be amazed by her beauty. Incense emanating from the curling smoke wafting gently through her hair. She sat quietly on her knees, surrounded by a dense cloud, lining her more and more misty and holy, like the 9 heavenly maidens down to the mortal world. Sumu was stunned for a moment and quickly reacted, arching his hand and respectfully saying, greetings to master. Xing'er similarly bowed and saluted, not daring to be slow. Wenren Suxian waved her hand and laughed lightly. No need to be polite. Come in. Sumu and Qinger looked at each other. With that, he stepped into the attic. Sumu didn't move as he surveyed the surroundings within the attic. The whole inner room is very elegant. Inside the decoration of ancient. Quite a few points of Jiangnan Watertown flavor. Fresh air, vaguely wafting the refreshing fragrance of orchids. Moreover, there were actually many bookshelves placed in the inner room as well, each row filled with various books. Sumu's heart fluttered. So master likes to read books too. In that case, it looks like the golden vase he wrote last night might come in handy now. Chapter 57 Eldest Brother teaching on behalf of the master? I don't want to be a little male nymph. Sit. Wenren Suxian pointed to the futon beside her. Sumu nodded his head in response and slowly took his seat, only to realize that his entire body had relaxed a few points, as if he was in warm spring water. The environment of Little Qiong Peak is a bit simple. I wonder if you guys are still accustomed to living here. Wenren Suxian spoke in a gentle manner, soft as the wind, with 3 points of intimacy and 7 points of care. Sumu smiled and shook his head. Being able to meet with master teacher is already a great fortune. Not to mention that being able to learn the art under master teacher is even more of a lifelong honor for my disciple. Thank you, master, for thinking of me. This place is very good. It's very suitable for cultivation. Qinger smiled sweetly. That's good. Wenren Suxian smiled. The aura here is still quite dense, and there is an extremely high-quality spirit gathering formation to help. The speed of cultivation is several times better than elsewhere, and it is also considered to be a heavenly paradise. She glanced at Sumu and softly said, You've just joined the sect now, and I'm afraid it will take a while if you want to build your foundation, but master will try to help you as much as possible. Qinger's face surfaced with joy. She looked at Wenren Suxian with excitement. Really? Thank you, master. Master is really wonderful. Many thanks, master. A look of excitement and gratitude also surfaced on Sumu's face, but inside he muttered, If you can let me let go of touching it, and touch it every day, maybe within a few days I'll be able to build my foundation. Do you know what I have summoned you two here for today? Wenren Suxian asked with a smile. Disciple is stupid. I still ask for master's clarification. Sumu pondered for a moment and shook his head before arching his hand. Qinger stared at Wenren Suxian with the same puzzlement, waiting for an answer. Wenren Suxian's gaze gently landed on Sumu, and she softly said, I am a sound cultivator. And for Qinger, my master can personally teach her and help her to quickly step onto the path of cultivation. But, I don't know much about other cultivation methods, so if I were to teach you, I'm afraid it would delay your cultivation. Mastermind. What you mean is, Sumu frowned slightly and asked tentatively, since you are my disciple, master naturally has to consider your future path. Wenren Suxian's smile slightly tightened, looked at Sumu with a solemn face, and softly said, That's why master intends to let the senior brother of Little Qiong Peak Lu Qingjun teach you the Dharma on behalf of master and teach you to cultivate. I don't know, what do you think? Sumu slightly raised his eyebrows as a strange emotion surged in his heart. He was naturally 10,000 times unwilling to do so. After all, he had resolutely refused the Grand Elder's request to take on a disciple in the first place, for the sake of not being Wenren Suxian, the fairy master. This would allow him to become intimate with Wenren Sosin in the name of cultivation while he was cultivating, making the cultivation speed faster. As a result, now this fairy master was actually going to let someone else pass on the art on her behalf, and it was still a male. That's a lot to take in. The thought that in the future he would have to spend time with his big brother, and that he would have to be in contact, even intimate contact, with him in order to cultivate. Sumu immediately felt his asshole tighten and couldn't help but get goosebumps all over his body. No, never let that happen. Kidding aside, if this really happened, one would still be questioned about one's sexual orientation. At that time, I'm only afraid that I will be completely famous in the Taichu Sect. He wasn't one of those little Nanliangs from his previous life who shouted all day long about how fragrant you are, brother, and so on and so forth. He, Sumu, is a straight man who is as indestructible as steel, and can never be bent halfway. Seeing that Sumu didn't show any indication for a long time, Wenren Susan raised her eyebrows and asked softly, why don't you say anything? Could it be that you don't agree? Qinger also turned her head to look at Sumu, and her eyes flashed with a hint of realization as she and her own son were fast practicing a heart-to-heart. Of course, disciple agrees. Sumu returned to his senses and said incomparably decisively. At this time, he had to first fully display how moved he was. Disciple just now is too excited. Disciple from childhood is a lonely and helpless. Not into the Taichu Sect before even more hungry and full. I did not expect to be able to one day buy the master so much attention and care. Is really 3 lifetimes lucky? Disciple thankful and flattered. The more Sumu spoke, the more excited he became. and he even seemed to be about to burst into tears. Qiong, who was on the side, silently turned her head back again when she saw this scene. Her head slightly drooped, her eyes staring at the ground, her small mouth tightly tensed, for fear that she could not help but lose her temper in the next second, destroying the Gongzi's performance. Wenren Suxian quietly gazed at Sumu. Her eyes were filled with faint ripples, and when Sumu talked about starving Emil, she even swept over a touch of pity. You are a disciple of my Little Qiong Peak, so it is only natural for Master to take care of you more. After a long time, Wenren Suxian slowly said, her tone calm and gentle. Thank you for your master's concern. It's just that. Sumu wiped the dry corners of his eyes and after a slight hesitation, he added, it's just that will this delay eldest senior brother's cultivation? If so, then the disciple will feel guilty. Wenren Suxian smiled and shook her head. Don't worry. Your eldest senior brother's strength and realm are among the top of the young generation in the entire central state. His cultivation has already reached the realm of transformation of the divine, and he is only one step away from refining the void. So even if he were to teach you, it wouldn't delay his own cultivation. Oh, so eldest senior brother has already reached the realm of transformation god. That's really awesome, Sumu exclaimed in surprise. Although he had long anticipated that this Lu Qingjuan's strength was extraordinary, hearing these words still left him somewhat shocked. God of transformation. That was a level that could only be reached above the realm of Yuaning. God of transformation stage powerhouses had a long lifespan, and it was no exaggeration to say that even ordinary God of transformation stage powerhouses lived past 2,000 years. Wenren Suxian nodded slightly and smiled. Your eldest senior brother is indeed extraordinary. Even many of the outer sect elders of this sect may not be your eldest senior brother's match. Ha ha ha, master teacher is too kind, but it's just a mere transformation god. It's not worth mentioning. Suddenly, a bright laugh came from outside the compound. Immediately following, he saw a black-robed, handsome young man stepping through the air, and it was precisely Little Qiong Peak's eldest senior brother, Lu Qingjun. The corner of Sumu's eyes jumped. He hadn't even had the chance to finish his refusal. How come the rightful owner had rushed over? This is a bit of a problem. In front of the rightful owner, if he wants to refuse, I'm afraid it will cause this big senior brother's dissatisfaction. Sumu secretly pondered. It seems that he has to play his superior language art again. Sumu raised his head to look at this legendary god transformation stage senior brother. Greetings eldest senior brother. Sumu stood up and respectfully said, no need to be polite. Junior brother. Lu Qingjun waved his hand cheerfully, then swept his gaze over Wenren Susan and Qiong and smiled. Greetings master. Junior sister. Qiong hurriedly returned the salute. There is no need to be polite. Sit down. Wenren Suxian smiled softly, pointed to the futon on the stone platform and softly said. Lu Qingjun didn't excuse himself and sat down straight away. Sitting in a dashing and casual manner, elegant in his boldness, he stretched out his hand and poured himself a cup of tea, and after taking a light sip, he looked at Qiong and said with a smile, it's been hard for junior sister to take care of master teacher during this period of time. As he spoke, he glanced at Sumu, and his gaze swept over an inexplicable smile. Sumu froze slightly, somewhat puzzled. Without waiting for him to open his mouth, Lu Qingjun instead turned his head and said to Wenren Susan, Master, the matter that you asked disciple to teach senior brother, disciple has already arranged properly. Tomorrow disciple will bring senior brother to the sect's secret storehouse to select the Gongfu martial skill. Wenren Suxian nodded. Very well, Qingjun. Then I'll leave it to you. After she finished speaking, she gazed deeply at Sumu, then softly said, Little Mu, remember the words of your teacher, and be sure to work diligently to complete foundation establishment as soon as possible. When Sumu saw that the two of them had already settled this matter in a few words, he suddenly had some toothache. This completely didn't give him a chance to open his mouth. No, absolutely not. In order to cultivate, in order not to be treated like a little Nanliang, he had to fight. Master, Sumu gritted his teeth and raised his head, full of tears. His gaze resolute, disciple has something to say. P.S. Today's traffic and unit prices are still dismal, and the more I read about it, the harder it gets. However, Coalface also identified his own problems. That is, the writing is too slow and hot. The book title and the introduction are about the senior brother, but within 100,000 words the senior brother only appeared twice, and the plot of the front of the acceptance of the apprentice is also called out as canonical in the canon. This is indeed Coalface's own problem. When the book was first started, he actually thought of two plot entry points, one being this one right now, and the other being Sumu directly worshipping the Taichu Sect, without the plot of accepting disciples in front of him. In hindsight, I really should have started writing with a different plot entry point in the first place, and opened with more interaction with Shifu, and maybe the stats would have been better. I can't change it even if I wanted to, so that's it, alas. From now on, the later episodes are all related to the elder brother. I hope you can continue to read. Coldface will try to write a more exciting and interesting story. In addition, ask for small gifts, ask for urging, ask for pushing the book. Beg, 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 beg. Really need all kinds of data. Thank you all big handsome big beautiful readers old man thank you thank you thank you thank you. Underscore. Chapter 58. What fate do two men talk about? Could senior brother have attempts on himself? One Su Xian was stunned, then softly said, what words? Lu Qingjun also glanced at Sumu with a puzzled look. Sumu took a deep breath. His eyes burned, his face twitched twice, and he seemed to have gathered enough courage to say seriously, Master has treated my disciple with such love, and I have nothing to offer in return, but only hope. I only hope. Only wish what? One Su Xian lightly knitted her eyebrows and said with interest. Sumu sighed and said sincerely word by word, I only hope that I can let my disciple cultivate beside my master, so that I can also fulfill a piece of my filial piety. After saying that, Sumu lowered his head with a shameful and faceless look. One Susan and Lu Qingjun glanced at each other and were both astonished. It's rare that you have this piece of filial piety. Those elders were right when they said that you have an excellent character and are a good seedling for immortal cultivation. One Su Xian smiled, but also because of this, the teacher is responsible for you. Cannot miss your immortal journey. I'm really not good at other techniques and martial arts, so it's most appropriate for your senior brother, Lu Qingjun, to guide you in your cultivation, so you can stay at Little Qiong Peak without worrying about anything else. As for filial piety and whatnot, Master stays at Little Qiong Peak the whole day, without delaying your own cultivation. You can come to seek Master at any time. There is no conflict between the two. One Su Xian's pair of phoenix eyes narrowed into the shape of a crescent moon. Her beautiful eyes rippled, and she assiduously persuaded. Sumu was helpless for a while in his heart. It seemed that there was no way for him to make One Su Xian change her mind today, so he could only agree to go along for the time being. Yes, Master. Lu Qingjun also laughed. Junior brother, just listen to your master's advice. I've seen your talent, even though your spiritual root is only lower grade, but being able to cultivate to chi refining at this age. 6 layers already? Before the words were finished, Lu Qingjun suddenly let out a light eep, his eyes showing surprise as he carefully sized up Sumu for a few moments. Just a fluke, Sumu said with an unchanged expression. Junior senior brother is too modest. Lu Qingjun shot a glance at Sumu, his deep eyes containing deep meaning. Yesterday when I saw you I wanted to say that in just a few days of not seeing you, you have actually broken through from the 4th layer of chi refining to the 5th layer. I didn't expect to see you today. You have broken through to the 6th layer. It seems that you have progressed quite quickly these days. Sumu dryly coughed. Eldest brother is joking. It's not worth mentioning in front of eldest brother. One Su Xian then smiled and shook her head. You two don't brag about each other. Qingjun, since Xiaomu is willing to stay by your side and study, you have to help Master take good care of him before you do so. Well, don't worry, Master. I will definitely take good care of junior brother. Lu Qingjun nodded and laughed, a hint of inexplicable meaning flashing under his eyes. That's good. One Su Xian nodded, then looked at Sumu with a gentle tone. Xiaomu, your senior brother lives next door. If you run into any problems, you can go to him. He'll definitely give you unstinting advice. Okay? Sumu inwardly sighed, secretly deciding that in the future, he must stay away from eldest brother. One Su Xian seemed to have sensed Sumu's mind, smiled, and softly said, don't look at your senior brother who is usually cold and his eyes seem to be scary, but in fact that's just due to the kung fu. Your senior brother is very nice to talk to. Don't be afraid. Oh, it's too late for disciples to admire eldest senior brother, so how could they fear him? Sumu showed his teeth and smiled, all his thoughts buried deep in his heart. That's good. One Su Xian nodded. Lu Qingjun's lips curled up in a smile, and he said, Junior brother, let's go then. Later on, Master Teacher is going to teach Qinger Junior sister the Sound Dao technique, so let's not disturb them. With that, he turned to leave. Sumu glanced at Qinger, who was standing still, and cast her a reassuring look before turning around to follow Lu Qingjun's footsteps. Qinger looked at Sumu's back, her mouth deflated and her eyes reddened in a circle, reluctant to part. One Su Xian took Qinger's performance into her eyes and sighed. Qinger, my teacher knows your heart. It's not my intention to separate you from Sumu. It's just that your cultivation is still shallow right now, and only if you follow your teacher can you give greater play to your talent. So please also ask Qinger to understand my teacher's bitterness. Apprentice daughter wouldn't dare. Qinger hurriedly said. One Su Xian compassionately patted her shoulder, softly said, human love. The most afraid of is the word time. even if it is the cultivation of people, but ultimately cannot escape the parting of life and death, only to cultivate to a higher realm, in order to be with the beloved long time together. You must remember to understand this reason. Wenren-su Xian's voice was gentle, yet it also had an imperturbable majesty. Qiong froze for half a second, then nodded heavily and said softly, "Many thanks for the master's teachings. The disciple will follow the master's orders, and will definitely cultivate hard, and will be with the Duke for a long time in the future." Wenren-su Xian smiled in delight. Well, that's what makes a good disciple for a master. Qiong's pretty face surfaced with a blush, shy and infinite, as if she was a peony in full bloom, causing people to feel sorry for her. "Junior brother, stay close." After walking out of Wenren-su's courtyard, Lu Qingjun reminded him and led Sumu towards the left side of the waterfall. On the way, Lu Qingjun kept sizing up Sumu, wanting to speak, but seeing that Sumu didn't seem to have any thoughts of conversation, she didn't open her mouth. It wasn't until he reached the door of a compound on the left side of the waterfall that Lu Qingjun stopped, looked at Sumu, and said with a faint smile, "Here it is. This is my residence." Sumu raised his head and looked at the exquisite compound in front of him, with two large trees with flourishing branches and leaves in front of the door. One is a persimmon tree and the other is also a persimmon tree. There are several strings of wind chimes hanging under the eaves of the house, and when the breeze passes by, the wind chimes tinkle, which is pleasant to the ear. I'm a rather scatterbrained person. I'm too lazy to care about anything other than cultivating and going out to do missions, so junior brother can treat this place like his own home in general, and if he feels bored, he can also look for a few senior sisters to go and have fun. Saying that, Lu Qingjun pushed open the wooden door, signaling Sumu to enter. "Many thanks to eldest senior brother," Sumu said. In fact, he wanted to go directly back to his own courtyard, but because of the other party's invitation, he could only follow him. After all, senior brother Lu was the eldest senior brother, and he couldn't appear to be too ignorant of etiquette. Junior senior brother is polite. Lu Qingjun waved his hand. "I don't have much here to greet junior master, so I can only prepare some tea and pastries for junior master. So junior master mustn't mind." Sumu shook his head and humbly said, "Senior brother is not saying anything. Senior brother wouldn't dare to be disdainful." "That's good," Lu Qingjun smiled. After entering the courtyard, Sumu looked around. This courtyard wasn't particularly spacious, and the decoration was simple and plain. Even the tables and chairs and benches were piled up with stones, which had a natural beauty. A clear flowing spring slowly flowed down from the eaves of the house, and the sound of the gurgling water was like a jade pearl falling onto a plate, adding a lot of fairy charm to the meaning. "Senior brother is really elegant," Sumu heartily praised. Lu Qingjun smiled blandly. "An ordinary courtyard. Nothing special. Junior brother doesn't need to be so formal." Sumu smiled and didn't say anything else. He always felt that Lu Qingjun had some plans for him, but he didn't know exactly what they were. "Sit down and drink tea." Lu Qingjun pointed to the stone table and took the lead to sit down. Sumu hesitated for a moment and sat down opposite Lu Qingjun, but he didn't drink tea. Lu Qingjun didn't care, but poured himself a cup of tea, and after drinking it, his body suddenly leaned forward and said seriously, "Junior brother, you once showed me the way, and I also gifted you the immortal ascension order, so we are considered to be quite fated. Now that I've become your senior brother again, isn't the fate between us a bit deeper again?" Sumu was startled by his sudden move. His body subconsciously leaned back a bit, his eyes strange. What does Mr. Lu mean by that? What kind of destiny is not destiny? What kind of destiny can there be between two big men? Wait, is Mr. Lu? An idea suddenly flashed in Sumu's mind, and he instantly rounded his eyes and looked at Lu Qingjun in horror. Could it be that Senior Lu had designs on him? It's over. This is his territory. If he wanted to do something to himself, with his cultivation at the transformation god realm, he wouldn't be able to hide from himself. Thinking of this, Sumu couldn't help but have the hairs of sweat stand up all over his body. He swallowed his saliva and asked dryly, "Eldest senior brother, what do you want to say?" "It's nothing just wanting to get closer to junior brother." Lu Qingjun coughed lightly and sat back down again as if nothing had happened. But seeing that Sumu still had a face of disbelief and eyes full of caution, he sighed and spread his hands. Okay, I admit it. I did have something else in mind for you." Where are you going? Why did you run away?" Lu Qingjun blinked, not understanding why Sumu's face changed wildly, and instantly got up. Eldest senior brother, I suddenly remembered that my wife is about to give birth, so I'll take my leave now." After saying that, Sumu turned his head and ran wildly towards the distance, leaving a cloud of dust flying. Lu Qingjun looked at Sumu's disappearing figure and was dumbfounded. A wife is giving birth. Where did the wife come from? Come back here. Lu Qingjuan's figure flickered, and in the next instant, he appeared at Su Mu's side, reached out and grabbed his shoulder, and said in a good-natured manner, I just wanted to ask you for the roast chicken recipe from that day. What are you running for? And using such a lame excuse as a wife giving birth to a child, when this senior brother is a little cutie. What? Su Mu had wanted to struggle, and had even been prepared to use all his means to fight to the death with this eldest senior brother who was attempting to defile his innocence. And at that moment, the system panel popped up in front of his eyes. P.S. Our big chapter. 2 chapters add up to nearly 6,000 words. Ask for a free gift. Ask for urging. Ask to push the book shortage off. Kneeling thanks to all readers old men. Chapter 59, Is Senior Brother a daughter? Or is he born with a male body? Host, Su Mu. Current cultivation level, 6th level of Qi refining, 38%. Current cultivation techniques, Taichu mixed Yuan Jing, 5%. Yin Yang Xian Dian, 5%. Royal Wind Steps, 5%. Taishu Divine Fingers, 6%. 9 Dragons of the Sky Sword Technique, 7%. 100 Robbery Cave Meditation Technique, 2%. What to look out for when dressing up as a man, 25%. Expand. Su Mu froze in place. All thoughts all left behind. His eyes staring blankly at the panel that popped up in front of him for a long time. After just a moment of contact with eldest brother, his cultivation level had unexpectedly jumped from single digits to 38% in an instant. Scary as hell. Of course, that's not the most important thing. Su Mu's attention was not on this at all. He didn't even see his cultivation level change. His gaze was always firmly fixed in the column of cultivation techniques. What to look out for when dressing as a man. What the hell kind of kung fu is this? Wait, dressing up as a man. What kind of person needs to dress up as a man? Only women? Of course. Su Mu's heart trembled slightly. Why would the eldest brother practice this gong method? Could he actually? Hey, what are you staring at? Seeing that Su Mu didn't respond for a long time, Lu Qingjun frowned her heroic eyebrows and shouted, her face somewhat odd. What's wrong with this kid? It's not stupid, is it? He had only invited him for a cup of tea and wanted to ask him for the recipe of roasted chicken. So what was the point? Lu Qingjun exerted a slight force on his hand and pinched Su Mu's shoulder. Su Mu snapped back to his senses and looked up, his face even more odd than Lu Qingjun's. He carefully looked the other party up and down from head to toe, and lingered on Lu Qingjuan's throat and chest for 2 more seconds before moving away without moving. After observing it so carefully, Su Mu realized that there was really something to it. First of all, Master Lu's skin was very white, soft and delicate, even faintly revealing a pinkish color, and the knot in his throat was not too obvious, resulting in him not being able to hide his softness even though his facial lines were handsome and extraordinary. On top of that, he was thin, with a slender waist, straight legs, and a head of long silver hair draped over his shoulders. If he wore women's clothing just by looking at his back, Su Mu would surely recognize her as an absolute beauty. What's wrong with you? What are you looking at me for? Feeling Su Mu's weird line of sight, Lu Qingjun finally noticed the abnormality and asked with a frown. Su Mu came back to his senses, took a long breath, patted his chest and said, so senior brother wanted the roasted chicken recipe ah? I thought it was because senior brother Lu had a broken sleeve fetish, and was thinking ill of me. Su Mu didn't poke at it. First of all, these characteristics alone weren't enough to prove that elder brother was female, and poking at it wouldn't do him any good. Instead it might reveal that he had the system. Secondly, even if elder brother was really a female, then she must have had her own intentions in deliberately hiding this matter. As a newbie disciple who had just entered, revealing such things rashly would easily anger her, and might even cause the other party's killing intent and scorn. Therefore, Su Mu decided to temporarily suppress this matter in his heart, pretending to know nothing about it. Hearing Su Mu's words, an imperceptible blush surfaced on Lu Qingjuan's face, somewhat annoyed. Nonsense! How could this senior brother be a broken sleeve fetishist? The magnetic voice with a bit of hoarse and low, coupled with the slightly reddened ear tips, made Lu Qingjuan's entire person even more demonic and seductive. If the other party is not a woman, then it is also a natural male nymph saint body ah, dressed as a woman must have a unique flavor, Su Mu secretly said in his heart, but on his mouth, he didn't move and bowed his head to apologize with a sincere attitude. I'm sorry senior brother. It's me who misunderstood senior brother. Lu Qingjun snorted coldly at his words and let go of Su Mu, who seemed to notice that he was a bit out of character and regained his composure with 2 dry coughs. Then he raised an eyebrow. The corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. Junior brother is quite good at putting gold on his face. Do you think this senior brother looks like a broken sleeve fetish? Not like that. Su Mu shook his head obediently. Lu Qingjun hummed lightly. Alright, I'll spare you for today, but in the future, don't speculate about senior brother, not to mention the nonsense. Senior brother's lesson is right. Sumu nodded, obeying like an elementary school student. Seeing that Sumu was so receptive, Lu Qingjun smiled with satisfaction and then extended his hand. Sumu looked down at the white and slender palm that seemed to be carved out of suet jade, and after slightly hesitating for a moment, he reached out to hold it. What are you doing? Lu Qingjun let out a cry of shock and hastily withdrew his hand. A pair of narrow deep black eyes glaring at Sumu in annoyance. That handsome and incomparable handsome face instantly reddening as he rebuked. Who let you touch my hand? Sumu blinked his eyes and looked at the other party suspiciously. Then what are you reaching out for? Senior brother? Of course I want the roast chicken recipe. Lu Qingjun rounded his eyes and gritted his teeth. Oh, so it's for a roast chicken recipe, Sumu said indistinctly, and then spread his two hands. Unfortunately, it's useless to have the recipe, because that seasoning has already been used up, and it can't be made without the ingredients here. Used up? Lu Qingjun froze for a moment, then exasperatedly said, then you didn't say so earlier, at the expense of the senior brother treating you to tea. Senior brother, I didn't drink a single sip of that tea, Sumu whispered. You. Lu Qingjun was choked for a moment, and a wave of helplessness washed over him. That's just it, since there's no more of it, this senior brother won't think about that roasted chicken anymore. As he said this, he barred the corners of his lips, saying that he didn't think about it, but his eyes couldn't help but glance into the distance, seemingly a bit unfulfilled, obviously still thinking about the taste of that roasted chicken. He swore it was absolutely the best roasted chicken he'd ever had, bar none. The unique flavor, the skillful baking technique, and the tangy, crispy shell are simply unforgettable. But I can grow that ingredient. It will only take a few days to mature, and when I supplement it with the recipe, I will be able to perfectly replicate the flavor of the roasted chicken from that night, Sumu suddenly said. Really? Lu Qingjuan's eyes lit up and she said with some excitement. Aha! Sumu nodded. That's great. Lu Qingjun was overjoyed and grabbed Sumu's collar as he excitedly said. Go, 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 hurry up and get it for senior brother. Sumu, looking at Lu Qingjun, who was pulling on his collar and heading out, Sumu had no choice but to follow. Senior brother. Wait. What? Lu Qingjun turned her head to look at Sumu. What else? Can you not tug on the collar? It's not very elegant. Or why don't you tug on my wrists? It'll look more elegant. Sumu tentatively extended his hand and whispered. Sumu also didn't want to let Senior Lu, who was still dressed as a man at this time, hold his wrist, but there was no way. The other party just tugged at the collar and didn't touch his body, so that he couldn't make progress in his cultivation. Lu Qingjun was silent for a few seconds and suddenly let go of Sumu, turning around with an expressionless face. It's not right. It's very much 12 times wrong. This young master couldn't be the real broken sleeve fetish, right? Chapter 60, Senior Lu, damn it, could it be that senior brother has thoughts about me? Lu Qingjun frowned, his face filled with suspicion. With his current status, Master Su was actually asking him to tug on his wrist? This is a bit too ambiguous. Lu Qingjun now seriously doubted that junior brother had any thoughts about himself. Was the gesture just now just a disguise? Or was it a desire to get away? The more Lu Qingjun thought about it, the more likely it was. Although he wasn't sure what the origin of this young master was, Lu Qingjun was still very confident in his own looks, not to mention the outside world. Just within this Taichu Sect, no matter if it's a senior sister or senior sister, which one sees themselves, not all of them look like a nymphomaniac. Even some male monks are in the minority. If it wasn't for the fact that he had regard for his own prestige and nature, he would probably have had a lot of people throwing themselves at him. So it's not surprising that the young master would have thoughts about himself. Lu Qingjuan's eyes showed a thoughtful expression. No, we must nip this idea of junior brother in the bud. We absolutely cannot let him continue to be wrong. With this thought, Lu Qingjun turned around again, only to see Sumu on the side looking at him with an expectant face. Senior? What's wrong with you? Sumu blinked and asked in confusion. It's nothing. Let's go. Lu Qingjun glanced at Sumu with an odd expression, then took a step forward. Seeing this, Sumu immediately followed. On the way, Lu Qingjun kept turning back to survey Sumu, with a few scrutinizing colors under her eyes, as if she wanted to see something on Sumu's face. But unfortunately, this senior brother had a calm face, nothing else, but whenever he turned around, he responded with a sunny smile, which instead gave him some beckoning. Ahem. Senior brother. Senior brother looks as if you and senior sister Qinger have a good relationship? After Lu Qingjun deliberated for a long time, he decided to start from the side first, and sidestepped a bit. As expected, at the mention of Qinger, Sumu's expression obviously became much softer. Yes, clear as fine. He smiled. How did you guys meet? What's her origin and what's in her family? Lu Qingjun paused for a moment, coughed lightly, and changed his tone. Of course, if you don't want to talk about it, you can choose not to answer. Sumu was stunned at his words and looked up at Lu Qingjun, a warm smile appearing on his face. Actually, it was very simple for us to meet. Oh, Lu Qingjun raised an eyebrow. Sumu sighed. His eyes looked into the distance, seemingly caught up in memories, and slowly said, that night, when the moon was clear and the stars were sparse, I was seriously injured and passed out on a pile of rocks, and it was Qinger who rescued me and took care of me for 3 whole days. Hearing these words, Lu Qingjun secretly praised in his heart that his junior sister's character was indeed good. During these 3 days, she took good care of me, chatted with me to relieve my boredom, cooked for me, fed me medicine, bandaged my wounds, and helped me take a bath. It can be said that she has done everything. Sumu's voice was soothing and melodious, like a pool of spring water, rippling in Lu Qingjun's ears. He couldn't help but slow down and listen sideways. And then, Lu Qingjun couldn't help but ask after him. During this time, I also tried to ask her where she came from, yet she was amnesiac, remembering nothing, only knowing that her name was Huang Qinger, an orphan like me, with no relatives since she was a child, and all alone in this world. Sumu sighed, and a trace of gloom flashed in his eyes. Lu Qingjun inexplicably felt a bit tugged at his heart, and couldn't help but feel the same feeling in his heart. He couldn't help but stop his steps and looked at the little senior brother on his side, his eyes showing pity. I didn't expect that you guys would have this same encounter. It's kind of fate. Lu Qingjun patted Sumu's shoulder and comforted him. Yeah, I also thought it was fate. So after I recovered from my injuries, I brought her along to this Taichu Sect. After all, in this world, besides Qinger, I can't find another person who is so attentive and considerate to me. Sumu took a deep breath and the corner of his mouth hooked into a faint smile. That's why I've always treated Qinger as my sister. Hearing these words, a trace of strangeness swept through the eyes of Lu Qingjun, who had already been moved beyond words inwardly. Just as a younger sister? Right. Sumu nodded seriously and asked curiously in return. What else? Lu Qingjun. It's okay. All she felt now was inwardly speechless. What a touching story. What a marvelous bond. And it turns out you just think of each other as sisters? You idiot. Lu Qingjun took a deep breath for a long time. He was able to tell that Qinger's eyes towards Sumu contained feelings of affection, but this junior brother seemed to be completely unaware of it, and was still foolishly just treating the other party as a younger sister. Lu Qingjun helplessly held his forehead and felt his head hurt even more. He was now more and more certain that there was definitely a slight problem with this junior brother's sexual orientation. Qinger was such a cute young girl that even he liked looking at her, but it turned out that this one was indifferent, and if that wasn't a problem, then she ate her wolfsbane. Lu Qingjun sighed inwardly, thinking that Sumu should be hopeless, and he even planned to try to meet with junior brother as little as possible in the future. But when he thought of the roasted chicken Sumu had made, he felt 1,000 pangs of reluctance in his heart. That grilled chicken was really good, and the young master is also very good looking, speak and gentle and good to listen to. There is also a kind of pure and righteousness in the eyes that have not been polluted by the world, and he in a piece of chatting really very comfortable. Lu Qingjun scratched his silver hair in a tangled manner, struggling internally for a long time, but not struggling out a result. Sumu hadn't expected Lu Qingjun's inner drama to be so rich. He had only said those words to dispel Lu Qingjun's doubts, and had arranged for Qinger's and his own origins to be clear. But it seems to be working a little poorly now? Sumu frowned, always feeling that something was wrong. However, Lu Qingjun's brow had been tightly furrowed, unwilling to bring up this matter again. So Sumu suppressed his speculations for the time being. After a few moments of silence, the two of them arrived in front of a deserted nursery spirit field. Junior brother, we're here. You can plant that raw material here from now on. Lu Qingjun opened his mouth and said, pointing to an empty space. Sumu nodded. He had long since noticed this nursery. There were many spiritual herbs and immortal trees inside. Although most of them had withered, they also still filled with a strong medicinal fragrance. Okay, thank you senior brother. Sumu raised his head and revealed a warm smile. Lu Qingjun wanted to say something else, but after seeing Sumu's smile, she suddenly froze and actually forgot what she was going to say. After a long moment, he sighed imperceptibly. That's just it. Let's just go with the flow. The big deal is that he'll be. Not knowing what he had remembered, Lu Qingjun suddenly turned his head, lightly grunted, and left in style, leaving behind only a light sentence. Let's go. Tomorrow this senior brother will take you back to pick out a gong method. Sumu stayed where he stood, unsure. Why was eldest brother's temper getting weirder and weirder? Could it be that he was upset because he had just praised Qinger? Sumu shook his head, not bothering with Lu Qingjun, and turned toward the spirit field. P.S. Carrot. Chapter 61, You little burning tablet. I don't believe that my son won't be able to feed you today. Sumu walked into the nursery and looked at the withered leaves and scattered few spirit grasses that filled the garden inside, and couldn't help but feel a little sorry. There are so few people on this Little Qiong Peak and the place is huge. With just Mui and one Rinsosun, there was no way to plant all of these spirit fields in Little Qiong Peak with spirit plants. As for eldest senior brother and second senior sister Suyaoshi, they weren't interested in planting, so naturally, they wouldn't bother with these efforts. As for Mu Qingli, that was even more so. She still couldn't even understand the spiritual plants in front of her house. But it's fortunate that I'm here. From now on, the fertile fields on this Little Qiong Peak will all be cultivated by me. Sumu's fists clenched slightly, only feeling that he was carrying a heavy burden, and his eyes gradually became resolute. As a traveler from China, the farming civilization was a gene engraved in his bones. Sumu really couldn't bear to let these fine fertile fields go to waste. It was simply a great waste. After I finish reclaiming this place, I'll go and help Senior Master, Senior Sister Mu, Senior Sister Su, and Senior Sister Mu with the sword to reclaim their fertile fields. Sumu secretly resolved in his heart that he would reclaim all the deserted spirit fields on this Little Qiong Peak and revitalize them. Alas, a long way to go. Sumu sighed slightly, withdrew his mind, and began to get busy. He first removed all the dead branches and leaves from the spirit field before summoning his flying sword to plow the entire ground all over again, and then sprinkled the cumin seeds he found among the fields on top of it and poured spirit spring water on it. This will be considered a great success. The next step is to wait for those cumin seeds to grow. Sumu clapped his hands, looked at the fruits of his labor, and nodded with satisfaction. In fact, if you follow the natural growth pattern of cumin, it should produce fruit twice a year, but that's in the case of mundane dust. Within this Taichu Sect, where there was plenty of spiritual qi, plus the fact that Sumu had learned the method of spiritual plant cultivation from Senior Sister Mu, he was now certain that he would be able to make Ziran bear fruit in a few days. Eldest senior brother is really a foodie, so it seems that it is possible to utilize this to get in deep contact with him. Sumu stroked his chin and thought darkly inwardly. Although this world was a world of immortal cultivation, the food was not as rich as that of Earth, because cultivators with high levels of cultivation have long been able to dispel the grain. Even those with low levels of strength can eat grain pills and do not need to eat food to replenish their energy at all. This led to this world being a culinary desert, and the world of cultivators didn't even have as much food as the mortal world. If he could replicate all those seasonings as well as food practices from Earth, he could definitely make Big Brother look at him, salivate, and linger. It doesn't matter if Senior Brother is male or female, as long as I conquer his stomach, I can conquer his heart. Sumu shook his head and hurriedly threw away the miscellaneous thoughts in his mind. But no matter what, as long as he could make a good relationship with the God Transformation Stage eldest brother, then his future cultivation in Taichu Sect would definitely be smoother. Moreover, Sumu was now 80% sure that he could determine that his senior brother's true identity was a woman. If eldest brother's identity was really a woman, but disguised as a man, it would actually be a good thing for him instead. This way he could have a proper contact with his eldest brother without having to go through the trouble of touching the elder sisters and those fairies. As long as he didn't reveal his identity and kept pretending that he didn't know the identity of his eldest senior brother, then even if he made any out of the ordinary moves, he wouldn't be taken as a lecher with ulterior motives. At most, you'll get a little skepticism about your sexuality from your senior. Wonderful. In this way, not really touching a man, but also obtaining rapid growth in cultivation, and not having to worry about annoying master and senior sisters and the girls. It's simply 3 birds with 1 stone, Sumu muttered and whispered. And suddenly his eyes glowed. After he figured out the key nodes in this, he suddenly felt as if he had opened the door to a new world, and his entire being was enlightened. Senior was simply a cultivation artifact tailor-made for him. Sumu only wanted to say one thing now. Senior, you smell so good. Sumu rubbed his palms together and felt his mood become a little more exuberant, as if a person who was dedicated to the Tao had finally found a straight path that could lead to the great Tao. Holding this mood, Sumu returned to his residence. At this time, Qinger hadn't returned yet and should still be at her master's place learning the sound Dao technique. Sumu also didn't worry too much and walked straight to the practice room in his own courtyard. He certainly wasn't there to practice. Cultivation is impossible. This life is impossible to cultivate. Can only rely on touching a fairy's small hand or rubbing the fairy's small waist to enhance the strength of this way. After closing the door and sitting on the futon, Sumu took out a tablet that was covered in green rust and only a faint golden color could be seen. This tablet engraving was a trophy that he had found in the other party's storage pouch after he had killed Tang Sang, a demonic cultivator of the Blood God Sect. At that time, when he used his divine sense to view this tablet, he found that it was like a clay ox entering the sea. and it didn't even make the slightest ripple. Then later on, the people from the Taichu Sect came, and he didn't have time to take a closer look, so he put it away. When he was at the Yunbian town inn, Sumu had taken it out twice to check it out, but neither of them had found any clues. The only oddity was that this door inscription seemed like a bottomless pit, and every time, no matter how much divine sense he released, it would be mercilessly devoured. After every time his divine sense was devoured, Sumu had to recuperate before he could recover. He tried a few times, and even dripped his own blood, but never got anywhere, so he had to give up for the time being. After all, he was preparing to participate in the Taichu Sect entry test at the time, and divine sense was especially crucial and important. He has to be at the top of his game. If he allowed this tablet to devour his divine sense, resulting in the final test result not being passed, it would be a loss. Now that the test results had been passed and he had successfully become an inner disciple, he could check out this odd tablet in peace. Sumu placed it within his palm and slowly probed into the tablet with his divine sense. This time, it was still the same as the previous times. All the divine sense that probed in was received in its entirety, and not a single bit of it leaked out. Sumu lightly grunted, operating all of his divine sense. All of it ruthlessly poured within the tablet, wanting to use it to suppress this strange tablet. However, this tablet engraving was like a who was dissatisfied with her desires, always going deeper and deeper, allowing Sumu's divine consciousness to keep pouring in, and then devouring it away once again, until Sumu had input all of his divine sense into it, and a gust of weakness came from his body, as if he had been emptied out. The steel engraving still didn't change in any way. What the hell is this? Sumu's brows furrowed, and his pale face had a grave expression on it. Perhaps it was because of his 2 lifetimes. His divine sense was already stronger than the average chi refining cultivator, but even so, it still couldn't fill the tablet. After pondering for a moment, Sumu decided to take a different approach, and he tried to catalyze the spiritual chi in his body and channel it towards the tablet. However, just as this spiritual energy entered within the tablet engraving, it was immediately ejected, again leaving no trace behind. You don't eat spiritual energy, only divine sense? You're quite picky. Sumu squinted his eyes and murmured darkly. At this moment, a hot burning sensation suddenly came from this golden tablet, as if it was dissatisfied with Sumu's behavior of inputting spiritual energy just now. Sumu only felt his palms burning and almost threw this tablet out with a fling. Still dare to scold me? Sumu secretly gritted his teeth. In that case, he pulled out a bunch of pills that could replenish his divine sense and sneered. You little burned tablet. I don't believe that this Gongzi can't feed you today. P.S. Thanks for all the gifts from the big guys, they are much appreciated. The current gift value is 138. 1 more chapter added, and 2 more chapters in the evening to show my appreciation. Chapter 62, The Little Thoughts of a Nerdy Girl. As soon as Sumu stuffed the elixir into his mouth, he gulped it down. He then sat on top of the futon and began to close his eyes and concentrate on refining the elixir. The recovery of divine sense was relatively slow, and it wasn't like spiritual energy, where one would get immediate feedback after swallowing an elixir. A full half an incense stick of incense had passed before Sumu opened his eyes, and his originally slightly pale face had become rosy. He felt the power of divine consciousness filling his mind, and his body became comfortable, no longer having the weak feeling of being emptied. That should feed you now, shouldn't it? Sumu coldly snorted and once again opened his divine sense to probe into it. Then, buzz dash. In an instant, a buzzing resounded violently in Sumu's mind. A terrifying to the extreme suction force abruptly burst out from the steel carving, instantly sucking all of Sumu's remaining divine sense into it. He only felt a vast and inexplicable terrifying suction force come upon him, completely devouring his divine sense in an instant. How? Sumu was startled and hurriedly stopped his divine sense infusion. He opened his eyes in shock and looked at the golden tablet in front of him with a grave expression. This burning tablet seemed to have come to a temper as well, and actually took the initiative to start devouring his own divine sense. At that instant just now, Sumu felt a pain as if it was tearing in his mind. It was the intense pain of having his divine sense siphoned off, and although it quickly dissipated, it still made him sweat. If it wasn't for his resolute will, I'm afraid he would have fainted at this moment. What the hell is this thing? Is it alive? Sumu frowned and couldn't help but guess. This made his mind alert. Could it be that this burning monument was still offensive? Sumu pondered for a long time, and finally decided to start with the word stability first, and temporarily gave up probing, so as to avoid any accidents. Divine sense was never child's play for a cultivator and could not be easily damaged. Otherwise it would be troublesome if it affected future cultivation. However, Sumu couldn't give up this tablet. It was definitely hiding some secrets. This put Sumu in a tangle. Forget it, put it aside here for now. Wait until tomorrow to ask senior brother sideways about the origin of this thing, or go to the sect records to check the information. If we still can't confirm the origin of this thing, then we'll have to wait for our strength to increase and slowly study it. Sumu sighed and put the tablet inscription back into the system space, calling it quits for now, intending to wait until tomorrow, regardless of what secrets the steel was hiding. It was impossible for Sumu to risk destroying his foundation to forcefully peer into its mysteries. However, what made Sumu happy was that he realized that the power of divine sense seemed to have grown a tiny bit, a little stronger than before. Sumu secretly thought that perhaps it was because the divine sense had been devoured. This is not bad. The stronger the divine sense is, the better it is always for cultivation. Sumu faintly smiled, no longer dwelling on this matter, got up and walked to the courtyard. Without realizing it, night fell and the moonlight spilled down, banishing the darkness. The quiet evening breeze blew through, bringing a slight sense of coolness to the courtyard. Sumu exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and raised his head to look up at the starry sky, only to see the Milky Way spanning across, bright and boundless. Tonight's full moon is also very beautiful, bright as silver, hanging in the air like water waves rippling away. Soft and warm, Sumu bathed in the moonlight, quiet and peaceful, enjoying the night. His eyes were slightly closed, and his whole person gradually became calm and peaceful, as if he had merged into this tranquility, and his mind became more and more transparent and clear, as if he wanted to merge with heaven and earth. Suddenly, Sumu's ears twitched slightly for a few moments, and he heard some thin and familiar footsteps. He slowly opened his eyes, the corners of his lips lifting slightly in a smile. The footsteps were all too familiar to him, so familiar that he knew who it was without looking. He then flickered slightly and silently appeared at the courtyard wall. Looking down, the first thing that catches the eye is the curved strand of red dull hair, only to see a delicate and exquisite silhouette standing under the eaves of the house, tiptoeing towards his yard. The young girl had a green plain dress wrapped around her hot and delicate body. Her figure was delicate and concave. With her head lowered, she tiptoed around while extending her slender, snow-white jade fingers and gently pushed open a courtyard door. Crunch! The young girl gently closed the door of the courtyard, and then secretly probed to look around. The oozing eyes swept left and right, as if a thief like sneaking, small mouth pursed into a line. After determining that there was no one around, she immediately moved her slender jade legs and walked towards the only room in the courtyard that had a light on, which was Sumu's practice room. Each of her steps was light, trying to keep herself from making any noise, and her aura was weak, obviously using a spell such as astringency. When Sumu saw this scene, he couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head and losing his smile. It seemed that this girl had learned the art of astringency and wanted to test it on herself to see if she could be detected. Sumu didn't reveal it, but looked at her with interest. Soon the young girl crept closer to the room. From the outside, it was a flash of emerald green skirt drilling through the crack of Sumu's window, like a flower picker ready to hunt. However, when the young girl lifted the window, revealing an exquisitely beautiful melon face, her expression suddenly froze. Why is there no one there? Qiong blinked her big eyes and muttered in confusion. She looked around carefully to make sure that no one was in the room, and couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that the male is sleeping in the bedroom? Thinking of this, Qiong's eyes instantly became bright, and even the dull hairs on top of her head stood up. She coughed lightly twice to hide her excitement and turned in the direction of the bedroom. In a short time, she gingerly opened the door to the room and tiptoed inside. Spinning around, he quietly came to the front of the bed, carefully peeled back the veil, and looked inward. Seeing a silhouette lying on the bed, Qiong's heart snickered as she lightly bit her red lips in an expectant yet shy manner. After hesitating for a moment, she took a deep breath, stood on her tiptoes, removed her shoes and socks, revealing those tender lotus root-like little feet, and carefully climbed onto the bed. Gongzi, this big dummy, really didn't notice, eh? The astringent technique taught by master is really good. Qiong flopped down on the bed, secretly pleased with herself. She could already imagine the look of surprise on her son's face when he woke up from his nap tomorrow and realized that there was an additional young girl of unparalleled beauty in his bed. The young girl held her breath, her eyes glowing with a cunningly bright light, tiptoeing, carefully lifting the quilt, ready to lie in Sumu's arms. Well, Qiong froze, only to see that the quilt was just a pillow. Where was the figure of his own son? Swish! Just then, a dark shadow swooped down on the young girl like lightning, startling her instantly. Ghost! Whoa, I was wrong. Woohoo! I don't dare anymore. Qiong hurriedly cowered in the corner, terrified. Where's the little brat with so little guts that he's supposed to learn how to be a flower thief from someone else? At this point, a familiar, lazy voice rang faintly in her ears. P.S. Ask for small gifts. Ask for book pushes. And one more chapter for the party. Chapter 63, Nerdy Girl Asking for a Kiss? Reward her fiercely. Qiong, who was originally shivering, stopped sobbing at once and stiffened her neck to look at the person who spoke. She rubbed her eyes and couldn't help but break into a smile when she saw the handsome man staring playfully at her before her. Gong, gong. Sumu nodded with a smile. So it's still a female flower thief. Qiong tooted her pink little mouth. Aggrieved. Gongzi, you're bullying me again. Sumu skimmed his mouth. You sneak into this Gongzi's room in the middle of the night with the intention of plotting against me. And you say that I'm bullying you. I'm really wrong. Hearing these words, Qiong's pretty face slightly reddened as she lowered her head and blushed a little. I haven't seen Gongzi for so long. Qiong misses you well, she whispered down. Her small face flushed slightly. Qiong then clenched her silver teeth and simply walked directly over, boldly pressing her body close to Sumu's chest. Her body was soft and smelled clean and light. Feeling the warm fragrance and soft jade in his arms, Sumu couldn't help but let out a light sigh. Stretching out his hands and embracing the young girl into his arms, Qiong's pretty face became even more red, and she somewhat shyly buried her face in Sumu's arms, her delicate body snuggling tightly. Did you just say that you missed me? Sumu suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, Qiong's pretty face suddenly became even more shy as she nodded her head slightly and gave a soft Ha! Sumu laughed out softly, reaching out and patting her soft green silk, his tone doting. Gongzi also missed you. Qiong instantly raised her head, her big watery eyes gazing at Sumu with a delight and misty affection that almost overflowed into words. I knew Gongzi missed Qiong too, she said with a dimpled smile, her little head rubbing against Sumu's arms with a face of happy fulfillment. She tilted her head and gazed at Sumu, suddenly blinked and smiled. Gongzi, Qiong learned the breath convergence technique today. Isn't it awesome? Sumu was dumbfounded as he lightly scraped Qiong's upturned nose and softly said, Of course it's awesome. Then can the gentleman fulfill one of Qiong's requests? As a reward, Qiong blinked her soulful eyes with a mischievous and hopeful color. Oh, what kind of request? Just feel free to mention it. Sumu did not hesitate. Gongzi, her voice like mosquito glutinous, then can reward to Qiong a kiss? Sumu was stunned, then smiled lightly and leaned down to kiss Qiong's forehead and pecked gently. Not here. Qiong pouted. Sumu raised his eyebrows and looked at Qiong with a smile as he curiously said, Where is that? Qiong's little face became more and more scarlet, and there was even a faint vapor rising out, emitting a rich fragrance, like a fluffy, creamy rose cupcake freshly baked in a bakery. Of course. Here. Qiong grunted twice and pointed to her pink cherry lips. Sumu smiled once again and leaned down to take in Qiong's little mouth, his tongue slipping into it and entangling with that little snake. Qiong was tingling, as if struck by electric current. Her body softly leaned in Sumu's arms. Next day, the sunlight sprinkled down on the house through the mist, reflecting on Sumu's side face, revealing a flavor of warmth and serenity. Sumu opened his sleepy eyes and watched as the scenery in front of him gradually became clearer. And next to Sumu, a stunningly exquisite and pretty face was quietly leaning against him, a sweet smile hanging at the corner of her mouth in her sleep, as if she was having a beautiful dream. Sumu turned his body sideways and looked at the stunningly beautiful young girl sleeping beside him. Well, wooing sounds spilled out from those pink cherry lips. Qiong's long eyelashes trembled slightly as she slowly opened her eyes and met those smiling gazes. For eyes met and the air was still. Qiong was a bit shy, but she forced herself to raise her pretty face and said sweetly, Good morning, Gongzi. Sumu lightly laughed, reached out and pinched the young girl's pretty face. Little greedy cat. How come you got up later than this, Gongzi? Qiong's pretty face flushed, spat out her cute little tongue, and whispered, Who let Qiong sleep too late last night? Well, before the words finished, she suddenly froze, as if remembering something. A trace of panic flashed across her pretty face, and she hurriedly asked, Gongzi, what hour is it now? It's already almost the end of the 6th hour, 10:20:11:00 am, right? Sumu replied indifferently. Qiong's small face suddenly changed when she heard this, and she quickly struggled to get up, put on her shoes and socks and hurriedly ran out the door with staggering steps. Wait, what are you doing? Sumu asked curiously. Qiong had an appointment with her master yesterday to practice this morning. The young girl turned her head and said sharply, and then she hurriedly left, disappearing from Sumu's line of sight. Sumu looked at the back of her staggering steps and slightly shook his head with a smile. The morning breeze was cool and brisk. Sumu sat on the stone table in the courtyard, drinking tea and enjoying the cozy leisure. At this point, eldest senior brother Lu Qingjun arrived as promised. Junior brother, let's go. Today senior brother will take you to the merit law pavilion to select a merit law. Lu Qingjun had a white robe that was immaculate, and he was radiant. The whole person's temperament was as unassuming as an exiled immortal. Thank you, elder brother. Sumu arched his hand. No need to be polite. Lu Qingjun waved his hand and casually said, By the way, there's been some unrest lately, so don't just go out of the mountain gate. Sumu was slightly stunned and asked curiously, "What's wrong, senior brother? What happened?" "It's not that blood god sect. The last time they used deception to try to snatch my Taichu Sect's chance, but I destroyed it. And now they're harboring a grudge and hunting my Taichu Sect disciples all over the place." When Lu Qingjun said this, a touch of ice cold to the extreme chilliness surged in his eyes. "So that's how it is." Sumu came to a realization, then revealed a look of adoration. "Senior brother is worthy of being the strongest young generation of my Taichu Sect. The blood god sect's plots and tricks are nothing in front of senior brother. It's just a coincidence," Lu Qingjun said indifferently. But soon his face was grave again, and he said in a deep voice, "But the blood god sect is not weak. You should be careful when you go out in the future. These devilish cultivators are ruthless and will do anything to achieve their goals. In case you meet any dangers, just run for your life, and remember not to get attached to the battle." "Many thanks for senior brother's teachings," Sumu gratefully said. Lu Qingjun nodded. "Let's go to the Merit Law Pavilion." Instead, he didn't call out his wolfsbane, but instead reached out and waved his hand. In the next moment, the two of them, he and Sumu, instantly appeared above the clouds and flew towards the Merit Law Pavilion. On the way, Sumu couldn't help but pry, Elder brother has something that has been bottled up in his heart for a long time. I don't know when to ask or not to ask." Chapter 64, The Origin of the Mysterious Tablet. The chicken fairy who missed Sumu's body. Lu Qingjun cast a sidelong glance. "Speak." Sumu looked around, lowered his voice, and came closer to ask, "Elder brother, that devil cultivator you chased after outside of Anning town last time, what exactly is the result? Have you ever chased him?" When Lu Qingjun saw Sumu close to her, her eyebrows raised and she didn't move a step to the side before faintly saying, "Not yet." That demonic cultivator was none other than an elder of the blood god sect, truly treacherous. "I failed to catch him up." Lu Qingjun spoke frankly and bluntly, his face free of embarrassment and calm. Even with senior brother's strength, he failed to chase him? Sumu was stunned. "Well, that devil cultivator actually sacrificed his entire body's essence blood and performed the blood escape method, disappearing without a trace in an instant. While I was entangled by other devil cultivators at that time, it was difficult to separate myself for a while, so I only had to attack him with a blow in a hurry." Lu Qingjun clenched his fists as a trace of icy killing intent swept across his gaze. Sumu's face sank, and he couldn't help but be staggered. "This blood escape method is so powerful?" Lu Qingjun nodded slightly. "The blood god sect's blood escape method has always been treacherous, using the depletion of one's own essence and blood as a price in exchange for a short period of extremely fast escape. But with such evil arts, once they are performed, the energy is greatly injured, and besides, he received a heavy blow from me, so I'm sure that even if that demonic cultivator survives, he will certainly not fare well." Sumu nodded thoughtfully and analyzed. "So that's how it is. It seems that this demonic cultivator might have died somewhere, causing this blood god sect to fail to obtain this chance as well, which is why he's so furious." Lu Qingjun raised his eyebrows slightly and glanced at Sumu with quite a bit of surprise, his eyes deep. "How do you know that demonic cultivator snatched the opportunity?" At this point, a cool breeze sweeps through, blowing up the corners of the duo's coats. Sumu's face didn't change as he calmly replied, "That day in the mountain forest outside of Anning town, senior brother heard senior brother Shui Yang and senior sister Shin Yue dance and their conversations, so he thus learned about it." A flash of realization flashed through Lu Qingjun's eyes and he nodded gently. "You analyzed it correctly. That demonic cultivator must not have returned to the blood god sect. Either he has died somewhere, or he is in hiding, or he has left the central state far away with his chance." Sumu let out a long sigh and said with some indignation, "If it's the first scenario, then it's fine, but if it's the latter too, then it's really letting this damned devil cultivator take advantage of the situation." Lu Qingjun smiled faintly and said in relief, "Junior senior brother is so cynical. He will definitely be an outstanding righteous cultivator in the future, adding to the glory of my Taichu Sect." Sumu looked solemn. "This is natural. My generation of righteous people will definitely get rid of the demons and defend the way, guarding the peace of this world." Lu Qingjun nodded slightly and faintly said, "The road to cultivation is long, and it is important not to be hasty. Although the matter of that demonic cultivator is not over for the time being, there is no need to get too hung up on it. What we need to do at the moment is to cultivate hard and raise our own cultivation level to meet more challenges in the future." Sumu clenched his fists. His gaze was firm, and he solemnly responded, "Don't worry, senior brother. I will redouble my efforts and get rid of these devilish evil thieves for the sect as soon as possible." Lu Qingjun pursed his lips and smiled. The coldness in those deep black eyes seemed to have melted a little, and a faint color flashed. This little senior brother. I remembered that when I first met him, he was still a bit ignorant and green. He was very cautious of everything around him, and he was even able to lay down his life to the death in order to protect his companions. It seems to be more than that these days. His pure and fiery eyes were still filled with the pursuit of justice, as well as cynicism towards the devil's way. This made Liu Qingjun feel as if he had seen himself once. The more Liu Qingjun thought about it, the more he felt that Su Mu was a moldable talent, and in time, he would be able to become the mainstay of the Taichu Sect. Perhaps, one can still support each other with him in the future path of cultivation. Senior brother. Senior brother has always been curious as to what kind of chance that is. It could make the Blood God sect care so much. At this moment, Su Mu suddenly asked out of the blue, his eyes filled with incomprehension and pure curiosity. He had gone around in circles for the purpose of inquiring about it. Liu Qingjun came back to his senses. His eyes looked at the curious-looking Su Mu, and after a moment of silence, he slowly said, "Some days ago, one of the inner disciples of Bixia Peak, that Shui Yang as you call him, he mistakenly entered an ancient secret realm full of prohibitions while he was out, and he wasn't strong enough to risk it alone, so he hung around in the mission hall. When I saw this mission, I took a few Yuaning stage elders as well as disciples who wanted to go exploring together to check it out. As a result, this news somehow leaked out and was learned by the Blood God sect, so they planned to sabotage it by secretly pretending to be disciples of the Taichu Sect and working together inside and outside. But what none of us thought was that there was something else inside that secret place called the Tsangyu Ancient Cave." As he said this, Liu Qingjuan's gaze condensed, and a coldness flashed in his eyes. "That day, after I opened the secret realm's prohibition, the immortal light was 10,000 feet high, and a golden steel engraving covered in rust surfaced in the immortal light, and at that time, I knew that it must not be an extraordinary object. When the Blood God sect's people saw this, they immediately went out to grab it. After a fight, the tablet was taken away by that Blood God sect elder who took advantage of the chaos, and then later on everything happened, just as you see it." After Su Mu quietly listened to Liu Qingjuan's description, he also showed a look of regret. "What a pity, that golden tablet engraving is so extraordinary. It must be a treasure undoubtedly. If senior brother can obtain it, he will be able to increase his strength greatly." Liu Qingjun shook his head, and without any regret on his face, he said frankly, "Since I didn't obtain this item, it means that I don't have a destiny with it. This is the destiny of heaven, and I can't force it." Su Mu secretly sighed with emotion. Worthy of being the most outstanding peerless heavenly pride of the young generation of the Taichu Sect, not only did he have outstanding qualifications and a solid heart, but he also had this kind of open-mindedness and temperament. "Senior brother is truly a great hero, a model for my generation," Su Mu praised. Liu Qingjun waved his hand. Then, "Senior brother, do you think that the owner of that secret realm is a devil's way cultivator, or a righteous way cultivator?" Su Mu suddenly asked. Liu Qingjun pondered slightly for a moment and faintly said, "I see that there is no evil aura remaining in that cave. Instead it is filled with majestic and vast spiritual power. Obviously someone has deliberately set up a spirit-gathering spell formation for it. At least it doesn't look like the work of the devil's way." After a pause, he added, "It's just that it's densely covered with prohibitions and crises, so we also suffered heavy losses." Su Mu nodded, his heart understanding. If it wasn't a devil cultivator, then the danger value of this tablet inscription could be lowered by a few points. But it was only a few points. After all, some righteous cultivators could be even more terrifying than devil cultivators when they blackened up. Had to be defended. Having gotten the news he wanted to get, Su Mu didn't continue with this topic, and instead chatted with Liu Qingjun about the quest hall. This mission hall was a very important part of the Taichu sect. There were two types of quests within the Great Hall. One was issued from within the sect. Hundreds of them are released every month to supply the clan disciples to practice, and there are also rewards to be received after completing the tasks. The other is a task issued by an individual. This so-called individual could be one of the sect's elders, a disciple of the sect, or even other cultivators who did not belong to the Taichu sect. For example, there were many less powerful immortal cultivation families that would come to the Taichu sect to ask for assistance when they encountered insurmountable difficulties or encountered powerful demonic beasts. All that is required is proof of identity and payment of a reward to post a bounty. The rewards for this kind of mission were basically incomparably generous, enough to be worth the harvest of an ordinary cultivator's 3 to 5 years, or even 10 years of hard cultivation. Of course, the risk of the mission was also extremely high, and once you failed, you would be seriously injured if you failed, or you might fall. That was why generally only disciples who were extremely confident in their own strength would choose such a task to earn payment. As for most ordinary disciples, they preferred the first type of quests, because although the rewards for the quests issued by the sect were not exorbitant, they were better than safe and reliable. Su Mu and Liu Qingjun chatted idly with each other, and soon arrived at the place where the Merit Law Pavilion was located. Meanwhile, Yunbian town at the foot of the Taichu Gate Mountain. In the tea house, the underground cave. In the dark and dim light, a woman wearing a snow-white gauze dress with a delicate face was leisurely drinking tea. It was Ji Hazelmoon, Fairy Ji, who had unconditionally gifted Sumu the immortal ascension order that day. And in front of her, there stood a huge Dan furnace that emitted a strange medicinal fragrance and was dark red in color. The Dan furnace gurgled, its lid half lifted, and vaguely there seemed to be a scarlet and incomparably strange liquid rolling around. Around the Dan furnace, there were also 4 women with black flames wrapped around their bodies. Each of them held a cauldron, and they were urging the flames in the furnace to maintain the stability of this furnace. Ji Hazelmoon put down her tea, looked at the Dan furnace with interest, and murmured, "I don't know when that little guy called Sumu will come down from the mountain. Nujia, this pot of 10 perfect soup has been prepared for him for a long time. P.S. I wish you all readers a happy Tanabata, and all the evening with a good companion to spend a good time together. If there are any female readers out there, then I also wish you a night of booing and gifts from handsome men. If there are any tomboy readers, oh, and may you have fierce men to keep you company. Ahem. Today, the cold side also take a leave of absence. The afternoon to accompany the object shopping to see a movie to go. Temporarily one more. If you come back early in the evening, you will make up for it today. If you come back too late, then you will make up for it tomorrow. Last but not least, I'm still begging for a small gift. Begging for a push. Begging for a push. Thank you. Thank you. Your support is the motivation for Coldface to keep on writing. Love you guys. Chapter 65 Senior Brother. You smell so good. Elder G. You really haven't misjudged him. I heard that the cultivator called Sumu successfully passed the test and obtained one of those 10 spots, and is now an inner disciple of the Taichu Sect. A wonderful woman wearing a light gauze dress with a charming face stood behind Ji Hazelmoon and said with a smile, "Yes, Elder G. You are really powerful. As long as you control that cultivator called Sumu, it's equivalent to grasping the movements of the inner disciples of the Taichu Sect. This is much more useful than the puppets we controlled before." Several other women chimed in, admiration spreading across their faces. Ji Hazelmoon sat lazily on a soft chair, caressing the hair on her temples, her mouth holding a smile, her eyes lost in thought. As long as that little fellow is obedient, this elder will naturally not treat him poorly. When she thought of Sumu's handsome face, Ji Hazelmoon's heart surged with a touch of strangeness. A pair of wonderful eyes blinked gently, causing ripples. She actually didn't expect that Sumu could bring such a big surprise, that he would directly become an inner disciple of the Taichu Sect. Next, as long as patiently waiting for Sumu to come to her again, then she can directly put the other party into this Dan furnace, refined into a blood slave. Her plan will be half successful. However, in an instant, Ji Hazelmoon hid this trace of emotion in the depths of her eyes and continued to ask, "By the way, can you guys investigate clearly what other peculiarities this Sumu possesses besides having 10 lineage spirit roots? As far as my subordinates know from their investigation, this newly promoted inner disciple doesn't have any background, and should be a casual cultivator from a remote area," a woman said back. Ji Hazelmoon nodded slightly at her words. If that was the case, then it would be better for her to get down to business, without any worries at all. It could be said that Sumu was simply born with the blood slave saint body. Alright, this elder understands. All of you retreat. Remember, make sure to keep a close eye on the various entrances and exits of Yunbian town, and once you discover any traces of Sumu, immediately report back to this elder. After saying that, Ji Hazelmoon waved her hand, signaling that the women could leave. However, the women did not move, but looked at each other. Elder G. I heard that the young cultivator called Sumu is extremely handsome. I wonder if he can be rewarded for my subordinates to play with before he is practiced as a blood slave. At this time, the flirtatious woman next to her suddenly opened her mouth as she stuck out her tongue and licked the corners of her lips, a few moments of lustful longing coming out of her eyes. The rest of the women sniffed and looked sideways, their eyes flickering with a hint of greed and desire, their faces full of anticipation. They had obviously also long coveted Sumu's appearance for a long time. When Ji Hazelmoon heard this, she raised her eyebrows and snorted softly and coldly. Nonsense! Those are my carefully selected blood slaves. Are they not tools for you to play with and fulfill your desires as you please? The previous blood slaves you toyed with are all yours to toy with. This Sumu categorically won't do. Hearing Ji Hazelmoon's unceremonious and decisive refusal, a flash of regret flashed across the bottom of the woman's eyes and she skimmed her lips. Elder G. It's not like a few of us are going to suck him dry. It's just a taste at most. We can't let us work with empty bellies. Right, 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 Right. It's also been a while since I've tasted a man's flavor, and with less of that essence to nourish me, it feels like my skin is sagging. Me too. Since I came to this cloud border town, acting everywhere is inconvenient. Every day fearful, just afraid that one day by the Taichu Sect's cultivators to find out. Living is really too pitiful. Alas, who says it isn't? The Mr. Horn I brought from the Blood God sect is almost worn down to a needle. The other few women also sighed, their eyes complaining sadly with a pathetic look, obviously fed up with the environment here. Hearing this, G. Hazelmoon furrowed her brows as a wisp of disgust swept across the bottom of her eyes. If it wasn't for the sake of completing her mission so that she could return to the Blood God sect's main altar, she wouldn't even care to work with these mediocre people in front of her. However, the background of this group of women was not simple, and the fathers of a few of them were inextricably linked to the higher-ups of the Blood God sect's branch. She didn't want to be easily offended just yet. After thinking for a moment, G. Hazelmoon sighed. Alright, this elder promises you guys just that. As long as Sumu comes down here, I'll let you guys enjoy his fresh taste. Thank you Elder G for your grace. LOL, long live Elder G. Several women were instantly delighted, each excited beyond measure. These idiots, she cursed, but intense killing intent flashed in the depths of her eyes. If she hadn't been forced by the situation, why would she, the most outstanding disciple of the Blood God sect's headquarters, have to be so submissive? When this mission was completed and she returned to the day of the General Forum, she must find a chance to kill these few foxy girls in front of her. Return to General. These 4 words were like a magic sound that pierced G. Hazelmoon's mind, touching on some sort of taboo and causing her eyes to grow dark. Han Yong, after I complete this mission and return to the Blood God sect's main altar, I will definitely break you into pieces. After a long time, G. Hazelmoon suppressed the anger and hatred in her heart and slowly closed her eyes, falling into a false sleep, while behind G. Hazelmoon, a group of women were looking excited, with a look of excitement in their eyes. Sumu, this name is destined to be the object of their imagination tonight. In the meantime, Taichu Sect, Merit Law Pavilion. Achoo! Sumu, who was closely following behind Lu Qingjun, suddenly sneezed, and his entire body leaned forward fiercely. The two people were already very close, and this sneeze made Sumu almost stick to Lu Qingjun's body. Lu Qingjun could not help but frown when he sensed the difference behind him and looked back. Junior brother, what's wrong with you? Sumu was originally rubbing his nose when he suddenly sniffed his nose twice and subconsciously said, Senior brother, you smell so good. Lu Qingjun, he lifted his sleeve and sniffed, not smelling any of the so-called scent, and his heart settled down slightly. Then he frowned, and the coldness in his dark eyes suddenly surged, and the temperature around him instantly dropped several degrees steeply. This little junior, what was he thinking about all day? Even words like senior brother, you smell good can be said. If you dare to say such things today, won't you have to do something to your senior brother tomorrow? Ridiculous. It's ridiculous. This crookedness must be educated and never condoned. Lu Qingjun took a deep breath and inwardly said so. P.S. Sorry. Got up late today. Woke up already at noon. I'm afraid I can only write 2 chapters today. Tomorrow to make up for it. The data is getting worse and worse, and there is no motivation to write. Wait for 200,000 words book test. Change the title of the book to try to see if you can change the fate of it. Chapter 66 Only children make choices, adults want it all. Of course, it was a good thing that Sumu sensed the fierce killing intent coming from Lu Qingjuan's body. Immediately, his body stiffened, and he hurriedly explained with a sarcastic smile. Don't get me wrong, senior brother. I did smell a scent just now. It's probably the scent of the flowers next to me. Lu Qingjun swept him with an icy gaze, and only after seeing Sumu's awkward expression that didn't seem to be fake did she gradually collect her breath. It's just a matter of sparing him this time. If there is a next time. Lu Qingjuan's eyes narrowed, hiding a bitterly cold aura. Go. He then dropped a faint sentence and turned to continue walking forward. Sumu's heart slightly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this, secretly saying that he was so close just now. How could he have said his inner words? However, he could be certain that the scent he had just smelled was definitely not some flowery scent. It was the scent of his senior brother's own body. This kind of fragrance is not rouge, water powder or perfumed balm emitted, but the senior brother body is unique. The world does not have any kind of fragrance can be compared or even similar to the body fragrance. Or maybe, the legendary scent of virginity. The reason why Sumu dared to confirm so much was because he could smell Huang Qinger's ethereal orchid fragrance every day, including the sword-wielding Sister Mu, Sister Mui, who likes to refine weapons, and the ancient and passionate Sister Su. Even on Master Wenrun, there was such a peculiar body fragrance on his body. Only elder brother's body scent was slightly more muted, and perhaps because of the problem of the attire of the elder brother, Sumu always felt that the aroma on the elder brother was more ethereal and sprightly, with a kind of dust-clearing and untainted sense of transcendence, like the ice lotus of the cold pool, cold and lonely, rejecting people beyond the 1,000 miles. One could not suppress a sense of conquest from the bottom of one's heart. Thinking of this, Sumu's face couldn't help but look odd, and he couldn't help but sniff again. Lu Qingjun suddenly turned her head and looked at Sumu. Sumu's heart jumped. His face instantly returned to normal, and he hurriedly followed, smilingly asking, "Senior brother, I wonder what technique you're planning to pick for me, ah?" Lu Qingjun glanced at him, and only when she saw that his face was calm did the concerns in her heart slowly recede. But thinking about Sumu's behavior just now, Lu Qingjun felt that he still couldn't give this junior apprentice brother a good face. Otherwise he didn't know what other out-of-character actions he would do. Thinking of this, Lu Qingjun's face remained taut and feigned indifference. Indifferently, he opened his mouth. "I intend to allow you to enter the third floor of the Merit Pavilion to pick out your techniques in martial arts. Are you willing to do so?" Yes. Sumu was full of promise. The third floor. That was a place where only core disciples were qualified to set foot. It was said that the basic techniques and martial arts stored on the third floor of the Merit Pavilion were all exquisite, and one could even occasionally come across some precious inherited techniques. The power of each of these techniques was strong and unparalleled, and if one cultivated them, one's battle power would multiply. Although Sumu said that there were already hundreds of feats and martial arts that he had learned, and there were countless powerful feats among them, he still couldn't help but look forward to it inwardly. After all, this was the inheritance of the Taichu Sect, so maybe he had picked up a supreme technique when his protagonist's aura exploded. "Keep up," Lu Qingjun faintly said. After saying that, he took a straight step and walked forward. Sumu hurriedly followed. Soon, the two of them passed through the layers of the pavilion and arrived in front of the third floor of the Merit Law Pavilion. The Merit Law Pavilion was divided into 9 floors, and each floor was equipped with a prohibition, and the only way to enter was to hold a token. Lu Qingjun stood in front of the door and easily entered it with his token in hand. What immediately came into sight was a vast and expansive space, like stars suspended in mid-air, bright and dazzling. The aura here was incomparably thick, far superior to the outside world by more than 10 times. It was simply a treasure land for cultivation, and what attracted Sumu the most was the densely placed and neatly arranged jade shelves here, on which were displayed all kinds of jade slips. At a glance, the sheer number of them is simply appalling. Are they all feats of martial arts? Sumu was surprised. There are a total of over 88,000 jade slips on this level, all of which are the techniques and martial arts collected by the Taichu Sect over the years. Lu Qingjun opened his mouth. The Taichu Sect is truly worthy of being a great power. Sumu took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, his eyes blazing as he wandered through the rows of jade slips. "It's too slow to find it this way," Lu Qingjun said indifferently, only to see him take out a jade tablet and place it on a groove at his side. All of a sudden, a buzzing resounded, and a single text was displayed on top of the jade plate. Xianxian Underworld Technique, Heavenly Thunder Decree, Yin Yang Double Dragon Fist, Big Dipper 5 Thunder Fingers, Divine Heaven Sword Code, Heavenly Flame Blade Technique, Wind and Cloud Technique. Take a look at these feats. They are all more suitable for your spiritual roots. Lu Qingjun handed the jade tablet to Sumu. Sumu froze. He was originally preparing to check these feats one by one. Who knew that his senior brother had actually finished sifting through them for himself? "Thank you, senior." Sumu was not polite and reached out to accept the jade tablet. "Although you are a 10-system spirit root, it is impossible to cultivate all of them. You need to choose 1 or 2 spirit roots for your main cultivation, and the rest are all auxiliary. I wonder what you're going to choose." Lu Qingjun's tone was light, but a hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes. He was also surprised about Sumu's 10 spiritual roots, and was even more curious to know what Sumu would choose. After all, 10 lineage spirit roots were too rare. Even in the records of the Taichu Sect, there had been no such precedent. Sumu looked up at Lu Qingjun, and after a moment of contemplation, he asked, "If senior brother possessed 10 lineage spiritual roots, what would senior brother choose?" In fact, Sumu had already made a decision in his mind. Only kids make choices. Adults want it all, of course. But this kind of word Sumu couldn't say right now, because it was too shocking, and would surely attract the opposition of his senior brother as well as his master and others. Other people's 3 spiritual roots would choose to give up 1 and specialize in 2 of them, while he had 10 spiritual roots, and surprisingly, he still didn't give up and chose to cultivate all of them. This definitely belonged to the general existence of an alien in the eyes of others. Even the most talented existence would not dare to cultivate all 10 spiritual roots at the same time. It was only because Sumu possessed the system that he dared to choose this path. Lu Qingjun pondered for a moment and laughed softly. "If there is a day when I possess 10 spiritual roots, I will choose to specialize in the wind and thunder attributes, and supplement with water and fire, and put the rest of the spiritual roots on hold for now. Hearing this, Sumu couldn't help but nod his head. Such a choice was indeed in line with common sense, but that's just my choice. As for you, you naturally have to choose with your own thoughts and not be swayed by others, Lu Qingjun faintly said. Sumu nodded, and then began to carefully observe the jade slip in his hand. After a moment, he frowned and kept shaking his head. What? There's no gongfu you like? Lu Qingjun was surprised. No. Sumu shook his head and continued to scrutinize the jade slip. After a long time, he sighed and spoke. Senior brother, is there any kind of gongfu here that only has half of a remnant scroll? Or one that no one has asked for a long time? And even more so, no one can practice it? Lu Qingjun? Sumu was still continuing. If you really can't, it's okay to bring me those feats with names that seem lofty, such as what is the 6 paths of reincarnation skill, the 9 extremes of heavenly emperor skill, the Tai chaos skill, the invincible sword body skill, and the heavenly scripture of creation. Lu Qingjun. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he looked at Sumu with an odd expression on his face. These aren't available either. Ha! Sumu shook his head in disappointment. Lu Qingjun had a few black lines floating on his forehead, and said without any good humor, what you're talking about? This senior brother has never heard of it. Forget it then. Give me a set of Taichu sword skills then. Sumu shrugged his shoulders and said rather regretfully. It wasn't that he didn't want to choose the technique here, but even if he did, he was too lazy to cultivate it himself. With this time, it would be better to figure out how you can touch the fairy's little hand more often. Lu Qingjun was stunned at his words. There is no Taichu sword skill here. Ha! Sumu was surprised. Lu Qingjun's face darkened as he said indifferently. The Taichu sword technique is at the 2nd level. It's a moderate sword technique, and it can only be cultivated up to the void refining stage. It's a lot inferior to the 3rd level of the technique. Are you sure? Okay. Sumu nodded his head without hesitation. Then with a solemn expression, he seriously said, there are no trashy feats, only trashy users. Even if the feats are even more ordinary, as long as they are cultivated with dedication, they will eventually exert great power. Lu Qingjun was dumbfounded and couldn't help but measure Sumu. This little master sure is some fun. Are you sure? Lu Qingjun asked again. Aha! Sumu nodded heavily. Since you insist, I'll take you to pick it out. Lu Qingjun nodded in agreement, then led Sumu in the direction of the 2nd floor of the Merit Law Pavilion. Sumu followed. Just as the two of them walked out of the 3rd floor of the Merit Law Pavilion, 2 figures, one tall and one short, walked towards them. Sumu's footsteps lurched, and his eyes looked toward the slightly shorter figure. Chapter 67. The Great Elder once again took in a disciple. The door was closed tightly, but there were still windows left open. The slightly shorter figure with dark skin and plain appearance was none other than Li Ergu, whom Sumu hadn't seen for many days. At this time, his face was invisible to the usual introvertedness, and his expression became much more confident, revealing an inexplicable luster in his eyes. The whole person seems to have been transformed, and is a different person from what he once was. If it wasn't for the fact that his height and size hadn't changed too much yet, Sumu really wouldn't have been able to recognize him a bit. And the figure in front of him was no one else. It was none other than the great elder of the Taichu Sect, Chu Tianya. Ha! Li Ergu also saw Lu Qingjun and Sumu, and a trace of joy first flashed in his eyes, but then he looked at Chu Tianya, hesitated, and still didn't dare to move. Go on. No need to be formal. Although Chu Tianya didn't turn around, Li Erdog's demeanor was known to him, and he faintly said. Li Erdog immediately gave a respectful salute. Many thanks, master. He then immediately took 2 quick steps forward and walked until he reached Sumu, arching his hand and saying, Greetings, senior brother Lu. Gongzi. Lu Qingjun nodded slightly, counting it as a return greeting. Sumu looked him up and down, smiled gratefully, and patted his shoulder vigorously. Haven't seen you for a few days. You seem to have grown taller. Li Erdog smiled coyly and scratched his head. Master teacher has taught me well. Not only did he let me practice diligently, he also gave me various medicinal baths. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Chu Tianya again with a look of gratitude in his eyes. Sumu's heart stirred. Then he also looked at Chu Tianya on the side and respectfully saluted. Many thanks to the Grand Elder for taking care of Sacred Element. Disciple Sumu. Meet the Grand Elder. Chu Tianya slowly turned around and surveyed Sumu, then faintly smiled. Shang Yuan is my Chu Tianya's close disciple. It's only right that I take care of him. On the contrary, you, being able to break through the 6th level of Qi refining in such a short period of time, you seem to be quite perceptive as well. Sumu humbly smiled. Great Elder is too kind. It was just a fluke for my disciple. Chu Tianya's gaze was deep as he suddenly added, "Do you still remember what this elder said to you in the Great Hall?" Sumu froze and asked tentatively, "The words of the great elder who said he would take me as his disciple?" He was a little apprehensive in his heart. He didn't know what Chu Tianya was doing by saying this. This old man wouldn't hold a grudge, right? Zhang Tianya nodded gently and said indifferently, "That day in the Great Hall, this elder said that you and I had no destiny, but now it seems that you and I still have some destiny. This elder can make another exception. If you are willing to worship me as your teacher, you still have a chance now. I don't know, what do you think?" Sumu was once again stunned. This time he was really a bit stunned. Was this 10 series lower grade spiritual root of his own really so sought after? How could it make the Grand Elder express his desire to take on a disciple again and again? Or maybe, the Great Elder noticed something unusual about himself? Thinking of this, Sumu's heart sank slightly, and his mind raced, quickly thinking about how to refuse. It was fine to refuse once, but if he kept on refusing, it would be too much of a disrespect to this Grand Elder. Moreover, the other party was not only the Grand Elder, but also a harmonization stage cultivator, only one step away from the Mahayana stage, one of the topmost combatants of the Taichu Sect. If he annoyed him, I'm afraid his future path would be much harder. Chu Tianya looked at the brooding Sumu and didn't make a sound to disturb him, but instead quietly stared at Sumu with those bottomless eyes. It wasn't that he wanted to take Sumu as his disciple on a whim, but the first time he saw Sumu, he had a very strong premonition. This premonition told him that Sumu's future achievements might be immeasurable. At that time, when he saw Li Sheng Yuan, who possessed a heavenly spiritual root, he didn't even have such a premonition. With strength at his level, premonitions tended to be very accurate, which was why Chu Tianya had gotten the idea of taking on a disciple. It was just that at that time, Sumu had rejected him, and in that kind of public, in order to take care of his face, he naturally couldn't force a junior to worship his master. Now that he had met Sumu again, that premonition of his became even stronger, especially after seeing that Sumu's realm had actually completed a breakthrough in just a few days. Chu Tianya was even more convinced of the premonition in his heart. This kind of cultivation speed was simply not something that an inferior spirit root could do. Both of them were silent for a moment, just as Sumu was planning to speak out again to refuse. A slender figure suddenly stood in front of him, shielding him from the line of sight of Grand Elder Chu Tianya. "Disciple Lu Qingjun, meet the Grand Elder." Lu Qingjun bowed and saluted. Chu Tianya nodded slightly and said indifferently, "Well, greet your master for this elder." Lu Qingjun smiled faintly. "Master has always been very good. It's just that there's one thing that disciple doesn't know." "Speak." Chu Tianya glanced at him. "It is naturally a blessing for my youngest senior brother that the Grand Elder is able to take a liking to my youngest senior brother, but as far as I know, the Great Elder has already taken a shut-in disciple in the Great Hall, and now he wants to take my junior senior brother as his disciple. Could it be that he has closed the door twice without closing it tightly?" Lu Qingjun was not humble. The corners of his mouth were smiling. He looked gentle, but his words hid a sense of questioning. Chu Tianya narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the fearless Lu Qingjun, and suddenly the corner of his mouth hooked up into a playful arc as he leisurely said, "The door is naturally closed tightly, but there are still windows left open, and this elder still needs a window-closing disciple." Lu Qingjun, Sumu. Lu Qingjun's face stiffened and he couldn't help but roll his eyes. No wonder the master always said that the Great Elder was a man of uncertainty and inscrutable temperament, and it was true to his name. Reasoning with this kind of person was simply a waste of words. "Grand Elder, you are the clan's Grand Elder. Please be careful with this kind of matter." Lu Qingjun opened his mouth to dissuade him. "Unbridled!" Chu Tianya coldly shouted and glared at Lu Qingjun. "Humph!" Lu Qingjun snorted coldly and glared back unwillingly. "Well, this elder knows that in your heart you are unwilling to worship another person as your master. But although the matter of changing masters is not common, it has also existed since ancient times, and this matter also depends on how Sumu himself decides." Chu Tianya waved his hand, with a look of laziness to bother with Lu Qingjun, and then looked at Sumu, revealing a kind and benevolent look. "This elder knows that you are hesitant in your heart, but this elder can first assure you that as long as you worship under this elder's seat, this elder will cultivate you wholeheartedly before closing the door, allowing you to enter the foundation establishment stage in the shortest possible time." Chu Tianya spoke with extreme certainty, clearly having a great grasp of this matter. Hearing his words, Lu Qingjun couldn't help but frown with some displeasure in his heart. This old man in the end, in front of their own face to dig their own little brother, but also do not want to point Billy in? This old man, too unkind. Lu Qingjun inwardly cursed. If he wasn't really unable to beat the other party, he would have wanted to light up his wolfsbane and give the other party a hard hammering right now. However, what the Grand Elder had promised was indeed a huge temptation for a chi refining stage cultivator. even more so than obtaining a spiritual weapon. This caused Lu Qingjun to be a little apprehensive inside as well, and he slightly sidestepped his body, his gaze nervously looking towards Su Mu. Chapter 68, Elder Brother's person smells good. His hands are small, and his legs are still thin. Li Someone looked left and right from the side, and finally his eyes focused on his own son as well. Inwardly, he couldn't help but feel that the Duke deserved to be a Duke. No matter where he was the center of attention in general. Even if he possessed a heavenly spiritual root, in front of the Duke it was still like the light of a glowworm meeting the white moon. Insignificant. He secretly clenched his fists, and secretly decided in his heart that after he returned from jumping the feats, he would definitely cultivate hard. I'll try to barely keep up with the Duke's back the next time I see him again. At this moment, Su Mu's mind was also in a trance. He didn't expect the Grand Elder to be so shameless, and even more so, he didn't expect his senior brother, Lu Qingjun, to contradict the Grand Elder for his sake. Su Mu's heart was mixed at this time, but more than anything, he was still moved by his senior brother, especially when he recalled the dashing stance of his senior brother's upright figure as he stood in front of him and shielded him behind him without hesitation. It was simply too handsome. And how can you not love a person who still smells good and has tiny hands and thin legs? Ugh! Su Mu shook his head violently, shaking off the chaotic things in his head. Su Mu, how can you still be imagining things at this time? Su Mu hastily suppressed the charming thoughts within himself, and at this point, Chu Tianya looked at Lu Qingjuan's nervous expression and smiled faintly, then looked at Su Mu. Again, if you agree, then this elder will immediately order someone to notify your master and have her come to hand over to you. As soon as Chu Tianya's words fell, Su Mu raised his head. First, he looked at eldest senior brother Lu Qingjun and gave him a reassuring look. Then he looked at Chu Tianya with a resolute gaze and slowly said, Great Elder's generous love. Senior is flattered. Only that senior already has a master. I'm afraid I can't do anything to betray my master, so please forgive me for not being able to say yes. Chu Tianya stuttered at his words, seemingly not expecting Su Mu to once again reject so categorically, and the look on his face couldn't help but chill for 3 points. Lu Qingjuan's heart that had been hanging in the air also fell, and she sighed in relief. Su Mu did not notice the change in his senior brother's expression as he calmly gazed at Chu Tianya and continued, Great Elder, disciple is not an insensitive person, but you should also understand that master teacher treats disciple with the same kindness as he would do again, and now that you have proposed such excessive conditions, if disciple still agrees to it, would I not become an ungrateful person? Furthermore, the qualifications of the late generation are dull, so I'm afraid that I will fail the Great Elder's hard work. I also hope that the Great Elder will understand. Chu Tianya's eyes flickered as he stared at Su Mu for a long time before he slowly collected the coldness on his face and slowly said, You do have a few bones. Disciple is terrified. Su Mu lowered his head, not daring to look at Chu Tianya. Since that's the case, then this elder won't force it. But if you have any difficulties in the future, just come to this elder, and this elder will do his best. Su Mu nodded and arched his hand in thanks. Many thanks to the Grand Elder. Aha! Chu Tianya let out a light humph and turned to leave, his footsteps suddenly stopping as he walked to the threshold and faintly said, Remember, you'll never get another chance like this again either. Disciple honors the teachings. Su Mu bowed in a hurry. The Grand Elder was then seen stepping into the 3rd floor of the Merit Law Pavilion. Seeing this, Li Erga was too late to say something to Su Mu, and could only hurriedly look at him, and then hurriedly followed him. Seeing the two disappear from sight, Lu Qingjun let out a long sigh of relief, a pleased smile on his face. Junior brother, you sort of made the right choice. Su Mu smiled and said, I also didn't expect that the Grand Elder would want to take me as a disciple again. Lu Qingjun sighed. The Grand Elder's character is inherently gloomy and never follows common sense, but you don't have to worry. As long as he dares to mess with you again, I'll fight to the death to stop him. If I can't, I'll call out to our master. If that doesn't work, we still have the Patriarch who can do justice. His old man is our master's own senior brother. He won't just sit back and do nothing. Senior, thank you. Su Mu took a deep breath and looked at Lu Qingjun with a soft gaze. Fool, why are you so polite with me? We're blood brothers. Lu Qingjun smiled faintly and rubbed Su Mu's hair. The two men smiled at each other. Su Mu felt that after today's incident, the relationship and trust between himself and his senior brother had become closer. Before that, although they were quite close, they were always separated by a film that made them feel rusty. And now, he had finally punctured this membrane of his senior brother, taking the relationship between the two a step further. A smile appeared at the corner of Su Mu's mouth as he asked, Senior brother, you just said that the Patriarch is the senior's own senior brother. I wonder where the Patriarch is right now. It seems like senior brother has never heard anything about the Patriarch. Lu Qingjun smiled and said, The Patriarch has been traveling the 4 seas. rarely showing up in the sect in the last 1,000 years. Even I haven't seen him a few times. And the news about it was occasionally learned from the mouth of the master. So it's normal that you haven't heard of it. Sumu suddenly realized. So that's how it is. But I do have some gossipy anecdotes about the patriarch here. Do you want to hear them? Lu Qingjun raised an eyebrow and whispered. Sumu's eyes lit up and he immediately became interested. Oh? Senior brother, quickly tell me. Lu Qingjun's body moved a little closer towards Sumu and softly said, I heard that the patriarch used to have a confidant in his early years, and the two of them lived in a double life, envying the others, but unfortunately, the patriarch's confidant later met her demise in danger. The patriarch was grief-stricken and grieved for several whole months, and when he reappeared, he already had a head of gray hair. It is said that he has been traveling in the clouds for so many years, also attempting to find the reincarnated body of that red face, but has been nowhere to be found. Master said that the patriarch has excellent talent. If he had cultivated with dedication, he would have long advanced to the Mahayana stage by now, but it's a pity that he's trapped by his love, and he's still in the harmonization stage after so many years. Lu Qingjun's tone was filled with regret, and he sighed as he spoke. Hey, the patriarch is also an infatuation. If he can find the reincarnated body of that confidant, there may be a new breakthrough. If he cannot find it, I am afraid that this life will be stuck in the conjunction stage. When Sumu heard this, he couldn't help but be secretly staggered, and his senses towards the patriarch became a bit higher. In order to find the former red face, traveling around the world, wasted years to date, this love is really touching. By the way, that redhead of the patriarch's, what's her name? Sumu asked curiously. Lu Qingjun frowned and thought for a moment and shook his head. The exact name is not clear, but I heard Master said that the woman's nickname seems to be Xiao Shi. Sumu nodded. Lu Qingjun patted Sumu's shoulder and laughed. How is it? Were you also moved by this story? When I first heard Sovereign's story, I was also very moved just like you. Junior brother, you're so outstanding. You'll find your own confidant in the future. But before that, don't go astray. Lu Qingjun earnestly instructed, his eyes serious and earnest, seemingly pointing. Sumu froze for a moment, then cried and laughed. Senior brother, don't worry, I won't. Lu Qingjun nodded slightly and withdrew his hand, then said, alright, after I help you get the feat technique later, you can go back to Little Qiong Peak first. Elder brother, I still have to go to Yunbian town to take care of some things, so I won't accompany you back. Sumu froze. Senior brother, you're going to Yunbian town? Lu Qingjun nodded. Yes, what's wrong? Sumu's gaze flickered slightly, and he suddenly smiled. Senior brother, I suddenly remembered that I still have an old friend in Yunbian town. Why don't we go together? Lu Qingjun was stunned and looked at Sumu suspiciously. A deceased person? Who? Sumu grinned. We'll know when we see it. Lu Qingjun glanced at Sumu suspiciously, then nodded. Well, together then. Chapter 69, Touching Senior Brother's Big Baby. Lu Qingjun brought Sumu to the second floor of the Merit Law Pavilion and smoothly obtained the transcription of the Merit Law Taichu sword technique. In fact, this technique was not as ordinary as Lu Qingjun said. It was just that he had a higher vision. And in the eyes of an ordinary disciple, the Taichu sword technique was already a very top-notch technique. When Sumu rushed to the second floor, he saw that there were many inner disciples lining up to receive this technique. From this, it could be seen that this Gong method was still very popular within the Taichu sect. Senior brother, every month at the beginning of the month there will be an elder lecturing on martial arts and teaching at the transmission peak. If you are interested you can go and listen to it. It should be very helpful for you to cultivate the Taichu sword technique. Lu Qingjun whispered. Sumu nodded, indicating that he had taken note of it. Let's go to Cloud Border Town. Lu Qingjun reached out with a wave of his hand, and a majestic spiritual energy surged out, instantly wrapping around the two of them, turning into streams of light that shot up into the sky and sped off towards the distance. Sumu looked around, only to see the surrounding scenery rapidly receding, just like shrinking into an inch. A flash of the eye will cross several mountains, rivers and streams. Elder brother's cultivation was very high and his flight was very stable. Sumu stood behind him and couldn't even feel a single bump or stray wind. This made Sumu have some regrets. Flying by light was certainly fast, but the disadvantage was that he was too far away from his senior brother, and it was so stable that he couldn't even find an excuse to get close to his senior brother. Sumu suddenly missed the sword-wielding senior sister Mu a little, and even more so, he missed the good times he had with senior sister Mu as they rose and fell in the sky. It was his lost youth. Elder brother, why don't you harness your wolfsbane? Sumu asked curiously. The first time he had seen Lu Qingjun, he had been surprised by the immense and incomparable wolf-tooth rod. He really couldn't imagine what kind of picture it would be when his clean and handsome senior brother, who had a dashing temperament, wielded the wolf-tooth rod. Lu Qingjun smiled faintly. The wolf-tooth rod is for use in battle. Normally the senior brother would not reveal it easily. Sumu nodded with a sudden realization. What? You want to see the senior brother's wolf-tooth rod? Lu Qingjun glanced obliquely and asked with a smile. Sumu gently nodded his head, his eyes showing anticipation. The first time I saw senior brother's wolf-tooth cudgel I felt it was very mighty, but I've just never seen senior brother use it. I'm sure the power is even greater. Senior brother really wants to open his eyes. The smile on Lu Qingjun's face was even thicker. There will be a chance to see its power later, but until then, well. He paused and then continued to laugh. Elder brother can touch you first. After saying that, Lu Qingjun lifted his robe, gently patting the storage pouch on his waist. He took out the wolf tooth stick covered with sharp thorns and handed it to Sumu with a flip of his hand. At this time, the wolf tooth stick did not have mana to promote, is the normal size, but still foot more than 10 feet long and short. The hole was pitch black in color, as if it had been soaked in ink, emitting a deep and icy chill, as if it could devour all light. The occasional flash of a strange pattern of spiritual light made this weapon appear more and more ancient and heavy, permeated with an arcane and inexplicable flavor. Sumu blinked his eyes and reached out to take the wolfsbane. As soon as he entered his hand, a heavy and terrifying force instantly spread throughout his body from his tiger's mouth. He hastily raised his arms and clenched them in a death grip before barely supporting his body. Good guy. I'm afraid that if this thing is smashed down, it will be able to smash a Jidan stage alive. Sumu finally knew why Tang Sang was directly dying from serious injuries after just being smashed by his senior brother, and couldn't even maintain his blood escape technique. With this wolf tooth stick alone, it was by no means something that a cultivator of the alchemy realm would be able to contend with. And although this wolf tooth stick looks rough and hideous, it is extremely soft and delicate in the hand, just like satin. Lu Qingjun smiled at the sight. This wolf tooth rod is a top-grade spiritual treasure, forged from a piece of meteorite iron essence. Although it's only a top-grade spirit treasure, in terms of hardness and sharpness, it's inferior to even extreme-grade spirit treasures. In addition to that, it also possesses the effect of breaking the astral diameters, able to penetrate the protective shield of a void refining realm cultivator, and also counteracts most of the gold spells, making it an excellent weapon for both offense and defense. Senior brother actually has this kind of treasure. Sumu was envious. Obtained by chance. Lu Qingjun waved his hand. When senior brother gets you a set of spiritual treasures that suits you as well in the future. Many thanks, senior brother. Sumu smiled and thanked him. The two of them chatted as they quickly arrived at Cloud Border Town. When Sumu and Lu Qingjun arrived, the sky was already dark. The streets are swarming with people, yelling and hawking constantly ringing in the ears, the hustle and bustle of the cacophony vaguely interspersed with a melodious music. Although Yunbian town was not as lively as it had been in the previous days, there were still many vendors stationed there, and there was an endless stream of cultivators traveling to and from the town. Cultivators gathered in twos and threes to drink tea and eat wine, and the topics discussed were all the things that had happened in the Taichu Sect trials a few days ago. One of the highest degree of discussion is nothing more than the heavenly spiritual root, writing a tiger teenager. 10 systems of spiritual roots, as well as the great elder of the Taichu Sect personally out of the gate to accept the disciple. The Taichu Sect Lu brother to hunt down the Blood God Sect and so on. Gossip news. I heard someone mention today that the mysterious tiger-riding teenager is a 10-system spirit root possessor. I didn't realize that there are such incredible qualifications in this world. Who says it isn't? 10 types of spiritual roots are simply appalling. I've never heard of anyone having 10 types of spiritual roots at the same time. What's this? Even if there are 10 spiritual roots, so what? All of them are inferior. After all, they can't be of great use. It's still the heavenly spiritual root that's the most powerful. That's true. That's a heavenly spiritual root. This kind of talent is no less than any of the heavenly prides of the current generation. Or even better. The crowd of cultivators shook their heads and sighed, their tones filled with jealousy. After all, the qualification of heavenly spiritual root is really rare. Even in the central state it belongs to the 1 in a million level. The crowd talked about it. And Sumu and Lu Qingjun also mingled in the crowd, listening to the various gossips with great interest. After listening for a while, though, the two had little interest. Most of these people's information is hearsay and inaccurate, leading to more and more outrageous rumors. There were even people who said that Taichu Sect's senior brother Lu's true identity was actually a daughter's body. Outrageous. Who passes on this kind of gossip is outrageous. Lu Qingjun cursed and pulled Sumu out of here. Chapter 70. I, Sumu, have been clean since I was young and have never been in contact with women. Walking down the road, Sumu couldn't help but laugh. This kind of news is fake once you hear it. Senior brother doesn't need to be so angry. Lu Qingjun grunted. Where is this senior brother angry? These people are making up their own rumors for the sake of attention. This senior brother doesn't bother to get on their good side. Sumu smiled faintly and nodded his head repeatedly in response. Senior brother has a broad mind. Senior brother admires it. Then he seemed to think of something and asked, Elder brother, what do you have to do? Little Qiong sighed and said quietly, something related to the blood god sect. When Sumu heard this, his heart was slightly moved and he continued to ask, blood god sect? Little Qiong nodded. That day when we explored the secret realm of the Qiong ancient cave, in addition to that escaped blood god sect elder, there were also 2 blood slave puppets from the blood god sect mixed in. Those 2 blood slave puppets were originally disciples of the Taichu Sect, but I don't know what happened to them, but they had been refined into blood slaves. So I followed this clue and found out that those 2 blood slave puppets had previously frequented Yunbian town. So I suspected that there was a mole from the blood god sect present in Yunbian town. Speaking here, Little Qiong paused for a moment, his eyes showing an icy killing aura. However, after investigating for so long, I couldn't find any clues. So I asked the outer sect elder stationed in Yunbian town to help me investigate, and I came today to ask him if he had found out anything. Sumu nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that the blood god sect's infiltration of the Taichu sect was far beyond imagination. However, senior brother is really powerful as well. In just a few days, he has already pinpointed the target and has already begun to secretly investigate. Thinking of the so-called deceased person he was going to meet on this trip, a faint cold aura blossomed in Sumu's eyes. Even though those 2 blood slave puppets have been exposed, as long as the blood god sect's traitor is not removed, the Taichu sect will never have any peace. Little Qingjuan's voice sunk slightly, and with a frosty face, he slowly said, only by killing that person who was behind the trouble will the Taichu sect truly be at peace for a period of time, and the disciples will not be informed of their whereabouts by the blood god sect when they go out. Sumu nodded deeply. Little Qiong looked at Sumu and softly added, but this matter is not urgent. This cloud border town is not too safe lately. I'll first accompany you to meet that deceased person of yours, and then we'll go together to meet that elder. If it had been before, it would have been just fine for junior brother to go to see his late friend alone. He would never have followed. But now that he had determined that there were blood god sect demons in this cloud border town, how could he let his junior brother act alone? Good senior brother. Senior brother is just doing the same. Sumu smiled and answered. He naturally wouldn't refuse. He had intended to lead Master Lu over there with him. Otherwise he wouldn't have dared to take the risk on his own. Oh, Little Qiong glanced at Sumu with some surprise. He hadn't thought that Sumu would have had this intention long ago, and couldn't help but ask, I wonder if this late friend of yours is a man or a woman? Without hesitation, Sumu said without thinking, it's a woman. Little Qiong was stunned. His narrow eyes narrowed slightly, and his handsome eyebrows knitted up imperceptibly for a moment. But then he returned to his normal self, with a smile on the corner of his lips, and said in a half-joking flirtatious tone, a woman, or an old friend, could it be your confidant, junior brother? When he said these words, Little Qiong didn't know what state of mind he was in, as if he was relieved and as if he was lifting a breath. The sigh of relief was naturally because if the other party was junior brother's confidant, then it meant that there was no problem with junior brother's sexual orientation, and he wouldn't need to worry about it. But what is the reason for lifting a breath? He does not seem to want the little master to have a confidant in, or rather, he doesn't want his little brother's confidant to be someone else. What strange ideas are these? Little Qingjuan's heart was a little strange. He surprisingly also did not know what exactly he was thinking inside. Indefinable and indefinable. It was very complicated. When Sumu heard this, his face didn't change color and said, Senior brother is joking. Senior brother has been clean since he was young, and has never had contact with any woman, let alone any confidant. Oh, hearing Sumu's explanation, Little Qingjuan's heart jumped, and an inexplicable joy unexpectedly arose. But soon, he suppressed this inexplicable feeling in his heart, and the corner of his mouth sketched out a smile as he teased. Really? I would think that junior brother is so charming that it's hard to avoid attracting the hearts of good people. Senior brother is flattering. Senior brother is just an ordinary cultivator. How can he compare to senior brother's suavity? Sumu smiled faintly and said with the same flattery. The two looked at each other and both laughed. For some reason, both of them actually felt that they shared each other's thoughts and had some tacit understanding. Since that's the case, let's go. Junior brother, you lead the way. Little Qiong collected his laughter and said softly. Sumu nodded and walked ahead. The streets, the crowds. A woman in a revealing dress was holding the arm of the tall man beside her, pouting in a soft voice. Lang, is the gift you promised your concubine ready? The man laughed, wrapped his arms around her soft waist, and said with full concern, Don't worry, this male has already instructed people to prepare the things you want, and we'll go fetch them later. With that, he reached out and slapped the woman's buttocks. causing her to cry out, "Nasty!" The man laughed and scolded, "Little burned goods. Don't forget to treat this gongzi when you get your stuff later." "Hate it. I'm not a whore in a greenhouse. I'm a real woman of good character." The woman was furious, but she still leaned into the man's arms, without the slightest intention of pushing him away. The man hemmed and hawed. "A good woman? Would a good woman jump on you? Who pounced on you?" The woman winks and says in a mushy voice. The two flirted for a while, but suddenly, the man felt the woman in his arms stutter and look up into the distance. Her eyes were fixed on the two silhouettes that were gradually walking away. Her charming and enchanting eyes flickered with excitement, and a touch of mesmerization appeared on her face. "What's wrong?" the man asked, frowning down. Who knew that the woman who was just now being mushy with him suddenly pushed him away with a hand, and her originally charming and attractive look turned into dislike and coldness. Off. Man. The man was caught off guard and staggered by the push, and when he turned around he saw that the woman had run the other way, and quickly called out, "What are you doing? Shut up." The woman simply did not bother to take care of him. A beautiful face covered with excitement rushed straight into the shadows of the corner of the street and disappeared. The man froze at the sight and then turned pale. He glared viciously at the direction the woman had left and gritted his teeth. "Bitch, when my lord catches you later, I'll make sure you know what it means to be out of reach of a whip." He flung his sleeve, and then he went after the direction the woman had left. After a moment, the woman stopped. She looked around to see that no one was there, before she quickly pulled out a transmission jade slip to send a message out. "Elder, my subordinate has seen Su Mu's whereabouts." She couldn't wait to say, "Good." A voice that was indifferent to the extreme came from the jade simplicity. The woman was instantly agitated. She took a deep breath to force herself to calm down and added, "The one surnamed Su was accompanied by a man who seemed to be a fellow traveler." "No harm done." An indifferent voice once again resounded from the jade simplicity. "It's even better to come with two. This elder will refine them into blood slaves together." "Yes, elder," the woman said respectfully. Su Mu and Lu Qingjun walked towards the north of the city one after the other, all the way to a tea house. Su Mu stopped in his tracks. Lu Qingjun looked up at the tea house, his brows suddenly frowning slightly as he asked, "Junior brother, what is this tea house called? Why is there no plaque? P.S. This book will continue to write, but the data is too cool. The past few days is the bottom of the barrel. If in the past, I may have cut, but this story I really like, would like to continue to write. After all, the ending I have written, really do not want to outline the disappearance. Then I will be very sorry. It's just that Coldface had to prepare for a new book, which may be released in a small number, or it may continue to be released in this one. By the time I count the old book and this one, it'll be 3 books updating at the same time, so I'll have to keep it to 2 a day for now. Might focus on this book if 200,000 words with a different title takes off." Coldface thought of a few book titles, but was torn for a long time, not knowing which 5 to choose for testing. So please vote for which book title to support and post a paragraph comment on that title. Thank you. I didn't tell you to cultivate fairies. Touch and you'll be strong, and post like crazy with the fairies. Elder brother, you smell good. Cultivation of immortality is all by touch. Fairy is fully automated. Fairy, listen to me. I'm really practicing immortality. The road to immortality is long, and the realm depends on touch. Touch and you'll be strong. Touch and you'll find a way through. The first deep love of Shinfeng. Fairies don't have to throw themselves at each other. If you have a more flirty and eye-catching book title, you can also in the comments here. Brainstorming, the power of many. Tough luck readers. The book test is really important for this book. Whether it can come back from the dead depends on whether it can be a good title. Thanks. Ors. Chapter 71, Senior Brother Jealous? Guest, inside please. This store's signboard has been destroyed for many days and has not been rebuilt yet. At this moment, a beautiful woman with a great figure welcomed her out. She smiled coquettishly and warmly. Lu Qingjun swept a glance at her and didn't say anything. Only his gaze fell on her face, scrutinizing it. "Please, guest." The woman shyly lowered her head and led the two of them to step into the tea house. Sumu nodded and took a step into the tea house. After entering the door, Lu Qingjun surveyed around. The tea house is empty, only a few tables and chairs. A pot of tea emanating a dense mist. Seems to be a temporary hiatus. "Are you two having tea or dinner?" the woman asked. Sumu smiled and asked softly, "I wonder if Fairy G is available." The woman froze for a moment, covered her sleeves and laughed lightly, looking at Sumu with her eyes brimming. "So you're here to look for Fairy G. Could it be that you want to listen to the song?" Sumu gently nodded and said with a smile, "A few days ago, I had played the zither with Fairy G and had quite a resonance with each other. Fairy G had also gifted me an immortal ascension order. So today I purposely came back to visit again to show my gratitude." The woman's eyes lit up and she said with a smile, "Your Excellency is really thoughtful. Immortal G has long reserved a room, please follow me, Your Excellency." After saying that, she twisted her flowing snake waist and led the two of them towards the elegant room on the second floor. In the elegant pavilion on the second floor, it was quiet and silent, and sandalwood incense filled the air. "Please sit down, the two of you. Fairy G will be here soon," the woman said. Saying that, she personally brewed a pot of tea and poured it for the two of them, and then retreated to the side, serving quietly. The tea was bubbling with white smoke, and the refreshing aroma of tea drifted throughout the room. Sumu and Lu Qingjun exchanged glances. Sumu picked up the teacup and marveled. "Good tea, but unfortunately, I don't drink tea." After praising it, he put the teacup back on the table. Lu Qingjun, on the other hand, was indifferent, neither drinking tea nor speaking, sitting there with a faint expression, as if he was a man of the world. The woman frowned slightly, but then she returned to her normal self and laughed softly. Her voice was delicate and her eyes were full of flirtatious colors. If Mr. Su doesn't like tea, I'll prepare a pot of wine next time." Sumu smiled but didn't say anything as he smiled, his gaze falling outside the window. Lu Qingjun was still in the same posture, quietly sitting on the chair with an ethereal and dusty temperament, just like an immortal in the sky, making people unable to resist frequent side glances. The woman's gaze glanced at Sumu for a moment, and then she couldn't help but take a look at Lu Qingjun, the springiness in her eyes almost overflowing out of her sockets and turning into substance. She licked her red lips lightly, her veil-covered legs slightly together, and she moved her buttocks as if it was difficult to endure. At this point, a gentle zither sound drifted out from a door on the second floor. The melodious sound of the zither, like a flowing stream, penetrates into the ears and is refreshing to the mind. Halfway through the song, the sound of the zither came to an abrupt end. Soon, a sound of footsteps came, and the woman collected her demeanor and said with a subtle smile, "The two gentlemen and Fairy G have arrived." As soon as the words fell, the door to the room was pushed open from the outside, and the three of them looked toward the door at the same time. A woman wrapped in snowy clothes slowly walked in. Her face was exquisite and absolutely beautiful. Her knitted brows and smile revealed an unspeakable charm. Her body exuded a seductive temperament that seduced the soul and captured the soul, especially her haughty figure, devilishly curved outline, slender and soft willow waist seemed to be able to break. Combined with those springy watery eyes and the huge sin in front of her, it was enough to drive any sane man crazy. Lu Qingjun glanced at Ji Hazelmoon and frowned slightly. "This is that deceased person of junior brother? Why don't you look like a serious person? Who's decent enough to wear that? Really? It is really hurtful. How did junior brother get in touch with such a person, and become an old friend?" Lu Qingjun felt an inexplicable feeling rise up in his heart, and even seemed to be somewhat uncomfortable. A trace of shock also swept through Ji Hazelmoon's eyes the moment she saw Lu Qingjun. She quickly adjusted her expression and softly said, "The two gentlemen have come to visit. My slave has missed the welcome. Please forgive me." She gave a polite salute. Her voice was gentle like water, making her bones soft. Sumu slightly arched his hand and said, "Fairy G is polite." Lu Qingjun, on the other hand, withdrew his gaze and didn't bother to say a word. "Please sit down, both of you." The woman reached out and guided them with a false hand. The three of them sat down across the tea table, and the aroma of tea curled up and refreshed their hearts. Ji Hazelmoon looked at the two of them, with just the right light smile hanging at the corner of her mouth, and said, "It's been a few days since we parted ways with Mr. Su that day, and when we see each other again today, Mr. Su's demeanor is even better than before." Her voice was as sweet as honey, and hearing Lu Qingjuan's goosebumps went straight out. "Fairy is flattering." Sumu smiled and introduced, "This is my senior brother, Lu Qingjun." Lu Qingjun? Ji Hazelmoon's eyes flashed with a hint of consternation, and a hint of imperceptible panic, but it was fleeting, and she quickly regained her composure as she asked, "Is it that senior brother Lu who destroyed the Blood God Sect's plans and killed several Yuaning stage devil cultivators with his own strength?" Although she tried to remain calm, Sumu still caught a flash of panic under her eyes. Sumu gently smiled and nodded. It was precisely that senior brother Lu. "Oops, so it's really that senior Lu." Ji Hazelmoon's eyes revealed a look of surprise as she rose up with a full smile. "In these few days, my slave has often heard of Master Lu's heroic deeds in Yunbian town, and my heart has long admired him beyond measure. I didn't think that I would be able to see the real person today. It's really a blessing of 3 lifetimes for my slave." Ji Hazelmoon once again bowed at Lu Qingjun, her smile as bright as a flower. "Mr. Lu is indeed as rich and handsome as rumored. Handsome and dashing." "Aha," Lu Qingjun replied indifferently, a touch of indifference that rejected others crossing the bottom of his eyes. "Senior brother Lu, this is my dear friend, Fairy Ji Hazelmoon." Sumu introduced again. Aha! Lu Qingjun still gave a cold A trace of just the right amount of embarrassment brushed across Ji Hazelmoon's face, and her smile became forced as she looked at Sumu with a pleading look. Cough. Senior brother Lu. This fairy Ji is a generation of talented women with high cultivation, and she's good at all kinds of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, Sumu explained. Oh, Lu Qingjun still responded in a still unsalted manner. Now even Sumu was a bit confused as to what senior brother was thinking. Are you jealous? I've long heard that Master Lu of the Taichu Sect is powerful and is the leading young man of the current generation, and today I've seen that it's true. Ji Hazelmoon's eyes flowed as she looked towards Lu Qingjun, her delicate red lips slightly opening. She then gathered her dress. Her veiled hand brushed lightly over the jutting behind her, and sat back down in style, her face regaining its smile, as if she hadn't experienced the embarrassment just now at all. When Sumu saw her forced smile, he knew that she must be cursing in her heart at that moment. Two gentlemen. At this time, the woman who was standing by the side suddenly spoke out and walked up to Sumu, winking her eyes and smiling delicately. In fact, my family's fairy Ji is not only good at playing the zither, she is also good at cooking spirit tea, which is the best of the best in tea that cultivators can only dream of. And the production is extremely small every year, and it is only supplied to the VIPs of those big clans. Today, my family's fairy Ji has specially prepared a pot of spirit tea, specially cooked for Mr. Su and Mr. Lu. The two gentlemen must enjoy it. She placed a jade bottle on the table in front of Sumu before she spoke, and when she opened it, the aroma immediately overflowed, only to see that the jade bottle contained a slice of tea leaves with bright red color. The rich spiritual qi mixed with the scent of tea came to his nose, refreshing one's breath. What is this? Sumu was surprised. Who's a nice guy whose tea is so red? It's like it's been steeped in blood. Is this really proper tea? Chapter 72, Does he really know how? This is called agar red tea. It was brewed by immortal Ji with great effort, and it is made from the finest spiritual materials. Moreover, it also has a miraculous effect on the cultivator's cultivation. It can be countless times more rare than the pot of tea that my slave just brewed. Gongzi can be sure to taste it later. And it's not in vain that my home Ji fairy has some thoughts. The woman smiled. After saying that, she retreated and placed the jade bottle by Ji Hazelmoon's hand, standing quietly behind. Ji Hazelmoon, on the other hand, looked at Sumu with a smile. Her plain hand gently picked up that jade bottle, and after pouring out the tea leaves, she began to brew the tea. Her technique does have a few doors. The delicate soft body half leaning on the back of the chair. The movement is skillful and elegant, twisting between the vaguely a few wisps of ethereal fragrance drilled into the tip of Sumu's nose. Sumu scrutinized the snowy white in front of him, only feeling that his eyes were blown away. He couldn't help but sigh. Worthy of being fairy Ji? She even knows the art of tea. Ji Hazelmoon smiled sweetly and lightly and did not reply. Her movements were elegant and skillful as she washed and poured the tea. Soon a pot of spirit tea was boiled by her, wafting out a gust of fragrance. The teapot was filled. The tea soup, which was reddish in color and resembled blood, caused a layer of ripples, and the aroma lingered on the tip of the nose, tantalizing to the extreme. The two gentlemen, please try the agar black tea that my slave personally brewed for you. The tea's aroma is mellow and long. The mouth retains the flavor. It is the world's top delicacy. Ji Hazelmoon carried the cup and handed it to Sumu, saying daintily, I hope that the two gentlemen don't disdain the slave's crude techniques. She pushed the tea in front of Sumu and glanced at Lu Qingjun out of the corner of her eye. Seeing the other party's indifference, he seemed to have no intention of drinking the tea. Ji Hazelmoon took the initiative to pick up the wine cup and handed it to Lu Qingjun, saying shyly, Mr. Lu, my slave honors you. Subsequently, she picked up the jade calabash in front of herself and sent it to her lips to take the lead in taking a light sip, slowly closing her eyes as if she was enjoying the aroma of the tea in her mouth and teeth. When she opened her eyes, Lu Qingjun was still motionless and unresponsive, only looking faintly at the cup of crystal clear black tea in front of her, his brows clear and cold. Why doesn't Mr. Lu drink? When Ji Hazelmoon saw this, the smile on her face stiffened for a few moments and she asked in a small voice, No need. Lu Qingjun indifferently refused and said indifferently, I'm only accompanying Junior Master today to meet my deceased friend, not to drink tea. The smile on Ji Hazelmoon's face couldn't hang on any longer. She pursed her lips tightly, her eyes reddened, and she looked as if she was an abandoned kitten, which made her lovable. She looked up at Sumu, her gaze transmitting a few hints of resentment. Sumu smiled faintly. Fairy Ji, my senior brother doesn't like tea either. Don't mind if you do, Mr. Su, but this tea was made by my slave's hard work and took a lot of effort. Ji Hazelmoon hung her head low, her slender shoulders shrugging as if she was huffing. Sumu sighed slightly and consoled. Fairy Ji, don't be sad. I believe that you and senior brother Lu definitely still have a destiny. It's just that the karma hasn't arrived yet. After Ji Hazelmoon heard his comforting words, her slender and tender fingertips wiped the corners of her eyes as she sobbed. In that case, then my slave will wait for the day when destiny arrives before making tea for Mr. Lu. Saying this, she put away the tea set and tea leaves on the table, stood up with a sob, and walked towards the door of her room with an apprehensive gait, as if she was going to leave. Fairy Ji, I haven't even drunk my tea yet. Sumu frowned, seemingly dissatisfied. Could it be that Fairy Ji isn't going to give me any more to drink either? Ji Hazelmoon's footsteps lurched and she raised her head, revealing those teary eyes. She lightly bit her pink lips, hesitated for a moment, sat down again, and handed that jade calabash to Sumu again. Of course not. It's an honor for my slave to want to drink my tea, my lord. She spoke softly, her voice tinged with tears. Sumu had a smile on his lips as he reached out to take the teacup and took a light sniff. It smells so good. Then I'd like to thank Fairy Ji for her hospitality. Sumu picked up the teacup and directly tilted his head and drank it all in one go. Even more bravado than drinking. Well, it's not bad. Refreshing and sweet, with a long aftertaste. It's really good tea. Sumu marveled, resting the empty jade cup on the table. Ji Hazelmoon watched Sumu drink her tea, her eyes flickering slightly. Since Mr. Su likes it, then slave can always make tea for Mr. Su in the future. She smiled warmly with tears in her eyes. Then wouldn't I be taking advantage of it? Sumu said with a smile. Ji Hazelmoon's cheeks colored with a blush as she pouted. Then how does the gentleman plan to repay his slave? Her eyes were glowing and seductive. Sumu was about to reply. Ahem. Lu Qingjun, who was on the side, finally couldn't listen anymore and couldn't help but cough lightly, staring sharply at Ji Hazelmoon, a hint of coldness flashing under her eyes. In just a moment, the temperature of the entire room plummeted, cold as frost. This burnt hoof. How dare she so blatantly seduce his young master? What a way to pretend he doesn't exist. Luckily, he had followed me here today. Otherwise, if the youngest senior brother had faced this demonic spirit alone, the consequences would have been simply unimaginable. Lu Qingjun didn't even dare to imagine what to do in order to escape the clutches of this demonic spirit once the simple and kind young master was mesmerized by this weighty hoof. He resisted the urge to pull out his wolf tooth rod and said in a deep voice, my youngest junior brother is young and doesn't know how to be affectionate, so it's better for Fairy to stop at an appropriate time. Hearing Lu Qingjun's words, Ji Hazelmoon couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth slightly, and inwardly, she cursed even more. Your little master doesn't know what to do. That day, your little master almost touched my entire leg, and you're telling me to stop? Ugh. Despite the inner waves, Ji Hazelmoon's face still didn't show any difference. Instead, a flash of panic appeared and she hurriedly got up to salute with a flourish. It's really damned if my slave was abrupt and offended Mr. Lu and Mr. Su. She lowered her head, her shell teeth lightly biting her rosy cherry lips, and said in a pitiful manner, my slave is willing to make amends, and I implore Mr. Lu to forgive my slave's recklessness just now. Humph. Lu Qingjun let out a light snort, clearly not yet out of breath. Ji Hazelmoon begged in a low voice, begging for Mr. Lu's forgiveness. My slave knows it's wrong. Looking at her pathetic appearance, although Lu Qingjun was a bit bored, he still softened his tone and said, considering your first offense, I'll let you off the hook for now, and it won't happen again. Yes, slave knows. Ji Hazelmoon sighed in relief and nodded her head in a hurry. She raised her head, looked timidly at Sumu, and said weakly, Mr. Su, you won't blame your slave, right? Of course not. Sumu smiled and shook his head. Ji Hazelmoon lightly stroked her chest. Her eyes still had a trace of compassionate mist in them, and she lowered her head in resignation. I miss the time when I was acquainted with Mr. Su. If Mr. Su doesn't mind, can you accompany my concubine to play a song again? Her tone was soft, but a sly curve appeared at the corners of those pink lips that no one saw. Last time, she and Sumu hadn't played any zither at all, and with her knowledge of Sumu, it was unlikely that this denizen would know anything about zither either. And the reason she said that was because she wanted Sumu to make a fool of herself in front of Lu Qingjun. Who let this little guy not be good at all? Even brought a Lu Qingjun here, destroying the great plan she had been preparing for many days. It was really damned. Let you make a fool of yourself first, and then find a chance to refine you into a blood slave after some time, and then find dozens of women and make a good job of it. Ji Hazelmoon's mind was spinning, and her face became more and more tender as she raised her head and looked at Sumu with pearly blossoms. The fairy has extended an invitation, so naturally there is no reason to refuse. Sumu nodded and stood up, walking to the ancient zither on the side and lifting his clothes to sit down. Ji Hazelmoon was stunned for a moment at his words, and a trace of consternation appeared in his eyes. Promising so decisively, does he really know how? Chapter 73, playing the best music and holding Ji Hazelmoon. only to see Sumu's long and white 5 fingers fall on the strings of the zither. Raising his hand, he plucked it. A melodious and pleasant zither sound overflowed from his fingertips, like a spring breeze whisking over a hillock, or like a high mountain flowing water, gurgling endlessly. Sumu's fingers were light and agile, and his fingering was familiar to the extreme, as elegant as flowing clouds and water, as if he had practiced it 1,000 times. Although he was a man, his zither skills were not inferior to those of a woman, and the strings of the zither were plucked out under his fingertips to produce all kinds of wonderful sounds, sketching out a picturesque scene, so beautiful that he was in a trance of being in a deep mountain with misty smoke and arbors. The sound of the piano lingers on and on. Ji Hazelmoon stared at Sumu's side face with rounded eyes, dumbfounded, and for a moment lost her mind. The original. It turned out that he said he was the best at the piano was actually true. Lu Qingjun also slightly raised an eyebrow. This little senior brother actually knows how to play the zither? Looking at his skillful and graceful movements, he should have studied for a long time. But Lu Qingjun glanced at Ji Hazelmoon, his eyes revealing a dangerous message. This demonic really does have ulterior motives. Sumu's movements weren't complicated, but each note was perfectly articulated, as if it was all natural, making Ji Hazelmoon unwilling to avert her eyes for a moment. It wasn't until the end of Sumu's audition that Ji Hazelmoon slowed down. Fairy Ji, what are you flabbergasted about? Sumu asked with a light smile. His pair of black eyes were astonishingly bright, and the clarity and purity in them was as clear as a blue pool. Sumu certainly didn't know how to play the zither before, but he had touched so many fairies that he had long since filled up his zither playing skill, coupled with the fact that he had heard his masters playing many times before. Although he couldn't reach his master's level, it was still possible to mimic a third of the divine rhythm. Looking at his smile, Ji Hazelmoon somehow suddenly felt that her heartbeat missed half a beat, and her pretty face flushed scarlet. She didn't realize that she had just been so shocked by Sumu's zither skills that she forgot to retract her eyes. No, nothing. Ji Hazelmoon lowered her head in disguise and laughed softly. I was mesmerized by what I heard just now. Mr. Su's zither sound is too beautiful. Fairy fallacy. Sumu smiled modestly and said, since we've finished auditioning, shall we start the ensemble? Yeah. Ji Hazelmoon smiled sweetly and nodded, then sat down on the dais, closing her eyes slightly and holding her breath. Immediately after, Ji Hazelmoon's slender jade finger fell on the strings. Lightly twisted slow twist, the sound of the piano turned and rose, like a cry, lingering and sentimental. Sumu similarly closed his eyes and placed his hands on the strings of the zither, and began to strum along with Ji Hazelmoon's zither. The two of them, one elegant and sprightly, like a fluttering butterfly, the other dashing and ethereal, like an exiled immortal descending to the world, were drunk with the sound of the zither as if it were a song. The two of them crossed each other's paths, and the sound of the zither grew thicker, as resonant as the striking of gold and stone, and as the tinkling of a clear spring. At this moment, Ji Hazelmoon suddenly opened her eyes and the speed of plucking the strings suddenly increased. Clang! The sound of the zither was steeply elevated, and the clanging sound was like jingo and iron horses, and the stirring momentum pressed towards Sumu like a mountain and a sea, forcing Sumu's rhythm to speed up. Sumu's face remained unchanged, his wrist flipped, and the sound of the zither suddenly changed, as if it was a rushing river surging towards Ji Hazelmoon, strong and powerful, instantly suppressing all of her zither sound back. The two of them cooperated well. One wave was higher than the other, and the sound of the zither was stirring, like a wave rushing in all directions, resounding throughout the entire house. Ji Hazelmoon's beautiful face was colored with a layer of cold sweat, her heart secretly surprised. She never expected that Sumu would also play the zither, and that her skills were so deep that she was able to keep up with her own pace in such a short period of time, and turn the tables on her, suppressing her to death. She gritted her teeth and continued to pluck the strings. The sound of the zither became more and more intense, like the roar of wild waves, sweeping across the sky. Sumu was still calm and composed as water, as if he was unaffected, and the movements in his hands had not stopped. The sound of the zither climbed up again and again, and the two voices were entangled, as if they were fiercely mingling like heavenly thunder and earthly fire. Clang! The sound of the piano suddenly stopped. Sumu looked at the broken string in his hand, sighed lightly, shook his head in regret, and said, Fairy Ji, it seems that you and I can only come to the end of our chorus today. Ji Hazelmoon pursed her lips and smiled, her eyes flirtatious and seductive. There's no harm in it. It's fine for us to recollaborate on another day. Good. Then I'll come back another day. Sumu smiled and got up. Ji Hazelmoon blinked her peach blossom eyes and spoke in a seductive tone. Then Mr. Su must come. I would like to play a song with Mr. Su again. Sumu lowered his eyes and smiled lightly. Good. Sumu nodded and was about to leave when she pulled her sleeve robe. Eunuch Su, Ji Hazelmoon called out delicately. When Sumu turned around in confusion, he saw Ji Hazel Moon tiptoeing closer to himself, and a warm, moist scent came to his nose. You. Before he could speak, his mouth went suddenly soft. Ji Hazel Moon stretched out a jade finger against Sumu's lips, sticking close to her body, softly charming and seductive. She looked at Sumu with a coquettish smile, her eyes brimming with brilliance. Her breath came out like orchids. Gongzi, next time when you come back you can remember to be alone so we can still do something more enjoyable. Oh. Her voice was fluffy and seductive to the core, and she blinked a pair of wet, seductive peach blossom eyes. You. Lu Qingjuan's face was icy cold and she was about to lash out. Ji Hazelmoon smiled gently, and when Lu Qingjun was about to lash out, she had already taken a step back and stood, poised and virtuous. Senior brother. Let's go, Sumu said. Humph. Lu Qingjun let out a cold snort, shook off his coat and then took large steps toward the door. Forgive me, chicken fairy. We'll see you another day. Sumu glanced apologetically at Ji Hazelmoon and hurriedly followed. Looking at the two figures that disappeared from sight, the petulance on Ji Hazelmoon's face gradually faded away, replaced by gloom and annoyance. Lu Qingjun. Ji Hazelmoon clenched her fists, her shell teeth almost biting through her cherry lips, and her eyes even cut through a flash of icy coldness. He had obviously plotted everything, but he had been ruined by a damned Lu Qingjun. Elder, why did you not let us do it just now? And also dissolved the toxicity of the blood-devouring scatter in their tea? At this point, the woman who had been standing by the side suddenly raised her voice in question. That beautiful face was full of greed, and her eyes were even erupting with killing intent. Hearing the woman's words, Ji Hazelmoon's eyes narrowed slightly as her gaze swept the woman. What do you know? She spoke indifferently. Elder. The woman was instantly anxious when she heard this and quickly spoke. Are we just going to let them leave? Idiot. Ji Hazelmoon chided coldly. Didn't you hear that? That's Lu Qingjun. The woman clenched her teeth darkly and said in defiance. So what? That Lu Qingjun is only a mere god transformation stage cultivator. Our blood-devouring scatter can completely deal with him. Ji Hazelmoon let out a cold laugh. That's easy to say. Even if the blood-devouring scatter is more powerful, it would have to be something he drank. But did he drink it? We can force air. The woman was dumbfounded. Stupid. Why don't you continue? Force what? Forcing him to drink? Are you tired of dying fast enough? Ji Hazelmoon's eyes were cold, and she didn't have the good sense to say. I see you spend your days looking for a man, with your heads full of nothing else but metamorphosis. Chapter 74. An angry senior brother is so cute. He. The woman was too startled to say anything more. Looking at the woman's coy appearance, Ji Hazelmoon frowned in disgust. If she didn't still need these people to deliver messages for her, she would have already slaughtered this group of trash. Alright, she waved her hand, not bothering to bother with her, and said in a cold voice, this matter must not be left at that. Then elder, what should we do? The woman lowered her head and whispered. Ji Hazel snorted coldly, her gaze flickering with a ghostly alien aura. Humph, let that Sumu get away with it for a few more days first. I've already given him a reminder to come to me alone next time. I just don't believe that with my charm. That Sumu can hold back. Elder wise. The woman flattered. Ji Hazelmoon looked up at the window, her eyes distant and indistinct with a hint of ruthlessness. If it doesn't work out this time, I'll have another chance. I'd like to see just how long that Lu Qingjun can guard Sumu's side. She turned around and walked towards the house, leaving behind a sentence. Keep an eye on that Lu Qingjun for me during this period of time. If he comes back again, just tell him that I've temporarily left Yunbian town. Yes, the woman answered respectfully. Looking at Ji Hazelmoon's back, a trace of resentment flashed in her eyes. The other side. Sumu followed Lu Qingjun all the way to the outside of the city. All this way, Lu Qingjun didn't say a word. His face was like frost, an icy aura lingered around him, and it seemed to be vaguely mixed with anger. He walked forward on his own, his handsome side face taut, showing that his master was not in a good mood at the moment. Senior brother, wait for me, don't go so fast. Sumu hurriedly chased after him. Lu Qingjun still didn't say a word, but her footsteps were much slower, and Sumu finally breathed a sigh of relief that she had finally stopped. Senior brother, are you angry? Sumu asked tentatively. As soon as the words fell, Lu Qingjun's footsteps accelerated once again, and Sumu froze, then quickly caught up. The two of them went forward and back until after traveling to an unoccupied place, Lu Qingjun violently stopped and turned around to stare at Sumu. Sumu looked at the other party's handsome face that was still angry, and wanted to laugh a little in his heart. Not to mention, angry senior brother is really cute. He. Senior brother, what's wrong with you? Sumu blinked his eyes and asked knowingly. Lu Qingjun took a deep breath, his eyes containing deep complexity. You, Like that G Hazel Moon? He asked slowly. Sumu smiled and shook his head. That G Hazel Moon and I are nothing more than chance encounters, with no special feelings. Really? Lu Qingjun said suspiciously. 1,000 times true, Sumu seriously replied back. Lu Qingjun nodded. He trusted Sumu's character. However, when he thought of G Hazel Moon's Thai appearance when she seduced Sumu, his heart was a little fuming, and his tone couldn't help but become icy. Junior brother, although senior brother once said that you will definitely find your confidant in the future, that person will never be that G Hazel Moon. That woman pretends to be pure and lovely on the surface, but she is actually a watery. You need to stay away from her in the future so that you don't go astray and affect your future path of immortal cultivation. Thank you for your concern, senior brother. Don't worry, I know what's in my heart, Sumu said with a smile. Lu Qingjun still had a stern face and said coldly, elder brother knows that you have a sense of proportion in your heart. It's just that G Hazel Moon is by no means a peaceful woman. You should still have less interactions with her in the future. Sumu nodded and said with a smile, I understand. Senior brother still doesn't trust me? Looking at the other party's bright and warm smile, Lu Qingjuan's mood gradually recovered, and his originally stiff face gradually returned to softness. Well, I believe you. Sumu smiled, and his body suddenly approached Lu Qingjun, attaching his ear. Lu Qingjuan's heart trembled, and he just wanted to dodge, but he saw Sumu stretch out his right palm and made a silencing motion. His lips came to his ears and whispered, Senior brother. In fact, that G Hazel Moon also has a secret identity that is not known. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingjun was slightly stunned, not caring about the strangeness within her heart. Her eyes asked in surprise, what identity? You guess. Sumu raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. Lu Qingjun was silent for a moment, then slowly spat out 4 words, devilish cultivator? Sumu nodded, revealing a hint of a meaningful smile, and gave a thumbs up in admiration. Worthy of being a senior brother. I'm sure I've already guessed it. Hearing this, Lu Qingjuan's pupils shrunk. She really is a devil Dao cultivator? Sumu nodded his head with a serious expression. That's right. That tea house is the Blood God Sect station in Yunbian town. Lu Qingjuan's expression was grave, and an intense killing aura surfaced in his eyes. No wonder she's so Thai. So she's a remnant of the devil's way. Lu Qingjuan's fists clenched, his face as gloomy as ink. Suddenly remembering something else, he asked with an anxious face, since you already know that she's a devil's way cultivator, how dare you still drink the tea she made? There's no more poison in that tea. And she should have switched the contents when she took out that teacup the second time, but I didn't drink it either. After saying that, Sumu flipped his palm, and a rich red liquid was suspended in his palm. There was certainly no way he was going to drink that red unidentified liquid that said it was some kind of black tea, when in reality there was no telling what it was brewed from. Sumu had long ago flung all of that tea into the empty space of the system the moment he swallowed it into his mouth, not a single drop of it sticking to his mouth. Lu Qingjun saw that Sumu indeed didn't drink that tea, and in her heart, she let out a sigh of relief, and then asked, Junior brother, how did you find out? Sumu smiled and said, that day when I first arrived in Yunbian town, I was targeted by this woman. At that time, she invited me to the tea house. Not only did she give me the Immortal Ascension Order for free, she also told me to come back and find her after I joined the Taichu Sect. At that time, I sensed that something was not right. Then I secretly investigated, and I really found some clues that this woman, including the women in this tea house, are all cultivators of the Blood God Sect. Sumu said slowly. Lu Qingjun nodded his head, his eyes glowing with cold killing intent. Since that's the case, what are we waiting for? I'll kill my way back right now and wipe out all of these devil Dao cultivators. With that, he pulled out his wolf tooth rod, his spiritual energy surging and ready to strike. Senior brother. Wait. Sumu hurriedly pulled Lu Qingjun back and gently shook his head. The Blood God Sect is cunning and treacherous. If they really want to escape, with the formations in the city, I'm afraid it would be difficult to keep them. Besides, even if we eradicate this Blood God Sect stronghold, it will still be useless. As long as the Blood God Sect is not extinguished, they will still keep sending in more and more secretive traitors. At that time, we will be back to being passive again. The enemy is in the dark and I am in the light. That's why this matter can't be rushed. It must be resolved at its root. Otherwise, there will never be any peace. Sumu said with a straight face. Lu Qingjun frowned. He also knew that what Sumu said was the truth. As long as the Blood God Sect was not eliminated, then even if they exterminated more of the Blood God Sect's strongholds, it would be useless. What then? Lu Qingjun frowned. Sumu pursed his lips and smiled slightly, his gaze deep and meaningful. I have a plan. Chapter 75, though 10 million people are in the world. Oh, quickly tell me, Lu Qingjun asked with a slight glint in his eyes. Senior brother. Last time I heard you say that you had uncovered all the traitors that the Blood God Sect had planted in the Taichu Sect. Are there any more left out? Sumu didn't rush to say his plan, but instead asked a rhetorical question. Lu Qingjun pondered for a moment and returned very seriously. After discovering the traitor that day, I brought people to sift through the entire Taichu Sect's disciples as well as the elders, confirming that there were no more Blood God Sect traitors within the Taichu Sect. Sumu nodded and suddenly smiled. In that case, I understand. Understand what? Lu Qingjun's eyes were puzzled. Sumu explained that Ji Hazelmoon is a Blood God Sect demonic cultivator, but she kindly gifted me the Immortal Ascension Order, and also instructed me to come and find her later. Just now, she even whispered with me, asking me to come to the tea house alone in a few days, saying something about doing something happier with me. For her to go to such lengths to seduce me and want me to come alone amongst this tea house of hers, she must have an ulterior secret, and that secret is very important to her. Hearing this, Lu Qingjun's eyes chilled as he continued with Sumu's words. I understand. She is trying to train you into a new blood slave puppet to pass on information about the Taichu Sect for her so that she can work with her inside and out. Sumu nodded and complimented with a smile. That's right. Worthy of being a senior brother. He guessed that Ji Hazelman's thoughts in a flash. Humph. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingjun immediately let out a cold snort, his face icy cold to the extreme, and the killing intent in his eyes even burst out. She's really bold. Even my Taichu Sect's inner disciples dare to get their hands on her. How dare she want to refine junior brother into a blood slave puppet? She simply deserves to die. Sumu patted Lu Qingjun's shoulder and said in relief, Senior brother, don't be angry. Devil cultivators kill people hastily and do all kinds of bad things. They will be punished by heaven and will be destroyed sooner or later. After Lu Qingjun heard this, the anger in his heart calmed down a bit. However, when he thought that demonic had even plotted against his own junior brother and wanted to refine him into a blood slave puppet, his chest could not help but rise and fall violently. His fists were clenched and his eyes were glazed over. After a long time, Lu Qingjun suppressed his monstrous anger and opened his mouth to ask, Then what are you going to do, junior brother? Sumu smiled faintly and said softly, I've already thought about it. Since she wants to harm me, then why don't we take the trick and go with the flow? At those words, Lu Qingjun frowned. Junior brother, what do you want? I'm going to use my body as bait, pretend to be controlled by her, then pass on false information, then set up an ambush, and finally wipe out the Blood God Sect. Sumu said slowly, his eyes burning and his tone resolute. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Qingjun immediately refused without hesitation. No, I mustn't let you take that risk. The Blood God Sect's blood slave refining method is bizarre and unpredictable. There is no way to deal with it in my Taichu Sect's canonical books, much less crack it. So how can you fake it? Once you become a blood slave puppet, I'm afraid that you will never be able to reverse it back, and eventually lose your sanity and be reduced to a walking corpse, and then it will be a single careless move that will lead to a total loss. Instead of being able to wipe out the Blood God Sect, we might even have to get you involved. Lu Qingjun's heroic brows were locked together, his face serious to the core. Sumu persuaded, Senior brother, Ji Hazelmoon doesn't know that her identity has been exposed yet. At this time it's us in the dark and the Blood God Sect in the light. This might be the only chance we have to wipe out the Blood God Sect. If we miss tonight, it might be hard to find another opportunity like this. And if I never show up, then Ji Hazelmoon will surely notice something. And if she is allowed to leave, in the future, the Blood God Sect will surely step up their guard and be more cautious. And in that case, there will be no possibility of crushing the Blood God Sect again. Lu Qingjun still shook her head, her tone equally resolute. When I say no, I mean no. In this matter, I categorically won't agree. He looked at Sumu and said solemnly, Even if I have to take a risk, I'll be the bait. Touch appeared in Sumu's eyes, then sighed, Senior brother, it's even more important for you not to go. The reason why Ji Hazelmoon didn't go after me today is because you're there. If you go as bait instead of me, they might be even more cautious, and you'll be in even more danger then. Lu Qingjun pondered for a moment, and then said with determination, Since this is the case, then none of us should go. I will immediately notify the Grand Elder and Master, so that they can personally take action to capture this woman, and then torture her severely, or apply the method of soul searching, and we will definitely be able to find out where the Blood God Sect is hiding. After saying that, he took out a sound transmission jade talisman. Senior brother wait. Sumu stretched out his right hand to stop Lu Qingjun and slowly said, Senior brother, we're still not sure if this is the only Blood God Sect stronghold within Yunbian town. In case there are other strongholds, or Blood God Sect cultivators hidden amongst the ordinary cultivators, once they pass on the information, then we will probably lose all of our efforts. That's why this matter can't be acted upon so as not to frighten the snakes. Lu Qingjun was silent for a long time, and even though he was very reluctant to admit it in his heart, what Sumu said was all true. If the Blood God Sect was really that good to eradicate, then they, Taichu Sect, would have eradicated this tumor long ago, and wouldn't have allowed the Blood God Sect to remain rampant until now. In fact, as early as a dozen years ago, the Grand Elder had led a team to purge the Blood God Sect once. That time, nearly all of the Taichu Sect's elders came out in force, making a huge noise, killing more than thousands of Blood God Sect's cultivators, and cutting the Blood God Sect master under his sword as well. He originally thought that he could completely eliminate the Blood God Sect in one fell swoop this time, but he didn't expect that the Blood God Sect would be cunning. Although that battle had decapitated their sect master, it had failed to decapitate the vice sect masters located in the other strongholds of the Blood God Sect as well as many elders. It didn't take long for the Blood God Sect to quickly recover like weeds in the spring breeze. After that, the Taichu Sect had once again organized several siege operations, but the Blood God Sect had its own method of transmitting messages, and each time, they were able to detect the Taichu Sect's movements in time, and then quickly fled. This also caused the Blood God Sect to remain standing and grow stronger and stronger. Lu Qingjun slowly put down the voice transmission jade talisman, giving up that idea he had just had, but his attitude remained resolute. Even so, I still can't agree to risk you. Sumu was silent for a moment, then slowly raised his head, his eyes firm. Senior brother, even though this move is very dangerous, there are some things, someone has to do it. As a disciple of the Taichu Sect, I, Sumu, am duty-bound. He paused and said in a single word. Besides, I am certain that I can resist that blood slave puppet method, and even though the Blood God Sect has 1,000 trickery techniques and 10,000 evils, I believe that as long as I have a righteous heart and hold fast to my true nature, I will definitely not lose my true nature and fall into a demonic puppet. With that, he bowed his hand to Lu Qingjun and said aloud, please allow senior brother to let go. You, looking at Sumu's resolute and righteous eyes, Lu Qingjun froze in place. He looked at Sumu, half speechless. Senior brother, these devilish cultivators are arrogant and domineering, killing countless people, brutal and unkind, and are full of sins. My generation of cultivators, when we kill the demons of the devil's path, swat away the demons and evils of the world, clear away the darkness, and support the righteous path, how can we cower and sit back and do nothing? If even the righteous cultivators have to retreat and allow the devil's way to run wild, sooner or later this world will be destroyed, with the people displaced, corpses strewn across the land, and a sea of blood drifting down the river. Senior brother, Sumu's eyes were slightly red, but his tone was unprecedentedly grave. This is our only chance. We must not give up so easily. Sumu's tone was forceful, and his words were loud and clear. Lu Qingjun's gaze was stunned as she looked at Sumu, her heart and mind shaking, unable to return to her senses for a long time. He looked at Sumu, and his eyes flickered with strange feelings. Perhaps, junior brother really did have the certainty of resisting the blood slave method, but it also meant that there was a high probability that he would turn into a demonic puppet. Lu Qingjun didn't even dare to imagine that kind of ending. What's more, he didn't expect that Sumu's heart was even more hot-blooded, brave and upright than he had imagined. This nakedness touched him deeply. Lu Qingjun looked at Sumu, suddenly sighed, and murmured, Junior brother, do you know what it means once you're caught in the Blood God Sect? You may be tortured and suffer great pain, and you will be forced by them in every way, and punished by all sorts of cruel to the point of outrageous devilry, until you die. At that time, you will never see Qing'er again. You will never see your master. You will never see the sights of the Taichu Sect, and you will never see your senior brother me. Lu Qingjun's voice gradually lowered, and eventually turned into a sigh. Are you really not afraid? Sumu sniffed, but he smiled. He looked seriously at Lu Qingjun and said word by word, though millions of people, I will go. Chapter 76 Going Out. The persona is all you give yourself. Sumu said aloud, his eyes firm. Is he afraid? Of course he's scared. If he didn't have some certainty, of course Sumu wouldn't have taken the risk. He had long since learned the Blood God Sect's techniques through his contact with Ji Hazelmoon, and he knew even more about how to resist that so-called blood slave puppet technique. It could be said that as long as Sumu wanted to, he could become a rooted devil cultivator at any time. That's why Sumu had the courage to say this. But even so, the matter does still carry some risk. And the reason why Sumu took this risk was naturally in establishing a persona, create and noble, brave, fearless of life and death, cynical, and even dare to die generously for the sake of justice in his heart. After all, when you're out and about, you have to give your own personality. Those words just now seem to have been spoken impassionedly and soundly, but in reality, Sumu had already planned countless escape options in his mind. Once the situation was not right, he could definitely retreat gracefully. Of course, it was definitely impossible for Su Mu to tell Lu Qingjun about all of his undercards. It was enough for him to say that he was confident in restraining the blood slave method. At the very least, Lu Qingjun would be a bit more at ease with his plan. This matter, I have to report to the master and the great elder first, and let them make the decision. If they also agree, then I, naturally have no reason to object. Lu Qingjun pondered for a moment and said slowly, he knew that he wouldn't be able to persuade his senior brother today, so since that was the case, he might as well go ahead and do the same. Let's see what the master says after he reports to him. Senior would have stopped junior brother, I think. Su Mu nodded. This matter should not be delayed, the sooner the better. Otherwise the blood god sect side might discover something. I understand. Lu Qingjun nodded. Then with a flutter of his sleeves, he led Su Mu away from this place and flew toward the Taichu Sect. Early the next morning, Taichu Gate, the top of Taichu Peak, in front of a cloudy cliff face, a gray-robed man with an upright posture was standing quietly. His face was solemn and his eyes were tightly closed, as if he was comprehending some kind of subtle dharma. There was a light golden light lingering around him, vaguely as if the sound of a dragon roaring and tiger whistling resounded, shaking the surrounding space with ripples. And behind him, a vast round of golden sun imaginary shadow emerged vaguely. That round of golden sun contained a terrifying and unparalleled power, as if it could burn the heavens and illuminate the 9 ghosts. From afar, the golden sun appeared to be a golden dragon perched on the top of a mountain, emanating a blazing majesty. This gray-robed man was clearly none other than the Taichu Sect's Grand Elder, Chu Tianya. Rumble. Suddenly, a muffled thunderclap exploded. Chu Tianya opened his eyes. A flash of brilliant light blossomed in its pupils, as dazzling as 2 rounds of blazing suns. A vast and unfathomable terrifying pressure filled the surroundings, seemingly capable of suppressing the heavens. The clouds in the distance, under his might, shied away, forming a wide path. The flowers and trees at the foot of the mountain, the birds and insects, were all prostrate and trembling, terrified and trembling. Possessing such terrifying strength, Chu Tianya's expression did not show the slightest hint of complacency or joy. Instead, there was more gloom and anxiety in his brow. Alas, Chu Tianya sighed. He turned and looked down at his hands, muttering to himself, I never imagined that the hidden dangers left behind in my youth would be so serious. If I were to meet the Mahayana thunder tribulation in this manner, it would surely be fatal. 10 years, after 10 years, can there really be a turnaround? Chu Tianya was filled with hope and a few moments of disillusionment. I hope that old man Tianjizi's pinch will be more reliable this time. Otherwise, a touch of sorrow appeared in Chu Tianya's eyes, and he didn't say the words that followed, but instead muttered silently to himself in his heart. Otherwise, he'll be at the end of his days in an armor at most. He shook his head, collected his breath, and stepped towards the mountainside. Greetings, Master. As soon as he stepped into his cave, Chu Tianya heard a familiar call. Master, you're back. Li Shangyuan hurriedly bowed respectfully. Aha. Chu Tianya nodded slightly and faintly asked, how is your cultivation these days? Have you encountered anything you don't understand? Teacher's teachings, disciple remembered in my heart, daily diligently practicing Gengjin sword technique. Now the sword technique has already grown, but it is still a bit short of breaking through the 3rd layer of qi refining. Li Shangyuan replied respectfully, his expression slightly apprehensive. You are a heavenly spiritual root. Excellent talent. The first time you enter the immortal path, you have already cultivated to the 3rd layer of qi refining. This speed is already very human. Do not rush to breakthrough, and even more so, do not be overly ambitious. Remember to build a good foundation. Chu Tianya waved his hand and admonished. Li Shangyuan hurriedly said yes. Subsequently, Chu Tianya asked a few more questions about some of the issues in the sword skill, and Li Shangyuan answered them all without leaving out half of the details. Chu Tianya nodded in satisfaction. Nice. Chu Tianya appreciated. You have excellent talent, and with my master personally supervising you, you will be able to become a strong person ranked at the top of the Heaven's Pride ranking in the future. If you can add to your efforts, the stage of conjugation is not a difficult task. Perhaps the future of the Taichu Sect will have to be placed in your hands. Chu Tianya's face was filled with relief. Thank you for the compliment, Master. Li Shangyuan was instantly excited at his words and bowed repeatedly, his face reddening. This master teacher of his own had an odd personality, never smiling on weekdays, and now he finally revealed a smile. He was excited in his mind. By the way, Master, Elder One Run of Little Qiong Peak just sent a message over, saying that he has something to discuss with you. Suddenly, Li Shangyuan seemed to remember something and said in a hurry, oh, what's her business? Chu Tianya frowned at his words, somewhat puzzled. Disciple isn't sure, but Elder Wanrun said it's a big event. Li Shangyuan hurriedly replied. Aha. Chu Tianya nodded his head and commanded after a moment of contemplation. Then you cultivate seriously here. While master goes over to take a look, Li Shangyuan was stunned. He had wanted to also accompany his master to Little Qiong Peak so that he would have a chance to meet Gongzi and Qinger. Now it seems that we will have to wait for the next opportunity. As you wish. Li Shangyuan swallowed back the words he wanted to say just now, bowed, and respectfully sent Chu Tianya away. P.S. Ask for a small gift. Ask for a book push. Ask. Ors. Coalface is on his knees to thank you, my fellow readers. Chapter 77, Sticky Face Open Big, Silent Grand Elder. A few moments later, Chu Tianya arrived outside of Little Qiong Peak. He stood with his arms crossed and looked in the direction of Little Qiong Peak. Under the gazebo at the foot of the mountain, there was already a figure sitting quietly drinking tea. I saw that her skin was like solid fat, her features were beautiful, and a white dress with a veil was floating, and in a trance, it seemed that there was a haze enveloping her. And behind her, there stood two unusually handsome teenagers. Chu Tianya's gaze swept past Lu Qingjun and rested on Sumu, his brows slightly furrowed, and he was secretly puzzled inwardly. What does this stance mean? Could it be that this Sumu returned to his heart and wanted to worship himself as his teacher? Is that why Elder Wanrun was asked to invite himself over? Thoughts flickered. The corners of Chu Tianya's mouth hooked up slightly. This kid, when he invited himself all over the place, he didn't budge, and now he's changed his mind? Too late. Do you really think what you said last time was child's play? Chu Tianya decided that unless Sumu knelt down and respectfully kowtowed 9 times to himself, otherwise, there was absolutely no way he would have taken the other party as his disciple. Between flashes of thoughts, Chu Tianya took a step into the gazebo. Greetings to the Grand Elder. Seeing Chu Tianya's arrival, the woman in the pavilion rose and saluted. Elder Wanrun is invited. I wonder what is so important. Chu Tianya walked slowly, his voice low and cold, with a hint of detachment. Please sit down, Grand Elder. Wanrun Suxian smiled sweetly and made a pleased gesture. With that, he sat himself down and continued to drink his tea. Aha! Chu Tianya indifferently hummed, and also took his seat straight away. Wanrun Susumu was sitting on a stone bench, and from Sumu's viewpoint, she could just see a touch of rounded and upright curvature. Her white dress like snow, black waterfalls hanging shoulders, jade fingers, flicking the lid of the cup of fragrant tea, gently flick the tea, pink lips gently open. Slowly drinking. Every move reveals an elegant and tranquil flavor, and the style is unmatched. Even a simple cup of tea seems like a picture. Elder Wanrun invited me here. What exactly is the reason for this? Please clarify. Chu Tianya raised his eyes, his gaze indifferent. Wanrun Suxian put down the tea in her hands and smiled lightly. Grand Elder, you should still remember the Blood God Sect. The Blood God Sect? How could you forget? Chu Tianya frowned slightly. A few years ago, when he was not yet in seclusion, he had also led the Blood Primordial Sect cultivators to besiege the Blood God Sect a few times, so how could he possibly forget? It was only that in recent years he had been in closed-door cultivation and had rarely interfered in the affairs of the sect, and hadn't cared much about the affairs of the Blood God Sect. Wasn't calling him here today to talk about Sumu's reworship? Why are you suddenly talking about the Blood God Sect? What is the meaning of this? Chu Tianya frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled inwardly. The Blood God Sect has been getting more and more rampant lately. And some time ago, they even destroyed one of my Taichu Sect's opportunities, and even practiced my Taichu Sect's disciples as blood slaves to deliver information for them. Wanrun Suxian's eyes flashed with a flash of clear cold ghostly light, and said slowly, the Blood God Sect's strength is average, but it's tricky and subtle, and now the hidden dangers are getting deeper and deeper, and it's intentionally targeting my Taichu Sect. Wanrun Suxian said and raised her eyes to look at Chu Tianya. Chu Tianya nodded slightly and said indifferently, I've also heard a little about all of this, and this elder is preparing to encircle them one more time before he closes his door, in order to put an end to future troubles. Wanrun Susan froze slightly, seemingly surprised, then hurriedly asked, then does the Grand Elder have the confidence to eradicate them completely? If the Grand Elder could completely eradicate the Blood God Sect, then there would be no need for Sumu, this obstinate little guy, to risk his life. When she thought of Sumu's bitter and reasoned preaching to her the entire night last night, when Rin Susan had a bit of a headache, she didn't even know where this little guy got so much sense. It was almost more like a master than she was. That bucketful of supreme words said simply one set of words after another, lecturing her, the master teacher, one after another. I don't know how many condoms were used over the course of the night. Each set was just right, so that she couldn't even refute half of it. But even though she had been lectured, she had benefited a lot, and had gained many new understandings and feelings about the truths told by Su Mu. He was even more touched by Su Mu's heart of a bare heart, and more affectionate feelings arose in his heart. He really hadn't taken on the wrong disciple in the first place. With this disciple in the Taichu Sect, the future will surely prosper. Such a good seedling should never experience such danger. Thus, once she heard that Chu Tianya was planning to make another move against the Blood God Sect, Wenrun Susan instantly had a feeling that the clouds had been lifted. If Chu Tianya was able to overthrow the Blood God Sect, then Su Mu wouldn't have to take the risk. Ha! Hearing Wenrun Su Xian's inquiry, Chu Tianya smiled faintly, a proud look on his face. A mere Blood God Sect, why bother exterminating them? This elder can do it with a snap of his fingers. When Wenrun Susan heard this, her heart was slightly happy. However, before she could say anything, she heard Su Mu say quietly from the side, "Really? Then 15 years ago, why didn't you wipe out the Blood God Sect? There were also those 2 sieges 13 years ago, 11 years ago, which also didn't clean out the Blood God Sect, but instead allowed them to resurface and grow stronger and stronger." He paused and raised his head to look at Chu Tianya, his gaze filled with sincerity and seriousness. "Grand Elder, are you sure you can really do it this time? Smells like a soul." Trudy. After hearing his words, Chu Tianya's face stiffened violently, and the atmosphere instantly became awkward. Wenrun Susumu was also a bit confused. Her pretty face flushed red, and she couldn't help but fiercely glare at Su Mu. "This brat, why don't you mention which pot is which? This past event is Chu Tianya's most humiliating moment? How can it be taken out to openly mock, sticking the face open big?" Only Lu Qingjun desperately tensed the corners of his mouth, his gaze looking into the distance, diverting his attention and trying not to laugh out loud. Unbridled, Chu Tianya really burst into a rage, his face twitching as he scolded in a stern voice. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Su Mu blinked and hurriedly hid behind Wenrun Su Xian with an innocent face. "Great Elder, I'm just worried about you. In case you fail again, won't you make the world laugh again? At that time, even if you kill me, you won't be able to plug the long mouths of the people of the world." Smells like a soul. Lu Qingjun lowered her head and reached out to cover her mouth, pretending to cough, tears in her eyes. You are simply outrageous. This elder's affairs don't need you to worry about them." Being poked and prodded by Su Mu about the old events of that year, Chu Tianya's face turned blue as he sternly rebuked. If it wasn't for Wenrun Susan standing by Su Mu's side and blocking him, I'm afraid that he wouldn't have been able to resist storming out. He has now decided that even if Su Mu kneels down and kowtows 900 times, there is no way he will accept the other party as his master. Bah! As an apprentice, Chu Tianya forcibly suppressed the anger that was spewing out of his chest, and slowly said with a calm face, "Daring to provoke the elder. If not for the fact that your qualifications are still good, this elder will surely discipline you today." Su Mu sighed. "Great Elder, you have to face your mistakes squarely so that you can correct them well." "Shut up." Chu Tianya's forehead veins bulged out and he finally couldn't hold back his anger. "It's not your turn to comment on this elder's matters." Wenrun Su Xian glared back at Su Mu, telling him to stop talking, then turned her head back to Chu Tianya and apologized. "Great Elder, after all, this child Su Mu is young and inexperienced. It's inevitable that he doesn't know how to speak, so I hope Great Elder will bear with me." Wenrun Su Xian lightly uncovered the matter and then continued. "However, the Blood God Sect is indeed incredibly cunning. So if the Grand Elder wants to go to war, please be careful." Chu Tianya wanted to nod his head, but after suddenly thinking about what Su Mu said, he fell silent for a bit. Chapter 78, Another Plan. Although what Su Mu said just now was exasperating, it wasn't wrong. The previous times he had gone to besiege the Blood God Sect, although all of them had been victorious, he had never completely annihilated them each time. It didn't take long for the Blood God Sect to resurface and become active again. Although no one dared to discuss this matter in front of him, Chu Tianya knew that in many people's hearts, or in private, they must have secretly slandered him, or even ridiculed and mocked him. A cultivator of the ensemble stage actually couldn't even exterminate a devilish force. If he failed again this time, I'm afraid that his Chu Tianya's reputation would really be damaged again. At that time, not only would he lose face, he was afraid that it would also affect the majesty and reputation of the sect. At the thought of this, Chu Tianya was suddenly somewhat silent, without the confidence and arrogance of just now. Not daring to boast anymore. Wenrun Susan blinked. His heart sank slightly. Secretly this great elder will not have a heart to back out of it. That's not good. If he got discouraged, wouldn't he be asking Su Mu, the little guy, to risk his life again? Wenrun Su Xian said in a warm voice. "Great Elder, don't worry. With your strength, the Blood God Sect is not worth mentioning at all. You will definitely be able to flatten the Blood God Sect in one fell swoop and raise the prestige of my Taichu Sect this time." Trudy. He now seriously suspected that the two masters and disciples, Sumu and Wenren Xin, had deliberately come to trap him in order to set him up to move forward. But Wenren Susan had said this. What else could he say? You can't say you wimped out, can you? How could the hallowed generation of the harmonization stage be a wimp? Chu Tianya was bitter in his heart, and his face changed in an uncertain manner. At this point, only a voice he didn't want to hear at that moment rang in his ears. Grand Elder, I have a little scheme. Sumu smiled and suddenly spoke. Chu Tianya frowned and grunted coldly. Shut up and put away your schemes for this elder. Sumu heatedly laughed, not caring about his attitude in the slightest. Great Elder, don't be in a hurry, and listen to disciples' slow narration first. But before Sumu's words fell, Wenren Susan interrupted him. Sumu, the Great Elder has decided to personally take action, so you should stop meddling. There's nothing more for you here. Go back and cultivate. Sumu looked at Wenren Susan, his gaze carrying a bit of helplessness as he shook his head. Master, this matter is a matter of face for the Grand Elder and the Taichu Sect, and since we have already deliberated all night last night, you should let my disciple give it a try. Wenren Xian's brows knitted tightly, obviously still not agreeing with his proposal. Sumu, you should understand the strength of the Blood God Sect. You'll probably be in danger if you go into disguise like this. In a serious tone, she persuaded. Besides, the Blood God Sect's methods are bizarre, and you're alone in the tiger's den, so Master is worried about your safety. Chu Tianya froze for a moment and asked somewhat strangely, what did you guys discuss last night? Wenren Xian's pretty face was slightly red, and she said with a slight annoyance, Sumu is just fooling around. Where does he have this kind of guts? Great Elder, don't believe his nonsense. Chu Tianya glanced at Sumu suspiciously, feeling that something was wrong. According to Wenren Xian's character, since she could discuss things with Sumu for a night, it could never be nonsense. Wenren Xian's pink lips lightly opened, as if she wanted to find an excuse to perfume the past. Sumu, on the other hand, immediately replied, last night we talked all night about the strategy to deal with the Blood God Sect, and after discussing it with my master, I felt that it was extremely feasible, so I wanted to give it a try. When Chu Tianya heard this, he once again suspiciously swept a glance at Sumu. You say? When Wenren Xian saw Sumu being so stubborn, she sighed slightly and didn't stop her. Since the Blood God Sect has the ability to make you suffer repeatedly, it proves that it does have some means. Sumu narrowed his eyes and smiled. What do you think, Grand Elder? Chu Tianya glanced at him and grunted in an uninterested manner. Don't sell out. Speak quickly. The reason why you, Great Elder, have been unable to completely eliminate the Blood God Sect is because they have been in the dark while we have been in the light, and we, the Taichu Sect, have not been able to truly figure out the Blood God Sect's bottom line and movements, which is why it has led to such a result. Yes or no? Sumu asked. Chu Tianya nodded, rather helplessly. That Blood God Sect is like an underground rat. Once it realizes that the situation is wrong, it immediately hides in a dark corner and doesn't come out. Time and time again, it's simply impossible to catch them all. He had once chopped the sect master of the Blood God Sect under his sword, but even so, the Blood God Sect was still able to revive and reborn. It was simply evil to the extreme. If that's the case, then why are we pursuing? Sumu smiled and slowly said, Grand Elder, the Blood God Sect is a power that hides in the shadows, but it doesn't mean that they never make a move, nor are they always hiding in the darkness. Even if the Blood God Sect hides deeper, it's still within the central state after all. All we need is a bait to lure them all out, and then laying a dragnet, we'll surely be able to wipe them out. Chu Tianya was stunned, his brows slowly furrowed. Bait? This method has also been tried by this elder. It's useless. The Blood God Sect is sinister and cunning. It won't be easily trusted. That's because the Grand Elder's decoy didn't gain the Blood God Sect's trust. What if this decoy was released by a core member of the Blood God Sect? Sumu continued to laugh. Chu Tianya paused, then said in surprise, what you mean is? Sumu nodded. I'll infiltrate the Blood God Sect and draw out the most important core members of it, and at that time, as soon as the top brass of the Blood God Sect show their faces, the Grand Elder will then push across with a thunderous force, and they will surely be wiped out in one fell swoop. Chu Tianya was first stunned, then his eyes glared, and he suddenly rebuked angrily. Nonsense! You're a yellow-haired brat who hasn't even reached the dance stage. How can you possibly blend into the Blood God Sect? Isn't this looking for death? Great Elder, it is the duty of cultivators of my generation to cut down demons and eliminate devils. If one is afraid of the enemy's might and doesn't dare to rise to the challenge, how can one be called a righteous cultivator? Sumu arched his hand and said, Disciple is willing to lay down his life for the Taichu Sect. Do you think anyone can do something like this that gets you killed? Chu Tianya said in a deep voice. Then he looked at Wenren Susan and snapped, Elder Wenren, Why would you agree to such a request? Smells like a soul. She was a little aggravated. She had never intended to agree to Sumu going on a risky journey from the beginning, and last night, she had even gone deeper to persuade him for the whole night. But Sumu had always insisted on fighting against the Blood God Sect. Elder, this matter has nothing to do with my master. It's my disciple who is bent on getting rid of the demons. Sumu arched his hand and said. Chu Tianya glanced at Sumu and said in a cold voice, excluding demons and defending the Tao, this elder has his own arrangements. For the time being it's not necessary for you to worry about it. Your task now is to cultivate well. Only by living can you pick up the beam of Taichu Sect in the future, and can better fight demons and defend the Tao. Sumu froze. He didn't expect the Grand Elder to say something like this. It was a bit out of his expectation. Sumu opened his mouth and was about to say something. There's no need to mention this matter again. Even if I, Chu Tianya, were to be disgraced by the world for 10,000 years, I would never risk my own disciples. Chu Tianya snorted coldly, interrupting what Sumu wanted to say and flung his sleeves away. Sumu looked at the departing figure of the Grand Elder and was somewhat helpless inside. He didn't expect that all of them, from his senior brother to his master to the Grand Elder, would disagree with his plan, which was somewhat unexpected. It looks like it's just going to have to stop there, but that would have made the other plan smoother. Sumu's heart moved slightly, and a trace of essence flashed in his eyes. Chapter 79, All things are illusory. Only the word love is real. See, I told you the Grand Elder wouldn't agree either. Wenren Xian sighed and gave Sumu a somewhat grudging look and said, it's good now. Even Master has been admonished by the Grand Elder. Wenren Xian helplessly held her forehead. Since becoming the Peak Master of Little Qiong Peak, she hadn't been admonished in how many years? I didn't realize that today it was thanks to Sumu's blessing that I received a lecture for no reason. Sumu scratched his head and snapped. Master, disciple knows that I'm wrong. Please forgive me. Master doesn't blame you. It's just that proposal of yours is just too risky. No one would be able to agree to it easily. Wenren Xian raised her eyes and glanced at Sumu, and said in a soft voice. Sumu slightly bowed his head. It's the disciple who didn't think it through. I know that your heart is filled with justice, but you have no idea how terrifying the Blood God Sect is. How can you possibly cope with it now that you are only at the 6th level of chi refining? If anything happens to you, won't Master feel guilty for the rest of his life? Although there was some anger in Wenren Xian's tone, more than anything else, she was worried. Sumu's heart warmed as he arched his hand and said, the disciple has a clear idea in his heart and will not act rashly. Lu Qingjun also exonerated Sumu. Senior, Master Su's original intention was also for the Taichu Sect. Besides, he already knows his mistake now, so you should stop talking about him. Wenren Susan glanced at Lu Qingjun when she heard this, and her eyes held a hint of surprise. She didn't seem to expect that Lu Qingjun would actually help excuse Sumu. However, on second thought, Lu Qingjun's character seems to be ice cold, but is actually gentle, treats the disciples in the door extremely friendly, and must have treated Sumu's newly accepted senior brother with love. However, most of his friendliness was directed towards female disciples, and he had never seen any male disciple he would be this attached to. That's kind of interesting. Wenren Susan looked meaningfully at Lu Qingjun with an inexplicable smile and softly said, Qingjun, as you and Sumu are fellow disciples and share the same aspirations, you should get closer to each other in the future. Ha? Lu Qingjun was slightly dumbfounded, obviously not expecting his master to suddenly talk about this topic. His cheeks unexpectedly reddened for a rare moment. He hastily averted his gaze and coughed lightly. What Master Teacher said is very true. Qingjun will definitely have more dealings with senior brother Su in the future. Aha. Wenren Xian nodded with a smile, then looked at Sumu and said, alright, since there's nothing else, you can retire first. Sumu bowed and saluted. Yes, Master. That's right. Sumu, you remember. You are a disciple of the Taichu Sect, representing the future of the Taichu Sect. You must never joke with your own life. Understand? Wenren Xian admonished. Disciple knows. Sumu respectfully replied back, and then he turned around and walked out of the pavilion towards the depths of Little Qiong Peak. Master Su's heart of a bear heart is truly admirable. Lu Qingjun looked at Sumu's departing back and couldn't help but marvel. Well, it does look a lot like a seedling just breaking ground. Wenren Xian nodded and said, Sumu has a heart for the living. With this kind of broad-mindedness, his future will be unlimited in the future as well. Lu Qingjun pursed his lips, and suddenly murmured, if all the righteous cultivators can be like him, and go to great lengths to get rid of demons and defend the Tao, why worry that the evil devils and foreigners won't be eliminated? This piece of heaven and earth, why worry cannot be peaceful? Wenren Susan smiled faintly as she glanced at Lu Qingjun and suddenly asked, Qingjun, what do you think of Sumu? Quite good. Very responsible, Lu Qingjun said without hesitation. He is the hope of our Little Qiong Peak. Disciple is very happy to have such a senior brother yet. Listening to Lu Qingjun's unreserved assessment, Wenren Susan narrowed her eyes slightly, a hint of a smile surfacing in her bright eyes. She always felt that her own senior apprentice brother seemed to treat Sumu differently. Qingjun, does Sumu have a favorite girl? Wenren Su Xin suddenly asked. Lu Qingjun was stunned, then reacted and said, back to master. According to disciple's observation, Sumu should not have a favorite female cultivator for the time being. Oh, you investigated quite clearly. Wenren Su Xin deliberately dragged out a long tone and asked with interest. This is all a blind guess by the disciple. The disciple doesn't dare to be sure, but according to the disciple's judgment, there shouldn't be any. Lu Qingjun's eyes rolled and he tried to put on a calm demeanor as he said. Wenren Su Xin let out a light laugh and said, how could master feel that Qinger and Sumu's relationship is not ordinary? Don't worry about this, master. Sumu said that he only treats Qinger as a younger sister. Lu Qingjun hurriedly explained. Wenren Su Xin raised an eyebrow. Sister? Yes. Sumu said that Qinger is his favorite sister. Lu Qingjun nodded affirmatively. Wenren Susan looked at Lu Qingjun for a long time before finally revealing a smile. This kind of personal matter is not even known to my master. But I can't imagine that you already know all of it. It seems that you really are keen on Sumu's matters. Lu Qingjun stiffened as he waved his hands in some panic and explained. No, how could a disciple be keen on Master Su's personal matters? Master has misunderstood. Oh, yeah? Wenren Su Xin looked at Lu Qingjun with a wry smile. She was well aware of her own disciple's temperament. To the others, Lu Qingjun was almost unsmiling, even colder than her. However, facing Sumu was completely different. Every time he looked at Sumu, admiration and expectation would always flow from the bottom of his eyes. Although he hid it quickly, it still allowed Wenren Susan to detect a hint of something unusual. Lu Qingjun was stared at by Wenren Susan and his heart drummed. He forced down his inner tension and pretended to be calm. Yes, master, you've really misunderstood. The ins and outs of this matter are actually not what you think. Looking at his resolute appearance, Wenren Su Xin shook her head helplessly and said softly, you kids, you're just too stubborn sometimes. Lu Qingjun was silent, his head lowered without saying anything. Wenren Su Xin laughed and said, all right, just teasing you, but Qingjun, you're not too young. It's time to think about finding a Daoist couple. Master, you're bringing this up again. Lu Qingjun shook his head and said, master doesn't need to worry about this matter. If fate arrives, Qingjun will naturally meet the right person. Seeing this, Wenren Su Xin guffawed, reached out and patted his shoulder, saying in a serious tone, Qingjun, everything in this world is illusory. Only the word love is real. Cultivation of immortality is originally a move against the heavens. The road is bumpy, difficult and dangerous, and there are many crises. If someone can accompany each other for warmth, ride out the storm together, and even live and die together, then in this long night, wouldn't it be more wonderful? Lu Qingjun's heart stirred as he raised his eyes to look at her. He saw that Wenren Susan looked serious, and his beautiful eyes seemed to penetrate the heart, causing him to go into a trance. Master, Lu Qingjun wanted to speak. Sit. Wenren Su Xin pointed to the futon beside her, signaling Lu Qingjun to sit down and talk. Thank you, master. Lu Qingjun slowly took his seat. Wenren Su Xin's slender jade-like fingertips gently tapped on the table, and there was a moment of silence. The two looked at each other for a long time. In the end, it was Lu Qingjun who was the first to lose. Chapter 80, Sister's Heart. Sadness alone. He dropped his head to look at his knees and whispered, Master, you know that the reason why disciple chose this path is to avoid falling into a love affair in the future and losing myself from then on. Like the patriarch, never being able to break through to the Mahayana realm. As the words came to a halt, Lu Qingjun raised his head and gazed at Wenren Susan, his gaze burning. So disciple is unwilling to be held back by love. And even more so, unwilling to live up to master's expectations. Silly child. Wenren Susan compassionately touched Lu Qingjun's head and softly said, the master does not require you to find a Daoist couple, but only hopes that if you come across one that fits your heart, you will not go against your heart. Qingjun understands. Lu Qingjun softly replied back as he lowered his eyes to cover the dark tides rippling under his eyes. Wenren Su Xin sighed. The word love is irresistible, but it is also not to be obsessed with. Your master uncle is indeed a bit too obsessive in this point. After saying this, Wenren Susan filled up her teacup and handed a cup to Lu Qingjun and said softly, Qingjun, have some tea. Lu Qingjun froze, then respectfully accepted the teacup and took a shallow sip. But master still hopes that you can find a mate, so that it will also allow master to hold an apprentice grandchild as soon as possible. Wenren Su Xin continued. Put. The tea that Lu Qingjun had just drank at the sound of his voice suddenly spewed out in its entirety, spilling onto his lapel. His face flushed red and he said awkwardly, "Master Yu." Wenren Susan looked at Lu Qingjun. A light smile surfaced on her gentle face and softly said, "Of course, this is all still up to you. Master will not interfere with your choices. Let everything be as it is." Lu Qingjun cried and laughed as he picked up his sleeve and wiped the corners of his mouth. Unable to stay here any longer. This 8 characters have not even a skim yet, and already want to hold what the disciple grandson. If it is to stay on, that's not good enough? Master, I suddenly remembered that I have other matters to take care of today, so I won't accompany you for a chat. Farewell. After saying that, not caring about Wenren Susan's reaction, Lu Qingjun flew away. Wenren Suxian looked at his back that seemed to run away as if fleeing for his life, shook her head and lost her smile. Her vain hand picked up the teacup on the stone platform and was about to take a sip. However, right at this moment, Lu Qingjun, who had just run out 2 steps, suddenly turned around and returned. Master, you still say me? You are not also lonely for 1,000 years. I think you need to find a couple. Embrace each other for warmth. After saying this, Lu Qingjun made a face and immediately turned around and fled, his figure swaying and disappearing almost instantly, leaving Wenren Shushin sitting on top of the futon. Her smile froze at the corners of her mouth, her hand holding the teacup trembled slightly, and a touch of scarlet color surfaced on her jade-like pretty face. A moment later, she gently put down her teacup and shook her head. Not in a good mood. Stinky girl, actually learning to flirt with master. It seems that her wings are really hard. The other side. After Sumu left the gazebo, he picked his way up the steps of Little Qiong Peak. While passing by a cloudy sea cliff, he saw a white silhouette sitting there quietly fuming. She wore a white dress and her black hair was draped behind her, like a blooming orchid, refreshingly uncluttered and serene. Sumu stood in place, his footsteps pausing. This woman was no other than his second senior sister, Su Yaoshi. It's just that this aura was a bit different from the first time, and the usual senior sister Su he had seen. On weekdays, the sister is enthusiastic and cheerful, brightly illuminated. Every move, knit your brows and smile with a radiant charm, like a flower bud blossoming in the spring. But today it is particularly dull and indifferent. The whole person seems to be covered in a layer of haze. The back has revealed a few threads of sadness. Looks lonely. Through the silk sadness, it gives the impression of being high and detached, as if cut off from the dust. The doubts in Su Mu's heart intensified. The senior sister Su he remembered was a lively, optimistic and thunderous woman, and had never looked so sad and gloomy. Su Mu was stunned, hesitated, and slowly approached towards her, until it stopped 3 feet away. Su Yaoshi seemed to be oblivious, still staring up at the high sky, her mind wandering. Su Mu frowned slightly and couldn't help but call out, "Senior sister Su." Hearing the voice, Su Yaoshi jolted awake and turned her head to her side, revealing a half-exquisite face. Seeing that it was Su Mu, a look of surprise appeared on her face. "Junior brother, what brings you here?" Su Mu was stunned. The familiar face in front of him surprisingly caused him to feel a sense of strangeness. Although still stunningly beautiful, but a few less vigor, the pair of bright peach blossom eyes with a little wet, red eyes, obviously just cried. Seeing Su Mu staring at her suspiciously, a trace of panic flashed across Su Yaoshi's face. She lowered her head, maskily wiping the corners of her eyes with her plain hand, barely tugged at the corners of her mouth, and softly said, "Junior brother, is something wrong with you?" Su Mu shook his head and asked, "Why is senior sister sitting here alone in a daze?" Su Yaoshi was silent for a moment, then suddenly raised her head, looked at Su Mu's clear and handsome side face, and spread a smile. "Nothing, it just suddenly struck me that the mountains are beautiful." At this moment, it was as if she had returned to her usual appearance, her eyes shining with a brilliant and bright light, as dazzling as the stars. Only a trace of undisguised sadness still lingered in the depths of his eyes. Seeing this, Su Mu nodded slightly and smiled lightly. The scenery in the mountains is indeed very good, especially the top of this Little Qiong Peak, where the spiritual springs converge and the immortal mist surrounds. It is indeed a blessed place for cultivation. Upon hearing this, Su Yaoshi's smile slightly converged and her gaze became a bit ethereal. "Yes, it is indeed a blessed place for cultivation," she murmured, her gaze crossing over Su Mu to look into the distant sky, and sighed softly. "Junior brother, from what senior brother said, you and Qinger are both orphans." "Yes." Su Mu nodded and followed her gaze forward, only to see a sea of clouds churning in the distance, misty and foggy, just like being in a fairyland. "Senior sister, are you missing your family?" Su Mu thought about it and said softly. Su Yaoshi smiled, but did not say anything more, and turned to ask, "By the way, senior brother, I heard that last night, you and senior brother Lu spent the night at the master's place?" Yes, senior sister. Sumu nodded. So what are you guys chatting about? Senior sister, I've been curious for a long time. Su Yaoshi blinked her big eyes and looked at Sumu. Oh, nothing special. Just discussing about cultivation. Sumu smiled. When Su Yaoshi heard this, a trace of suspicion flashed in her heart. As far as she knew, Senior Master had already asked Senior Brother Lu to take full responsibility for the cultivation of this junior brother Sumu in front of him. So how could he discuss a knight's cultivation with them? But since Sumu didn't want to say anything, she naturally didn't bother to ask any further. It was something she had casually asked in order to change the subject. Alright, junior brother. Then senior sister won't ask you anymore. Su Yaoshi stretched and stood up, patted her butt and said, I'm going to go back to take a nap. You also go and cultivate quickly. After she finished speaking, she waved her hand at Sumu and left with a flourish. Sumu looked at her slender figure that was fading away, and a flash of deep thought crossed his eyes. Chapter 81. The second rule of chicks: it is easiest to build friendships with like-minded people. Sumu looked at Su Yaoshi's slightly depressed figure. He could feel that senior sister Su was hiding something in her heart. It seems everyone has their own troubles. Sumu secretly sighed. In fact, now was a good opportunity. Su Yaoshi clearly needed someone to comfort her at this time. If he can take the initiative to care a few words, or say a few thoughtful words, accompanied by a variety of sweet words and romance to dissolve the pain in her heart, perhaps the relationship between him and senior sister Su could be taken a step further. At the very least, they could have some intimate contact, and even in-death exchanges were not out of the question. However, Sumu thought about it and gave up the opportunity. He had only been at Little Qiong Peak for a short while, and to approach so deliberately was just too purposeful. If Su Yaoshi had reacted afterward, she would have felt that he was unkind, and it's not gentlemanly to take advantage of someone's suffering. Although he, Sumu, wasn't considered a decent person, he couldn't do such a thing. Moreover, Sumu vaguely guessed that the suffering in Su Yaoshi's heart should be related to her relatives at home. If he approached without knowing the exact ins and outs, he was afraid that it would backfire and spoil things. Let her self-digest for a while, and then talk to her later when we have the chance, Sumu thought darkly. He withdrew his gaze and stepped away. After returning to Cloud Dream Valley in Little Qiong Peak, Sumu saw senior sister Mu practicing her sword in front of her own courtyard door from afar. She was dressed in a fluttering green dress, holding a long sword in her hand. The blade of the sword was like water, and like a silver dragon. The frost filled the air and took the hearts of the people. Between the dance, the body posture is like a shock, like a butterfly dance, leading the neck to fly, but also like a willow fluttering. Dexterity is incomparable. Looking at Mu Qingli's sword technique, a flash of color flashed through Sumu's eyes. Senior sister Mu was worthy of being a sword practitioner. This was a powerful move. Every action was crisp and clean, without the slightest delay. The most crucial thing was that senior sister Mu clearly didn't use any spiritual energy and was simply practicing her sword moves. But Sumu had a feeling like a thorn in his back. This was not an illusion caused by the sharpness of senior sister Mu's sword strokes, but a true sense of oppression. Could it be that this is sword intent? Sumu's eyes slightly condensed, his mind gradually tranquilized, discarding distracting thoughts, carefully observing Mu Qingli's delicate body, sword posture. There was a certain rhythm in her swordsmanship, causing an indescribable beauty to flow from her body. This beauty was not only reflected in her posture and movements, but also in her sword intent, or rather, her sword path. Her body is like a sheathed sword, full of sharpness and killing, yet flexible to the extreme, waving it casually, vaguely containing some kind of unspeakable rhythm. This is a combination that is contradictory to the extreme. The way of the sword, truly subtle and extraordinary, especially when senior sister Mu's white and tender ankles that were hidden from view every time her skirt fluttered. It revealed a tantalizing charm that made people daydream. Just as Su Mu was watching mesmerized, Mu Qingli's figure accelerated steeply, her long sword hanging upside down, cutting through the void and stabbing into the ground, shooting out a narrow crack. At the same time, a harsh air-breaking sound rang out. Rumble! In an instant, the entire valley seemed to be shaking violently, and the originally peaceful mountains and forests were instantly overflowing with wild winds and flying sand. Immediately after that, only to see her feet stepping on a flying spin, her sword blade quickly picking diagonally, as if it had turned into a rain of thousands of swords sweeping in all directions. Immediately after that, the sword was flicked out, like a butterfly piercing through a flower, and the sword chi was strewn across the landscape, crushing countless crushed stones and grass clippings into dust. A sword cut through the dust in clamor. The sword power stretched long and straight to the clouds, as if it wanted to cut through the sky, and it was in the midst of this raging smoke that she slowly sheathed her longsword. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Sumu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, being completely stunned. Good sword skill, worthy of senior sister Mu. It's really great. Although he was able to do this scene, if he was allowed to not use his spiritual energy, his attainment of sword moves alone would still be far from the level that senior sister Mu was at today. Mu Qingli sheathed her sword and turned her head to look at Su Mu, slightly raising her eyebrows, not knowing what came to her mind. Her white pretty face swept past a trace of imperceptible redness. She sidestepped and faintly said, "Have you seen enough?" "Of course not. Senior sister Mu's sword skills are simply superb. One would want to see it again and again. It's simply not enough." Sumu immediately shook his head and said with a serious face without blushing, "Oily mouth." Mu Qingli snorted coldly, arrogantly lifting her rounded chin and, "I'm not the masters and the girls, and it doesn't pay to be sweet-talked." After saying that, she didn't wait for Su Mu to respond, and turned straight around and walked into the courtyard, only leaving Su Mu with a marvelous back. "Senior sister, please stay." Su Mu hurriedly called out to Mu Qingli. "For this kind of arrogance, it is necessary to take the initiative. Otherwise the other party will just keep on being arrogant, and it is difficult to have a chance to get close." Mu Qingli stopped and looked at Su Mu suspiciously. "Senior brother has something else?" Su Mu hemmed and hawed and rubbed his hands together. "So what? I wonder if senior sister is free today." There's that familiar question again. That familiar syntax. Mu Qingli froze slightly, and the memories that were already so hard for her to forget suddenly flooded her mind once again. Thinking back to the last time this guy asked just that, he ended up being hugged all the way, causing him to not sleep well for several nights. As soon as she closed her eyes, it was all about that image, and it almost messed with her mind. It's hard to get your mind back. "What do you want to do this time?" "What?" Mu Qingli sidestepped her body, covering the dissimilarity under her eyes. Her voice was faint, still with a hint of indifference. "Where do you want me to take you this time?" Sumu shook his head and said in a sincere tone, "Senior sister, I'm sure you don't know. I've chosen to cultivate the Taichu sword technique, and I'll be a sword cultivator in the future as well. So I've come here today specifically to ask senior sister to teach me about the Tao of the sword." Hearing these words, Mu Qingli couldn't help but be stunned and looked at Su Mu with a somewhat surprised gaze. "You also want to become a sword cultivator?" Su Mu nodded his head and respectfully arched his hand. "That day I had the honor of seeing senior sister's valiant stance. My heart was surging with excitement, so I aspired to become a sword cultivator. I hope senior sister will not be stingy with her advice." At those words, Mu Qingli's expression changed a lot. She took a deep breath and fixedly sized up Su Mu. This guy, was he really here to learn swordplay from himself? If that was the case, one had misunderstood him. "Since you want to learn the sword, I will teach you. However, the way of the sword does not only emphasize enlightenment, but also requires great perseverance that is beyond the reach of ordinary people. It's easy to get started, but if you want to comprehend the true meaning of the way of the sword and reach the peak, you need to practice a lot day in and day out and put in 100 or even 1,000 times the effort of a normal person. Are you sure you want to practice the sword?" Mu Qingli's voice was still cold, but there was a hint of seriousness. "Senior sister, I've already decided. I won't give up halfway." Su Mu nodded, his gaze firm as if he wanted to join the party. The second rule of picking up girls: like-minded people tend to have the easiest time building friendships. Mu Qingli looked at the firmness in Su Mu's eyes, and after pondering for a moment, she suddenly opened her mouth, her tone softening. "Good then. From today onwards, I will pass on my sword skills to you. I hope you won't let me down." Her life can be described as nothing but sword practice, and now she meets a teenager who also loves the way of the sword. Mu Qingli's heart inevitably rises a sense of relief, unconsciously softened the tone. More than a few points of cordiality. Su Mu's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly saluted. "Don't worry, senior sister. Senior brother will definitely go all out." Looking at the teenager in front of her, Mu Qingli couldn't help but guffaw. Then she collected her expression and said lightly, "Come with me." After saying that, she moved her lotus steps and marched towards the backyard. Chapter 82 Sister. "It's really my first time." Su Mu followed Mu Qingli's side with his steps, and with his height, he could just see the young girl's perfect side face. Mu Qingli was wearing a green-colored strong suit with a long sword hanging from her waist. The black, beautiful hair was tied into a ponytail and hung down behind her head, revealing a full, white forehead. Her skin was delicate and white. Her features were delicate and small, like a classical high-flying beauty coming out of a comic book story, filled with an ethereal immortal aura. The only beauty is that the chest is a little too flat. However, with senior sister Mu's temperament and haughty personality, it was perfect for this kind of flatness, and the suitability was practically 100%. Sumu was just thinking wildly when he realized that he had already arrived in the backyard. Mu Qingli stood her body and said lightly, "I will first demonstrate the entry sword stance of the Taichu sword technique. You observe carefully. If you find something you don't understand, come back and ask me again." "Good." Sumu nodded, his face serious. Mu Qingli nodded slightly and said with a straight face, "However, I'll say the ugly words up front. The sword art is vast and profound. It's not easy to master it. If you give up your cultivation because you can't stand the tedium and boredom, please say so earlier as well. Don't delay." After saying that, she turned around and walked into the backyard, taking out an ordinary ancient long sword. Buzz, accompanied by a buzzing sound. Mu Qingli held the ancient and simple long sword in her hand, and her figure transformed into a touch of clear wind, abruptly dissipating in place. In the next instant, she had already appeared several feet away, her figure ethereal. Immediately afterward, an overwhelming sword power broke through the air and came, enveloping the sky towards Sumu. The sword-ons crisscrossed, surrounding Sumu like a dense net. Facing this scene, Sumu did not panic. He gazed at the scene in front of him, his eyes gleaming, firmly fixated on the trajectory of the sword blade, his mind immersed in it, carefully experiencing every movement and detail of Mu Qingli's, even the slender jade foot every time to lift and put down all the eyes, carefully speculate on the mystery. Mu Qingli was secretly observing Sumu as she executed her sword moves. Seeing him learn very seriously, the heart also gradually soothing, the corner of the mouth emerges a faint arc, not as cold as before, but with a little bit of mildness. Her speed grew faster and faster, and her figure gradually blurred, like a wisp of a ghost, indistinct and illusory. Who dash? The sword blade sliced through the air, bringing up a violent hissing sound like thunder rolling. Mu Qingli flipped her wrist, and a majestic sword intent filled the air with every sword thrust, causing the entire atmosphere in the air to freeze. The sword's aura was like a rainbow piercing through the sun, so sharp and compelling that people didn't dare to look directly at it. Rao Sumu. At this moment, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, secretly sighing that senior sister Mu was really strong, and I'm afraid that she could kill herself in seconds just with her introductory sword technique. Mu Qingli demonstrated the Taichu sword technique entry sword move a total of 3 times before it finally slowed down and the lingering aura around her gradually returned to tranquility. She took a long breath and turned around. "Can you read it?" Sumu opened his eyes. His eyes were crystal clear and brilliant. He nodded slightly and revealed a smile. "See?" Mu Qingli raised her eyebrows, a flash of surprise flashing through her eyes. "Then you try." "Aha." Saying that, Sumu casually pulled out an ancient sword and danced according to the sword stance that Mu Qingli had just rehearsed. The sword light splashed like water sparkling. With every one of Sumu's sword strokes across the void, a layer of ripples immediately rippled through the air, emitting sharp and ear-piercing whistling sounds. His movements became faster and faster, and in the blink of an eye he had swung hundreds of times. A set of Taichu sword technique entry sword move was used by Sumu to the fullest extent. Although it was the first time he had performed this entry sword stance of the Taichu sword technique, he was not even half as rusty and stagnant, as if it had been used countless times before. It was smooth and easy to use. Mu Qingli stood by the side and watched, her beautiful eyes unblinking, the color of surprise on her face even heavier. It was because what Sumu had performed was exactly the same as what she had performed, without any difference. Moreover, when Sumu danced his sword, he didn't have any gorgeous and dazzling fancy movements, but each sword was just right, perfectly explaining what is a sword shadow dancing like a swimming dragon. Although there was nothing particularly subtle or brilliant about the moves, there was a unique rhythm, as if everything in the heavens and the earth changed along with his sword movements and fitted in with them, blending in perfectly. Mu Qingli looked at Sumu in a daze, a shocked look slowly spreading across her pretty face. Only after a long time did she mutter out 4 words, "Sword Dao Wizard." For Sumu to be able to reach such a level after his first contact with the Taichu sword skill, she really couldn't think of any other possibility besides having a superb understanding of the sword Dao. Mu Qingli even vaguely had a thought that Sumu's future attainments in the Dao of the sword might be even stronger than hers, because even with her sword Dao talent, the first time she practiced the Taichu sword technique, she hadn't been able to bring out the essence of the Taichu sword technique as easily and effortlessly as Sumu did. And Sumu even did it. This only proved that his understanding of the Taichu sword technique was far beyond the ordinary, reaching the level of pure fire. Sumu did not notice Mu Qingli's change in expression. He was completely engrossed in his swordplay at the moment. Since learning this Taichu sword skill, this was the first time Sumu had ever performed it, and he didn't expect it to be quite enjoyable. A set of introductory sword skill was actually hardened by him to execute a subtle and extremely powerful sword posture, multiplying his power. Swish! The sword shot out as if the Milky Way was pouring down. In an instant, the entire backyard was filled with silver-white sword chi. A falling leaf drifted and fell, swaying a few times with the wind, and finally lying quietly in the land, actually unharmed. Sumu collected his chi and turned to look at the stupefied Mu Qingli. "I'm sorry to make you laugh, senior sister." Sumu put away his sword and stood with a light smile on his handsome face, rather modest and coy. Mu Qingli took a deep breath, suppressed the waves surging within her heart, tried to calm down the agitated emotions, and slowly opened her mouth. Su Mu, are you sure this is the first time you've performed this sword technique? Right, senior sister. Su Mu nodded, then asked, could it be that something was not cast correctly? No, you cast it very well, Mu Qingli commented lightly, but her tone could not hide her appreciation. You're very talented in sword Dao, and your enlightenment is extremely high. You only need to sharpen it a little, and in time, you will become a great man. Su Mu's face was delighted. Thank you for your praise, senior sister. Mu Qingli nodded slightly. However, the sword way is vast and profound. Not overnight can be glimpsed. You must not be overly hasty, and even more so, you must not be complacent. You must know that there are mountains beyond the mountains, and there are people beyond the people. At those words, Su Mu solemnly clasped his fists and bowed. Many thanks to senior sister for her teachings. I'll remember. When Mu Qingli saw that Su Mu was so uptight, the corners of her lips tilted slightly, and a ripple of laughter appeared on her pretty face. From today onwards, you may come to me every day to practice your sword. Remember not to delay, and do not be lazy. I respectfully follow senior sister's instructions. Hearing Su Mu's words, Mu Qingli's eyes softened. Since Su Mu's sword Dao talent was so powerful, it seemed like she could just proceed to the next step. Mu Qingli thought about it and said softly, a sword, not for dancing, but for fighting the enemy. Next, if you fight me, you only need to resist me for 10 moves. Are you willing? At those words, Su Mu's face stiffened, and then he revealed a bitter expression. Senior sister, your realm is so much higher than mine. How can I block it? The corner of Mu Qingli's lips slightly hooked, revealing a touch of bright smile, just like the snow lotus blooming on the Tianshan mountain. The beauty was shocking. Don't worry, I'll suppress the realm to the same level as you. Moreover, it won't hurt you. Su Mu reluctantly nodded, then. Well then, if I don't succeed, senior sister can't laugh at me. No, Mu Qingli pursed her lips and smiled. Her slender jade fingers lightly flicked over the sword at her waist, and her reddish vermilion lips lightly opened. Are you ready? Saying that, she moved her jade foot lightly and took a step forward. P.S. I came up with a new book title. How about, Fairy Be Good? Open the door? Chapter 83 The Laws of Pickup Style 3. A good love stems from attraction and begins with conquest. Mu Qingli stretched out her slender jade fingers and gently rested them on the sword at her waist. A cold light appeared. The long sword bloomed with a flash of blinding light. Dazzling, a powerful sword intent suddenly erupted out. The entire backyard was covered in this biting sword intent. Bitingly cold. Su Mu's face remained unchanged as he stared calmly at the scene in front of him, only to see the long sword crossing Mu Qingli's side, the tip of the sword pointing diagonally to the ground. The surrounding spiritual chi seemed to be pulled, frantically converging on top of the tip of the sword. Immediately afterward, her jade foot lightly lifted, her spiritual light blossomed, and her body flashed out like a ghost. Her figure had already arrived within 3 feet of Su Mu when she reappeared, and her long sword swept out. The sharp sword blade whistled past, bringing up a mournful sound of breaking air. Mu Qingli's sword speed was extremely fast, and almost in the blink of an eye, it had already attacked in front of Su Mu's eyes. The tip of the sword trembled lightly and buzzed, as if Su Mu had already anticipated this. His figure gently leapt up without panic, narrowly avoiding the strike. But the next moment, Mu Qingli rushed up again. Her wrist flicked, her sword blade cut out a sword flower, and in an instant, she chased it into mid-air. At this scene, Su Mu's eyes stared. What a sharp sword! Although this sword seems simple, every detail was filled with killing opportunities. Su Mu stepped lightly on his feet and took 5 or 6 consecutive steps before dodging. But Mu Qingli didn't give him a chance to catch his breath at all, and the continuous attack came as if it was raining bananas. Swish, swish, swish. A series of sounds of sword blades tearing through the void resounded. Su Mu only felt a strong wind drumming in his ears, and a sword light came from all directions, as dense as rain. Mu Qingli's stance swayed, as if she was a peerless sword fairy, dancing and flying. The long sword in her hand brought a rain of swords in the sky, encircling Su Mu, making it impossible for him to avoid it. At this moment, Su Mu was like a small boat in the waves, shaking and precarious. The corner of Mu Qingli's mouth curled slightly, and her faint voice sounded between Su Mu's ears. How about it, senior brother? It's not too late to admit defeat. Senior sister's words are a bit premature, aren't they? Su Mu faintly smiled, his expression calm and fearless. At this time, his face where there was the original koi, in addition to confidence is still confidence. Oh, upon hearing this, Mu Qingli raised her eyebrows and hummed delicately. In that case, then senior brother will have to catch the sword. As the words fell, she turned her wrist steeply, and her long sword fiercely pressed downward. Rumble. In a flash, the entire void seemed to vibrate. Sumu's heart was startled, only to see that the originally gently flowing spiritual energy suddenly accelerated and surged, sweeping towards the position where Mu Qingli was standing with lightning speed. Immediately after that, the incomparably surging and majestic spiritual energy unexpectedly transformed into a cold and sharp sword blade, spinning sharply in the air, bringing up a creepy air-breaking sound. Sumu carefully observed this sword and couldn't help but admire it in his heart. The terrifying thing about this sword was that the spirit power contained did not exceed the 6th level of Qi refining, but it utilized the spirit power that could be used at the 6th level of Qi refining to the extreme. Coupled with Mu Qingli's sharp and peerless sword intent, the power was far more powerful than anyone could imagine. And that's just the beginning. Brush! Just as Sumu was thinking, the sword in Mu Qingli's hand suddenly swung. Countless sword blades then swarmed, covering the sky, like a blizzard towards Sumu. Sumu's face was as quiet as water. The long sword in his hand slashed out violently. The sword Qi surged like a tide, and collided with the sky full of sword blades ruthlessly. Bang! 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 A violent crash resounded throughout the courtyard. The two majestic and incomparable forces collided together in midair, causing a ripple to spread out like a ripple. And just then, a brilliant silver light suddenly flashed out. The expression on Sumu's face was still as calm as water. His palms flipped, and the sword light became more and more prevalent. The spiritual energy in his body was mobilized, and a steady stream of it was poured into the long sword. Clang! Eventually, a loud clang of gold and iron spread throughout the entire courtyard. Sumu's arm was slightly shaken, and his feet immediately retreated half a step, his tiger's mouth vaguely aching. Mu Qingli, on the other hand, did not move at all, not even brushing her hair. One move exchanged, and the highs and lows were decided. But no matter what, Sumuna had ultimately blocked the terrifying swordlight of Mu Qingli's. And in a frontal stance, Mu Qingli's pretty face revealed an expression of astonishment, obviously not expecting Sumu to be able to deal with it so easily. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and a touch of excitement and joy surfaced in the bottom of her eyes. This type of fighting was too good for her. Senior brother Su, take my sword again. She let out a low cry and her delicate body swept out once again. This time she directly approached her body. Her long sword was like electricity, instantly arriving in front of Sumu's chest. Mu Qingli came with a strong momentum. However, Sumu still did not appear to be flustered, but was still carefully observing Mu Qingli's sword moves. Although Mu Qingli had suppressed her realm to the same realm as Sumu, her attainments in sword Dao and practical combat experience were extremely rich, far from being comparable to Sumu. So Sumu only had one chance to defeat Mu Qingli. What Sumu was seeking was not just blocking Mu Qingli's 10 moves. Rather, he wanted to defeat Mu Qingli under the sword in the same realm. The third rule of picking up girls, a good love, born of attraction, begins with conquest. Especially when dealing with this kind of arrogance, it's important to conquer the other person on what she does best. As Sumu dodged, his eyes flashed with a refined light and he was fully focused on capturing every subtle movement of Mu Qingli. In his eyes, Mu Qingli's every movement, every change was reflected in his eyes. Sumu could already vaguely judge Mu Qingli's attack route and was only waiting to find the opportunity to counterattack. His gaze gradually focused and locked onto the tip of Mu Qingli's sword. It's this moment. Sumu raised his right hand, and the long sword in his palm suddenly flew out to meet Mu Qingli's sword net. In the next second, the two swords violently intertwined and collided together. Ding dash! Sparks burst out. The sound of longswords colliding with longswords rang out as the two longswords interlocked and held each other. Both of them held the weapons in their hands with a death grip, allowing their spiritual energy to pour out wildly. But they remained motionless. Mu Qingli's eyes lit up as a burning battle intent flashed in her eyes. Just now with this sword, she didn't hold back. And she didn't expect Sumu to be able to catch her fleeting break and fight it off. The corner of Mu Qingli's mouth hooked slightly, and with a thought, the sword turned steeply. The originally smooth tip of the sword suddenly turned sharply, and the sword was unusually swift, bringing up a blazing killing machine. Sumu also followed the trend and stabbed out with the same sword. The two long swords were once again entangled together. Both of them exerted their own efforts, but neither of them was able to help the other. Sumu and Mu Qingli were entangled together, constantly swapping positions, a sword blade interlacing and crisscrossing, dazzling people. The more Mu Qingli fought, the brighter her eyes became, and she realized that although Sumu's spiritual power wasn't strong, each sword blocked her attacks in just the right way. What was even more remarkable was that each of Sumu's swords was even better than the sword moves he had performed before, as if he was constantly perfecting his combat skills. Not only that, as time passed, Sumu's battle consciousness had actually begun to close in on her without her realizing it. Although it wasn't enough to threaten her well-being, if the fight continued, it was likely that Sumu would catch a break and gain an advantage. Mu Qingli's heart was flabbergasted. Sumu obviously had only been cultivating for a short period of time, so how could he possess so many combat skills? It often takes a long time to get immersed in these things. Ha! Mu Qingli's eyes were flooded with intense surprise. Was Sumu's sword Dao understanding really this high? Even she asked herself about her talent in the Dao of the sword, but she didn't dare to say that she could raise it by a large margin in a short period of time, or even improve it in battle. But it was Sumu who did it. Moreover, each of Sumu's swords seemed to follow her trajectory. Simple yet precise. It's almost as if she knows her better than she knows herself. This kind of thing is just unbelievable. It was at this time that Mu Qingli suddenly saw the corners of Sumu's mouth hook up in a faint arc. Mu Qingli raised her eyebrows, her heart on alert. As expected, right at the moment she was distracted, Sumu seized the opportunity and fiercely struck out. Just hear me so. A sharp aura suddenly erupted from above the long sword, heading straight for Mu Qingli. Chapter 84, giving elder sister Mu a two-pronged attack. This is the sword on. Sumu actually learned the sword attack so quickly? How is this possible? Mu Qingli was startled and hurriedly withdrew her sword in defense. But how could Sumu give up such a good opportunity? And immediately took advantage of the situation. Only to see his wrist flick, the long sword traced a bizarre arc. And from the flanks, it struck hard on the long sword in Mu Qingli's hand. Boom! A loud sound exploded steeply, shaking the heart. Mu Qingli's pupils suddenly contracted, obviously not anticipating this scene, and was immediately pushed backwards by the strong energy fluctuations. And just at this moment, Sumu suddenly bullied his way forward. The long sword in his hand was as swift as a swimming dragon, instantly circling around behind Mu Qingli. Mu Qingli had just stabilized her body, when she immediately felt the cold hairs on her back. A feeling of danger to the extreme arose. Sure enough, the next moment, Sumu's figure was like electricity, instantly approaching, and his left hand violently grabbed Mu Qingli's wrist that was holding the sword. Immediately following, he exerted force in his hands and yanked Mu Qingli into his arms. Due to the suddenness of the incident and the magnitude of the movement, Sumu didn't grasp the angle for a moment and actually ripped a corner of Mu Qingli's collar. Mu Qingli's pretty face instantly stiffened, and she was about to struggle, when Sumu couldn't think of anything else and snapped her fingers. Aha! Mu Qingli let out a delicate cry in pain, and her wrist immediately tilted. Dang! A crunch came out. The long sword in Mu Qingli's hand was suddenly out of her control and actually fell to the ground. It was more like she lost her center of gravity as her entire body flung itself into Sumu's arms. The two warm bodies of flesh collided together, instantly stirring up ripples and causing both of their hearts to tremble. Sumu smiled with the corners of his mouth, and with a sweep of his right hand, he wrapped Mu Qingli's soft and slender waist into his arms. The long sword in the other hand was sent forward in a smooth motion. In a flash, a cold and chilling sword blade affixed itself to Mu Qingli's snowy white neck. With that, Sumu managed to confine her in his arms. Sumu smiled faintly and said, "Senior sister Mu, I apologize." Mu Qingli was dumbfounded. A pair of beautiful eyes opened wide, full of consternation and at a loss for words. What the hell is this? How did she lose? Obviously she had the advantage. How could she lose in the blink of an eye? Feeling the warm chest behind her, sniffing the faint scent of a man between her nostrils, Mu Qingli only felt her heart beating faster, her head buzzing, and even her mind began to drift for a moment. This guy. She was actually hugged by Sumo once again, and in his arms intimately? Most importantly, Mu Qingli looked down at her lapel, at this time even slightly open, revealing half of the gelatinous white slippery jade shoulders. Moreover, almost half of her body was now attached to Sumu, in an intimate and ambiguous posture. Sumu lightly coughed. "Senior sister, if I say this was an accident, will you believe me?" "You." Mu Qingli instantly opened her eyes in anger and shame. She fought to raise her foot and kicked Sumu in the small of her back. Sumu's eyes were quick. A backhand clasped the bend of Mu Qingli's leg, and with a fierce pull, he directly pressed Mu Qingli on top of the wall. For a moment, four eyes met. Sumu looked down at her with a sincere face and said, "Senior sister, this is really an accident." The clear and warm voice resounded in her ears, and Mu Qingli looked up in a daze, right into Sumu's dark and deep eyes. Those eyes were as vast and far-reaching as the starry sky, and one couldn't help but indulge in them. And Sumu had a smile on his lips, and that already handsome face became more and more charming because of the smile. Mu Qingli froze, and for a moment she forgot to resist. She looked at Sumu in a daze. For a moment she didn't know what to say. A trace of inexplicable throbbing surged up from the bottom of Mu Qingli's heart. The two of them stared at each other like this for a long time before Mu Qingli finally came back to her senses and reached out to push Sumu's arm in a panicked and helpless manner. However, it was unexpected that Sumu did not move at all. Mu Qingli's heart panicked even more. You let go of me first," Mu Qingli stuttered. At those words, instead of letting go, Sumu pressed harder, pressing her body firmly against the wall. What are you doing? Mu Qingli's cheeks were red. She gritted her teeth and glared angrily at Sumu, her beautiful eyes containing fury. Sumu blinked with an innocent expression. Senior sister. I also had no choice but to win. Please understand me for a moment. Mu Qingli hated to strangle Sumu. She gritted her teeth and said, You let go of me. Sumu shook his head. No release. Unless you admit to losing to me. Senior sister. Mu Qingli rounded her almond eyes. Elder sister. Willing to gamble is good enough. Why squirm? Saying that, Sumu bent his head and murmured softly in Mu Qingli's ear. Mu Qingli's body shivered, and she only felt the tips of her ears tingle as a wave of dryness hit her. I'm going to count to 3 and you're going to let go. Mu Qingli bit her lip and said hatefully. The corner of Sumu's mouth contained a smile, a bright and harmless smile, and he slowly said, Senior sister, your true strength is more than several times more powerful than senior brother. So wouldn't you be able to break free easily just by unlocking the suppression? And why do you need to count to 3? Mu Qingli, she was surprised that she had almost forgotten about it. Thinking of this, she clenched her silver teeth and violently raised her hand, unsealing herself. Swish! With the unsealing of her spiritual power, a thin layer of spiritual mist instantly surged around her. Immediately afterward, a strong and incomparable pressure spread out from above her body. Sumu also obediently let go of Mu Qingli and took a few steps back, standing in place. Looking at the imposing Mu Qingli in front of him, he narrowed his eyes slightly and lowered his head to whisper weakly, Senior sister, your strength is really too strong. Senior brother could only come up with this plan. Please bear with me if I have offended you much just now. In fact, with Sumu's current attainments in Sword Dao, he could have defeated Mu Qingli of the same realm with hard power, but he didn't. Instead, he used a different kind of victory. One was because of the system, and the other was because Mu Qingli wanted to create the illusion that although he was strong, he still couldn't beat her, and could only win by means of victory. To deal with this kind of arrogance, not only do you have to use strength to conquer her, but you also have to give her enough steps to go down. It's called a two-pronged approach. Mu Qingli was originally furious, but after seeing Sumu's appearance, she was instantly a bit weaker again. After all, it was indeed she who had lost in the party, and although Sumu had not won dishonorably, she had always won. Moreover, Sumu had recognized her power and was still relatively knowledgeable. Mu Qingli bit her lip and waved her hand in a good-natured manner. Don't do that next time. Sumu smiled and arched his hand in salute. I respectfully follow senior sister's teachings. When Mu Qingli saw this look on his face, the fire in her heart subsided quite a bit, but she still muttered, Who taught you these tactics? Simply shameless. Sumu shrugged his shoulders. Elder sister, a real battle is a very dangerous thing. The slightest carelessness may lead to the death of a life. Where are the rules to speak of? If being shameless can get back a life, then even if it's shameless once, what's the harm? At those words, Mu Qingli froze. She looked up at Sumu and took a deep breath. That layer of faint redness still hidden on her cheeks, and her eyes carried a few complex colors. Only after a long time did Mu Qingli let out a light sigh. What senior brother Su said is very true. Qingli has been taught. In this battle, she lost convincingly. As Sumu said, there was no fairness to speak of in a real battle. The winner is the king and the loser is the enemy. Having figured this out, Mu Qingli suddenly felt that she seemed a bit pedantic. Wait. Mu Qingli flickered her eyelashes and frowned slightly. Seems like there's something wrong somewhere. Just now, it was just a friendly sparring session. It wasn't a real fight. There was no need to be shameless. And how could such a shameless trick be used on one's own senior sister? Sumu looked at Mu Qingli's eyes getting colder and more dangerous, and felt a sense of ill will in his heart. He coughed lightly. Senior sister, I suddenly remembered that I forgot to put away my clothes at home. I'll come back tomorrow. When he finished, he turned and ran. Sumu. Mu Qingli gritted her teeth and chased after her. Senior sister doesn't need to see you off. Quickly please return. Sumu scattered and ran wildly. Mu Qingli chased him all the way out the door and scolded. Come back here. We haven't finished practicing with the sword today. Senior sister, spare my life. In fact, that move just now was taught to me by eldest brother. I don't believe it. Eldest brother wouldn't teach such a thing. Really? Come back here. This time I won't suppress my realm. Let's see how I'll clean you up. Elder sister, you don't speak of martial virtues. The two chased and shouted. There are also sword chi vertical and horizontal, stirring up a piece of flying insects, birds and beasts fluttering away, adding a lot of life and bustle to the quiet and peaceful small Qiong Feng. Chapter 85, Qinger's abalone soup. Gongzi, why is senior sister Mu chasing after you and beating you up? What did you do to senior sister Mu again that people and gods are angry about? Inside the courtyard, Qinger asked curiously while squeezing Su Mu's shoulders. Don't talk nonsense. Senior Sister Mu was just worried that my stance wasn't working, so she helped guide me. Sumu closed his eyes and enjoyed Chinger's massage as he leisurely said, "Oh." Chinger drifted off and continued to pinch her legs. Senior Sister Mu looks cold. I didn't realize that she's so nice. She actually chased after you for 20 miles in order to help guide you in your stance. The corner of Sumu's mouth twitched slightly. Cough. Well, there's no need to bring this matter up again. Let's talk about you. How's your cultivation following your master in the past few days? Hearing this, Chinger jumped up excitedly, her arms propping up her waist. Gongzi, I've learned so many sound martial arts during this time. In the future, I can attack my enemies with sound waves. Oh, Sumu opened his eyes and raised his eyebrows in surprise. Really? Of course it's true. Chinger swore. Not only sound martial arts, but I've even studied the fire system. Awesome. Sumu patted Chinger's head appreciatively. Chinger immediately straightened up her fullness in front of her. I'm going to be a powerful sound Dao cultivator like Master Teacher in the future. Sumu smiled approvingly. Not bad. Working so hard, you will definitely become a powerful sound Dao cultivator in the future. But, Chinger's expression suddenly collapsed as she lowered her head. Somewhat sullenly, the cultivation of the sound system technique. However, I have never been able to get the hang of it, and I have to practice for a long time every time. Gongzi, you say, am I so stupid because my qualifications are too poor? Saying that, Chinger's voice gradually dropped. Seeing her face of loss and frustration, Sumu reached out and swept her into his arms, rubbed her long soft black hair, and softly said, "Don't think nonsense, you're already very good." Really? Aha. Sumu nodded extremely seriously. Chinger's eyes shone brightly as she raised her smile anew and hugged Sumu. Thank you, Gongzi. Gongzi, you're the best. Cultivation is supposed to be a boring and hard thing, but as long as one persists, there will always be something to gain. Sumu's tone was gentle, his voice was low, slow and clear. Don't be in a hurry. Take your time. Let's build the foundation first so that it's more solid in the future. Chinger nodded her head obediently and leaned into his arms, her eyes smiling and curving into a crescent moon. Suddenly, as if she thought of something, she whispered, "But Gongzi, my cultivation of the sound system technique is very slow, but the progress of the fire system technique is very fast." Sumu was slightly stunned. What's going on? Chinger blinked her big eyes and tilted her head. I don't know. Every time I practiced fire techniques, those fire techniques seemed like I would know them at a glance, and I didn't need to go through the trouble of comprehending them at all. Chinger said, a puzzled look on her face. Sumu was silent for a moment. He remembered that Chinger was a dual spirit root of sound and fire. While the sound spirit root was of medium grade, the fire spirit root was only of lower grade. In theory, it should be the sound system technique that was faster to cultivate. So why would it be the fire system technique that was faster to cultivate? Moreover, according to what Chinger said, the fire technique did not require her to comprehend it at all before she could learn it. And this was not something that a lower grade spirit root could do at all. Murphy, the tip of Sumu's eyebrows furrowed. Gongzi? Seeing Sumu's delay in speaking, Chinger asked in confusion. Chinger, Sumu called out, then lowered his voice. Does Master know about this matter? Chinger nodded her head. I know, but even Master Teacher couldn't tell me a reason for it. She only said that I might be more enlightened in fire techniques. Upon hearing this, Sumu pondered and mused. In that case, that's a good thing. In the future, you can just cultivate diligently. Chinger's eyes lit up. Then I'll double my cultivation of fire techniques from now on. Chinger, this matter, don't tell it to a third person besides Master and I. Sumu gently stroked her hair and his eyes were deep. Well, Chinger knows. Chinger seriously guaranteed, her eyes flickering as she looked at Sumu. Sir, don't worry. Chinger won't say anything. Chinger is the best behaved. Sumu smiled faintly. Go to the kitchen and prepare the meal. We'll have our evening meal later. Yeah. As night fell, the entire Little Qiong Peak fell into silence. Sumu sat on the futon, his eyes half closed, in deep thought. Today, Chinger said that her fire technique cultivation was faster, which made him think of something. At that time, he had not yet stepped into cultivation, and he had known Chinger for only a few days. He borrows an inn with Chinger, only to be targeted by a gang of thieves intent on murder. With the power of the green bamboo sword, he killed 5 thieves by himself. The remaining surviving thieves were unsuccessful in their attempts to surround and kill them, so they became enraged and began to set fire to the house, wanting to die together. After he had decapitated all the remaining thieves, he found Chinger in the corner of the inn, and there's a fire burning in that corner. But strangely enough, Chinger didn't seem to be afraid of the flames, but instead seemed to be interested in them. At that time, Chinger was crouching on the ground, stretching out a jade-like onion finger in the direction of the flames. seemingly wanting to touch it, and didn't look up until he shouted twice. She tilted her head, her eyes seemed to be full of starlight as she looked at him, her delicate and pretty face flushed with a light blush under the light of the fire. Gongzi, thank you for saving me. The fire had already spread over by then, so he couldn't think of anything else and hurriedly pulled Qiong out of the inn. Now that I think about it, there was indeed something strange about Qiong and that fire. Normal people in the sight of flames, the first thought will inevitably panic and flee, fear of avoiding, and may even be stunned in place. But Qiong was surprisingly not the least bit flustered, and was still interested in the flames, even taking the initiative to approach. At that time, he only thought that Qiong was frightened, but today it felt like she was supposed to live in that environment. Sumu's heart pounded at the thought. Could it be that Qiong is some sort of fire attribute physique? The more Sumu thought about it, the more he thought it was possible. After all, in this world, although cultivators with special physiques were rare, they were not unheard of. Physique, a more subtle thing than spiritual roots, was a kind of potential or bloodline power that existed naturally within the body and did not rely on spiritual roots. However, this type of constitution is usually hidden in the depths of the human body and requires special conditions or means to stimulate, and once inspired, it is bound to be able to explode with amazing potential. Cultivators who possessed a physique often possessed combat power that far exceeded that of their peers. Qiong's fire technique cultivation speed was so exaggerated, her physique was bound to be uncomplicated as well. The more Sumu thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Otherwise, Qiong's spiritual root was only inferior, and it was impossible to achieve such an effect. As Sumu was pondering, Qiong pushed the door in with her meal. Your Excellency, let's eat, she called crisply, then walked into the room and set the dishes on the table. Hearing the clear and pleasant voice, Sumu came back to his senses. He walked forward to help Qiong set up the tablecloths and dishes and smiled. Why did you make so much today? Qiong came over with a smile, hugged Sumu's arm, and rubbed her own wide chest ceaselessly, softly saying, because Gongzi likes it. A smile floated up at the corner of Sumu's mouth. He shook his head, then turned his attention to the delicious food on the table. All of these dishes are extremely delicate, with fish in particular being the most popular. Sumu looked at it for a few moments and couldn't help but smile. It smells so good. Qiong pursed her lips and smiled. Gongzi. Qiong's level of cooking was taught by Gongzi himself. Oh. Sumu chucked a piece of braised spirit fish with a smile and sent it to his mouth. And in an instant, the rich soup filled his mouth with fragrance. Is it tasty, Gongzi? Qiong asked with a crooked head. Delicious. Sumu nodded without hesitation. Qiong smiled like a flower, joyfully continued to give Sumu dishes. Qiong also made soup for Gongzi. Oh. As she said that, she took out a bowl of soup and handed it to Sumu. The soup is clear, unsullied, amber-colored, bubbling hot, with a light, appetizing aroma. In particular, there was a white and fat abalone inside, which was even more deep in Sumu's heart. Qiong's cooking skills are really getting better and better. Sumu couldn't help but praise. He. Qiong smiled and sat next to her, resting her cheeks on her head as she looked at Sumu, her cheeks flushed with a tantalizing pink color. And at this moment, there was a sudden knocking, if any, at the door. Chapter 86. Sister, you're so cute. Knock, knock, knock. Qiong blinked, puzzled. Gongzi, who's knocking at the door? Sumu shook his head, and his divine sense probed outward. When he saw the plain-skirted woman standing in the doorway with a timid face, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Qiong, go open the door. It's your senior sister, Sumu commanded. Okay. Qiong immediately jumped up and ran to open the door at the word. Squeak dash. The wooden door opened slowly. I saw a young girl with snow-white skin and a light and soft brow standing quietly and timidly in the doorway, her head lowered and her hands tightly twisted together. She wore a moon-white plain dress. Her figure was slender and delicate. Her waist was slim. Her skin was crystal clear. Her face was beautiful, and she looked gentle and quiet. And there was a hint of timidity on her face, which seemed to be very nervous. Ha, it's senior sister Mu. Qiong meets senior sister, Qiong said crisply, her eyes bright. Qiong. The plain-skirted woman standing in the doorway called out timidly, her figure unconsciously leaning back lightly, her gaze a little puzzled, as if suspecting that she had gone to the wrong door. Qiong blinked, then said in a daze, Senior sister, are you here to look for Gongzi? The plainclothed girl nodded slightly, biting her lip, wanting to speak, her gaze looking at her toes, not daring to look Qiong in the eyes. Senior sister, the male is in the house. Qiong smiled sweetly. The young girl looked at Qiong, her gaze becoming more and more evasive. Qiong smiled sweetly and pulled the plainclothed girl to step into the courtyard. Mui froze, following Qiong like a deer in headlights, with a look of being at a loss for words, hanging her head low and not daring to say a word. Go ahead, senior sister. The mail is inside. I'll go serve you some food. Qiong pulled Mui to the door of her room, then ran towards the kitchen with the dishes. Mui watched Qiong leave, her heart becoming even more nervous. She hesitated for a long moment before gathering her courage and taking a cautious step toward the inner room. Just after stepping into the room, Mui's line of sight reflected into the back of a handsome teenager. He was sitting in his seat, his back to himself, and seemed to notice movement and turn his head to look. In a flash, the two of them looked at each other. Mui's pretty face was scarlet, her eyes were lowered and she didn't know what to do. She only felt her heart thumping, her breath catching, her whole heart seeming to pop out of her throat. So it's senior sister Mu, please have a seat. Sumu was slightly stunned, then he entertained with a smile. Mui raised her head and stole a glance at Sumu. Seeing that he didn't reveal a different color, her heart quietly sighed in relief. She then walked formally to the table and sat down gently. Thanks, Mui answered lowly. Sumu looked at her with a smile and said, is there something that senior sister Mu came to seek me out for? Mui was silent for a moment before she gathered her courage and lowered her head to shyly say, there is one thing. What is it? Sumu asked. Well, Mui hesitated for a long time before stammering. It's about the alchemy thing. Alchemy? Sumu raised his eyebrows in surprise. Mui nodded and whispered, I plan to leave Little Qiong Peak for a trip recently to search for a medicinal herb, and I may not return until a few days later. I'm worried that senior brother will come looking for me to discuss alchemy in the next few days, so I came to tell senior brother in advance. After she finished speaking, her gaze glanced apprehensively at Sumu, as if she was afraid of upsetting him. Sumu froze. He didn't expect Mui to come to find himself specifically for this matter, and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Senior sister Mu, you're so cute. Mui was dumbfounded. Then her pretty face turned red, and she mumbled, senior brother, you must not misunderstand. It's fine. Since senior sister has important matters to deal with, then she should be busy first. Senior brother is not in a hurry. Sumu gave a spontaneous smile, not minding it. At those words, Mui let out a long breath, but then apologized a bit and said, Then I'll trouble senior brother to wait for me for 3 to 5 days. When I return, I'll discuss the Dan technique with senior brother and we'll continue. No harm, no foul. Sumu waved his hand. Senior sister Mu is busy first. Wait until you return. Hearing this, Mui took a long breath. Then her pretty face turned red. Senior brother, it's good that you're not angry. How could it be? Sumu shook his head and smiled. Senior sister, don't worry about doing your own thing. Looking at the warm jade-like smile of the teenager in front of her, Mui's pretty face became more and more flushed as she gently nodded her head. Well, then senior sister will leave first. After saying that, she hurriedly saluted, turned around and flew away. Senior sister, please stay. Looking at the distant figure, Sumu suddenly called out to her. Ha? What is it? Mui's footsteps lurched, and she looked back weakly inquiring. Senior sister, I heard from eldest senior brother that the blood god sect is very rampant during this time, and is hunting my Taichu Sect disciples all over the place. I don't know where senior sister is traveling. How many people are traveling with you? Will there be any danger? Sumu collected his smile and asked seriously. Looking at the concern in Sumu's eyes, a trace of emotion swept through Mui's heart as she shook her head and softly said, It's fine senior brother. This time I'm just going to the Cloud Mist Mountain not far from Taichu Sect to collect Cloud Mist grass. There are our Taichu Sect's elders stationed there, so I shouldn't encounter any danger. Must I go? Sumu frowned slightly. Mui nodded and smiled. I'm working on a new elixir that has to use freshly picked cloud mist grass, so I have to make a trip yet. Sumu pondered for a moment. Alright, then senior sister must be careful. Mui spread a smile. Don't worry senior brother. There are our elders guarding us. There won't be any danger. I'll pay attention to my safety as well. Thank you for your concern senior brother. With that, she turned to leave. Sumu watched her disappear into the night, thinking that with senior sister Mu's strength, plus the fact that she should have a lot of powerful spells and formations in her hands, she stopped worrying and turned around to return to her room. Chapter 87 Purple has more flavor. Where did senior sister Mu go? When Qiong walked into the room with her meal, she didn't see Mui's figure and couldn't help but wonder. Sumu smiled and said, Senior sister Mu has other things to do and has left first. Qiong toothed the corners of her pink mouth and put the tray down with some regret. Why is senior sister Mu leaving so quickly? I still want her to taste my handiwork. There will be many more opportunities in the future. Sumu smiled and rubbed her hair. Aha! Qiong nodded her head obediently and began to bury her head to eat as well. In fact, Qiong had already stepped into cultivation now, so she could completely stop using meals to supplement the energy needed to replenish her body. With just a single pill of grain resistance, one could go for days without eating, but she liked to eat with Sumu, and even more, she liked to cook for Sumu. Every time she saw Sumu praising her cooking, Qiong would be especially happy. It was her most fulfilling happiness. If she could, she'd like to cook for Gonzi for the rest of her life. As for Sumu, there was even less to say. He's never going to be able to quit this eating thing in his life. Even if he ascended to the immortal world one day, he would still have to eat, and he would have to eat better than he did now. If one cultivates immortality to the end and cannot even eat the food, then what fun is there in this immortal cultivation? Sumu looked at Qiong, who was burying her head in dry rice, and laughed aloud as he pulled out a few jars of spirit wine from his storage bag. Qiong, what's the point of just eating? Come and drink. Qiong's eyes instantly lit up. Yes, yes, yes. The two of them smiled at each other and took out their wine pots to pour the wine. Sumu raised his cup to invite the moon. Bottoms up. Qiong cupped her cup and drank it up. Bottoms up. My lord. Tonight where are you sleeping? Hiccup. After eating and drinking, Qiong leaned in Sumu's arms, tilted her snow-white neck and said in a delicate voice, saying that she even hiccuped. Her cheeks were scarlet, her eyes were hazy, and her entire person looked extremely delicate and alluring. Sumu looked at her drunken demeanor and couldn't help but smile, reaching out and pinching her blown-up playful face, deliberately teasing her. Of course I'm sleeping by myself tonight. Qiong heard, immediately pouted cherry mouth, sullenly said, No, Gonzi, people want to sleep with you. Saying that, she raised her arm around Sumu's waist and rested her head on Sumu's shoulder, her soft black hair falling on Sumu's shoulder. Itching, she gently sniffed the faint manly scent of Sumu's body and closed her eyes to enjoy this moment of peace. Sumu smiled and said, Don't you still have to cultivate? You just promised me that you would cultivate to the 3rd level of chi refining in the shortest possible time. I don't care. Qiong puckered her little mouth and pouted. I'm going to sleep with Gonzi anyway. As she spoke, her body pressed against Sumu's chest, rubbing and rubbing, feeling the soft touch coming from her delicate body. Sumu's heart swung. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, patted her slender waist and said, Qiong is obedient. Cultivation is important. You can't be playful. No, I'm going to sleep with Gonzi. Qiong hugged Sumu's waist tightly, and her whole body seemed to hang on Sumu's body, swaying vigorously. Gonzi, you just promise me. Sumu looked at her petulant and naive appearance, crying and laughing, reached out and stroked her little dorky hair, dotingly saying, All right, I promise. Hearing this, Qiong immediately stopped shaking and said in surprise, Gonzi is serious? Sure. Hearing Sumu's affirmative words, Qiong instantly revealed a bright smile as she hugged Sumu's neck and rubbed it affectionately. Gonzi is the best. The scent of a young girl's body mixed with the light aroma of wine hit his nose, like a cup of fruit wine with a refreshing aroma that was mesmerizing. Looking at Qiong's delicate and lovely appearance, Sumu couldn't help but flirt in a low voice. No wonder people say that wine strengthens one's courage. It seems that it really isn't wrong. Qiong is not a wimp at all. Qiong pouted shyly, and then she turned her eyes, flashed her big eyes down, came close to Sumu's ear, and quietly said, Gonzi, Qiong has already taken a bath. Ohio. Hearing these words, Sumu's heart jumped, and then his face became odd. Qiong seemed to know what Sumu was thinking and couldn't help but spit out her tongue. A little shy, she said softly, Qiong also bought a purple nightgown at the Sect's treasure pavilion yesterday. Do you want to check it out to see if Qiong is wearing it appropriately? Hearing these words, Sumu's heart and soul trembled once again, and he swallowed his saliva with some difficulty. This girl, when did she learn this trick? However, looking at her shy and lovely appearance, Sumu could not help his throat moving slightly, and ghostly asked, What if it doesn't fit? At those words, Qiong froze and seemed a bit surprised. Immediately afterward, she blinked her eyes and said with a wry smile, Then, I'd like to trouble you to help Qiong change it. Qiong's words carried a delicate and whiny tone that made one's bones tingle and seemed to melt in her gentle, watery eyes. Rao Sumu was somewhat about to suppress his gun. He took a deep breath and tried to put on a stern face. Where did you learn these things? It's just nonsense. Qiong looked at Sumu, snorted and took out a bamboo slip from under the table and said with a smile, It's written by Gonzi himself. The purple color has more flavor. Sumu looked at the bamboo slip in Qiong's hand in astonishment, and it was clearly the 2nd volume of the Golden Vase Plum that he had written some time ago. When he was writing this novel silently, he added some of his own understandings and concepts into it, and even added some plot points. It was only that he hadn't had time to give it to Mui yet, but he didn't expect it to be finished by Qiong first. How dare you peek at the Duke's things? You should be punished. Sumu had a stern face and reached out to pick up Qiong by the waist. Boing! Qiong was instantly startled and hurriedly wrapped her arms around Sumu's neck, her face flushed with two groups of red. She lowered her head. Her eyes seemed to flow like water waves and rippled in layers, and whispered, "Gongzi," gently. The next day, as the sunlight poured down above the verdant mountains and forests, the entire Qiong Peak was shrouded in golden sunlight. Swish! The door to the room opened and a pink and white silhouette stepped out of it. The young girl's skin is snowy. Her features are exquisite, and her pupils are moist and clear, like a clear spring, pure and flawless. She walked slowly out into the yard, stretched, and whirled around to run outside. "Gongzi, Qinger has gone to find her master to practice." Qinger waved her arms and said cheerfully. Sumu sat on top of the roof and looked at Qinger's back as she left cheerfully. The corners of her eyes were colored with smiles. He looked at the sun rising in the sky and breathed a long sigh of relief. "It's time for me to go about my business." Sumu stood up, looked in the direction of Yunbian town, and muttered,